Chapter 1. The bluster unraveled, and the system went awry. In a parallel world, on the third floor of the renowned Lu Wai Lu restaurant. Surely, the three of you are the infamous Iron Triangle of the tomb raiding community? A voice floated in, and a young man sauntered into the private room. Three figures within the room turned their gazes towards him in unison. One was stout, while the other two were slender, one of whom bore an ancient sword lodged in his back. These three were indeed the esteemed Iron Triangle known throughout the tomb raiding circles. Who the hell are you? You're not here to report us, are you? Let me tell you, I, Fat Lord, won't entertain this nonsense. In this day and age, evidence is paramount. Without it, what are you even talking about? Fat Lord caressed his belly, a look of disdain plastered on his face. The young man remained silent, while the other, known as Wu Xie, spoke with a smile. Young brother, you seem quite fresh-faced. Since you're aware of our trio, you must be from the same circle. Pray tell, what brings you here today? Of course, it's for promotion and wealth, to stand out among the crowd. The young man laughed heartily as he introduced himself. My name is Qin Feng, hailing from Luozhou City. I hear the decade-long deadline has arrived, and it is certain that the three of you will reunite today. I've come specifically to make your acquaintance. Without further ado, Qin Feng pulled a chair from beside him and sat down, continuing. Currently, the fervor for live-streamed archaeology shows no signs of waning. Whether it be the royal palace of Lu or the Qinling Mountains, even the Changbai Mountains, they have all been thoroughly explored by you three. I happen to possess several excellent oil pots. If you three are willing to join me, the reward shall be plentiful. Will you consider it? Qin Feng brimmed with confidence. Why, you ask? Because he was a transmigrator. Just 3 days prior, he had crossed over into this parallel world that closely resembled Earth. After 3 days of research, he discovered that live-stream tomb raiding was extraordinarily popular in this realm. According to the script, as a transmigrator, he was destined to acquire a system. Once the system was in his grasp, what ancient tomb could he not plunder? However, as the saying goes, a good man requires 3 allies. Though he was a transmigrator, he understood that venturing into tombs alone was far too perilous. Initially, he had intended to directly participate in live-streamed archaeology, reaping both fame and fortune. Yet, upon calculation, he realized that today marked the completion of the 10-year agreement with the brother known as Xiao Ge. The Iron Triangle was bound to reunite if he could enlist these three. Coupled with the system, the benefits of plundering a few oil pots would far exceed those of participating in the live stream. While live streaming was all the rage, it ultimately remained a job where the spoils of archaeology had to be surrendered. Where was the profit in tomb raiding for oneself? Thus, he had come to this place. So you're a Jialama. Wu Xie chuckled and shook his head. Upon hearing about the oil pots, Fat Lord's face instantly lit up. So you're brother Qin Feng. I must say, amongst those in our circle, how come I've not heard of you before? However, that is of little consequence. I am curious to know where these oil pots of yours are located. Just give us a rough idea of the location, and we can prepare accordingly. Qin Feng laughed at this. Fat Lord, you can't be serious. The rules of Jialama are well known. Do I need to elaborate? As soon as you three decide to go, I will naturally reveal the location when we arrived. As he spoke, Qin Feng poured himself a drink to calm his nerves. To be honest, he had no oil pots in hand. The system had yet to arrive at present. He merely needed to stabilize the three, lest they be lured away by other archaeological teams. Only once the system arrived could he lead them into the tombs. I understand. Fat Lord chuckled and exchanged a knowing glance with Wu Xie. The meaning was clear. He was inquiring if this deal was worth pursuing. Wu Xie shot him a glare and turned to Qin Feng, his smile barely concealing his skepticism. Brother Qin, your timing leaves much to be desired. Speak candidly. We haven't seen each other in 10 years, and this reunion feels as if a lifetime has passed. Within my heart, the desire to retreat has already taken root. I have no intentions of descending into tombs any longer. I plan to seek a stable livelihood instead. Brother Qin, it would be best if you took your leave. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng felt a twinge of helplessness. He did not doubt Wu Xie's words. He was inherently averse to tomb raiding. Were it not for the allure of those enigmatic mysteries, he would have long settled down. As for Xiao Ge, his intentions were more elusive. The decade-long agreement likely weighed heavily on his mind. Now that it had been fulfilled, what goals remained in his life, Qin Feng could not fathom. However, Fat Lord's love for wealth was well known. That if he could sway this fellow, the other two would surely not remain indifferent, would they? With that thought, Qin Feng smiled and said, Then I shall refrain from further persuasion. However, with the current fervor for live-streamed archaeology, many valuable artifacts are being closely monitored. I presume that the business of the third master is not particularly lucrative. The oil pots I possess are rich and unctuous, abundant yet not perilous. However, seeing as the third master's aspirations lie elsewhere, I cannot impose. But what of you, Fat Lord? Will you join? Fat Lord appeared somewhat conflicted. Wu Xie glared at him, and Fat Lord continued. Naive, do not look at me like that. Brother Qin's words hold merit. Your shop has likely remained closed for several months, hasn't it? Previously, with Xiao Ge absent, the two of us managed just fine. Now that Xiao Ge has returned, do you intend to have him endure hardships alongside us? Since Brother Qin claims that the ancient tombs are rich and unctuous, why not let them wait for me at home? At worst, they'll earn money alone and support you both. Fat pig, what did you promise me before? Wu Xie was furious. There's no such thing as a rich and unctuous oil pot in this world. Or perhaps we could do this. Let's first hear how Brother Qin's oil pots are rich and unctuous. If it seems reliable, we can proceed. If not, we won't go. Sound good? Fat Lord proposed that Wu Xie was about to refuse when Fat Lord hurriedly added, what harm could there be in just listening? Who wouldn't want to profit from money, right? Moreover, do you have any money left in your pocket? With these two statements, Wu Xie found himself at a loss for words. Indeed, times had changed. Running his shop had become exceedingly challenging. If the venture were not particularly perilous, he would not be averse to it. As for the principle of not descending into tombs, it had long been broken by Xiao Ge multiple times. Breaking it once more would not matter in truth. With Xiao Ge's return, he was indifferent to what they pursued. As long as he was with Xiao Ge, nothing else mattered. Upon self-reflection, should Xiao Ge truly decide to raid tombs, he would undoubtedly follow suit. Very well, let's hear it. At last, Wu Xie capitulated. Now that's the spirit. Come, Brother Qin, tell us how your oil pots are rich and unctuous. Fat Lord's face gleamed with anticipation. Qin Feng felt somewhat exasperated. His system had yet to arrive, and he had no oil pots in hand. However, seeing that he could sway the three, it would be counterproductive not to divulge some information at this juncture. With that in mind, Qin Feng began. These oil pots are said to be legendary. Ding! Before Qin Feng could finish his sentence, a voice suddenly resonated in his mind. This voice filled Qin Feng with excitement. The system had undoubtedly arrived. At last, there was no need for fabrication. He eagerly awaited the activation of the tomb raiding system. Qin Feng was overjoyed that a voice suddenly resonated within my mind. Ding! The corpse transport in system has been activated. Beginner's gift pack. Divine corpse transport technique has been issued. Corpse transport artifact. Soul settling bell has been issued. Beginner's task. Recruit 3 employees. Completion reward. A corpse transport in at a location of your choice, which cannot be changed once selected. Haha. It's here. The system has arrived. Qin Feng was overwhelmed with excitement as a torrent of information flooded into his mind. Without pausing to contemplate, Qin Feng hastily exclaimed, "This oil drum is actually for corpse transport." No. As he spoke, he suddenly found himself at a loss for words. What system is this? The corpse transport in system? Isn't it supposed to be a tomb raiding system? What on earth? He had boasted with bravado, only to discover that the system was completely erroneous. Author, are you playing with me? Chapter 2. No more pretending. It's time to reveal my identity as a corpse driver. What is this corpse driving? A grave for corpses? Sounds quite intriguing. The plump man wore an expression of eager anticipation. However, Wu Xie appeared somewhat perplexed, having never encountered the concept of a corpse-driving grave before. What kind of grave is this, Brother Qin? Well, this is actually. Qin Feng began to break into a cold sweat. He had boasted too much and feared that if he fabricated a tale, it might lead to trouble. He dreaded that these 3 gentlemen would become genuinely interested and insist on accompanying him to rob graves, which would spell disaster. The system had equipped him with the skill of corpse driving, but that would mean a perilous venture into tomb raiding. As Qin Feng pondered his escape, the usually silent young man unexpectedly spoke up. I'm not going. Not going. Not going where? The plump man and Wu Xie hurriedly inquired. To rob graves. The young man declared. You're not going to rob graves? Why not? The plump man looked utterly bewildered, as if he were cutting off his path to wealth. Have you come to a realization, young man? Wu Xie, visibly excited, added. I personally have no desire to go either. Well, my shop may not be thriving at the moment, but with diligent management, I shall not starve. If you're willing, we can work together, the young man replied. Wait, so this has nothing to do with me? All right then, Brother Qin, I'll accompany you to the llama. Let them live their lives well, the plump man declared, preparing to rise. Hey, plump master, don't be hasty. The ancient tomb 1T run away. Let us first ask the young man why he is not going. Qin Feng urged. At this critical moment, every second counted, and he felt utterly disheartened. While the system's extraordinary corpse-driving technique and the soul-settling bell sounded impressive, especially the former, he recognized that his expertise in corpse driving was likely unparalleled in the world. However, that did not equate to tomb raiding. One could not simply drive corpses into a tomb raid. Then why aren't you going, young man? The plump man inquired, equally puzzled. The young man glanced at the plump man and then at Wu Xia, saying, to atone for sins and accumulate virtue. Atone for sins? Accumulate virtue? Everyone was momentarily taken aback, but soon understood. Tomb raiding was a severe transgression against virtue. Disturbing the peace of the deceased by digging up ancestral graves was abhorrent. Ordinary individuals who excavated ancient tombs often faced public scorn, let alone the numerous graves these three had disturbed. It was said that tomb raiders met with tragic ends, a clear manifestation of karma. The young man's return, seemingly enlightened and intent on atonement, caught them all by surprise. Wu Xia patted the young man on the shoulder, exclaiming, just for that statement, I, Wu Xia, will steadfastly follow you. Shall we donate to a temple or reconstruct a Buddhist hall? I will sell my shop to support you. Wait, isn't there a way to do good without spending money? The plump man interjected. Wu Xia pondered, then replied, there are indeed ways. I heard from my uncle that doing good deeds can also accumulate virtue, like doctors healing the sick, sages like Confucius enlightening the masses, and police officers punishing evildoers. Even government officials acting with integrity contribute. Oh, and teachers educating the youth. These are all noble deeds that can accumulate virtue. However, it seems we are not well suited for those roles. Why not? We may not have medical skills, but we could become teachers. The plump man exclaimed excitedly. I love watching movies about teachers. I dream of being one myself. Are you referring to a legitimate teacher? Wu Xia scoffed. Qin Feng couldn't help but chuckle. Whether legitimate or not, I know for certain that if Plump Master were to become a teacher, his students would surely excel in tomb raiding. Haha, just joking. I'm merely unsure of how to accumulate virtue, and while I don't oppose doing good, we must also eat. It would be ideal to find a vocation that allows us to accumulate virtue while earning a living, the plump man said earnestly. Qin Feng was momentarily taken aback. Accumulate virtue while earning? That sounds like being a corpse driver. A corpse driver, by returning the deceased found in desolate areas to their families, was indeed an act of virtue and kindness that could also yield profit, a veritable win-win situation. Moreover, with the three of them together, it would be perfect to persuade them to join him in this endeavor, fulfilling the system's task. With this thought in mind, Qin Feng stood up and declared, I know of a profession that allows one to accumulate virtue and also earn money. What? The three turned their attention to him. A corpse driver. A corpse driver? I've heard they've long since vanished. Where would we find one? The plump man exclaimed. Yes. My grandfather once said the practices of corpse drivers were shrouded in mystery. I haven't heard of this profession in years. Surely it has become extinct, Wu Xia added. The young man appeared somewhat disheartened, seemingly resigned to the fact that there was no path forward. Seeing potential in the situation, Qin Feng smiled and said, since you all share this thought, I shall stop pretending and reveal my true identity. I am a corpse driver. I may very well be the last of my kind in this world. My earlier inquiries about tomb raiding were merely to gauge your awareness. Now that you have seen through me, how about joining me as a corpse driver? We can also earn a living. Upon hearing this, Wu Xia and the others regarded Qin Feng with a sense of disbelief, feeling as though they were being duped. Kid, what on earth are you? One moment you're talking about going to the llama, the next you're a corpse driver. Are you going to claim you sell pork next? The plump man frowned. Wu Xia also stared at him, clearly skeptical. Noticing their expressions, Qin Feng quickly asserted, I assure you, I am indeed a genuine corpse driver. In fact, I sought you out to steer you away from the edge and guide you back to the right path. Look, he extended his palm, revealing a purple gold bell that shimmered in the light. The bell was none other than the soul-settling bell, intricately carved with a dragon that appeared to soar through the air, truly exquisite. This is the secret artifact of corpse driving, the soul-settling bell. Once it rings, wealth will follow, malevolent spirits will retreat, and the living shall not intrude. The time to return the corpses home has come. Will you accompany me in this endeavor? Qin Feng's expression was earnest, devoid of jest. The plump man and the others exchanged glances, their hearts still uncertain. Wu Xia inquired, we can't comprehend this. What proof do you have that you are a true corpse driver? Yes, how can you prove it? Don't suggest we go find a corpse. Where am I supposed to find one at this juncture? The plump man echoed. Qin Feng contemplated for a moment before responding. There's no need to find a corpse. A corpse driver communicates with the lingering spirit of a deceased through the soul-settling bell and incantations. While the deceased retain but a single soul, the living possess all their spirits. A person in a coma is akin to a corpse. I can use a comatose individual to prove my abilities as a corpse driver. A comatose person? Where am I supposed to find one of those? The plump man retorted, exasperated. Qin Feng merely smiled and said, I will find one. I ask that young Master Sin record this as evidence. He then turned to the plump man, grinning. Plump master, look behind you. Huh, what? The plump man turned to look, and in that instant, Qin Feng seized a beer bottle from the table and struck it against the plump man's head with a resounding crack. The plump man froze, turning back to face Qin Feng. You little rascal. With a loud thud, the plump man collapsed to the ground, unconscious. The young man and Wu Xie immediately sprang to their feet, especially the young man, who drew his ancient sword. Seeing this, Qin Feng hastily waved his hands. Aren't you eager for proof? I shall demonstrate it for you now. Please record it, dear sir. Do not use a knife. I can handle the corpse-chasing fat man and defeat you within 3 moves. If you do not believe me, feel free to test it. Chapter 3. The corpse driver and the chubby man's defeat in 3 moves. You better not be fooling around, or I won't stop him, Wu Xie said, a hint of anger in his voice. Although the chubby man was sturdy, a single blow could result in a concussion. Qin Feng forced a smile. To complete his mission, he had to take the plunge. Xiao Ge, just record it. And please, both of you, cover your ears. The soul bell affects the living too. Wu Xie and the young man exchanged glances, then stuffed paper into their ears. Seeing this, Qin Feng shook the soul bell vigorously. Ding ding ding. The universe is vast. The corpse driving begins. Rise. As the incantation was recited, the chubby man lying on the ground stood up, eyes tightly shut, his body rigid, resembling a corpse. Please, go ahead. Qin Feng gestured invitingly. The young man placed his ancient blade on the table and approached, the atmosphere growing tense. Qin Feng understood well who the young man was. He was at the pinnacle of the tomb raiding world. It was nearly impossible for an ordinary person to defeat him. The fact that even a blood corpse could have its neck twisted off was a testament to his formidable strength. Yet, a corpse driver had unique skills that made this profession stand out. The young man could not twist the chubby man's neck, which was Qin Feng's reliance. As long as he could control the corpse, they could engage in combat. The possessed corpse felt no pain, and its rigid body would unleash its full power, making its combat capability formidable. If the corpse were on the verge of transformation, its malevolent energy would enhance its strength even further. Go, the young man sneered, then suddenly launched a kick aimed at the chubby man's chest. Qin Feng, witnessing this, shook the bell rapidly, chanting, Mount Tai stands before me, my feet rooted and steady as a rock. Block. As the last word left his lips, the chubby man raised his arms to shield his chest, taking a defensive stance with one foot forward. The next instant, a dull thud echoed. The young man's kick landed on the chubby man's arms. Yet, a miraculous scene unfolded. The chubby man's body remained unmoved, his feet sliding nearly a meter on the floor, leaving a dark mark behind. The young man, however, was sent flying backward, staggering 5 or 6 steps before regaining his balance. Wu Xie, filming with his phone, wore an expression of shock. He knew the young man's combat abilities well. How could the chubby man withstand a single blow? Yet, astonishingly, he had blocked it, and it was evident that the young man's strength was inferior. That was just the first move. Let's see the second. Qin Feng smiled, shaking the bell once more. Ding ding ding. In the realm of 3,000, the dead may command the living to retreat. Attack. With the incantation completed, the chubby man sprang forward, arms extended and fists clenched, charging straight at the young man's chest. The young man furrowed his brow, accelerating and delivering a kick toward the chubby man's fist. A resounding thud followed, leading to an unbelievable sight. Wu Xie, filming, gasped as the young man was hurled backward, crashing through the window and falling from the 3rd floor. The chubby man stumbled back several steps but managed to steady himself. Wu Xie's eyes widened, his mouth agape, struggling to find words. The young man quickly re-entered through the broken window, his body now adorned with several cuts from the shattered glass. Upon seeing Qin Feng, he seemed ready to attack again. You lost, Xiao Ge. Qin Feng interjected hastily. Reluctantly, the young man released his grip and turned to Qin Feng. Take me with you. Qin Feng smiled, finally achieving his goal. Of course. First, let me wake the chubby man. He approached and propped the chubby man against the wall, splashing a bowl of water on his face. The chubby man jolted awake, trembling, nearly collapsing. Where am I? My hands. His face paled as he clutched his arms in agony. What the hell did you do to me? He growled. Rising to confront Qin Feng. You won. You sent Xiao Ge flying. Qin Feng reassured him. Xiao-san Yi has the video. You can watch it for yourself. The chubby man paused, glancing at Wu Xie, who nodded in affirmation, causing the chubby man to burst into laughter. Is this for real? I sent Xiao Ge flying? Let me see. He rushed over to watch the footage. Moments later, he was ecstatic. Haha, I can't believe it. Xiao Ge, you finally met your match. I told you my skills were unmatched. This is exhilarating. It seems the pinnacle of tomb raiding is about to rise even higher. Alright, it's not just your prowess. It's also Qin Brother's corpse driving technique that is impressive. Your arm is swollen too, Wu Xie remarked, signaling a waiter who had rushed in to fetch some ointment. 10 minutes later, everyone was seated again, and the atmosphere had noticeably lightened. The young man kept his gaze fixed on Qin Feng, making Wu Xie a bit uncomfortable. Since Xiao Ge is joining Qin Brother, let us skip the pleasantries. I have one question. If Qin Brother agrees, I will follow you without hesitation. The chubby man grinned. What is it? It's about the corpse driving technique. Can you teach me? If I master it, I could become a powerful figure. Qin Feng chuckled. Of course. But mastering the technique requires continuous practice. How quickly you three learn depends on your individual aptitude. Our aptitude is undoubtedly excellent. We are legends in tomb raiding. Learning the corpse driving technique will surely be easy, the chubby man exclaimed. By the way, where are we headed? Shall we set off now to find some corpses? The chubby man was already impatient. Qin Feng sighed. I have a corpse driving inn, and most corpse driving jobs involve searching for corpses in the wild. Why would you want to dig up graves? That would be unethical. Wu Xie chuckled. Qin Brother, don't mind him. He just talks nonsense. Since we've decided to learn from you, where is this corpse driving inn? Is it in Luozhou City? Qin Feng nodded. He had mentioned coming from Luozhou City, which was likely where his inn would be. Yes, in Luozhou City. You all prepare. We will depart in an hour. Got it. The chubby man jumped up to gather his belongings. Wu Xie went back to retrieve some items, leaving only the young man still seated. When they were alone, the young man turned to Qin Feng and asked, when will you teach us? Taken aback, Qin Feng smiled. Tomorrow, once we return, I will teach you. Xiao Ge. With your skills, you will learn quickly. By the way, corpse driving will inevitably attract attention. If you wish to remain incognito, consider getting a mask. 10 minutes. The young man replied, then promptly leaped out the window. Qin Feng chuckled, recognizing his decisive nature. He poured himself a drink and downed it, feeling immensely satisfied. Almost simultaneously, a voice echoed in his mind. Ding! The task of the corpse transport inn has been accomplished. A reward of 1 location for establishing the inn has been granted. Please select the site promptly, as changes cannot be made afterwards. Qin Feng chuckled to himself, pondering the peculiarities of the tomb raiding world. It would indeed be fascinating to lead his companions in transporting corpses. Yet, he couldn't help but wonder how their old acquaintances would react upon witnessing his companions engaged in such an unusual endeavor. Chapter 4. Establishing the Lin family's haunted residence and the opening of the corpse transport in the young man was indeed punctual. 10 minutes later, he donned a mask that covered only half of his face, giving him a strikingly handsome appearance. Wu Xie and the portly fellow also returned with their backpacks. After a brief discussion, they promptly purchased tickets to Luozhou City and set off under the cover of night. Luozhou City, situated in the central region of the parallel world of Longhua, may not be the most economically prosperous, yet it is steeped in rich cultural heritage. Renowned as a historical city with a legacy of 13 dynasties, the portly fellow leaned over and chuckled. Qin, I've heard that Luozhou City boasts an array of delectable dishes, particularly the water banquet and lamb soup. Is there a place near your inn for corpse transportation? Well, there will be in the future, Qin Feng replied, a hint of embarrassment in his voice, as he had yet to finalize the location of his inn. In the future? So, there's none at present? That's fine. I have ample time. As long as I can earn money alongside you. I can always open a lamb soup shop myself, he said with a chuckle. By the way, where exactly is your inn? Let us hope it's not too remote. Or business could be challenging. Don't worry, it won't be, Qin Feng assured him. Now, let us get some rest. With that, he closed his eyes, ignoring the portly fellow. Truth be told, Qin Feng himself was uncertain where to establish the inn. Casting a glance at the portly fellow, who had turned to sleep, Qin Feng silently inquired within his mind, System, do you have any recommendations for a location to set up the corpse transport in? Beep. Host's destination detected as Luozhou City. 2 suitable locations have been selected for the host. The system can autonomously purchase replacement information, requiring only the host's decision. To his delight, Qin Feng found that there were indeed options available. The first location, Wanan Ridge, located outside Luozhou City, adjacent to Wanan Mountain. A 30-minute drive from the city center, boasting picturesque scenery. The second location, Lin family's haunted residence, conveniently located within Luozhou City. Both locations can have their information directly replaced. The system reminded him. Qin Feng considered the two options, weighing their pros and cons. The location outside the city was tranquil, ideal for corpse transportation without the risk of encountering people. Conversely, the city center offered convenient transportation and facilitated business expansion. Although the profession of corpse transporters primarily dealt with the deceased, being too deep in the mountains could hinder operations. After careful deliberation, Qin Feng decided on the Lin family's haunted residence. Beep. Host has selected Lin family's haunted residence. Information has been replaced. The corpse transport inn has been established. Current status, primary corpse transport inn. Subsequent completion of system tasks may result in upgrades. Upon arrival at the corpse transport inn, the system will begin normal order processing. As the system's voice echoed in his mind, Qin Feng felt an object materialize in his hand. Upon inspection, it turned out to be an ancient key, presumably for the inn. With the key in hand, Qin Feng couldn't help but wonder what the inn would look like. It must not be too dilapidated, as this would be the starting point for his development in Longhua. The night passed without incident. On the following morning, the group finally reached Luozhou City. The portly fellow clamored for lamb soup, and Qin Feng, with no other choice, led them to sample the city's renowned dish. Upon leaving, the portly fellow, patting his belly in dissatisfaction, exclaimed, "That owner is quite stingy. I only managed to get 4 refills of soup, and he looked as though it pained him. Honestly, the way he eyed us made it seem like we shared a single bowl among the 4 of us. I won't be joining you for soup again. It's too embarrassing." Half an hour later, the 4 finally arrived at the area where the Lin family's haunted residence was located. Qin Feng had some knowledge of this place. It was situated on a desolate construction site within Luozhou City. Years ago, this had been a village known as Linjia Village, predominantly inhabited by the Lin family. The most notable figure was the village chief, Lin Changgang. Legend has it that Lin Changgang was once a martial champion in the imperial court, but for reasons unknown, he returned to his village to live a humble life. He soon became the most powerful figure in the village, leading the villagers to elect him as chief. Lin Changgang had a daughter, referred to respectfully as Miss Lin by the villagers. However, when she was merely 3 years old, a devastating fire engulfed Linjia village, resulting in countless fatalities, including the Lin family. Tragically, the remains of his daughter were never recovered. Survivors attempted to rebuild, but the ruins were plagued by hauntings, prompting everyone to relocate to other villages, and the matter faded into obscurity. This incident occurred over 50 years ago. Since then, Luozhou City has attempted multiple times to redevelop the area, but each effort resulted in fatalities, leaving the site abandoned until now. My corpse transport inn is situated atop the Lin family's old residence, Qin Feng explained. Wu Xie and the others exchanged glances, and the portly fellow remarked, "Qin, no offense, but choosing a haunted place for a corpse transport inn is rather bold, don't you think? Are you perhaps enamored with the Lin family girl? She was only 3 when she perished. Have some decency." Qin Feng chuckled in response. This profession inevitably involves dealings with the supernatural. As the saying goes, one's heart serves as a scale, determining all matters. Do not assume that ghosts are malevolent. Human hearts can be darker still. It is often said in the tomb raiding community that those who fear ghosts should not venture into tombs. Similarly, if one fears ghosts, how can they perform corpse transport? The trio was momentarily taken aback, unknowingly drawn into Qin Feng's rhetoric. "Goodness, is that the inn? A 2-story building. My word," the portly fellow exclaimed. Upon their gaze, they beheld what appeared to be a 2-story inn standing amidst the seemingly abandoned construction site. A conspicuous crooked tree, a mulberry, stood outside the inn. 2 vibrant red lanterns hung from the 2nd floor. The surrounding mist created an eerie atmosphere, while a signboard prominently displayed the words Yin Yang Inn. Moreover, a series of numbers, 3020590007, was imprinted on the threshold, presumably the door number. Throughout their journey, they had encountered similar door numbers elsewhere. "Why doesn't it say corpse transport inn?" the portly fellow inquired, puzzled. Wu Xie and the young man shared his confusion, questioning why the sign bore Yin Yang Inn instead of corpse transport inn. Qin Feng smiled and replied, "Do you refer to a butcher as the butcherman?" Or call a seller of lamb soup the soup seller? The term for corpse transporters is often walking master, so it is customary for this inn to be referred to as yin yang inn. Moreover, corpse transportation is merely a facet of our services, which also encompass body retrieval, storage, overnight lodging, soul summoning, and ghost exorcism, among others. Isn't yin yang more fitting? That makes sense. Qin, from now on, we should call you Innkeeper Qin, Wu Xie remarked. Having seen the yin yang inn, shall we venture inside? Qin Feng nodded, retrieving the key and approaching the inn to unlock the door. As he pushed the door open, a chill breeze swept forth, accompanied by a voice resonating in his mind. Beep. Arrived at the inn, the Corpse Transport Inn is officially open for business. The Corpse Transport Inn system is now accepting orders. Please familiarize yourself with the inn as soon as possible. Chapter 5. The bosses love to paint grand visions. The first order of the corpse from the kingdom of Wan come in. Qin Feng beckoned. A group entered the inn, and the scene unfolded before their eyes. It was a grand circular hall, with an ancient-style counter prominently positioned in the center. The counter jutted out slightly, elevating it above the other four directions, exuding an air of magnificence. Behind the counter stood a square wooden pillar, adorned with a modest portrait of Xiao Ge, whose fierce and lifelike expression was quite imposing. Beneath the portrait was an inscription in golden characters. Western adventurers are for corpses. What does this mean, innkeeper? The stout man inquired, tossing his backpack onto the table, perplexed. Wu Xie and the young man also looked bewildered. Despite being experts in tomb raiding, they found themselves unfamiliar with the nuances of this corpse-handling profession. With a smile, Qin Feng pointed to the golden inscription and explained, becoming a corpse handler is relatively easy, but establishing a corpse handling inn is no simple task. The profession of corpse handling is merely one of the classical trades, with many practitioners in ancient times, yet very few have successfully opened an inn for this purpose. The requirements for a corpse handler to operate an inn are quite high. The phrase Western adventurers are for corpses is just one part of a larger saying. Eastern arrivals are masters. Southern migrants are servants. Western adventurers are corpses. Northern visitors are common folk. What does that mean? Wu Xie and the others were even more confused, with even the usually lethargic young man displaying a look of bewilderment. Qin Feng chuckled. It means that those coming from the east are formidable individuals. One should not provoke them at the risk of one's life. Most from the south are transformed creatures, so caution is warranted. Those from the west are primarily corpses, which is our current primary business. Those from the north are generally lesser spirits, which is another area we will focus on. The realm of the dead differs from the living. There exists a phenomenon known as the wind sha, a tempest that sweeps through the underworld, carrying away all spirits and corpses. This wind originates from the east, travels south, moves west, heads north, and ultimately returns to the east. Through this cycle, the various ranks of spirits in the underworld are revealed. Thus, the lesser spirits from the north are actually the weakest. True powerful spirits reside in the east. In the future, each side of the inn will serve as an entrance, allowing you to assess the strength of visitors based on their direction of arrival. Of course, we are not yet in a position to engage with these entities, but I wanted to convey that our corpse handling trade holds significant potential. Is that for real? Wu Xie and the others expressed skepticism. The stout man laughed. Innkeeper, don't you bosses always like to paint grand visions? Let us not get ahead of ourselves. We should focus on opening our doors and securing our first order to earn our initial profits. By the way, I'd like to see just how lucrative this corpse handling business truly is. Qin Feng replied with a grin. Then why don't you familiarize yourselves with the inn? We'll have work to do soon. All right, let us go get acquainted, the stout man and his companions said as they picked up their belongings to explore the inn. The inn comprised 2 stories and 2 courtyards. The first floor of the front courtyard was, as expected, the inn. The second floor served as their quarters, providing accommodations for the living. Meanwhile, the majority of the rear courtyard was designated as a mortuary, with one room serving as a cremation chamber. Unlike the traditional cremation furnaces found in funeral homes, this cremation room employed a method based on formations and feng shui, ensuring that no ashes would remain after the process. However, this chamber would be used infrequently. Additionally, the rear courtyard featured a well, which would adequately supply the inn with water for daily living. While the stout man and his companions chose their rooms and familiarized themselves with the surroundings, Qin Feng seized the opportunity to take a wooden board. He inscribed the words Lin family ancestral tablets in vermilion, and upon completion, hung it from a square wooden beam, respectfully lighting several sticks of incense. I, Qin Feng, hope for your forgiveness for any future disturbances. I shall offer incense thrice daily and hope for your acceptance. With that, he placed the incense into the burner. After all, this corpse handling inn was established atop the Lin family's ancestral home. Though the area was rumored to be haunted, the veracity of such claims remained uncertain. Nevertheless, proper etiquette must be observed to prevent potential conflicts in the future. Once he completed these rituals, the stout man and his companions returned, having familiarized themselves with the inn. Upon sitting down, the stout man raised 2 questions. Innkeeper, allow me to ask 2 questions. First, while I can cook, I didn't come here to apply for a chef's position. You mentioned you would teach us the art of corpse handling. Shouldn't we hire a chef for the inn? After all, relying on takeout for every meal can be quite costly, and I worry that if delivery drivers hear it's a corpse handling inn, they might refuse to come. Secondly, since our abilities differ, what if I, the stout man, cannot learn the art of corpse handling? In response, Qin Feng chuckled, I will look into hiring a chef, though I fear the chef may be reluctant to join us. As for your second concern, I have already considered it. I will first take you to experience the differences between corpse handling and corpse retrieval. You can then choose which path to focus on, as we will be expanding into many businesses in the future. So, you need not worry about that. As Qin Feng spoke, a voice echoed in his mind. Ding. Corpse handling and system order completed. First order, corpses from the Kingdom of Wan. Location, outside Luozhou City, Wanan Ridge. 2 corpses from the Kingdom of Wan. The 2 corpses are female spies who infiltrated our country during wartime and show signs of transformation. Please deliver them to the police station promptly. Completion reward, 40,000 dragon coins, 1 spirit dispersing bell. Will you accept the order? 40,000. 2 corpses are worth 40,000? That means each corpse is worth 20,000. This is truly a windfall. Qin Feng's smile widened, barely able to contain his excitement. All right, our first order has arrived. Let us head to Wanan Ridge to retrieve the 2 corpses from the Kingdom of Wan. This will also give you a glimpse into the true nature of corpse handling. Gather your belongings, lock the door, and let us set off. The stout man and his companions, intrigued, promptly locked the inn and followed Qin Feng out. To be honest, although the stout man had previously lost to the young man in 3 moves during a corpse handling demonstration, they had yet to witness Qin Feng's true abilities in this field. With their first order on the horizon, curiosity stirred within them. All 3 were adept tomb raiders and had encountered numerous corpses, so they felt confident that corpse handling should not be overly difficult. They hurried to the bustling city center, hailed a taxi, and headed straight for Wanan Ridge. During the ride, the stout man inquired, Innkeeper, forgive my boldness, but how much can we earn from this order? Qin Feng smiled and held up 2 fingers. 2 corpses, 20,000 each, totaling 40,000. What? Exclaimed the stout man, his eyes widening in disbelief. 40,000 may not seem like much, but this is just our first order. Each corpse is worth 20,000. Reflecting on my past tomb raiding experiences, I can't help but feel regret. Why didn't I understand the profitability of the corpse handling trade back then? Those in coffins weren't just corpses, they were money. A blood corpse should at least fetch 50,000, right? The corpse of King Lushang must be worth at least 100,000. The overweight individual, filled with increasing regret, gritted his teeth and exclaimed, what a misfortune. Why did I not meet Brother Qin sooner? Chapter 6. The Summoning Talisman and the Astonishment of the Iron Triangle. After a busy morning, it was now 3 in the afternoon. The 4 of them could only purchase some food on the way to satiate their hunger. Half an hour later, they arrived at Wanan Ridge. Wanan Ridge was an undeveloped mountain range. Though adjacent to Wanan Mountain, its development was considerably inferior. Typically, few ventured to this place, which was one reason why the system had previously recommended it as a potential site for the Ghost Escort Inn. The forest of Wanan Ridge was dense, shrouding the sunlight from view as they walked through. However, the forest was not vast, otherwise, it would have long been enclosed for preservation. Where is that corpse from the Maru Kingdom? Wuxia inquired. To be honest, I find your question rather morbid. If you had asked where the ancient tomb lies, we could have had a discussion, but asking about a corpse is truly a challenge, Tianjun replied. If I were to ask you where the ancient tomb is, would you know? You certainly wouldn't be able to determine the burial site. Wuxia chuckled. The fatty, feeling disgruntled, retorted, listen here, Tianjun. Although I often mingle with you country bumpkins, I am indeed a genuine grave robber by trade. However, determining the burial site is far too simplistic. I wouldn't deign to flaunt that knowledge. It's one thing to put me in a predicament, but you ought not to trouble the innkeeper. In the realm of grave robbing, there exists the dragon-seeking technique, but there is no equivalent in corpse escorting. Indeed, There is no technique for locating corpses, Qin Feng affirmed. Then how on earth are we to find this Maru Kingdom corpse? The fatty asked, bewildered. Without a technique for locating corpses, scouring such a vast forest for two bodies is akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Perhaps we should let Xiao Ge take the lead. He is notably sensitive and would surely detect any nearby corpses, the fatty suggested. Xiao Ge shook his head and uttered, the distance is too great. It's difficult. Faced with this, the fatty was at a loss. Wu Xie sighed and asked, Innkeeper, without a technique for locating corpses, how shall we find the corpse from the Maru Kingdom? Qin Feng chuckled and replied, while there is no technique for locating corpses in this field, there exists the summoning talisman. Locating a corpse is not difficult, just watch carefully. With that, Qin Feng produced 2 yellow talismans from his pocket, dipped his hand in red powder, and inscribed several characters upon them in a manner reminiscent of ghostly calligraphy. Simultaneously, he recited incantations, heavenly talisman, and earthly evil. Commands of the 5 elements, yin and yang distinct, summoned the souls of the living. As his voice fell, Wu Xie and the others were astonished to see the 2 yellow talismans levitate into the air. Faintly, 2 flames flickered upon the talismans. Once airborne, the talismans darted off to the left, prompting Qin Feng to beckon the 3 to follow. The fatty, eyes gleaming with excitement, inquired, Innkeeper, what is this summoning talisman? It's so impressive. Teach me. Yes, Innkeeper, I want to learn as well. Wu Xie chimed in eagerly. Though Xiao Ge remained silent, he edged closer, his desire to learn unmistakable. Qin Feng smiled and said, don't rush. I will teach you all. For now, consider this a demonstration of how a corpse escort operates. The summoning talisman is merely one of many talismans and is among the simplest. Once you master the art of corpse escorting and retrieving, I will instruct you further. Possessing supreme skills in corpse escorting and talisman crafting, Qin Feng was already proficient in these arts. However, the fatty and his companions were eager to understand. Under normal circumstances, they would have dismissed this as mere trickery, but given Qin Feng's previous feats, they could not doubt his authenticity. Seeing the power of the summoning talisman, both the fatty and Wu Xie felt a newfound respect for Qin Feng. This ancient profession was indeed shrouded in mystery, and their understanding had been profoundly transformed. Innkeeper, could you perhaps explain the underlying principle? The fatty asked. Qin Feng smiled, noting that the summoning talisman showed no signs of stopping. He elaborated, the essence is quite simple. Every corpse retains a fragment of its spirit. The summoning talisman can sense the location of this fragment, guiding us to it. Of course, if a corpse has been interred for too long, its spirit may dissipate, manifesting as a malevolent aura. For instance, the Maru Kingdom corpse is nearing a transformation, hence the presence of such an aura. The summoning talisman can detect this aura, which is how it leads us here. Look, it has stopped. As he spoke, the floating talismans came to a halt beside 2 ancient trees. Is this the spot? Wu Xie asked. Qin Feng nodded. Upon seeing this, the fatty eagerly retrieved a folding shovel from his backpack, exclaiming, now that we've found it, let us see what I can do. I'll have this corpse unearthed in under 2 hours. He moved to take action. Wu Xie intended to assist, but Qin Feng swiftly intervened. What are you doing? We are corpse escorts, not grave robbers. Both Wu Xie and the fatty paused, confusion etched on their faces, with Xiao Ge looking equally perplexed. Innkeeper, I don't quite understand. Isn't it necessary for a corpse escort to dig up the body to escort it? Wu Xie queried. Qin Feng chuckled, not at all. A corpse escort has its own methods, just watch. He then pointed at the 2 hovering yellow talismans, commanding, heavenly talisman above, guide us with the northern dipper. Yellow talisman, heed my call, reveal the corpses swiftly. As his words resonated, Wu Xie and the others were astounded to witness the summoning talismans descend to the ground. Almost simultaneously, 2 muffled explosions echoed, and the ground beside the ancient trees erupted, revealing 2 gaping holes from which dark vapors billowed forth. From these openings emerged 2 desiccated female corpses, their clothing reminiscent of decades past, yet severely decayed. The flesh was tightly clung to the bones, with sunken eye sockets and prominent teeth, rendering them grotesque. At this sight, the fatty could not restrain his exclamation, my goodness, this summoning talisman is incredibly powerful. It makes our previous methods of locating graves seem utterly pathetic. If one mastered this technique, one could summon the tomb's master from outside the grave with all their treasures, delivering them right to us. Hold on. We are no longer grave robbers. Even if we learn this technique, we must refrain from grave robbing in the future, Wu Xie cautioned. Just speaking hypothetically, the fatty chuckled. But innkeeper, this technique is truly remarkable. You must teach me. I want to learn too. Xiao Ge suddenly tugged at Qin Feng's sleeve. Qin Feng smiled reassuringly. Rest assured. I will certainly teach you. Just let me first. Before he could finish his sentence, the two emerging corpses suddenly erupted with dark energy, surging towards Qin Feng and the others. It was evident that they had risen from the dead. My word, they transformed so quickly. Qin Feng inwardly cursed as he prepared to act. However, Xiao Ge, reacting instinctively, leaped onto one of the corpse's shoulders. Qin Feng, sensing impending disaster, shouted, Xiao Ge, stop. Don't kill. Crack. Before he could finish, the sound of cracking bones echoed, and the head of one corpse toppled completely from its body, causing it to collapse. The signature move of the young man, the neck twist, is truly executed with remarkable swiftness. Chapter 7. The shopkeeper transforms me. I want to viciously beat up the young man. What did you say, shopkeeper? The young man inquired, turning his head. Qin Feng, exasperated, replied, we are corpse drivers. If you've broken the neck, what corpse are we supposed to drive? However, the young man seemed momentarily dazed. In the past, he had dealt with zongzi, sticky rice dumplings, in this manner, but this time it seemed he had created a mess. As they spoke, another female corpse from the Wan Kingdom charged forward. Fearing chaos, Qin Feng shouted, everyone stay still, pay attention. He then retrieved a yellow talisman from his pocket and swiftly inscribed several characters upon it. Simultaneously, he proclaimed, 12 gates of the heavenly palace, seal the entrapment array. Seal. With that incantation, the yellow talisman was instantly affixed to the forehead of the female corpse. In the next moment, astonishingly, the corpse halted completely, motionless. Qin Feng approached and adjusted the corpse's arm, stating helplessly, this is the technique of our profession, young man. You must remain calm next time. The young man scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. The stout fellow, feeling pity, rushed over and cradled the corpse's head, saying, shopkeeper, it's no trouble. No trouble at all. My sewing skills are quite adept. I can stitch it back together. No way. Qin Feng waved his hand. Our line of work has many rules, and unlike treasure hunters, we cannot bend them. We must adhere to the 3 drives and 3 prohibitions. One of these rules states that we do not drive incomplete corpses. This rule cannot be broken. You should just burn that female corpse. But that is 20,000. Just like that, burn away? You might as well burn me. The stout fellow lamented. Qin Feng sighed. Money can be earned again, but rules cannot be broken. Otherwise, we will be the ones to suffer. Listen, burn it. I. The stout one's face was full of sorrow. Come on, it's only 20,000. With the shopkeeper's skills, how much more can we earn in the future? Just listen and burn it, Wu Xie urged. Reluctantly, the stout fellow joined Wu Xie to gather some dry wood. They cleared away the surrounding weeds to prevent a fire hazard and then set the female corpse ablaze. I'm sorry, the young man said awkwardly. Qin Feng smiled. It's all right. I've long heard of your remarkable skills, young man. Today has truly opened my eyes. There are plenty of business opportunities ahead, but you must remember these rules. Understood. The young man nodded earnestly. What were you two whispering about? Wu Xie suddenly interjected. Nothing much. Just discussing the rules of the corpse driving in. It's still early, and we can't set off yet. Would you like to try your hand at corpse driving? Qin Feng smiled. At this, Wu Xie and the others perked up. Qin Feng took out the soul-raising bell and said, if you wish to learn corpse driving, you must understand several steps. Initially, the processes of finding and guiding the corpse do not require the soul-raising bell. Primarily, we rely on the yellow talisman. Only during the actual driving of the corpse do we need the bell. He continued, there are 4 steps to corpse driving, categorized into 2 forms. The 4 steps are rising the corpse, driving the corpse, holding the corpse, and laying the corpse. Each step has its own incantation. For instance, the incantation for rising the corpse is heavens and earth, mysterious yellow, universe and wilderness. Corpse driving sets sail, both human and ghost yield. Rise. After this incantation, each time the bell is shaken, the corpse will move forward. To make the corpse stop, the command for halting the corpse must be invoked. The path is long and arduous. Do not rush or hurry. Halt. As for the other incantations for laying and driving the corpse, they naturally differ. At this point, Qin Feng paused before continuing. As for the 2 forms, they pertain to the combat style of corpse driving, divided into attack and defense, each with its own incantation. However, you're not yet ready to delve into that. We can discuss it once you've mastered the basics of corpse driving. Now, who would like to give it a try? I will. The stout fellow, unable to contain his eagerness, stepped forward to take the soul-raising bell and began chanting the incantation towards the corpse. Heavens and earth, mysterious yellow. Corpse driving set sail. Both human and ghost yield. Rise. Rise. Quickly rise. He shouted the command 3 times. Yet the One Kingdom female corpse remained utterly still. What is going on, shopkeeper? Is this One Kingdom corpse discriminating by weight? The stout fellow asked, perplexed. Qin Feng replied, there is no such thing as weight discrimination. Corpse driving requires not just the tools and incantations. You must also feel the connection. Once you can sense the malevolent energy or spiritual essence connecting the instrument to the corpse, it will naturally move. You can keep trying. The stout fellow nodded and continued attempting to make the corpse rise. However, after an hour of effort, the corpse remained unresponsive, as if it held a grudge against him. The only movement was when the wind rustled its clothing. The stout fellow, hoarse from shouting commands, plopped down on the ground. I can't do it anymore. My throat feels like it's on fire. It seems I am not destined to connect with this female corpse. Indeed, One Kingdom women are quite hard to please. Qin Feng shook his head with a smile and handed the soul-raising bell to Wu Xie for him to try. As they approached 6 o'clock in the evening, according to the rules, they could not set off until midnight. Shopkeeper, what about dinner? The stout fellow asked. By the time we return, it may well be past midnight. Should I go back first to get some cooking supplies? Who knows if we'll find any takeaway at that hour? Qin Feng nodded, realizing he had overlooked this matter. You go back first, but prepare to wait for us outside the city. Even if you don't wish to learn corpse driving, it's still beneficial to observe. All right, I'll take my leave then, the stout fellow said, rising to leave. Wu Xie practiced for a while, but eventually gave up, not faring much better than the stout fellow. Finally, Qin Feng, with no other options, let the young man give it a try. Indeed, the work of corpse driving was not something just anyone could do. If one could not sense the connection between the instrument and the corpse, there was no recourse but to practice slowly. The young man took the instrument, reciting the incantation earnestly. As he attempted for the 3rd time, the corpse remarkably stirred. Although it did not leap forward, its body undeniably moved. Witnessing this scene, the young man was filled with exhilaration. It moved, exclaimed Qin Feng. You are the most talented among the 3 of you, perhaps due to your prolonged encounters with the deceased. Keep striving. As for Wu Xie, there's no need to rush. With time, he will surely learn. We still have time, so practice a bit more. After midnight, we must set off. The profession of corpse handling is laden with numerous taboos and regulations, and each ancient trade possesses its unique customs. In the realm of corpse handling, the time from midnight until the crowing of the rooster is deemed the realm of the dead. However, this might differ in other trades, such as tomb raiding or ghost hunting. Each master has their own teachings, hence the varying rules. Additionally, in the practice of corpse handling, the age of 12 is considered a pivotal threshold. It is said that before this age, one can perceive certain entities that adults cannot, such as spirits and phantoms. When it comes to ghosts, Qin Feng is not particularly skilled. His system rewards him solely with the supreme art of corpse handling. Apart from that, he is rather average in other respects. Nevertheless, he is untroubled, as the system will offer further rewards, allowing him to gradually improve his shortcomings. Within 2 hours of returning home, Fatty called to inform him that the cooking utensils and ingredients were ready at the inn, ensuring they would not return to an empty table. He then proceeded to wait outside the city for their arrival. After practicing corpse handling for a while, Wu Xie seemed to lose interest and sat aside, inquiring about various supernatural events. Conversely, the young man appeared to relish the art of corpse handling and practiced until midnight, managing to make the corpse move twice, a commendable rate of progress. However, to truly excel in the craft, further practice is essential. All right, it's time to set off, Qin Feng called out as the clock struck 12. Their journey back would take at least 2 hours, and they arrived outside Luozhou City at 2 in the morning. Qin Feng had calculated that at this hour, the streets would be relatively deserted, thus avoiding many potential disturbances. With the incantation echoing in the air, the journey began. Heaven and earth are vast. The universe is boundless. The handling of corpses commences. Let both the living and the dead make way. Rise. The sound of bells resonated, signaling the commencement of their journey. As the soul bells chimed continuously, the incantation was recited, and the corpse from Wanghua began to move in synchronization. The young man diligently followed along, keen to learn. Wu Xie, however, felt somewhat disheartened, sensing his lack of aptitude for corpse handling, and asked, Master, apart from handling corpses and retrieving bodies, are there other trades? It seems I'm progressing slowly in this art, and I do not wish to pursue it as my primary direction. Qin Feng pondered while on the road and replied, there is also ghost hunting and exorcism. And let us not forget about paper crafting. Paper crafting? Isn't that something everyone can do? Wu Xie inquired. Not quite, Qin Feng chuckled. We do not engage in ordinary paper crafting, as there are specialized shops for that, yielding minimal profit. The paper crafting we pursue is meant for the deceased, and indeed, we must prepare quite a bit in advance. For the deceased? Wu Xie was taken aback. Isn't that meant to be burned for the dead? Qin Feng shook his head. The paper figures we create are intended for spirits to inhabit. They can mimic the living in every way, except they cannot appear in sunlight. Naturally, this is not something that just any spirit can possess. Otherwise, we would invite disaster upon ourselves. I will elaborate more on this later. For now, are you interested in paper crafting? That sounds intriguing, but to be honest, I am not fond of dealing with corpses. It is rather unsettling. I would prefer to learn the art of paper crafting, Wu Xie replied. Qin Feng nodded. The art of paper crafting requires gradual practice. But do not neglect your training in corpse handling. You must master it as soon as possible. If I am out handling corpses and guests arrive at the inn, I will need your assistance. Understood, Wu Xie answered. After roughly an hour of handling the corpse, the young man could no longer contain his eagerness to try it himself. Reluctantly, Qin Feng allowed him to experience it. Remarkably, the young man displayed a certain talent for the craft. Although he struggled with stopping and raising the corpse, he managed to walk it rather smoothly, owing to the simplicity of the incantation involved. As they reached Luozhou City outside at 1:50 in the morning, Qin Feng continued to handle the corpse, deciding it was safer for him to take the lead as they entered the city. Fatty had been waiting outside and rushed over upon seeing them. Master, there is something I need to discuss with you, he said. Oh, what is it? Qin Feng asked. I heard that a nightclub has opened along our route back, and it's quite crowded. It should be just about the time they are wrapping up, Fatty explained. Should we take a detour? Qin Feng frowned. Luozhou City is vast, and the area surrounding the inn is filled with factories. Taking a detour would add at least 2 hours to their journey, meaning they would return to the inn just as dawn was breaking. No need. Why should we sacrifice 2 hours to avoid their opening? After midnight is precisely when the spirits begin their journey. We are justified in our path. But let us not frighten those patrons. We should move swiftly. All right. I don't want to take a detour either. My stomach is growling, Fatty said. This is how it goes in this line of work. You'll get used to it. Let us move. With the bells ringing, they entered Luozhou City. 2 in the front and 2 in the back, escorting the Wangwa corpse. Within the city of Luozhou, in a secluded alley, a nightclub buzzed with activity. A group of well-dressed young men sat outside, enjoying skewers. Brother Yin, why would the boss open a shop in such a remote location? It's too far off. One of the younger men questioned. Beside him, a youth with dyed yellow hair and a menacing glare chuckled in response. What do you know? The boss's business must be in a secluded area. Otherwise, the police would be on us constantly. Can you handle that? True. So what is our plan for tonight? The young man asked. I don't know. It's 2 o'clock, and those patrons should be getting ready to leave. The boss will give us instructions soon. Brother Yin replied, just as his phone rang. Boss. Upon answering, Brother Yin's demeanor shifted to one of respect. Huang, tell your brothers to stay alert. The patrons are about to leave. Keep an eye out for any suspicious individuals, and also, what is that? As he spoke, a short-haired youth glancing out the window saw a procession on the street, accompanied by the sound of bells ringing. A flurry of white paper money cascaded down. Boss. It seems someone is holding a funeral, he stated, alarmed. Have you ever seen a funeral at midnight? The irate, short-haired youth retorted. This is a corpse handling, not some foolish influencer seeking attention. I'm opening tonight. We cannot let them interfere. Understood, I'm on it. Brother Yin hurriedly replied. Just as the short-haired youth hung up, a peculiar middle-aged man in Taoist robes approached, grinning as he asked, What is the matter, Qin Feng? Uncle Lu, it is merely a trivial matter. I have instructed my subordinates to handle it. Oh, the middle-aged man was about to speak when he heard the ringing from outside. He approached the window and glanced outside, breaking into a smile. Corpse transporting? This profession must have vanished for centuries, hasn't it? It seems there are quite a few aspiring internet celebrities in Luozhou City. Qin Feng quickly smiled in response. Indeed, never mind. Uncle Lu, I will accompany you inside. Once we resolve this, I'll ensure you return. The middle-aged man nodded and said, Do not mess this up. You are well aware of my purpose for being here. That case is still under scrutiny. Understood, understood. Qin Feng replied, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Chapter 9. Patience, brother, it shall pass, damn him. Manager, let us move a bit faster, Wu Xie reminded. Qin Feng turned his head and indeed noticed a nightclub, resplendent with red lights and green hues, still ablaze with activity. The throng of people at the entrance starkly contrasted with his own unique life as a corpse courier. Since fate had decreed that he was to be a corpse courier in this life, Qin Feng harbored no regrets. With wealth, what kind of life could he not lead? Let us hasten our pace. Spirits are on the move. Keep your distance from the living, he added, hastening the ringing of the bell in his hand. Wuxia, along with the rotund fellow and the brother, fixated on the gathering of onlookers, apprehensive that their curiosity might draw them closer. Should they approach? The corpse of the lady from Wangwu might rise from the dead. What the hell is going on? Are they filming? One bystander remarked. Looks like they're conducting a corpse procession. Damn, today's internet celebrities would do anything for fame. Another chimed in. Seriously, for people for one corpse? That's a bit excessive, don't you think? Yeah, if you switched it up and had one person carry 4 corpses, you might actually go viral. A group of young men, bare-chested and brimming with bravado, laughed and shouted. At that moment, a fellow named Eyed Brother hung up his phone, seizing a beer bottle and pointing at Qin Feng. Who the hell are these moronic influencers? Don't they know this is my territory? Get the hell out of here, or I'll make you regret it. Qin Feng and his companions furrowed their brows, having already attempted to be polite by quickening their pace, only to be met with Eyed Brother's insolence, which was truly irksome. Manager, should I teach him a lesson? The rotund fellow queried, his temper flaring, yet showing restraint by merely asking Qin Feng. In the ancient tomb, even the Zongzi dared not speak to him in such a manner. Forget it, manager. We have our duties as corpse couriers to attend to, Wu Xia said, not wishing to lower himself to the level of these ruffians. In his eyes, allowing the brother to handle these thugs would be sullied work. Indeed, it is imperative we stay focused on our journey and avoid unnecessary conflicts, Qin Feng murmured. They continued onward, yet the brother's icy gaze remained fixed on the yellow-haired man. Initially, Eyed Brother had been quite pleased with himself, but sensing the brother's unwavering stare sent a chill down his spine, igniting a flicker of fear within him. He was, after all, renowned as a local thug in Luozhou, and the fact that he felt intimidated by a mere glance was infuriating. What the hell are you looking at? The brother remained silent. Wu Xia, observing the tension, whispered, Let it go, brother. They're just a bunch of scoundrels, not worth our time. Yeah, I'm talking to you. I dare you to look at me again. The yellow-haired man continued to provoke, feeling his authority challenged. Brother, let us just keep moving. Engaging with them isn't worth it, Qin Feng advised. Manager, if I were to eliminate them, would there be any profit in corpse handling? The rotund fellow gritted his teeth. It seems there wouldn't be, Qin Feng replied. Remember, you're here to accumulate good karma. Killing doesn't contribute to that. Fine, I'll hold back, the rotund fellow conceded. However, the brother's gaze remained icy, still fixated on the yellow-haired man. Had Qin Feng not mentioned the importance of accumulating good karma, the brother would have likely already dealt with the ruffian. Are you still staring? At that moment, as they contemplated passing by, the yellow-haired man seized a beer bottle and hurled it at the brother. Evidently incited by the brother's unwavering stare, Qin Feng instantly sensed trouble and shouted, Brother, just let it go. It's not worth it, but before he could finish, a cry of pain escaped his lips. Wu Xia rushed to support him, while the rotund fellow shielded them both. Manager, are you all right? Wu Xia inquired. But upon inspecting his hand, he exclaimed, Manager, you're bleeding. Someone cracked your skull. What? Qin Feng touched his head and felt the warmth of blood, his face paling from the pain. The rotund fellow shouted, Brother, don't act rashly. The manager says to hold back. Just hold back, hold back. I've never felt so humiliated. Am I, a dignified corpse courier, to be bullied by mere living beings? The brother, incensed, declared, Screw them. As long as no one dies, it won't affect our karma. As Qin Feng clutched his head, he shouted, You fat fool, join me. Let us take them down. Wu Xia, who hit me? Was it that yellow-haired punk? Leave him to me. Fuming, Qin Feng raised the soul-calling bell. Damn it. If you think I'm just some influencer, you're mistaken. Today, I shall show you the grandeur of the last corpse courier. 3,000 paths yield corpses. Dare to command the living to retreat 1,000 paces. With a resounding chime of the bell, the Wangwu lady's corpse surged forward. The brother vanished from sight, leaving only the echoes of screams in the crowd. Several thugs found themselves face to face with Qin Feng, who, now enraged, unleashed the power of the bell. The lady's corpse charged, sending 3 or 4 thugs spiraling backward before they even registered her presence. Qin Feng struggled to suppress the lady's urge to rise, aware that in the midst of such a crowd, without his restraint, she would have already awakened. Manager, catch, came the brother's voice from the crowd. The next moment, Qin Feng saw the yellow-haired man soaring through the air towards him. In response, he rang the bell thrice, and the lady's corpse caught the yellow-haired man, her bony hands swiftly encircling his throat. Choking, he cursed, "You filthy whore, how dare you touch me?" Yet before he could finish, he was slammed to the ground, unable to utter another word. Qin Feng approached without hesitation, delivering 2 swift slaps to the yellow-haired man's face. "What's the matter? Did you think you could just throw things? Do you have horns growing from your head or hemorrhoids on your face? Do you think others can't see you? I'll make sure everyone sees," he exclaimed, lifting the veil from the lady's corpse, revealing a horrifying visage of death. Upon witnessing this scene, the blonde-haired individual was instantly paralyzed with fear, his entire body convulsing uncontrollably. He cried out, "Ghost! Whoa, a ghost! A ghost!" Chapter 10. The shocking truth about the corpse handler. Is this truly a corpse? Ugh, I still have to deal with this at home. I must leave first. My wife is about to give birth. I need to go. A group of subordinates, upon realizing that it was indeed a corpse, were immediately terrified and fled in panic. Huang Mao was so frightened that he trembled uncontrollably, losing all composure. Qin Feng, standing nearby, felt his anger had not yet dissipated and remarked, "Can you even look at me?" With a swift motion, he delivered a resounding slap. "Speak." Huang Mao pointed to his neck, indicating he was being choked and unable to articulate a response. Another slap followed. "Why didn't you speak up sooner if you were being choked?" After saying this, Qin Feng finally released the grip on the female corpse's arm. "Tell me, can you look at me?" "Yes, yes. Please stop hitting me. Can you make this thing get up? It's pressing down on my brother." Huang Mao was on the verge of tears. The skeletal form of the female corpse was indeed quite uncomfortable atop him. "Get up? Do you see my head? Is it capable of making you rise? And tossing bottles around, do you have no sense of civic duty?" Upon touching the blood on his head, Qin Feng's anger flared. Huang Mao protested, "Brother, I didn't break your head. It was just my bottle that shattered. Then am I wrong to hit you?" No, I'm not wronged. If I had known you were a real corpse handler, I wouldn't have dared to provoke you." Huang Mao pleaded, "Please, make this thing get up. My brother is in dire straits." Seeing Huang Mao's distress, Qin Feng finally felt his anger subside. He shook the bell, and the female corpse rose to her feet. "Thank you, brother. Thank you." Huang Mao hurriedly scrambled to his feet. Qin Feng warned, "If I see you bullying anyone again, I will send the corpse to your home." "I won't. I absolutely won't." Huang Mao was terrified. Qin Feng glanced at Xiao Ge and the others, who hadn't even broken a sweat, and waved his hand, saying, "Let us go. This is truly unlucky. Heaven and earth, the universe vast and profound. The corpse handling begins. Both man and ghost shall yield. Rise." With the chime of the bell, Qin Feng, along with the 3 others and the corpse, vanished into the darkness. As soon as they left, a subordinate rushed over to help Huang Mao to his feet. "What should we do, Brother Yin? Should we tell the boss?" "Of course we must tell him. He is a real corpse handler, and we can't deal with him. By the way, who recorded the video? Let us take it to him. Otherwise, the boss might not believe us," Huang Mao said as he walked to the side. "Are you not going?" a subordinate asked. "Do you want the boss to take me down? I'm going to shower and change." The subordinate finally noticed that Huang Mao was covered in filth. 20 minutes later, in an office at a nightclub, Qin Feng was watching the video in her hand, her brow furrowed. "Uncle Lu, what do you think?" The middle-aged man stroked his black beard and replied, "This is indeed a corpse handler, but this profession has been extinct for over a century. How could it suddenly resurface? His skills do not appear to be those of a novice. To handle corpses and engage in combat requires decades of experience. I didn't expect such a master to be hidden in this small city of Luozhou. Uncle Lu, are you perhaps overestimating him? Can he truly be compared to you?" Qin Feng probed. The middle-aged man shot her a glare, saying, "I am not of the same ilk as him, and such a lowly profession should not be compared to mine. However, his corpse handling skills seem quite impressive. I shall meet him after dawn. Also, send this video online. I must have a reputable reason to seek him out." "Understood. I will arrange that immediately," Qin Feng replied. She promptly instructed her subordinates to disseminate the news of the corpse handler's appearance in Luozhou. The middle-aged man pondered and added, "We must ascertain their address." "That's simple. I've already dispatched someone to follow them," Qin Feng said. As they spoke, a text message arrived. "Luozhou City. Lin Family Old Residence. 3020590007. Yingyangyan." Yingyangyan. Quite a bold claim. The middle-aged man's eyes gleamed with cold light. In this day and age, someone dares to open an inn of such a nature? They are clearly unaware of the dangers. It seems I must pay a visit tomorrow. Uncle Lu. What is this yin yang in? Qin Feng inquired hurriedly. The middle-aged man's expression turned icy. Do not ask about that which you should not. It will soon be gone. Such establishments are absolutely not permitted within the realm of my influence. With that, the middle-aged man left the room. Qin Feng hurriedly followed, not daring to inquire further. At that moment, online, with the video released, the viewership and shares began to surge. Within minutes, the comment count exceeded 10,000. No way. Is this not a movie? What movie? I was there. It's absolutely real. Wow. There really are corpse handlers in this world? I'm astonished. Isn't this Luozhou city? Aren't corpse handlers from Xiangxi? It turns out that not only Xiangxi has corpse handlers, Luozhou city does too. That guy with the ancient blade is quite handsome. Too bad he's only half masked. Right. He must have scars on his face. Otherwise, why wear a mask? Where's the address? Does anyone know where this corpse handler resides? I want to see it for myself. Yes, I'm also from Luozhou city. I want to go check it out. The address is Lin Family Old Residence, 3020-59007. Let's form a group to go tomorrow. The online discussions surged. Unbeknownst to Qin Feng and the others, they had just returned to the inn with the corpse. As the rotund man was about to open the door, he suddenly exclaimed, "Oh no, there's a beggar lying at the entrance. Let us hurry and leave." Wait, something feels off, Qin Feng noted. The area was safe during the day, but at night no one dared to approach. Everyone knew it was a haunted residence. How could anyone be lying at the entrance at this hour? Look, shopkeeper. The rotund man moved aside, and Qin Feng indeed saw a beggar sprawled at the entrance, clutching his rags indicating he seemed to be unconscious. Could he have fainted from hunger? Hurry, let us cook something for him. Saving a life is a great virtue. Fine, you're the shopkeeper. I'll do as you say. The rotund man opened the door and dragged the old man inside before heading to the kitchen. Qin Feng placed the corpse in the mortuary at the back, then returned to the front hall. It was too late to take it to the police station. He preferred to wait until the next evening to make arrangements. In the meantime, it would also allow Xiao Ge to practice handling corpses, serving two purposes at once. However, without sending the corpse to the police station, this task would remain unfinished, and so he would have to wait for the reward. The old man's breath was faint. The rotund man prepared some porridge and fed him a few spoonfuls. To his surprise, the old man awakened quickly. However, his first words nearly prompted the rotund man to strike him. "What kind of awful food are you feeding me? It tastes terrible. I apologize, but I cannot assist with that." Chapter 11. The Free Cook, Old Tang, suddenly rising from the dead old Tang, with a robust figure, declared with a sense of indignation, "I am not wrong. This porridge is so unpalatable that even pigs would refuse it. Today's youth truly lack the skill to prepare a simple meal. The standards of society are declining." He demanded, "Where's the kitchen? I shall personally demonstrate the artistry of cooking for you." The onlookers appeared bewildered, unsure why the old man was so intent on cooking. The stout fellow, visibly irritated, pointed towards the backyard, exclaiming, "Back there. Let me inform you, old man. This is no ordinary establishment. Have you heard of the corpse transport inn? The backyard houses corpses. If you are not afraid of being frightened to death, then go ahead." Old Tang, stubborn as he was, rolled up his sleeves and retorted, "I am already halfway into the grave. What do I have to fear from corpses? You youngsters, just wait and see." With that, he strode toward the backyard, his demeanor far from that of a man just awakened from slumber. "What is happening here?" asked Wuxia, looking perplexed. Qin Feng shared his bewilderment, while the stout fellow leaned closer, grinning. "What do you think of this move? Let us see what the old man's culinary skills are like. Our inn is in dire need of a cook. If he is decent, we could just pay him a couple of coins and settle the matter, right, innkeeper?" "Yes, that is feasible, but this is a corpse transport inn, and I worry he may not handle it well," Qin Feng replied. After all, the old man had gone directly to the backyard in a fit of anger. Who knew if he would still wish to stay after he calmed down? Never mind him for now. Let us all wash up, and after dinner, we can rest. Tomorrow, while the corpses are still here, we should practice transporting them. By the way, stout fellow, you should find a print shop in the morning and print some advertising materials. Our establishment needs to promote itself as well. All right, the stout fellow agreed. Though today's business had seen a corpse taken by the young man, they had also brought one back. By tomorrow evening, when the corpse was delivered to the police station, this transaction would be concluded. 20,000, so be it. After all, it was their first pot of gold. After a brief wash, the group settled in the main hall. Within half an hour, delectable aromas wafted from the backyard. To be honest, they were quite sleepy at this late hour, but the scent of food invigorated them all. The stout fellow, unable to contain himself, rushed over and returned with grease on his lips, exclaiming, "Innkeeper! Innkeeper! You must make sure old Tang stays. His cooking is simply divine. I would gladly forego my wages just to keep him here. My livelihood depends on him." While he spoke, old Tang approached with 2 plates of food. Upon seeing the dishes, Qin Feng and the others couldn't help but swallow hard. The presentation was undeniably appealing. Wu Xie, unable to resist, took a bite and immediately gave a thumbs up. "Innkeeper, you must try this. It is truly delightful." Qin Feng examined the dishes. One was stir-fried pork with green peppers, and the other was mouth-watering eggplant. After a taste, his eyes sparkled with delight. "You youngsters, look at your expressions. It seems you've never had anything this good before." "I'll go fetch some greens," old Tang said, before returning to the kitchen. Qin Feng glanced at the young man, who also nodded in approval after tasting the food. "Since you all are satisfied, let us discuss how we can persuade him to stay." "Agreed." The stout fellow and his companions chimed in unison. Qin Feng was pleased with the old man's cooking, though he was uncertain if the man would agree to remain. Moments later, at the dining table, Qin Feng smiled and said, "Old Tang, is your surname Tang?" The stout fellow had been calling him Old Tang, prompting Qin Feng to casually inquire. "Indeed. You may call me Old Tang. Thank you for earlier, although that little fatty porridge was truly dreadful. There are still good people like you around during this festive season," Old Tang replied. "You are too modest. To clarify, we operate a corpse transport inn, specializing in dealings with the deceased. Given your age, it may not be suitable for you to stay here. When dawn breaks, we may." "I'm not going anywhere. My children have long since passed. I am left all alone, and my home has vanished. If I leave, I shall starve," Old Tang insisted. "You must be the innkeeper. I see you are in need of a cook. May I stay? I do not require a salary. Just provide me with ample wine, and I will handle the cooking and grocery shopping, but the expenses must be covered by you." Upon hearing this, the stout fellow's eyes lit up. This was precisely the outcome they desired. Furthermore, the old man did not ask for payment. A culinary talent like his was hard to find. "Wonderful. It's settled then. There are vacant rooms upstairs. You shall stay there tonight," Qin Feng hurriedly responded. This was fortuitous. He could find no grounds to refuse. "By the way, Old Tang, I must remind you that this is a corpse transport inn. The backyard will be storing corpses, so please refrain from wandering about aside from the kitchen. It is crucial." "Understood." Old Tang nodded vigorously. As they chatted, within half an hour, the meal prepared by Old Tang had been completely devoured by the group. Exhausted, Qin Feng ascended to his room to sleep. The young man expressed a desire to practice transporting corpses in the backyard, and Qin Feng permitted him to proceed. The stout fellow, after indulging in a meal, needed a cigarette and followed the young man outside. Wu Xie stood nearby and asked, "What do you think of the innkeeper? Are we truly going to learn the art of corpse transport from him?" "Navi, why do you ask that? Do you believe the innkeeper is unfit?" the stout fellow inquired. Wu Xie shook his head. "No, it's just that. It feels too surreal. We are tomb raiders. Yet now we find ourselves engaged in this." The stout fellow chuckled. "There is no distinction in profession. As long as it earns us money, it is worthwhile. Besides, I see the young man is quite fond of the corpse transport work. He is diligent. Most importantly, it allows us to accumulate virtue, something that is sorely lacking in tomb raiding. I think corpse transport is quite commendable. Just ask the young man." The young man turned at this and nodded earnestly. "I like it, corpse transport." Upon hearing this, Wu Xie shrugged helplessly. "Very well, then we shall diligently follow the innkeeper's teachings. But I still have an interest in the paper-cutting art." The young man smiled but remained silent, turning to retrieve the soul-calling bell given to him by Qin Feng. He began to chant the incantation. "Heaven and earth, vast and profound. As the transport begins, let both the living and the spirits yield. Rise." With the sound of the bell chiming, the female corpse in the coffin truly stood up. Witnessing this scene, the stout fellow and Wu Xie couldn't help but marvel. Indeed, people can be infuriatingly impressive. Just one day, and the young man can already raise the dead, while we have yet to learn anything. The young man shook the bell to attempt to transport the corpse, but at that moment, the yellow talisman on the female corpse's head suddenly trembled violently. A burst of flames erupted, igniting the talisman entirely. Simultaneously, the female corpse sprang from the coffin, charging directly at the young man. Caught off guard, the young man instinctively drew his blade to strike the corpse. "Wait, young man, $2,000. Virtue, virtue," the stout fellow shouted in panic. The young man hesitated, returning the blade to its sheath, but in that brief moment, The female corpse had already lunged forward, knocking him aside. Navi, go alert the innkeeper. The corpse has risen. Young man, let us hold it back. The stout fellow yelled. Old Tang, why are you standing there watching the commotion? Hurry to the front hall. Chapter 12. The art of corpse driving is truly more challenging than tomb raiding. Old Tang appeared to be paralyzed with fear, remaining motionless in his place. Meanwhile, the stout fellow and the young man, disregarding their trepidation, coordinated seamlessly as they lunged towards the corpse of the female from the state of Meru. To be candid, they held this corpse in contempt, having encountered far more formidable adversaries in their previous tomb raiding exploits. A mere corpse from Meru was hardly worth their concern. However, as they approached to subdue the female corpse, they were abruptly met with an overwhelming force that sent them sprawling. The stout fellow, now prone on the ground, cursed aloud. How does this old corpse possess such strength? Young man, have you always found it this arduous to deal with corpses? Surprisingly, the young man nodded in affirmation, leaving the stout fellow speechless. Previously, he had witnessed the young man effortlessly dispatching corpses with a mere tremor of his legs. Yet today, the task seemed insurmountable. In truth, the stout fellow was too flustered to ponder the situation deeply. In their past tomb raiding endeavors, they had employed explosive and forceful tactics without hesitation, never considering the integrity of the corpse. Yet, the circumstances were different now. A corpse driver adhered to a strict code, and a mutilated body was not to be driven. They could not afford to compromise the corpse's completeness, which necessitated a cautious approach that diminished their effectiveness. For instance, had the young man unleashed his full power, the Maru female corpse would have been vanquished in an instant. Yet, bound by the constraints of their current predicament, he found himself at a standstill against the corpse. This corpse driving is even more challenging than tomb raiding. The stout fellow lamented, feeling a kick to his rear as he lay on the ground. Fortunately, Wuxia had already escorted Qin Feng out of the living room. Upon witnessing the unfolding situation, Qin Feng's expression shifted dramatically, and he swiftly raised his hand to unleash a yellow talisman. The talisman soared towards the Meru female corpse, imprinting itself on her forehead. In an instant, the female corpse halted. However, before Qin Feng could inquire about the matter, the onlookers gasped as they observed the yellow talisman on her forehead crackling with sparks. Wisps of smoke began to emerge, indicating that the female corpse seemed capable of resisting the talisman's suppression. This is dire. Qin Feng's expression darkened further as he shouted, "Everyone, step aside." The young man, stout fellow, and Wuxia hastily retreated to the sides. Qin Feng, with one hand performing a gesture while the other swiftly drew blood from his fingertip, began to inscribe a talisman in the air before him. Before long, the onlookers beheld the emergence of a crimson talisman in front of Qin Feng. He intoned with conviction, in the depths of the earth, beneath the celestial realm. All ministers and myriad immortals, ghost kings and ghost immortals, I invoke the intermediate 5 stages, 9-rank talisman. Suppress. As his voice resonated, everyone witnessed Qin Feng thrusting his bloodied finger forward. The red talisman struck the yellow talisman affixed to the female corpse's forehead. Suddenly, intricate patterns manifested upon the previously unadorned yellow talisman, prominently displaying the character for 9. Immediately, the Maru female corpse ceased her struggles, standing still in place. Witnessing this, the group collectively exhaled in relief. What just transpired? Why does the corpse seem to have grown more formidable? The stout fellow inquired anxiously. Qin Feng waved his hand dismissively. Earlier, during my skirmish with those ruffians, I inadvertently absorbed too much yang energy. Additionally, with her impending transfer to the police station tomorrow, she was reluctant to comply. But fear not, I have suppressed her with the 9-rank talisman. No matter her prowess, she shall not stir again. You continue. I shall retire for the night. Qin Feng yawned, yet the young man gazed at him intently, tugging at his sleeve. Teach me. Qin Feng paused, chuckling. The 9-rank talisman possesses a hierarchy that you are not yet ready to grasp. However, I do have some unranked yellow talismans. You may practice with those. Once you master the yellow talismans, I shall instruct you on the ranked ones. Talismans are categorized into various ranks. The upper 4 ranks consist of 1st to 4th rank, with the 1st rank being the most powerful, capable of suppressing even ghost immortals. However, Qin Feng was hesitant to attempt this, for it was said that such high-ranking talismans necessitated invoking the powers of the underworld's king, a risk not undertaken lightly by ordinary corpse drivers. They were beings of the mortal realm, and even corpse drivers lacked formal recognition from the underworld. Thus, the talismans they crafted were deemed invalid by the underworld. Should they be discovered by the underworld's emissaries, dire consequences would ensue. The intermediate ranks, from 5 to 9, do not require invoking the underworld's king. These talismans draw upon the powers of minor deities and spirits, whose strength is insufficient to perceive these actions, thus making them permissible for use. The 9-rank talisman that Qin Feng had just deployed was the lowest tier among these ranks. Additionally, there exists the unranked category, which refers to ordinary talismans without any hierarchy, categorized as inferior talismans. This is the most rudimentary form of talisman. A single 9-rank talisman suffices for dealing with the Maru female corpse. Excellent, the young man exclaimed eagerly, while the stout fellow and Wuxia exchanged glances, somewhat disheartened. The young man was already grasping the intricacies of talisman crafting while they had yet to master corpse driving. Indeed, the nature of talent cannot always be compelled. The young man continued to practice corpse driving, seemingly prepared for an all-nighter, while the stout fellow and Wuxia retreated to their rooms for some rest. Old Tang had long since vanished, presumably returning to his quarters. Qin Feng, upon arriving in his room, collapsed into a deep sleep. The following morning, just as he was enjoying a peaceful slumber, he was roused by someone knocking at the door, proclaiming that they had mastered the art of corpse driving. It seemed to be the young man. Qin Feng quickly drifted back to sleep. It was not until the stout fellow tugged at his ear that he finally awakened. Glancing at the clock, he realized it was only 7 in the morning, nearly driving him to madness. You glutton, we are corpse drivers, working nocturnal shifts. Why wake me so early? The proprietor has 3 good news and 1 piece of bad news. Which would you prefer to hear first? The stout fellow inquired earnestly. Good news. A splendid day should commence with good tidings, especially 3 pieces of good news. I shall not entertain any bad news, Qin Feng declared. First, the young man has mastered the art of corpse driving, and Tianjun and I are now able to raise corpses. Second, Old Tang has prepared an exquisite breakfast. Third, our inn has gained notoriety. We need not advertise anymore. Last night, someone posted a video of our altercation with those ruffians online, and our inn has become a sensation. What? Qin Feng was taken aback, rubbing his face to ensure he was not dreaming, and broke into a smile. This truly is a stroke of fortune. But what of the bad news? The stout fellow awkwardly gestured towards the window. The bad news is that our location has also been disclosed. Now there are throngs of people outside, including the police. Do you think they will realize we are tomb raiders? Qin Feng asked, hastily dressing. By the heavens. I assure you, I have turned over a new leaf. I have not raided any tombs. The stout fellow pleaded. Qin Feng donned his clothing swiftly, saying, They are here for the inn, not for you tomb raiders. However, I am puzzled as to how the police were alerted. Wuxia hasn't opened the door, has he? Not at all. We wouldn't dare open it while you were still asleep. They've knocked several times already. Furrowing his brow, Qin Feng replied, Allow me to freshen up. And then we shall investigate the situation. Chapter 13. Do you have a business license for your corpse transport inn? 10 minutes later, with a creak, the door of the inn finally swung open. Qin Feng wiped the grease from the corner of his mouth, marveling at Old Tang's culinary skills. Having someone prepare breakfast was indeed a blessing. Ah, here they come, he remarked, noticing the group emerging. The young man in the mask bore a striking resemblance to his companions. So these are the corpse transporters, all so youthful. Wow, that masked young man is quite handsome. Someone exclaimed. The one in the center is charming, like a little puppy. Wait, why is that chubby guy here? He didn't look this hefty last night. Who says Fat Master is fat? Come out and let me smack you too. Do you even know how to speak? This is called being robust. The chubby man grumbled. The crowd began to scatter, some pulling out their phones to capture the moment with photos and videos. Observing this, Qin Feng furrowed his brow and called out, Ladies and gentlemen, is there something you need? Our inn is honest and straightforward. If you wish to conduct business, please come inside. Who wants to do business? We don't have any dead bodies here. Can you even speak properly? Another voice chimed in. It's obvious you're new at this. You don't even know how to talk. Qin Feng frowned at the remark. If you're not here to do business, then what is the purpose of blocking our inn? This is a corpse transport inn. If you're looking for accommodation, you might as well head to a 7 days inn or a Super 8. Exactly. The chubby man interjected. We don't have any business cards. You've come to the wrong place. Cough, cough. Wu Xia cleared his throat, prompting the chubby man to chuckle and refrain from further comments. Among the crowd, several police officers parted the way, revealing a young female officer accompanied by a middle-aged man in a Taoist robe. The crowd fell silent. The female officer, likely in her mid-20s, appeared quite capable, suggesting she had been in the profession for some time. Hello, I'm Kai Yun. You may call me Officer Kai. May I ask who is in charge here? Kai Yun? The chubby man's eyes widened. Your name Kai-yun? What is your relation to Yun Kai? You look so much alike. Are you her sister? No. Wait, maybe her niece? Are you the one in charge? Officer Kai asked, her brow furrowing. No. How could I be in charge? I'm just Fat Master. Do you know a girl named Yun Kai? He stammered, his eyes reddening. Wu Xia quickly patted him, urging him not to get too emotional. Officer Kai frowned. I don't know anyone named Yun Kai. Also, sir, please remove your hand. The chubby man realized he was still holding her hand. I'm sorry, you just look so much like my ex-girlfriend. Unfortunately, she is no longer with us. As he spoke, a shadow of sorrow crossed his face. Yun Kai was a woman he couldn't forget, now separated by the veil of death. Officer Kai scoffed. Your flirting technique isn't bad, but we're quite a few years apart. Age is just a number. Besides, older men are often more desirable. A woman 3 years older can bring in wealth, and with a family, you won't have to worry about child rearing. There are nannies and maternity nurses available. Is that Navi? Wu Xia couldn't help but chuckle. Officer Kai, my friend here talks nonsense. Please disregard him. You're looking for our manager? This is him. Wu Xia pointed to Qin Feng. Officer Kai looked at Qin Feng in surprise, thinking he appeared far too young to be in charge. You're the manager? Officer Kai. Is there something you need from me? Our corpse transport inn has regulations. Orders must be placed within the inn. I'm not placing an order. I came to inquire about the video online from last night. Was it your doing? Officer Kai stated. Indeed. Is there a problem with that? Qin Feng replied with a smile. The onlookers were merely spectators, and he saw this as a free advertisement. Of course there is a problem. I discovered that the Lin family estate was only transferred yesterday, yet your inn was already operational last night. How did you manage to establish it? Dragon Country is renowned for its infrastructure. Surely this isn't a legitimate concern, Qin Feng replied with a smile. If there is nothing else, Officer Kai, please take your leave. As we have business to attend to. Officer Kai's brow furrowed further. There is indeed. Does your corpse transport inn possess a business license? Please present it. What? Qin Feng was taken aback, as were Wu Xie and the others. A business license? Do corpse transport inns require one? Officer Kai, am I mistaken? Did you just ask us for a business license? Have you lost your mind? Exactly. Yun Kai, don't be ridiculous. What kind of license does a corpse transport inn need? There is no governing body for corpse transporters. If there were such a governing body, then our lack of a license would indeed be a fault. The chubby man interjected. I'm not Yun Kai. My name is Kai-yun. Officer Kai retorted, flustered by the chubby man's antics. And I'm not insane. Our police force collaborates with longmen. Any establishment operating in the realm of the supernatural requires certification from longmen. This gentleman here is Lu Xian, a disciple of longmen. If you lack a license, you can obtain one on site. Otherwise, we will have to shut down your inn. Officer Kai stated, gesturing towards the middle-aged man in the Taoist robe. Qin Feng glanced at the man, noticing he wore a Taoist robe and had a topknot, holding a whisk that gave him an ethereal appearance. When did the police start collaborating with longmen? This is quite unexpected, Qin Feng mused. Longmen is indeed one of the mysterious sects, Lu Xian remarked, stroking his black beard. It seems you've just come down from the mountain. Our collaboration with the police has been ongoing for several years. While we cannot claim to be the enforcers of ancient trades, we do act with the welfare of the public in mind. Other tradesmen also extend us some courtesy. We have no intention of making things difficult for you. However, running a corpse transport in isn't something just anyone can do. From what I understand, no one has dared to open such an establishment in decades. The profession of corpse transporters has nearly vanished. It's perfectly acceptable for you to establish a corpse transport in here, but please demonstrate some skills to reassure both the police and the public. This is a small request that the manager wouldn't refuse, would he? Lu Xian continued, stepping closer and speaking softly. If you show some abilities, I could also assist with the business license. After all, we all make a living from this. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng smiled. Since you've expressed goodwill, I wouldn't want to appear ingracious. What exactly should I demonstrate to prove our capability to run a corpse transport in? Please elaborate. Lu Xian, I am all ears. Lu Xian smiled back. The essence of a corpse transport in lies in the very act of handling corpses. Therefore, let us compare our basic skills and corpse transport techniques, shall we? Chapter 14. Take it easy, not fast naturally. I can do that, Qin Feng replied with a smile. The profession of a corpse herder requires a high level of skill. Otherwise, in the face of unexpected corpse transformations, one might find themselves overwhelmed before they can even subdue the Zongzi. In this regard, Qin Feng felt somewhat disadvantaged. Although he had acquired a system and been rewarded with a god-level corpse herding technique, his physical prowess had not significantly improved, leaving him reliant on the abilities of his three companions. All three were adept tomb raiders, especially the two named Xiao Ge and Fatty. One a pinnacle of the tomb raiding world, the other a human bomb, an opponent not easily withstood. As for himself, Qin Feng was not particularly anxious. With the system at hand, his physical shortcomings would eventually be compensated for. However, today, Master Lu, what level of competition must we reach to be deemed successful? Wu Xie inquired. Is it necessary to determine a winner? Master Lu waved his hand dismissively. That is not necessary. You have just opened your inn. And given your tender years, I cannot take advantage of you. In terms of skills, merely managing to exchange 3 moves with me will suffice. As for the corpse-herding technique, enduring for a minute under my scrutiny will be adequate. Could my companion take my place? Qin Feng asked, slightly embarrassed as he recognized his limitations in combat. It would be best for Fatty and Xiao Ge to step in for him. Yet he felt it was somewhat shameless to ask. Master Lu chuckled at this. Of course, you are all from the same inn. If others possess superior skills, that is acceptable. Yet, as the innkeeper, you do appear somewhat ineffectual. Qin Feng sighed at this. His skill set was indeed lacking. Meanwhile, the 3 companions beside him wore expressions of displeasure. After all, they were following Qin Feng, and being belittled in their own right was naturally disheartening. Very well, let our Xiao Ge compete with you, Wu Xie declared, casting a glance at Qin Feng as if to reassure him. Don't worry. Xiao Ge will help you regain your honor. Qin Feng smiled and lowered his voice. I don't mind. Master Lu seems like a decent person, albeit a bit presumptuous due to his age. Xiao Ge, be gentle. Do try to spare him some dignity. Understood, Xiao Ge nodded. Wu Xie shook his head, saying, Innkeeper, you cannot think this way. The issue of face is crucial in business. His earlier remarks were clearly meant to belittle you, yet you still speak kindly of him. Qin Feng was taken aback. Did you not hear? He mentioned merely going through the motions, and that we are all from the same ancient profession, implying he does not wish to make things difficult for us. Wu Xie laughed. Innkeeper, you are still too young. While we may not match you in corpse herding, I can read people better than you. One can only trust a person's words to a degree. Their demeanor and actions reveal their true nature. Although Master Lu's words sound amiable, they carry an air of arrogance. He likely harbors ill intentions. You must be cautious. Qin Feng nodded, having no doubts about this. Wu Xie's ability to navigate their trio's dynamics stemmed from his intelligence. He would trust Wu Xie's judgment over anyone else's. However, now that matters had reached this point, he did not want to overthink. He merely cautioned Xiao Ge to be gentle and avoid causing any serious harm. Fatty chimed in, Xiao Ge, be careful not to hurt Kai-Yun. She really resembles Yun Kai, and I feel like I'm falling in love again. Enough. Act like a person, will you? You're at least 6 years older than her. Must you always chase after younger girls? Wu Xie retorted, exasperated. Qin Feng patted Fatty on the back, saying, I support you. As long as there is love in your heart, no obstacle can stand in your way. Age is not a barrier, and neither is gender, if you believe in this. Interspecies love can flourish. Get lost. Innkeeper, you are rather peculiar, Fatty replied. Wu Xie burst into laughter. Xiao Ge had already positioned himself in front of Master Lu, and the surrounding crowd instinctively cleared a space. Qin Feng quickly addressed Officer Kai. Officer Kai, are Master Lu's words to be taken seriously? Of course, she affirmed. That is good. I have no objections, Qin Feng responded with a smile. Officer Kai then turned her gaze toward Master Lu, who nodded and addressed Xiao Ge. Young man, I will try to restrain myself, and we shall keep it light. I shall use this feather duster, and you may use the knife on your back. Consider it my concession to you as a junior. Unnecessary, Xiao Ge replied calmly. Master Lu chuckled. The fearless youth is unafraid of tigers. I admire your spirit. Prepare yourself. With that, Master Lu flicked the feather duster, aiming it at Xiao Ge's face. Xiao Ge, with remarkable agility, stepped back just in time to evade it. Observing this, Master Lu retracted the duster and prepared to charge forward, his posture strikingly dynamic. However, Xiao Ge had already lunged forward with great strides, delivering a punch directed at Master Lu's face. Qin Feng anxiously shouted, Xiao Ge, take it easy. He genuinely feared that Xiao Ge might break Master Lu's nose with such force. Upon hearing this, Xiao Ge indeed hesitated for a moment. Master Lu, noticing this, laughed. No worries, a mere youth cannot possibly harm me. Prepare yourself. As he spoke, Master Lu flicked the feather duster again toward Xiao Ge's face. Yet, Xiao Ge adeptly leaned back, evading the duster while twisting his body. His hand was already at Master Lu's neck. Master Lu froze in shock, as did the surrounding onlookers. This was merely the first exchange, and Xiao Ge's hand was already poised at Master Lu's throat. Had he chosen to grip, Master Lu's neck would have been broken. I concede, Xiao Ge said with a slight bow, before turning to walk back. The crowd was left speechless, some even forgetting to take photographs. In truth, they had no time to capture the moment, as the contest had concluded. Thankfully, some were recording videos. Officer Kai stared at the scene, utterly astonished. She was well aware of Master Lu's capabilities, having come with him, yet here he was, having failed to land even a single blow against a young man. Master Lu eyed Xiao Ge, his expression shifting between confusion and disbelief. May I inquire where your skills were honed? At this, Xiao Ge paused and replied, no school. Merely relying on the innkeeper's hospitality. That can't be right. Your innkeeper clearly lacks your skills. Master Lu pressed. Xiao Ge merely smiled. As for the innkeeper, I doubt I could last 2 moves against him. This was, in fact, the truth. At the outset, Qin Feng had sent Xiao Ge flying with just 2 moves. However, if it came down to a real fight, Qin Feng would undoubtedly surrender. Master Lu's expression shifted, glancing at Qin Feng in evident disbelief. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Qin Feng managed a smile and sidled up to Xiao Ge, saying, my dear brother, I asked you to take it easy, not to be so swift. How did you finish it in 1 move? Xiao Ge looked taken aback. Too weak. This left Qin Feng stunned. What have I done? He wished he could slap himself. Xiao Ge had indeed gone easy on Master Lu, but he had forgotten to remind him to slow down. This fellow had resolved it in a single move, and he even remarked that Master Lu was too weak. Fortunately, Master Lu had not heard this. Otherwise, he might have been infuriated. Never mind, I never liked him anyway. It's good to temper his arrogance, Qin Feng said, then turned to Master Lu. Master Lu, shall we proceed to the second round? Lu Zhenren's countenance fluctuated between shades of anger and calm, his eyes betraying a flicker of fury. You little rascal, if you disregard the courtesy extended to you, do not blame me for being impolite. Contemplating this, Lu Zhenren produced a small black jar from his robe, placing it upon the ground. Let us compete. We shall measure our corpse-driving techniques. Within this black jar resided a bound wisp of a vengeful spirit, one he had captured just days prior. I possess a paper effigy that can host the spirit. Today, we shall summon it. As he spoke, Lu Zhenren drew a line in the earth and set the paper effigy upon it. He then performed a hand gesture and called out, North Dipper, Purple Tenuity Star. The old lord resides in the center. Today, I summon the law. Let the spirit enter the confines. Supreme Old Lord, heed my urgent command. As his voice echoed, a thin wisp of white smoke emerged from the black jar, drifting momentarily before settling upon the paper effigy. To everyone's astonishment, the effigy expanded, reaching a height of nearly 1 meter, distinctly taking the form of a woman. However, the craftsmanship of the paper effigy was evidently lacking. Had it been executed with skill, it would have reflected the stature of an adult woman, given the spirit's apparent age. Masterful techniques could even manifest the spirit's appearance prior to death, highlighting Lu Zhenren's insufficient skill in this art. The one who brings the effigy before them first shall be the victor, or if you can withstand for a minute, that too shall count as a victory. What say you? Lu Zhenren proposed. Qin Feng nodded in agreement, though unfamiliar with the corpse-driving methods of the Longmen lineage. He was confident in his system-bestowed supreme skills. Lu Zhenren acknowledged this and shouted for the contest to commence. Immediately, a black thread shot forth, ensnaring the paper effigy. Binding Immortal's chain? Qin Feng's expression shifted. This was not the authentic Binding Immortal's chain, but rather a technique from the realm of strange arts, where immortal referred to the vengeful spirit. Also known as the soul-binding rope, a method employed against malevolent spirits. Lu Zhenren's use of such a device was clearly against the rules. This method was particularly effective against vengeful spirits, capable of overwhelming lesser entities and scattering their souls. Qin Feng felt a chilling wind sweep over him as the paper effigy began to advance towards Lu Zhenren. In the next moment, Qin Feng heard a mournful voice whispering in his ear, as if a woman were pleading for assistance. Save me. I do not wish to die. I seek vengeance. Please, save me, my lord. Qin Feng's expression hardened. Although he lacked proficiency in ghost-catching techniques, it was evident that the female spirit was terrified of the Binding Immortal's chain. She would not risk approaching him unless there were dire circumstances at play. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Qin Feng swiftly retrieved his soul-stabilizing bell and invoked the corpse-stabilizing command. 12 gates of the heavenly palace, seal the binding array. Stabilize. As his command resonated, the paper effigy halted, as if rooted to the spot. The onlookers were taken aback by the spectacle. Remarkable. This young man has truly immobilized the effigy. Quite impressive, murmured the crowd. Lu Junren's countenance darkened. He hurled another binding immortal's chain, ensnaring the paper effigy and forcing it to lean forward. At this moment, Qin Feng had discerned Lu Junren's tactics. He suspected that the elder had no genuine skill in corpse driving. This was a blatant ruse, using the binding immortal's chain to compel the spirit to move the effigy on his behalf. Initially, Qin Feng had regarded Lu Junren favorably, believing his low-key advice was merely for show. Now, however, it was clear that the old man was hypocritical, harboring no genuine belief in his own victory. What a farce. A facade of virtue while attempting to usurp my corpse-driving establishment, all while hoping to maintain a favorable reputation. A classic case of a hidden dagger behind a smiling facade. Although Qin Feng lacked the perceptive acuity of Wu Xie, he was straightforward in his dealings. Lu Junren's duplicitous nature was not to be underestimated. Resolutely, he shook the bell thrice. Ting, ting, ting. Then, he unleashed the offensive command from the corpse-driving order, intent on breaking free from Lu Junren's constraints. The paths of the 3000 are easy to traverse, yet dare to command a living to retreat. No. Before Qin Feng could finish his incantation, the voice of the woman's spirit echoed again. No, I will be torn apart. Please, do not. I do not wish to die. I have yet to exact my revenge. I beg you. Your attachment is too profound, Qin Feng remarked, furrowing his brow. One cannot resurrect the dead as spirits. They must reincarnate. Such a heavy attachment is ill-fated. I am deeply attached, yet you cannot allow this contest to harm me. He is using you. Do not fall for his tricks. Using me? Qin Feng was taken aback. Indeed, he is exploiting you. He dares not kill me directly, for then Sister Xiao would retaliate. Sister Xiao is formidable. He captured me in her absence. If you engage in combat and slay me, Sister Xiao would also seek vengeance upon you. You must not be his pawn. You must trust me. Who is Sister Xiao? Qin Feng pondered. While he was unafraid of this so-called Sister Xiao, the notion of being used as a pawn was decidedly displeasing. Determined not to follow their script, he resolved to cut through the chaos and dismantle this entrapment. With that thought, Qin Feng commanded, "Young man, sever his binding immortal's chain." Without hesitation, the young man drew his blade and struck. Lu Junren was taken aback. This was his most relied-upon artifact, and he could not bear to see it destroyed. He quickly retracted the binding immortal's chain. The paper effigy then stood before Qin Feng. "Sir, what is this? Do you truly require me to articulate it?" Qin Feng replied, his tone icy. Lu Junren's face flushed with embarrassment, hastily laughing. "It is all a misunderstanding. Young Master Qin, your abilities are remarkable. There is no issue with your business license." "Thank you, Lu Junren," Qin Feng replied coldly. Beside him, Wu Xie and the hefty man exchanged puzzled glances, while the crowd watched in confusion. Just as Officer Kai was about to inquire about the situation, Lu Junren interjected. "A minute has passed. Naturally, Master Qin has won." A minute has indeed passed. The spectators glanced at the time, confirming this to be true. Yet Qin Feng merely huffed, saying nothing. The truth of the matter rested solely between the two of them. Lu Junren had evidently underestimated Qin Feng's ability to recognize the binding immortal's chain. Fearing exposure, he realized that should his peers discover the truth, his reputation would be irrevocably tarnished, and he could no longer make a living in lawman. "What is the situation here, Master?" the hefty man inquired. Lowering his voice, Qin Feng replied, "This old rascal has resorted to cheating, but we must remain discreet. Ignore him." While the spectators remained bewildered by the contest, Qin Feng felt a sense of accomplishment. He had safeguarded the corpse-driving establishment and made a name for himself while undermining Lu Junren's arrogance. Turning to Officer Kai, Qin Feng stated, "Since you are here, I must inform you of a matter. The female corpse from last night was a spy from the Wangwood during the Republican era. I shall deliver the body to the police station by midnight. The procedures for handling it will be communicated at that time. Please prepare for the transfer, Officer Kai." "Wangwood spy? Why not provide it to me now?" Kai Yin inquired. "The corpse transport inn has its own rules. One can only set off after midnight. If there are no further inquiries, then I shall take my leave." As Qin Feng spoke, he prepared to depart. Kai Yin was taken aback, wishing to ask more questions. Yet Lu Junren, standing nearby, interjected with a chuckle, "Please wait a moment, Master Qin. As your establishment has only recently opened, I find myself somewhat remiss for not having brought a proper gift. However, I happen to have a business proposition at hand, which could serve to support your inn, if that pleases you." Chapter 16. Declining the offer. Just like that, is this old rascal really here to support us? I suspect it's akin to a weasel wishing a hen a happy new year, with With no good intentions behind it, Fatty muttered. Wuxia chuckled softly. Indeed. If he had any good intentions, that would be absurd. The shopkeeper has already compelled the young man to act on the spot, and his face is nearly torn to shreds. He still dares to talk about support. That's merely a ruse to deceive the onlookers. Shopkeeper, what do you say? Qin Feng inquired with a smile. There's no rush. Since we have opened for business, we naturally have the option to accept or decline. Let's first hear him out. Please. Lu Zhenren, go ahead, the shopkeeper replied. Lu Zhenren smiled and said, the Yin Inn has no fixed rules. Everything is permissible. I assume your inn also accommodates restless spirits? I wish to store this black urn here for a few days. I wonder if you would be willing to accept this business, shopkeeper Qin? Indeed. This old rascal had no good intentions, Qin Feng sneered inwardly. Had it been before, he might have considered it. But the words of that female ghost still echoed in his ears. Lu Zhenren had captured that female ghost and had evidently offended that sister Xiao. Leaving this black urn with him would serve as a shield, and if it were to go missing, the loss of reputation would fall on him. What a clever strategy. However, Qin Feng was no fool and would not play along with his scheme. He immediately replied with a smile. Thank you for your support, Lu Zhenren. As you know, we have just opened our corpse escorting business and are currently focused solely on that. As for accommodating spirits, it would be better for you to seek someone else. This is quite surprising. How could an inn with no fixed rules refuse business? Lu Zhenren remarked. Fatty, Wuxia, and the others were puzzled. Wondering what it meant that the inn had no fixed rules, all eyes on Qin Feng. Qin Feng whispered an explanation. It turned out that while the sign for the corpse escorting inn was labeled as the Yin Inn, there was indeed a distinction. Just as a butcher, who may not carry a sign declaring himself as such, does not solely slaughter pigs. Should he not also be called a chicken butcher if he slaughters chickens? The same principle applied to the corpse escorting trade. The sign would not read corpse escorting inn, yet if they only engaged in that business, there would be specific indicators hanging behind the 4 characters Yin Inn. For instance, a string of paper money hanging behind the sign would signify they only offered corpse escorting services, as paper money is used by spirits on their journey to the afterlife. Conversely, if a paper effigy were displayed, it would imply they only dealt with spirits returning home. If nothing were hung at all, it indicated that the inn was capable of handling all matters related to the supernatural. These conventions would be established before the inn's opening and could not be altered later. Thus, Qin Feng had chosen not to display any such markers, as he had never intended to limit his business to corpse escorting alone. The corpse escorting was merely a starting venture, with the system in hand. The Yin Inn was his true aspiration. Hence, Lu Zhenren's statement was not entirely inaccurate. However, Qin Feng would not let himself be maneuvered. Rules are not fixed. Business is at the discretion of the individual. As the proprietor of this inn, the decision to accept or decline a deal rests solely with me. This business proposal from Lu Zhenren, I must respectfully decline. Please take your leave. I offer 3 times the price, a total of 30,000. Shopkeeper Qin, do reconsider. It's only for 2 weeks, and I can pay up front. 30,000 for 2 weeks is quite a sum, Lu Zhenren insisted. 30,000 for 2 weeks? That's an exceedingly easy sum to earn, Fatty remarked. If only we had 10 or 8 of these urns, we could entertain dreams of becoming wealthy. Forget wealth. I could contemplate making a down payment. Fatty continued. Lu Zhenren was indeed quite affluent. One could sense that Qin Feng might be tempted. 30,000 for nothing. Who wouldn't he be swayed by such an offer? The onlookers buzzed with chatter, oblivious to the fact that such money was not easily earned. One might earn a fortune, but life could be lost in the process. Declined. Qin Feng replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhenren furrowed his brow, seemingly lost in thought. Was it possible for a minor spirit to converse with someone right under his nose? Surely, he would have noticed. Could it be that this young man had discerned his ulterior motives? That seemed improbable. Or had his own tricks caused the young man to grow suspicious? Lu Zhenren was uncertain. The spectators, upon hearing Qin Feng's words, began to murmur again. How could he refuse? Is he out of his mind? No wonder they just opened. If business is conducted this way, closure is inevitable. How envious. Who wouldn't he want such a business? Yet, someone is actually refusing? Not necessarily. Shopkeeper Qin must have his considerations. You're merely meddling, another chimed in. Indeed, I believe shopkeeper Qin isn't blinded by greed. That, in itself, showcases his taste, someone praised. Amidst the crowd, there were those who understood and those who did not. Qin Feng, however, remained unfazed and resolute in his decision to decline the offer. Fatty, Lu Zhenren, and the others continued to discuss, and then Fatty stepped forward, stating, "What is all this commotion? We are in the business of trade. The shopkeeper's word is law. This deal is not to be accepted, and that is that. There is no need for further discussion. Currently, we have no business with restless spirits, so you may as well return. No need for farewells. With that, Qin Feng turned to leave. Lu Zhenren felt slighted by the rejection. After all, he was a senior figure, yet a group of inexperienced youths had shut him out, making him feel disrespected. However, before he could voice his displeasure, Kaiyan stepped forward with a smile. Since shopkeeper Qin has decided against the offer, that is that. However, since we are in the business realm, might I request a contact number? Should the need arise in the future, it would be prudent to reach out, she suggested. Qin Feng turned to her and smiled. Of course, Fatty. All right then. Fatty stepped forward, handing Kaiyan a piece of paper with Qin Feng's phone number. Very well. I won't take up any more of your time. I shall be at the police station tonight, awaiting your call. Farewell. With that, Qin Feng and Kaiyan turned to leave simultaneously. Fatty and Wuxia returned moments later, sitting down with laughter. Shopkeeper, you should have seen Lu Zhenren's expression when Kaiyan asked for your number. His face nearly turned green. Indeed, refusing him was rather unceremonious. Kaiyan's request certainly did not afford him any dignity. Qin Feng chuckled. Although that old rascal was brought by Kaiyan, their relationship is merely one of collaboration. Not everyone in the world understands the supernatural, and certainly not only those from Longmen. Holding one's ground is a wise principle. Kaiyan is clever enough to grasp this. Qin Feng continued. Are you suggesting Kaiyan did this intentionally? To provoke Lu Zhenren? Fatty queried. Wuxia laughed. You're not entirely foolish. However, it may not have been entirely deliberate. Kaiyan works as a police officer in Luozhou City, and she will inevitably have dealings with us in the future. Requesting the shopkeeper's number serves to facilitate communication while also subtly reminding Lu Zhenren of his place. Two birds with one stone. By the way, her name is Kaiyan, not Colorful Cloud. It's been years. Why can't you let go of that? Fatty fell silent. Then after a moment of seriousness, he asked, have you ever been in love? Do you know how painful it is to forget someone? You've never been in love, yet you dare to lecture me. You're nothing. Wuxia, feeling exasperated, watched as Fatty rose to sit on the threshold, appearing somewhat forlorn. Perhaps he truly harbored deep feelings for Kaiyan. Seeing this, Qin Feng laughed and said, enough of this idle chatter. While the body has yet to be delivered, we should practice corpse escorting. Chapter 17. Kaiyan's complexity and Lu Zhenren's arrangements on the way back to the police station. Lu Zhenren spoke up. What does Miss Kai mean by this? Does she believe that I am inferior to that Qin manager? Kaiyan seemed to have anticipated his words, smiling as she replied. You are overthinking, Lu Zhenren. Your cooperation with the police over the years has indeed resolved numerous supernatural cases, so I naturally have faith in you. My deployment to Luozhou City is well understood by you. I merely wish to avoid any unnecessary complications during this period. Since Manager Qin's and falls within my jurisdiction, it is only prudent for me to gain a better understanding of him. That is all. Is that all? Lu Zhenren scoffed at her words. If that is the case, why doesn't Miss Kai invite him to assist in locating the corpse of the missing woman from 3 years ago? I need to return to Longmen as well. And this place is plagued by a ghost king. It would be difficult for me to manage alone. Oh, I haven't heard you mention that before, but alas. Manager Qin is currently not accepting ghost-catching jobs. Otherwise, it would be worth trying, Kaiyan remarked. Lu Zhenren's expression darkened further upon hearing this. That is not something you need to concern yourself with, Miss Kai. Our dealings in Longmen do not involve outside interference. Oh, it seems Lu Zhenren will have to take the trouble to make a trip then, Kaiyan said with a smile, before turning to the driver. Stop the car. Lu Zhenren should set off now. As the vehicle halted, Lu Zhenren shot a glare at Kaiyan before exiting the car. Yet, Kaiyan maintained a faint smile throughout. Once the car drove away, her expression turned icy. This Lu thinks too highly of himself. Does he truly believe that the police cannot survive without Longmen? However, he is right about one thing. It would be worthwhile to test Manager Qin's capabilities. If he is indeed competent, cooperation could be beneficial. It is essential for Longmen to understand that the police decide their partnerships, not them, Kaiyan mused. Over the years, the police and Longmen had maintained a close relationship. But this was merely for certain supernatural cases. Now, as Longmen grew increasingly audacious, it was time to send a clear message. Otherwise, they might start believing they were the police themselves. Meanwhile, Lu Zhenren, after exiting the car, found a secluded spot and took out his phone to make a call. Moments later, a young voice came through the line. How is Uncle Lu? The ghost catching in has some skill. Let's not disturb them for now. Send a car to the entrance of the West Alley. I have something for you to do. Understood. The young man hung up, and half an hour later, He arrived at the entrance of the West Alley, accompanied by a dozen bodyguards. This young man was none other than the boss from the nightclub the previous night, Qin Feng. Qin Feng showed great respect upon seeing Lu Zhenren, who then pulled out a black urn, saying, "You must immediately find a corpse, preferably an old one, and place this urn in its pocket. Then, find a way to transport the corpse to the Ghost Catching Inn for a 2-week deposit. As for the reason, you can figure it out yourself. I will be away from Luo City for a while, no more than 2 weeks. Complete this task within 3 days, and ensure no one traces it back to me." Understood. But Uncle Lu, may I ask why we are doing this? Qin Feng inquired. Lu Zhenren replied with a cold snort, "Do not ask questions that you should not. Be cautious. Cayenne is targeting you this time. It would be wise to keep a low profile. Otherwise, if trouble arises, even Longmin may not be able to protect you." Understood. Qin Feng, sweating nervously, immediately took the urn and departed. Meanwhile, Qin Feng and the others were blissfully unaware of these developments. In fact, they were busy practicing ghost catching at the inn. The younger brother's ghost catching skills had improved significantly. It seemed he needed no rest. He had practiced throughout the night, and by the time Qin Feng awoke, he was already up and ready. He even declared, "I will be the one to catch ghosts tonight." Qin Feng asked, "Are you confident?" The younger brother nodded earnestly. "All right, then you shall go tonight," Qin Feng said with a smile. He had faith in the younger brother's abilities. Even if something unexpected occurred, his strength could handle the corpse from the Wanghua. As for Wuxia and the fatty, their talents were somewhat lacking. However, they could already raise and animate corpses, though they needed more practice in stopping and lying down corpses. The Wanghua corpse would not set out until after midnight, leaving them a full day to prepare. Yet, the fatty and Wuxia were clearly uninterested in ghost catching. One was waiting to learn corpse retrieval, while the other was eager to master paper crafting. Qin Feng indeed knew how to retrieve corpses, but it required on-site training, which could not be rushed. As for paper crafting, he had no effective method at present. Although he possessed the skill, it was a system reward, and learning the craft required extensive tutorials. This would necessitate time and preparation. "Boss, come quickly. Our ghost catching inn is trending," the fatty shouted from the side. The three gathered around to see that the ghost catching inn had indeed made it onto the trending list. This morning's events had even been recorded and shared as a video, garnering countless comments from netizens below. Wow, has the ghost catching inn attracted the police's attention? Is it real or fake? It must be real. The police left in the end, and Lu Zhenren mentioned something about a business license. "I can't believe there is actually a profession of ghost catchers. I thought it was a hoax." Impressive. But what services does the ghost catching inn provide? Is it really ghost catching? Who knows? Is there anyone brave enough to check it out together? I've been wanting to see it for a while. Count me in. I want to go too. Let's create a group and plan a visit to witness the ghost catching live. This proposal is feasible. Let's get it organized quickly. Share the group number. The group is set up. Group number 302x times x times x times 7. Damn, the fatty exclaimed, unable to hold back his expletive. "Boss, this is a business opportunity. If we live stream, we will definitely make a fortune." Qin Feng chuckled at this. "Perhaps, but let us not forget that your decision to learn ghost catching was not solely for profit. If we live stream, it might appear as though we seek attention. It is better to focus on our duties. We are ghost catchers, not internet celebrities. But enough, fatty. We are here to learn ghost catching as atonement and accumulate virtue. Having enough to eat is sufficient. How much we earn is secondary," Wuxi advised. The fatty sighed in resignation. Qin Feng reassured him, "Work diligently, and I guarantee you will earn as much as, if not more than, those internet celebrities." "Really? When will you teach me how to retrieve corpses, boss?" the fatty asked. Qin Feng pondered before responding, "I will teach you when we receive a corpse retrieval order. As for you, Wuxia, go out and buy some yellow paper for crafting. When we have time, I will teach you the paper crafting technique." "All right," Wuxia replied eagerly, finally able to pursue his preferred direction. Time swiftly passed, and as evening approached, Qin Feng was about to brief the younger brother on the arrangements for delivering the Wanghua corpse when suddenly, a voice echoed in his mind. "Ding! Ghost Catching Inn has received an order. Western Han Ancient Corpse. A Western Han tomb group has revealed an ancient corpse. Please transport it to the Archaeological Research Institute as soon as possible. Completion reward, paper crafting technique, 100,000 dragon coins. Do you accept the order? Is this a joke? Only 100,000. The ancient corpse from the Western Han could fetch a higher price." Qin Feng felt somewhat speechless. However, as a corpse transporter, he had no choice but to accept. Naturally, he would never engage in the immoral act of trafficking corpses, as it would tarnish his moral integrity. Thus, without hesitation, Qin Feng chose to take the job. Chapter 18. A reminder for the young master about the ancient corpse from the Western Han Dynasty. Live streaming by netizens as the evening deepened, the sky outside grew dark. Old Tang had even prepared dinner. Without delay, Qin Feng called everyone to the table and announced, "Let us dine together while I share some important news. Tonight, we have a contract. After dinner, we shall set off to the outskirts. The specifics will be discussed en route. As for you, young master, I cannot accompany you tonight. After midnight, you must embark on your journey alone. Exercise caution, prioritize safety, and if necessary, do not hesitate to eliminate any threats. We owe no courtesy to the corpse from Marugoku. Furthermore, upon arrival, ensure you inform the police that the matter must be resolved within 3 days. Whether by cremation or diplomatic means will be up to their discretion. However, if diplomacy is chosen, the remains must be dispatched abroad within 2 days." Diplomacy? Abroad? Fatty and Wuxia were taken aback, and even Old Tang wore a curious expression. "How does one send a corpse abroad?" Fatty inquired, bewildered. Qin Feng chuckled. "These are agents from Marugoku. If they wish to extradite, it is entirely reasonable. But isn't the corpse already decomposed? Sending it back would be..." Fatty stammered. "What would it be?" Wuxia laughed. "Fatty, why do you concern yourself with their affairs? Are you worried this female corpse might bring misfortune to your dear Xiaoze or Mingbu?" "Nonsense," Fatty retorted. "Am I that kind of person? I merely fear her return might hinder the development of the Marugoku film industry. So many lovely sisters would go hungry without work, do you understand?" Qin Feng, uninterested in their banter, reminded the young master, "If they do not intend to proceed diplomatically, we must incinerate the remains as quickly as possible within 3 days. Remember, we cannot allow too many people near, otherwise, even the 9th grade talisman may not suffice to contain it." "Understood." The young master nodded earnestly. After dinner, Qin Feng, along with Wuxia and Fatty, set out. However, shortly after they left, they noticed a throng of onlookers trailing behind them. Both Fatty and Wuxia observed the situation, their expressions darkening. "Boss, it seems we have attracted a crowd of curious netizens. Should we shoo them away?" Fatty suggested. Qin Feng waved his hand dismissively. "There's no need. We rely on our skills. There is nothing to hide." As he spoke, he hailed a taxi, and the three promptly boarded. Fatty closed the door, glancing outside to see that those following them were driving luxury cars. He couldn't help but exclaim, "What kind of world is this? People are driving million-dollar cars just to watch Fatty guide a corpse? If I had that kind of money, I wouldn't be leaving the nightclub." "You don't understand. Perhaps they are simply bored with nightclubs and came to witness the guiding of a corpse," Wuxia joked. Qin Feng, amused, added, "Enough of that. Would you like to hear about the Western Han tomb in the outskirts? This job pertains to an ancient corpse from the Western Han Dynasty, likely referring to the same location. I have some familiarity with this tomb, especially since both of you have a background in tomb raiding. I imagine discussing ancient tombs would pique your interest." Fatty, chewing on something, remarked, "I've visited several Western Han tombs, but to be honest, they were rather devoid of treasures. They were quite poor." "That's naive. There are indeed valuable items in some Western Han tombs, but what intrigues me most is the structural design of the burial chambers. Do you remember when we visited the Western Han prince's tomb in Hojia village before the young master returned? The structure there was..." "Don't mention that prince's tomb. If it weren't for my inferior trousers that day, I could have secured a trove of artifacts." Fatty interrupted, only to realize the taxi driver was eyeing them through the rearview mirror. "In our country, tomb raiding. I think it's not illegal, right?" "I forgot," the driver said, sweating nervously. Qin Feng reassured him, "No need to be anxious. They used to assist archaeological teams, not tomb raiders. By the way, I'm just inquiring about the ancient Western Han corpse. What are you two rambling on about? Will there typically be accompanying burial pits in Western Han tombs?" Wuxia pondered. "That's hard to say. Burial customs varied significantly across regions during the same period. We're not well versed in the Western Han tombs in the outskirts, so it's premature to draw conclusions," Wuxia replied. Fatty, catching on to Qin Feng's concern, chimed in, "Boss, you mean if there are accompanying burial pits? We could make quite a profit, right? Rest assured, once we arrive, I will discern immediately whether there are burial pits." Qin Feng nodded. "I just had a thought. If this deal goes through and there are indeed burial pits, the Archaeological Institute might seek our assistance," he mused. The driver finally grasped their identity and exclaimed excitedly, "Are you the ones from the corpse guiding in?" "Yes, and I must warn you not to refuse service, as that incurs a fine." Fatty interjected, "Don't worry. I'm also a fan of yours. This ride is on me. Just let me observe." The driver exclaimed, "But why are there so many cars following us?" They, like you, are eager to see, Wuxia explained. Qin Feng smiled. We will pay the fare. Just take us to our destination. Absolutely. The driver replied, exhilarated. Qin Feng was unbothered by the crowd following them, as their inn had just opened, and this free publicity was invaluable. As they spoke, the vehicle had exited the urban area. The Western Han tombs were situated nearby, and the journey back would take only an hour. The driver took them to the vicinity of the tombs and parked, joining them as they ventured onward. On the way, Qin Feng recounted the layout of the ancient tomb to Fatty and Wuxia. This cluster of Western Han tombs is a family burial site containing 5 bodies, a family of 5. It is quite grand, and they were said to have been prominent figures in life. However, the Archaeological Institute did not uncover any accompanying burial pits. Let's see if there are any, Fatty mused. That's hard to say without a top-down view. We shall wait until we arrive, Qin Feng replied. The driver interjected. But the Western Han tombs have long been excavated, and this area is now a tourist site. Where could there possibly be any bodies? Fatty laughed, you see. We are corpse guides, and we know far better than you where there might be remains. Plus, our boss mentioned that they found no accompanying burial pits. Perhaps this time we may discover one. Look over there. What could that be? Fatty exclaimed as they spotted something on the lawn outside the Western Han tomb sightseeing area. Lying there was a male corpse dressed in ancient attire, its body exhibiting a deep purple hue, evidently aged. Although the skin appeared shriveled, it was slightly moist, indicating it was a wet corpse, a term denoting that the body still retained some moisture within, rather than merely resembling its living form. The driver, though curious, was too frightened to approach. The other netizens trailing behind gathered around, gasping in astonishment, some even pulling out their phones to stream live. Welcome to the live broadcast. Dear friends, tonight, witnessing a corpse is quite thrilling. I am your old friend, Bing Bing. We are currently at the site of a corpse escort, where we will soon witness the entire process conducted by the escort inn. It must be said that Manager Qin is indeed a person of discernment, allowing us to broadcast the entire event without any charge. Have you developed an affection for such an escort inn? Chapter 19. The graveyard is real. Live broadcast of corpse transport shocks the entire internet. There are many streamers akin to Bing Bing, all broadcasting live events of transporting corpses. Their popularity has soared. Even small streamers who previously had few viewers are now experiencing explosive growth in audience numbers. Overwhelmed with emotion, they cannot help but shed tears. I adore the corpse transport inn. I can almost see the dawn of entrepreneurship, one small streamer remarked tearfully. Meanwhile, on the other side, Qin Feng was examining the condition of the corpse. This Western Han Dynasty corpse showed no signs of decomposition, dressed appropriately, with no visible injuries on its skin. It appeared to have departed in a state of peace, a rarity among burial accompaniments. The plump man and Wuxia conducted a brief inspection around the area and soon discovered a collapsed pit. The plump man leaned in to take a look and quickly reached a conclusion. Boss, there really is a burial pit here, right inside that hole. Should we go in and have a look? There might still be bodies. Qin Feng shook his head. That's not within our purview. Wuxia, you stay here. Also, call the Archaeological Management Bureau and have them send someone to oversee the site. The plump man and I will handle the corpse. Understood. Wuxia nodded. It was still half an hour until midnight, so they could not set off yet and had to wait after the corpse was raised. Wuxia, not daring to delay, quickly found the phone number for the Archaeological Research Institute online and called. A man answered, his voice somewhat impatient, as if he were busy with something. Speak. Hello. We are from the Corpse Transport Inn. We've discovered a burial pit at the Western Han tomb, and the entrance has collapsed. Please send someone over as soon as possible. What? Corpse transport and burial pit? Kid, are you trying to scam me? We are the Archaeological Research Institute. The man replied, clearly displeased. Well, if you're not the Archaeological Research Institute, why would I be calling you? Wuxia retorted, speechless. The other party, however, remained unconvinced. You really are foolish. With your scamming methods, you'll starve to death. Let me enlighten you. The Western Han tomb was fully excavated a year ago. The tourist area has already been constructed. Are you looking down on me? I am from the Corpse Transport Inn. If you don't believe me, you can check the live broadcast. Wuxia responded, exasperated. What sort of person works at the Archaeological Research Institute? I'm watching the live broadcast right now, but it's just a bunch of bikini-clad women. And there's no burial pit. Get lost, or I'll call the police. Do you believe that? With that, he hung up the phone. When Wuxia called again, the man simply refused to answer. Frustrated, Wuxia sought out Qin Feng. At that moment, Qin Feng and the plump man were dressing the ancient corpse in ceremonial garments to prevent scaring the townsfolk later. Boss, they don't believe us. Wuxia approached. Qin Feng nodded, unfazed. Then let it be. We've done what we needed to. What follows is beyond our concern. He then glanced at the time. It was almost midnight. Surrounding them, many curious streamers were broadcasting eagerly, some even snapping pictures, with flashes going off intermittently. Qin Feng addressed them, ladies and gentlemen. While it's fine to watch and stream, I hope you can turn off your flash. It greatly disrupts our work. Is that agreeable? Of course. Qin boss. Please start the transport. My viewers are on the edge of their seats. Someone urged. Yes, hurry up. The crowd echoed. Qin Feng merely smiled, choosing not to respond. Once the crowd turned off their flashes, he signaled to Wuxia and the plump man, who promptly stepped back. Qin Feng then retrieved a talisman from his pocket and began to inscribe it with closed eyes. Celestial platform above, thick earth below. Thousands of ministers and myriad spirits. Ghost kings and ghost immortals. Mid-level 5 stages, 9th grade talisman. Restrain. As his words fell, a blood-red inscription instantly imprinted into the talisman, which simultaneously marked the forehead of the Western Han male corpse. Typically, such a story without decomposition would require a graded talisman, but with the crowd present, it was prudent to err on the side of caution. Should you wish to transport corpses in the future, you must heed this advice, Qin Feng instructed. The plump man and Wuxia nodded in understanding. Shall we prepare to set off then? Boss, do I still need to wait here? Wuxia inquired. Since the burial pit has collapsed, we must ensure no one falls in. That could be a serious matter. Qin Feng shook his head, indicating it was unnecessary. They had already called, and if the other party refused to believe them, it was no longer their responsibility. However, after a moment's thought, Qin Feng turned to the streamers. While you benefit from the live broadcast, you should also do some good. Please spread the word to the public to keep their distance from here to avoid falling into the burial pit. Rest assured, I will announce it in my stream. One streamer replied. Me too, me too. There are in team many good people like Qin Boss around these days. Indeed, Qin Boss is magnanimous. The crowd chimed in. Qin Feng, however, simply smiled faintly before retrieving the soul-restraining bell. Ready. The universe is vast. The earth is profound. The transport of corpses begins. Let both human and ghost yield. Rise. The departed shall journey forth, and the living must keep their distance. As the bell tolled, the Western Han ancient corpse rose, following Qin Feng as it leaped forward. This scene left the surrounding streamers in astonishment, their mouths agape, speechless for a long while. Wow, is this really transporting corpses? Incredible. Don't just stand there, bing bing. Hurry up and follow. Yes, why are you standing there like a fool? Bing bing. Hurry up, they're already leaving. How amazing. I can't believe I'm witnessing a live corpse transport. By the way, after I die, will I also be transported like this? In that case, I prefer cremation. What? You don't want to move while alive, and now you don't want to take a few steps after death? You're too lazy. By the way, is the Archaeological Research Institute really not sending anyone? Will they regret it when they see the news tomorrow? Let them regret, anyway. Qin Boss has already notified them. It's their disbelief. The chat room was buzzing with excitement. Qin Feng remained oblivious to their chatter as he transported the Western Han ancient corpse, with the plump man and Wuxia maintaining order to keep the streamers at bay, all heading toward Luozhou City. As for the driver, he had long vanished, likely called away by his wife. Meanwhile, at the Archaeological Research Institute, Deputy Director Xiao Ge closed a thick stack of research materials and rubbed his eyes. Many believe that the work of the Archaeological Research Institute solely revolves around excavating tombs. But this is far from the truth. The task of deciphering various artifacts and inscriptions from ancient tombs is much more complex and tedious. Xiao Ge was one such talent, often returning home past midnight. After finishing his work, Xiao Ge habitually opened his phone to send a message to his wife. To his surprise, a news alert popped up. A burial pit has been discovered on the outskirts of the city, suspected to be a burial pit from the Western Han tomb. I have already rushed to the archaeological site for further verification. The corpse transport inn is involved in this incident, broadcasting live across the internet. A burial pit from the Western Han tomb? The corpse transport inn? Xiao Ge was taken aback and quickly clicked the link. He was immediately greeted by a bustling live broadcast, with a large crowd eagerly watching the corpse transport unfold. The streamers were actively promoting the burial pit. Attention to those watching the live stream. A burial pit from the Western Han dynasty has unexpectedly emerged in the western suburbs of our city. Please exercise caution and avoid falling in. The shopkeeper Qin has already notified the Archaeological Institute, but they are skeptical and have declined to send anyone to investigate. This information comes from the shopkeeper Qin of the Ghost Delivery Inn. Please take it seriously. A burial pit from the Western Han Dynasty? How was I unaware of this? Damn it. Xiao Ge hurriedly stood up and rushed towards the duty room. Chapter 20. The Soul-Scattering Bell and the Art of Paper Crafting, the First Prophets. To be frank, I previously considered the practice of corpse escorting to be a mere hoax, for which I now extend my apologies. I too was unaware that such practitioners truly existed. Not only do they exist, but they are vastly different from my prior notions. I had thought that corpse handlers merely transported the deceased. This is a testament to the adage that different fields are like mountains apart. Who would have imagined that ancient corpse handlers possessed such remarkable skills? The live broadcast room buzzed with excitement, yet Xiao Ge was preoccupied and rushed towards the duty room. Before he could even enter, he overheard a woman's voice laughing inside. Thank you, Brother Dong, for the bikini gift. If that is the case, shouldn't we dance? Zhang Dong's eyes sparkled. You're so annoying, Brother Dong. How can I dance dressed like this? Then just take it off and dance. What do you mean take off? What do you want to do at this hour? Before Zhang Dong could finish his sentence, Xiao Ge burst in. I didn't assign you to this duty to watch the live stream. Vice Dean, what brings you here? Is it time to clock out? I'll open the door right away. Zhang Dong's face turned pale with fright. Xiao Ge reprimanded him. Clock out? They've discovered burial pits in the Western Han tombs. And you're still thinking about leaving. The entire internet is abuzz. Don't you have any common sense? Huh. Zhang Dong was taken aback, recalling the earlier phone call. Did someone call you? Xiao Ge pressed. At this query, Zhang Dong's expression shifted dramatically as he nodded hurriedly. Yes, someone did. But they claimed to be from a Corpse Escort Inn, and I thought it was a scam. So a scam? The Corpse Escort Inn is nearly a sensation overseas. Don't tell me you were unaware. You're always glued to the female streamers. You don't even watch your own mother that often. Useless. Hurry to the scene. If any citizens are harmed, you'll be packing your bags. Yes, Dean. Zhang Dong exclaimed in panic and dashed out. Xiao Ge intended to follow. But upon seeing Zhang Dong swarmed by a throng of reporters as soon as he exited, he retreated into the duty room. He redialed the number. Hello, who is this? Wu Xia answered. It's me. I'm Xiao Ge, the Vice Dean of the Archaeological Institute. You must be from the Corpse Escort Inn? Yes, I'm Wu Xia. From the western suburbs, I'm already aware. I've dispatched someone. By the way, where is this corpse headed? This is a Western Han ancient corpse. Before Xiao Ge could finish, Wu Xia interjected with a laugh. Rest assured, we're delivering it to you. Is that convenient? We'll arrive in half an hour. Convenient. Very convenient. Where should I meet you? No need. Our inn will deliver it right to the Institute's entrance. Just wait for us there. All right, thank you. Xiao Ge concluded the call, feeling a surge of anticipation at the prospect of receiving the corpse tonight. Thus, he would be able to complete 2 assignments in one evening. He wondered about the progress on the other end. In contrast to the lively atmosphere surrounding Qin Feng, the situation on the other side was rather desolate. It was just him and the Japanese corpse throughout the journey. Perhaps everyone was at home watching Qin Feng's broadcast of corpse escorting, resulting in a remarkably smooth transit for him. Moreover, given the proximity, he could already see the police station's entrance. Kai Yin was waiting outside with several officers, clearly anticipating his arrival. Do not approach the deceased. Stay back. As Qin Feng reached the front entrance, Kai Yin was about to speak when he interrupted her. The path is long. Do not rush or hurry. With the ringing of the stopping bell, the Japanese corpse came to a halt. Qin Feng turned to Kai Yin, saying, The body has been delivered. The owner requested I relay a few instructions. If you choose to handle it independently, it must be cremated within 3 days. If through diplomatic means, it should be exported within 2 days. During this time, keep too many people at bay. Farewell. With that, Qin Feng turned and departed. Hey, wait. I still have questions for you. Kai Yin called after him. Hello. Hello. But Qin Feng had already vanished from sight. This guy is as reticent as a closed book. Kai Yin lamented, though she couldn't help but smile as she recalled his earlier words. What did he mean by diplomatic handling? Was he suggesting sending it back to Japan? And why 3 days for cremation but only 2 for export? Was he concerned about the body decomposing during transit? What exactly was Master Qin up to? How should we handle this body? A nearby officer inquired. Kai Yin pondered briefly before responding. First, let us notify our superiors and see if they wish to proceed with diplomatic handling. If not, we'll incinerate it tonight. Understood. The team members hurried off to make the call, while Kai Yin circled the Japanese corpse twice, musing, is Qin Feng truly a corpse handler? I thought they were extinct. How curious, but it might be worth testing his capabilities. Meanwhile, Qin Feng had successfully brought the Western Han ancient corpse into the city. A voice echoed in his mind. Ding. Task completed. Japanese corpse. System reward. Soul-scattering bell. Please retrieve and display it promptly. System reward. 20,000 dragon coins, credited to your account. Reminder. This task resulted in damage to 1 Japanese corpse. The reward for dragon coins is halved. Hearing the rewards, Qin Feng sighed in relief. A reduction in funds was tolerable, but losing the soul-scattering bell would have been disheartening. Although he was yet to discover its purpose, it was undoubtedly significant. After all, magical artifacts are far more valuable than mere currency to him, as some cannot even be purchased with money. Encouraged by the rewards, Qin Feng quickened his pace. The task on the other end had concluded, and he needed to exert effort on his part as well. The streamers surrounding him were indeed tireless, following him all the way back. This surprised Qin Feng, as he had assumed their initial enthusiasm would wane. To his surprise, they continued to trail him. Though the company made the journey less lonely, he felt a strange discomfort at being broadcasted. Next time, I might just sneak out to escort corpses. Being live-streamed is rather uncomfortable. Moments later, Qin Feng finally arrived at the entrance of the Archaeological Institute with the Western Han ancient corpse. From a distance, he noticed a group of journalists being held back by security. A middle-aged man in simple attire stood at the entrance, likely Vice Dean Zhangdong. The path is long. Do not rush or hurry. Qin Feng invoked the stopping command, properly positioning the corpse before turning to Xiao Ge. The Corpse Escort Inn is here to return the body. You must be Vice Dean Xiao Ge. Yes. I cannot thank you enough, Xiao Ge exclaimed, visibly exhilarated as he examined the ancient corpse. He recognized that the attire and patterns on this corpse closely resembled those from their initial excavation of the Western Han tomb. This was undoubtedly authentic. By the way, Vice Dean Xiao, there were burial pits discovered near the site. Have already dispatched a team? My sincerest apologies. I have reprimanded the staff on duty for their negligence. That's reassuring. Regardless of the validity of the information, caution is paramount in our line of work. Qin Feng smiled and continued. I presume you are more knowledgeable than I on handling this ancient corpse, so I shall refrain from unnecessary elaboration. As he spoke, Qin Feng produced a business card and handed it over. Should you require assistance from our Corpse Escort Inn in future archaeological endeavors, please do not hesitate to contact me. However, orders must be placed in person at our establishment. Certainly, Xiao Ge responded, smiling with gratitude. Qin Feng smiled and turned around, and almost simultaneously, a voice echoed in his mind. Ding! The task of the Western Han Dynasty ancient corpse has been completed. Reward, a manual on paper crafting. Reward, 100,000 dragon coins have been credited. Chapter 21. The placement of the soul-dispersing bell and the origin of the ghostly realm after 10 minutes. Qin Feng and his companions reluctantly bid farewell to the hosts and made their way back to the inn. The plump fellow exclaimed, Innkeeper, the delightful nightlife has only just begun. Are we truly returning to rest? How about indulging in a lavish treatment instead? Qin Feng chuckled in response. You may go ahead. I and Wuxia shall return. I almost forgot to mention, tonight is payday. I will allocate your share to Wuxia. What? Payday? No way. I'm coming back too. I can't leave now. The chubby man protested, his mouth agape. Upon their return to the inn, which was half an hour later, the young man had already arrived. Having received a reward, Qin Feng deduced that the young man had successfully completed his task. However, the young man still reported the situation to him. Qin Feng nodded in acknowledgement. The matter of the corpse from the Wanghua is no longer our concern. We have fulfilled our responsibilities and communicated what needed to be said. You did well, young man. In our line of work, it's prudent to focus solely on our duties and to speak less. Silence is also a form of cultivation. Now, everyone should rest. We will distribute the salaries early tomorrow. Tomorrow morning? Isn't it tonight? The plump man was taken aback. Tomorrow it is. It's too late tonight. And you should rest early. But innkeeper, if you're paying tomorrow, we wouldn't have returned so early tonight. We might as well have stayed out. I advise you to rest now. There are few in our profession who can retire early. The chubby man fell silent, but since they had returned, he could only clutch his phone and head upstairs, preparing to scroll through short videos. Old Tang, you may go too, Qin Feng remarked with a smile. Old Tang nodded and then ascended the stairs. Qin Feng locked the inn's door, deciding not to conduct any business that night. In truth, no one had sought him for services in recent days, as the system had been handling the orders. Although his reputation had spread, it would take time for the locals to adjust. He was not anxious about this. In the lobby, he found himself alone. Qin Feng then turned his attention to the previously awarded soul-dispersing bell. He had taken it out, uncertain of its size. The lobby was spacious, but he was unsure where to place it. Any recommended locations? He inquired. The soul-dispersing bell is relatively large and must be hung. Please ensure the rope is secure, host. The system replied. Qin Feng was taken aback. Hung. Upon surveying the lobby, he noticed that only one side of the counter had ropes. The Yin Inn was equipped with 9 ropes, resembling the coffins found in a mortuary. These ropes were intended for items that should not touch the ground, such as jars containing restless souls. These jars must either be suspended from the ropes or placed on shelves, but they must never be placed on the ground, especially not on soil. While laying on bricks or asphalt may be acceptable temporarily, prolonged contact with the ground would allow the restless souls to escape. Once placed on soil, no matter how powerful the sealing array, the jars would immediately break free if they touched the ground. Why? This pertains to a certain saying: a person unable to see the wind, a dragon unable to see stones, a fish unable to see water, a ghost unable to see earth, much like a lustful person unable to perceive illness. This phrase originates from Lu Xiao's commentary on the treatise on febrile diseases. Before his journey to this world, Qin Feng had encountered a similar saying in a novel titled Ghost Blows Out the Light. The core message was the same. At that time, he merely regarded it as a mysterious concept and paid little heed. However, since activating the system and acquiring the godly corpse-driving technique, he realized that these records were indeed true. Humans dwell in the air, unable to see the wind. Fish live in water, unable to perceive it. Naturally, ghosts cannot see the earth, while dragons remain a contentious topic, and thus I shall refrain from elaborating. Once a ghost touches the ground, it becomes akin to a fish submerged in water, rendering it undetectable. The jars used to seal ghosts are typically crafted from clay. This clay possesses breathability, yet differs from normal soil as ghosts cannot penetrate it. The reason for its breathability is that ghosts also require a form of respiration. However, they do not breathe oxygen. Rather, they inhale in energy. This explains the idiom about ghosts gasping and ghosts blowing out lights. Clay jars, once fired, pose no harm to ghosts and effectively contain them, making them the optimal choice. Qin Feng tugged on the rope before him, finding it quite sturdy. However, for safety's sake, he tied 4 ropes together. This way, no matter how large the soul-dispersing bell was, it would be adequately suspended. Of course, if the bell weighed 100 tons, the ropes would be unnecessary, as the corpse driving in would be crushed. Qin Feng retrieved the soul-dispersing bell and swung it toward the rope. Instantly, a flash of black light flickered, and the next moment, he heard 2 creaking sounds of wood being tightened. A bronze bell, towering at the height of an adult, hung from the rope. The rope was taut, and the bell hung steadily, resting less than half a meter from the ground. Peering inside, Qin Feng was surprised to find that the bronze bell lacked a clapper. Typically, every bell contains a vertical metal component that serves as its core mechanism for producing sound upon impact. Yet this bronze bell was devoid of such a feature. Can this bronze bell even produce sound? Qin Feng scratched his head, dubious. However, it was late at night, and he could not test it, for fear of disturbing the neighbors. The items awarded by the system must possess their own significance. Perhaps the bell was designed specifically for dealing with corpses and restless souls, making its peculiarity understandable. Satisfied after tugging the rope, Qin Feng ascended to the 2nd floor to rest. A night passed without incident. The following morning, Qin Feng was startled awake by the sound of several chimes. Rushing downstairs, he found the plump man striking the bronze bell with his own weight. To his astonishment, he could barely move it, producing only a muffled sound. Qin Feng quickly intervened, retrieving a bell hammer the length of a feather duster from the counter. Use this hammer. Are you out of your mind? I was merely curious, innkeeper. When did you install this? It must be worth a fortune. The plump man replied with a grin. Qin Feng cautioned, I must warn you, this is the soul-dispersing bell, specifically intended to suppress corpse transformations and restless souls. Do not strike it recklessly. You may test it once. Understood. The chubby man accepted the hammer and struck it with a resounding thud. Instantly, a clear and melodious ringing resonated throughout, captivating Qin Feng's attention. He too was eager to hear it, which prompted the plump man's strike. It was said that the soul-dispersing bell possessed immense power. 1 chime would pacify the dead, 2 would cause 100 ghosts to retreat, and 3 could subdue the Ghost King. The Ghost King was an exceptionally formidable restless soul. As for whether it could suppress even more powerful entities such as ghost immortals or ghost saints, Qin Feng was unsure, for he had never encountered such beings. Old Tang, carrying breakfast, was approaching when he heard the bells chime. He involuntarily took a few steps back and returned to the courtyard, observing the plump man and Qin Feng in the lobby with a bemused smile. These youngsters today truly dare to play with anything. Chapter 22. Is this not more enticing than tomb raiding? Children, dinner is served. Dinner is served. Shortly thereafter, as the bell tolled, Old Tang entered with the dishes in hand. Upon seeing this, Qin Feng hurried upstairs to freshen up. When he descended, Wu Xie and the others had yet to touch their chopsticks. In this establishment, Qin Feng, as the proprietor, was the first to arrive, thus, no one else could begin until he did. Such was the rule. In truth, the portly fellow had little appetite and kept his gaze fixed on Qin Feng, eagerly awaiting news regarding their wages. However, Qin Feng merely smiled and said, "Let us eat first." "Is that it, proprietor?" the portly fellow inquired. "What else would you expect?" Qin Feng retorted. The portly fellow fell silent, muttering under his breath, "Be careful, or you might end up childless." "Ha ha, enough jesting. Wages will be distributed after dinner." Qin Feng chuckled. Once everyone had finished their meal, Qin Feng did not rush, but instead waited for Old Tang to clean up before calling him over as well. The portly fellow, unable to contain himself any longer, declared, "I won't delay any further. We currently have 4 of us at the Ghost Escort Inn, and since we've come together, it must be fate. Naturally, everyone deserves a share of the wages. Moreover, we pay out immediately upon settlement. There will be no withholding of hard-earned money." Applause. The portly fellow exclaimed excitedly, "Proprietor, it's this quality that makes me loyal to you. It's rare to find a good boss like you who never delays wages. However," he added, "but honestly, we've only worked for 3 days. How much can we possibly earn?" "Let me clarify," the portly fellow continued. "I'm not particularly greedy. $100 wouldn't be too little. Nor would 1,000 be too much." Wu Xie merely smiled in response, seemingly suggesting that if one were not fond of wealth, then no one in the world could be. Qin Feng chuckled. "The current market is quite favorable. It's quite lucrative. 30,000, he proclaimed, as he proceeded to transfer the wages. The young man, lacking a mobile device, had his portion handed to Wu Xie, totaling 60,000. The portly fellow, upon receiving a text confirming the arrival of 30,000, was elated, unable to contain his excitement and momentarily at a loss for words. At that moment, a phone call came through. The portly fellow answered with irritation. "Who is this? Calling at such a time?" "Oh, third master. What do you want with me?" he asked. "The corpse driver? Have you not seen my live stream? I've already washed my hands of that business." Yes. I'm now in the corpse business with your Tianjun. That's right. I'm a corpse driver." "What? You say Tianjun mentioned not to dig up graves and wants me to do it secretly, doubling the profits? Well, I refuse. Third master, you should switch careers. Who wants to go grave robbing? It's hard work, and even if the items we unearth seem valuable, after deducting expenses, it's hardly worth it. And during crackdowns, one could end up with nothing but their underwear. I've nearly starved." "What? You say it's a greasy job? How greasy could it be? Canola oil? Sunflower oil? Even Jinlong blended oil won't do. We've only been corpse drivers for 3 days and earned 30,000. That's a daily income of 10,000. In this day and age, earning 10,000 without fear of police, with live streaming and photography, where else can one find such work? Is this not more enticing than tomb raiding? Furthermore, Tianjin is no longer young. Don't you, as an elder, worry for him? Even if the young man doesn't want a dowry, shouldn't he consider his future? Can one live without money for essentials? What about skincare products? And when children arrive, diapers, milk powder, baby strollers. Enough. Tianjun has seized the phone. "Third master, hello? Hello?" Qin Feng, observing the scene, could barely contain his laughter. The portly fellow was truly amusing. Wu Xie approached to engage the portly fellow in discussion. While the young man appeared completely oblivious, sipping tea, Qin Feng turned to Old Tang and asked, "Old Tang, what is your phone number? I can transfer your wages, or I can give you cash." Old Tang waved his hand, stating, "As I've mentioned, I don't want money. Just enough for meals will suffice. I'm already grateful to you for providing me with food. You young folks are just starting out. It's not easy." Old Tang's modesty was commendable, but Qin Feng insisted, "Since you are with me, there must be wages, otherwise. Qin, I know you're a good person, but at my age, money is of little use. If you truly care for me, just allow me to stay here. To be honest, I never wish to leave this place. It is my home." "Your home?" Qin Feng was taken aback, and the portly fellow and Wu Xie halted, gazing at the old man in confusion. "Forgive my curiosity, but you've been here a few days and haven't inquired about my background?" Old Tang sighed and replied, "I am a local of Linjia village. I am the last remaining resident." What was Old Tang's situation? Indeed, please enlighten us, Old Tang. The portly fellow, and Wu Xie ceased their debate and approached. Old Tang sighed before recounting his tale. It was a rather tragic one. That fateful year, when Linjia village encountered calamity, he was merely 20 years of age. Like many young people in the village, he had gone out to work. At that time, the village was still small, and Luozhou City had not yet developed as it has today. Linjia village was still a rural outpost. During the new year, young villagers returned home to celebrate. Yet, that year, he was the only one who did not return. When he finally did, the entire village had vanished, as if everyone had evaporated overnight. This incident caused quite a stir, yet no matter how it was investigated, no answers were found, and it became a cold case. To this day, no one knows what truly transpired. The missing villagers never returned. Since then, Old Tang had been the sole inhabitant of Linjia village. I don't even consider myself a true resident of Linjia village. When I was 8, my parents sold me to the Lin family as a servant, where I met my elder brother Lin Chonggong, who later became the village chief. My elder brother never treated me as a servant, but rather as a younger sibling, right up until I turned 18. At that time, during the collapse of the feudal system, my elder brother, a martial arts champion, deemed the court corrupt and returned with a group of brothers. A few years later, as slaves became free, I found liberty. My elder brother helped me find a job, and I began to work. He was a few years older than I and already had a daughter. Due to my elder brother's good nature, despite being a landlord, he was well respected in Linjia village and served as village chief. But it was that year I failed to return, and thus the entire Linjia village. My niece was only 3 years old at the time. Qin Feng and the others felt a lump in their throats. Even the usually indifferent young man appeared moved. By heavens, what on earth happened? Is there truly no one who has investigated this? The portly fellow exclaimed. They couldn't uncover the truth. This matter is beyond mere mortals. Old Tang exclaimed with fervor. Could it be ghosts? The portly fellow retorted. Wu Xie quickly interjected. Calm down, portly fellow. Let Old Tang continue. If it truly involves ghosts, our proprietor could perhaps devise a plan. Qin Feng nodded in agreement. If it were indeed ghosts, I might just have a few tricks up my sleeve. While I may not yet be adept at ghost catching, with the system at hand, it is only a matter of time. Chapter 23. The Ancient Battlefield, the Three Armies Seal, and the Corrupted Corpses Leading to the Underworld. Old Tang, attempting to calm his emotions, spoke. In truth, they are not ghosts. If they were, the situation would be much simpler. Qin Feng was momentarily taken aback before he comprehended the implication. It was indeed improbable that ghosts were the cause. Even Long Men had collaborated with the police. Had it been a ghost, this case would have been resolved long ago, rather than remaining an unresolved mystery to this day. Old Tang, have you made any discoveries? Qin Feng inquired. Old Tang nodded affirmatively, and to their astonishment, he produced a tightly sewn piece of cloth from his worn garment. He unfurled it and extracted several sheets of letter paper. Everything is documented here, esteemed shopkeeper. If you believe in me, I implore you to assist. As he spoke, Old Tang unexpectedly rose and bowed deeply. Qin Feng hesitated, responding, I shall examine it first. If it is within my capacity, I will certainly assist you. You can do it. I have faith in you. From the moment I first laid eyes on you, I knew you possessed the capability. Old Tang exclaimed with fervor. Qin Feng nodded and, along with Wu Xie and others, began to read. The letter was penned by Lin Chonggong, the village chief of Linjia village. It detailed a shocking event. After Lin Chonggong resigned from his position as a martial champion and returned to his hometown, the village endured several years of severe drought. The villagers faced tremendous hardships, and the unusual weather led some of the elderly to assert that it was due to having offended some entity, such as a drought spirit. Consequently, they pooled funds to hire a feng shui master to investigate. Although Lin Chonggong did not believe in such matters, he felt compelled to seek assistance. Just as he was about to leave, a feng shui master named Zhang Changshan arrived in the village, claiming to be a wandering expert. He asserted that the environment of Linjia village had undergone a significant change, heralding an ominous sign, and recommended that the entire village relocate swiftly. This proclamation caused an uproar among the villagers, most of whom labeled him a charlatan. Although Lin Chonggong was skeptical of feng shui, he was astute enough to recognize Zhang Changshan's genuine abilities. After all, suggesting a village relocation provided him no personal gain and would undoubtedly invite scrutiny. The villagers' disbelief compelled Lin Chonggong to send for other feng shui masters while secretly bringing Zhang Changshan to his home for a private consultation. Zhang Changshan stated, Your Linjia village has flourished for generations, surrounded by fertile soil and flowing water, ensuring a happy life. But do you know that all this is exchanged with lives? Please enlighten us, Master Zhang. Lin Chongqing urged. Zhang Changshan then produced a seal from his robe, handing it to him. The seal was a deep crimson hue, slightly smaller than the traditional imperial seal, and instead of a dragon, it bore the carving of a fierce tiger descending a mountain, strikingly lifelike. Beneath the tiger was inscribed the ancient characters "Invincible in battle." This is the tiger seal, the ancient token that commanded the three armies. I stumbled upon it on the hillside outside your village, and to my surprise, your village is already in peril, Zhang Changshan explained. Lin Chongqing, perplexed, implored Zhang Changshan to elaborate. The master elaborated. The tiger seal signifies a place where battles once raged. Its appearance foretells impending conflict. I have surveyed the terrain surrounding your village, a flat expanse encircled by mountains, with 2 rivers flowing through. The fertile land is perfect for habitation, making it an ancient battleground coveted by military strategists. I surmise that your village was once a site of great conflict. If you doubt this, dig down. You will unearth bones within 20 meters. Lin Chongqing, intrigued, immediately dispatched workers to excavate in his yard. To their astonishment, they uncovered a scattering of white bones less than 10 meters down, sending the diggers into a near-fainting panic. From that moment onward, Lin Chongqing held an unwavering belief in Zhang Changshan's words. The ancient battlefield's 3 armies seal, and the corpses corrupting the passage to the underworld. The multitude of bodies here nourished the land, sustaining your villagers. Yet, this bounty demands a price. The greater the population, the sooner the reckoning will arrive. When that day comes, it shall be filled with flames, revealing the ghostly soldiers. A tempest of spirits, with the living offering themselves. The decayed corpses shall connect with the underworld, forming a bridge between realms. Zhang Changshan warned. Lin Chongqing was taken aback by this revelation. Did it imply that the ancient corpses would open the gates to the netherworld? When that time arrived, the living and the dead would coexist, heralding disaster. No wonder Zhang Changshan urged immediate relocation. This place was destined to become a hell on earth. This pattern cannot be altered nor destroyed. It can only be suppressed and sealed. However, this does not guarantee complete safety. The only viable solution is to evacuate. This tiger seal can command the buried corpses and spirits, but it requires the sacrifice of a life. Zhang Changshan cautioned. Please, do not hold back, master. Lin Chongqing insisted. Zhang Changshan revealed the method to break the curse, explaining that during the convergence of the 2 realms, one must hold the tiger seal and leap into the connecting passage. The seal would suppress the connection, though it might not completely close it, depending on whether the underworld's resentful spirits sought to escape. However, the bearer of the seal would not survive. What if we simply abandon it? Lin Chongqing asked, still naive. Zhang Changshan chuckled. Once you approach the entrance, there is no turning back. How could you abandon it? How much time do we have? Lin Chongqing pressed. At this question, Zhang Changshan's expression shifted dramatically. I cannot say. Revealing such secrets invites calamity. Master, since you have come to aid us, it is clear you cannot bear witness to great suffering. Though I am but a mortal, I would willingly become the bearer of the seal for the sake of my 3-year-old daughter. Please, tell me the precise timing. Once the passage opens, and before the underworld seals it, can you truly stand by and watch chaos unfold? Zhang Changshan regarded Lin Chongqing for a long moment before replying. I am no coward either. Since you possess such resolve, I shall willingly accompany you into the depths of the underworld. In the afterlife, we shall be sworn brothers. Now, please wait a moment. Zhang Changshan began to calculate. Night had fallen, and outside, fireworks erupted with resounding booms, reaching their 9th blast. Finally, Zhang Changshan opened his eyes, exclaiming, I am ashamed. Lin Chongqing, I beg your pardon. Why do you say such things? Lin Chongqing's face turned ashen. Zhang Changshan spoke, the time is now. Before he could finish, Lin Chongqing saw Zhang Changshan's face turn deathly pale as he fell silent. It was as if he had plunged into an icy abyss, perishing on the spot. Only in that final moment did Lin Chongqing comprehend that Zhang Changshan meant the time was indeed now. The tale within the letter captivated Qin Feng and his companions, yet old Tang's next words plunged them into a chilling silence. 3 days after the incident, I heard from the police that all the villagers had vanished without a trace, leaving not even a single corpse. A decade later, when the village was reopened, I discovered this letter in my elder brother's ancestral shrine. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng's brow furrowed in concern. At that moment of conversation, who penned this letter? Old Tang shook his head. No one penned it. Qin Feng's expression grew even more grim. If no one penned it, it must be the work of a ghost. A vengeful spirit leaving behind a message, its obsession reaching the heavens. Chapter 24. Indeed, there are skeletal remains, an explanation of the art of paper figurine shopkeeper. Do you really believe this letter was left by a ghost? Wu Xie inquired. Given the contents of this letter, neither Lin Changgang nor Zhang Changshan had the time to pen it. Moreover, Tang Lao mentioned that no one took notes throughout the entire process, which implies this letter must have been written afterwards, since the writing style belongs to Lin Changgang, who has already passed away. The author of this letter can only be his vengeful spirit, Zhang Weishan affirmed. A vengeful spirit can indeed write letters. This involves the art of paper figurines, which I shall explain to you shortly. Fatty, you and the young master head to the backyard, Tang Lao stated. Surely, he can locate the spot they excavated back then? Absolutely. I know precisely where it is. Tang Lao hurriedly led the way. Qin Feng and Wu Xie fetched a shovel, as they were all tomb raiders. Digging a thief's hole was second nature to them. In less than half an hour, they had already dug down 5 or 6 meters. Fatty struck the ground once more, and this time a dull thud echoed. We've struck something. Fatty quickly cleared the surrounding dirt. Moments later, something emerged from beneath the ground. To everyone's astonishment, it was a metal plate, caked in mud and rusted. The plate measured approximately 2 meters square. Fatty widened the hole beneath it and soon managed to lift the metal plate. As it was raised, a gust of cold wind rushed forth, contorting Fatty's face. Beneath the metal plate lay an unfathomable pit, from which chilling breezes surged, sending shivers down their spines. Surrounding the pit was not soil, but a mass of piled skeletal remains, stark white and abundant. Even Fatty couldn't help but gasp in shock. Cover it up, Qin Feng urged. Fatty hastily replaced the metal plate, trembling uncontrollably in place. At this moment, they were utterly convinced of Tang Lao's words. Indeed, beneath Linjiao village lay a graveyard of bones. Fatty filled in the hole, still shivering in the sunlight. Qin Feng advised him to bask in the sun a bit longer before heading to the city to explore areas with more people, as the presence of the living could dispel the lingering malevolence. Tang Lao, please tell me what you wish for me to do, Qin Feng asked as they all settled in the backyard. I hope you can establish an inn here and, if circumstances allow, purchase the entirety of Linjiao village. Although this place is temporarily safe, we cannot guarantee that trouble won't arise again. We must not allow developers to build here. It could spell disaster for you, shopkeeper Qin. Old man, your request is rather excessive. Linjiao village is quite extensive, especially being in the city center. Acquiring this land would cost at least 18 million. Fatty protested. Indeed, this task is no small feat, Wu Xie concurred. Tang Lao, however, insisted, not at all. I've heard that no one dares to buy this land. The last buyer was ruined by it. Currently, it is with the planning bureau, and they are eager to offload it, yet no one is willing to buy. The price is remarkably low, apparently less than 500,000. 500,000. Everyone was taken aback. Qin Feng quickly retrieved his phone to check. To his surprise, there was no listed price online, merely stating that negotiations were required. Upon reviewing past auction prices, the most recent was indeed 500,000, with no buyers. It seemed the previous owner, an investment company, had collapsed due to this land, rendering it a taboo. Fatty, go inquire about it while you're out in crowded areas. All right. Fatty stood up and exited. Old man, if the price is low, I will certainly purchase it. Rest assured. Establishing an inn here would also forge a connection with Linjiao village, and since fate has brought us together, I shall not stand idly by. Thank you, shopkeeper. Thank you, Tang Lao exclaimed, visibly excited. Qin Feng waved his hand, saying, let us await Fatty's news. As for the events that transpired here, let us keep them to ourselves to avoid causing panic. Old man, please rest. Young Master Wu Xie, follow me. With that, Qin Feng rose and returned to the main hall, followed by the two. Wu Xie asked, shopkeeper, will you be discussing the art of paper figurines? It had been 3 days, and he had yet to begin learning, leaving him quite anxious. He had already purchased the paper necessary for crafting paper figurines. Qin Feng nodded and produced the system's reward, the art of paper figurines. This is the art of paper figurines. Take a look. Young Master Wu Xie took it and opened it, immediately furrowing his brow. You don't wish to learn? Qin Feng inquired. I do not, Wu Xie declared, tossing the art back to Wu Xie. With a resigned smile, Wu Xie opened it again, saying, isn't this quite interesting? I like this, shopkeeper. I shall learn the art of paper figurines. Very well. Qin Feng nodded, encouraging the young master to explore it further while he settled down nearby. Qin Feng had already mastered this art, and the reason he had not taught Wu Xie was that he lacked this book. The craft of paper figurines is not as straightforward as corpse guiding. The process is fixed. Paper figures and horses require specific cutting techniques. Moreover, this is merely the foundation. Subsequent learning must adapt to each individual's physique, appearance, attire, and so forth, necessitating other cutting methods. Without the art of paper figurines, Wu Xie would be unable to learn merely from Qin Feng's oral instructions. Qin Feng explained, this art is just the beginning. You can start with paper figures and later learn about paper horses. We do not craft modern objects like televisions and refrigerators, so you need not worry about the variety being overwhelming. In truth, those items are of little use, merely modern notions. Does the art of paper figurines not encompass these? Wu Xie questioned. Qin Feng nodded. Our practice differs from that of traditional paper shops. We solely create paper figures and horses due to our distinct purposes. However, do not think that fewer items equates to simplicity. In reality, our craft is more complex. The paper figures we produce must not only resemble their intended forms, but also possess a lifelike quality. And most importantly, they must be imbued with spirit. Spirit? Wu Xie asked, perplexed. How can a paper figure possess spirit? Qin Feng smiled. It is an intuition that allows you to perceive, at first glance, that the creation possesses a soul. Only such works can enable spirits to utilize them effortlessly and pay their dues. Observe closely. I shall demonstrate. With that, Qin Feng retrieved a sheet of yellow paper and, with the aid of scissors, began to cut. Throughout the process, he did not pause for a moment. Wu Xie watched in awe, and most remarkably, with each cut, he understood precisely what Qin Feng was shaping. For instance, this cut was for the arm, and the next was for the neck. Several times, Wu Xie attempted to follow along, only to find himself unable to keep pace. Moments later, when Qin Feng completed the paper figure and opened it, it revealed a woman in a white dress, stunningly beautiful. The figure remained uncolored, yet Wu Xie found himself entranced. As if a living, extraordinary woman stood before him. Qin Feng gestured towards the figure, asking, "Do you sense its spirit?" Wu Xie nodded. "I feel as though she is watching me." He felt somewhat bashful. Qin Feng chuckled. Exactly. This is the true art of paper figurines. What you create is not merely a paper figure. Beyond its beauty, you must infuse your spirit into it. Only by infusing your spirit into it does it possess a soul. Of course, do not dwell on this for now. Strive merely for a semblance of the divine. I shall find a way to cultivate your spiritual strength. For the paper effigy, spiritual power is of utmost importance. Currently, your spiritual energy is somewhat feeble, so there is no need for haste. Chapter 25. The purpose of paper figures, is it truly in excess of spiritual energy? Wu Xie was taken aback by the notion. The concept of spiritual energy was rather elusive, and he was not well versed in it. However, having previously worked in the tomb raiding profession, he had heard of many bizarre occurrences. For instance, some tomb raiders could go without food or water for an entire day and night, completely emptying an ancient tomb, while others could barely endure half a night. It is said that in moments of extreme tension, one might not even feel pain, let alone fatigue. Yet, the duration for which each person could sustain such tension varied significantly. Wu Xie had attempted several days of intense work, and although he rested each day, the subsequent high-intensity labor left him in a poor mental state. Particularly towards the end of each day, the excruciating headache made it impossible for him to concentrate. Wu Xie shared these reflections with Qin Feng, who responded, "This is essentially what spiritual energy is. Crafting paper figures requires intense focus, which leads to rapid fatigue. Years of crafting can enhance one's spiritual energy, albeit to a limited extent. Creating paper figures suitable for vengeful spirits is quite challenging, especially when attempting to infuse them with one's own spiritual energy to produce works imbued with a soul. This is why I advised you to take your time and progress gradually. Once I find the right tools to train your spiritual energy, you'll be able to craft paper figures akin to mine." Wu Xie nodded, realizing that this was merely the beginning and that this path was no easier than corpse transportation. He inquired, "Shopkeeper, to be frank, I still don't quite understand the difference between the paper figures we craft and those made in a paper shop." Qin Feng chuckled. "The paper figures crafted in a shop are intended to be burned for the deceased, while ours are specifically prepared for vengeful spirits." He gestured toward the paper figure he had created, adding, "There are many types of paper figures. For instance, the one I created is among the most powerful. Any female vengeful spirit can adopt her appearance and even attire from her life. This transformation relies on the spiritual energy contained within. If this energy is insufficient, the spirit cannot change her clothing or even her visage, rendering such a paper figure inferior. Furthermore, if the paper figure cannot even be used by a vengeful spirit, it is merely suitable for burning for the dead. Our objective in crafting paper figures is to ensure they can at least be utilized by vengeful spirits. As Qin Feng spoke, he glanced at the inn, smiling. This ties back to what I previously mentioned. Our yin began with corpse transportation, but we do not solely engage in that business. Compared to corpse transportation, dealing with vengeful spirits is far more lucrative. For example, some individuals who die unexpectedly may wish to see their loved ones one last time during the Head 7 period, when their spirits are about to depart. However, vengeful spirits are ethereal and cannot be seen or touched by ordinary people, and their presence can affect both parties negatively. At such times, paper figures become essential. A vengeful spirit can inhabit a paper figure, allowing them to interact as if they were alive, except for the inability to face the sun. This enables them to bid farewell properly. Similarly, some vengeful spirits may grow powerful enough to evade the underworld's enforcers, naturally desiring to experience a normal life. In such cases, paper figures become quite useful. Qin Feng then looked at Wu Xie and asked, "Have you heard of the ghost market?" "The ghost market? Of course, I've heard of it. Does it relate to paper figures?" Wu Xie replied. Qin Feng nodded. The existence of the ghost market is primarily composed of spirits, with only a handful of living individuals. Since ghosts are ethereal beings, they require paper figures to enjoy worldly items. Hence, if you ever have the opportunity to visit the ghost market, be cautious about smoking, as the paper figures there are waterproof but not fireproof. Wu Xie's eyes sparkled with understanding. "Shopkeeper, I have learned much from you. Listening to your insights makes me feel as though my previous tomb raiding experiences were merely child's play. No matter how thrilling tomb raiding may be, it is ultimately confined to ancient tombs, whereas the ghost market seems to unveil a hidden world." Qin Feng patted Wu Xie on the back and chuckled. "Take your time. The underworld can also be entertaining, but we must possess adequate strength. Otherwise, it could lead to dire consequences." Wu Xie then embarked on a lengthy practice session. His skills in corpse transportation improved significantly, and he finally began to practice crafting paper figures. The only one left behind was the chubby fellow, who had yet to encounter any corpse retrieval opportunities and felt somewhat disheartened. However, his love for money meant he was willing to do anything for it. He simply wished to acquire a unique skill like Wu Xie and his brother. Before long, the afternoon arrived. The chubby fellow returned, immediately gulping down some water before exclaiming, "Wow, the food around here is incredibly spicy. If I had known, I would have hurried back for lunch." "Shopkeeper, guess how much I managed to get in the end?" "How much?" Qin Feng inquired. The auction price for the land in Lin Family Village was 500,000, yet it failed to sell. Clearly, no one wanted it, making it a hot potato. The folks at the management bureau are probably eager to offload it, as leaving it in limbo poses challenges for them to explain to the public. Selling it quickly would relieve them of that burden. Who would want to keep it? The chubby fellow raised a finger, grinning. "I offered 10,000. The moment they heard I was inquiring about the Lin Family Village land, they let me name my price. I said 10,000. Would you believe it? They actually agreed. So, shopkeeper, how about that for a deal?" Qin Feng remained silent, pouring himself a cup of tea. Wu Xie, while crafting paper figures, chuckled. "You paid too much. According to your logic, I could have bought it for just $1. $1? You are quite naive. That is land, and you think 10,000 is expensive?" the chubby fellow retorted. Wu Xie responded with a smile. "You know it's land? What do you mean by that?" The chubby fellow looked puzzled. Wu Xie explained, "Good land can be worth tens of millions or even hundreds of millions, while the lesser plots are still valued at several hundred thousand. However, they previously auctioned it for 500,000, and that's in the city center. This indicates they aren't concerned about the price, they simply want to offload it. Even if you offered no money, they would still be willing to sell. Of course, they would never admit it publicly. Outwardly, they would claim it sold for several million, but only the involved parties truly know the truth." The chubby fellow scratched his head, bewildered by the intricacies of the situation. "So, did I overpay? Should I go back and negotiate again?" Qin Feng waved his hand dismissively. "No need for that. In business, integrity is paramount. Since they have already agreed, pressing for a lower price now would make us appear petty. Besides, 10,000 is not excessive. We can always purchase it later when I have made some money. With the system at hand, 10,000 is merely a matter of days." Qin Feng was not worried. The most crucial aspect was ensuring the land was secured, preventing others from developing it. Otherwise, the consequences could be dire. Wu Xie smiled and handed the chubby fellow his bank card, saying, "Here is the 60,000 the shopkeeper provided earlier. Combine it with your funds to make it to 10,000. It's better to act sooner than later. Qin Feng was momentarily taken aback, about to speak. But Wu Xie merely smiled. Shopkeeper, we are currently not in need of food or clothing. There is no purpose in keeping this money. Consider it as a loan, and you may return it when you have the means. It is best for you to hold on to it. After all, as the shopkeeper, it would be inappropriate to venture out without any money. Chapter 26. Mo Feng's corpse storage. He is lying upon hearing this. Qin Feng helplessly shook his head. To be honest, his role as the manager was rather meager. He had no vehicle to his name. Once he earned enough to repay Wu Xie and the others, he vowed to acquire a car, at least to avoid the hassle of hailing a taxi for future corpse retrievals. Qin Feng supplemented the funds with 20,000, leaving the remaining 10,000 for the others to manage. With constant outings, money was essential. A total of 100,000 was hardly sufficient. The plump man took the money and contacted the other party, only to discover that a last-minute meeting had been scheduled, with the signing set for 5 in the afternoon. It seemed the other party was genuinely eager to finalize matters, willing to work overtime to resolve the issue today. Thus, the plump man could only rest in the shop for the time being. Bored, he collaborated with Old Tang to craft a wooden frame for Wu Xie to place his handcrafted paper figure upon. They decided not to discard the previous figures, as displaying them would showcase their progress, albeit for amusement. The younger brother remained in tranquil meditation, as he was most capable of settling into silence during idle moments. At 5 in the afternoon, the plump man finally set off to sign the contract. Before departing, he mentioned that the other party would treat him to dinner, so he wouldn't be back for the evening meal. However, when Qin Feng and the others finished dinner and it was already 8 o'clock, the plump man had yet to return. Wu Xie remarked that it was likely he had gone for some leisure time, suggesting they need not concern themselves with him, as he might not return that night. Qin Feng, feeling helpless, prepared to rest, but was suddenly interrupted by a series of urgent knocks at the inn's door. Wu Xie paused in his work on the paper figure and rushed to open the door. Qin Feng then observed a muddy van parked outside the inn. A young man in his 20s was peering cautiously inside, seemingly hesitant to enter. "Is there something you need?" Qin Feng inquired. "Are you Manager Qin? I have a corpse that needs to be stored here for a few days. Can you accommodate it?" the young man asked. "Certainly," Qin Feng replied with a smile, relieved that business had arrived unexpectedly. "Come in. We need to finalize the order inside the inn." "Is it safe?" the young man asked, appearing somewhat apprehensive. "We're all here. Nothing will happen to you. Come on in. By the way, what should I call you?" Wu Xie inquired. "My name is Mo Feng. From a village outside the city," the young man replied as he took a seat. Wu Xie poured him a glass of water, encouraging him to take his time. Mo Feng began. "Recently, my great-grandfather's grave was relocated. The new burial site had been selected and prepared, but during the transfer today, the new grave collapsed. Since the old gentleman had already been exhumed, we could not return him. I heard there is a corpse retrieval in here, so I came. My great-grandfather's coffin has decayed, so we brought the body here." Wu Xie glanced at Qin Feng, noting, "By your great-grandfather's era, there must only be bones left, right? Is there really a need for storage?" Qin Feng narrowed his eyes, questioning, "Your great-grandfather hasn't decayed, has he?" Mo Feng appeared stunned, swallowing hard before nodding. "If there were only bones left, I wouldn't have come to you. Then can you accept it?" Qin Feng asked. "We can accept it. However, our inn has certain rules you need to be aware of," he continued, addressing Wu Xie. "Use your phone to record. We need video evidence for the storage." "Understood." Wu Xie complied, albeit confused. "Why do we need video evidence? My great-grandfather has been dead for many years. Why would anyone want to take pictures?" Mo Feng protested. "It's just a standard procedure," Qin Feng explained. "Storing a corpse is different from other services. If you come back later and claim the body is different from what it was, we wouldn't have any way to defend ourselves. This video evidence is also for your peace of mind. We will only capture the body itself. The rest will focus on you. Shall we proceed to see the body?" "All right," Mo Feng agreed, rising from his seat. Soon, they arrived at the van. Mo Feng checked to ensure no one was around before opening the trunk. A male corpse wrapped in black cloth was revealed. The body was shrouded in new black fabric, likely because the previous clothing had deteriorated. Its skin was sunken, and hair disheveled, clearly indicating a desiccated corpse. Such corpses were common, showing no signs of decomposition. The burial site's environmental conditions had prevented complete decay, resulting in this state. Wu Xie and the others had encountered similar corpses during their tomb raiding escapades, although none had been preserved as well as this one. Qin Feng gestured for Wu Xie to take a photo of the body before addressing the two men. Please ensure that any valuable items on the body are removed. We will not be responsible for any losses. Mo Feng's expression darkened. Who would place valuable items on a corpse? Your rules are quite strange. Qin Feng merely smiled. Rules are rules. There is nothing to be done about it. If everything is in order, let us finalize the order. With that, he instructed Wu Xie to turn off his phone, and they returned to the inn. Once seated, Qin Feng inquired, "How long will you require storage?" 2 weeks. Mo Feng replied. 2 weeks? That is 14 days. We will charge you 3,000. If the body is not retrieved after 20 days, we will proceed with cremation. Is there any issue with this? Qin Feng explained. No issues. Mo Feng confirmed. Qin Feng smiled and gestured for Mo Feng to sign the contract. Meanwhile, Wu Xie and the younger brother exchanged glances at the corpse, their expressions turning somewhat grim. However, Qin Feng signaled them to remain silent, and they complied. After Mo Feng signed the contract and made payment, he departed swiftly. Once he left, Qin Feng locked the inn's doors and asked, "Does anyone have thoughts to share?" Wu Xie responded, "This corpse seems suspicious. A body from your great-grandfather's generation should be much older than this one. Look at the fabric's level of decay. This body must have been buried for no more than 30 years. The younger brother nodded in agreement. Their experiences in tomb raiding had made them sensitive to such details. Qin Feng chuckled. You are indeed correct. He has lied about the corpse's condition. However, it doesn't alter anything, since it's a corpse order. There is nothing we cannot handle. Younger brother, please take the body to the back and prepare it. I need to set up a formation. The younger brother nodded and took the soul-conserving bell, escorting the body to the backyard, with Wu Xie following closely. At that moment, a voice echoed in Qin Feng's mind. Ding. Corpse retrieval in order received. Mo Feng's corpse storage. Safeguard the corpse for 2 weeks. Reward. An upgrade. 100,000 dragon coins. 100,000? An upgrade for the inn? Qin Feng rejoiced. He knew that the few thousand provided by Mo Feng was merely a token. The real benefits lay with the system. Although the order required a lengthy 2-week commitment, the rewards were indeed substantial. Not only 100,000 dragon coins, but also an upgrade for the inn, which was precisely what Qin Feng desired. He was curious about how the inn would transform after the upgrade, eagerly anticipating the outcome. With this in mind, Qin Feng gathered some yellow talismans and headed toward the backyard. To receive the rewards, he needed to ensure the proper preservation of the corpse. Storing it for 2 weeks was not merely a matter of placing it in a coffin. It required a carefully arranged formation, lest the heat of summer lead to a foul odor. Chapter 27. The fire array symbol. Upon arriving at the courtyard's mortuary, Qin Feng found that the young man had already arranged the corpse. As he entered, he observed the young man and Wu Xie diligently fastening the coffin lid. Although the number of coffins was limited, each was lined with white cloth, indicating satisfactory conditions. Upon seeing Qin Feng, Wu Xie and the young man promptly ceased their activities. Qin Feng gestured for them to continue, and then retrieved a yellow talisman, beginning to inscribe upon it. Master, what kind of formation are you setting up? Wu Xie inquired. Leaning closer after closing the coffin lid, the young man stood beside him, equally curious. To be honest, they had encountered various corpses in their tomb raiding exploits. Yet the peculiarities of this coffin hotel left them perplexed. For instance, what condition would a corpse exhibit after being stored for 2 weeks? It was a mystery worth pondering. Thus, maintaining the corpse's state for 2 weeks must involve some intricate knowledge. Once Qin Feng completed his talisman, he stood and smiled. In this case, where only a single corpse is involved, a full formation is unnecessary. A simple talisman suffices. It essentially functions as a miniature array inscribed on the yellow talisman. As he spoke, he affixed the yellow talisman to the coffin. This particular corpse was a dry body, which could not be preserved for long under normal temperatures. Therefore, it was imperative to create a dry environment, and the drawn fire array symbol served this purpose. It would absorb moisture from the surroundings. Look closely at the yellow talisman, he instructed. Wu Xie and the young man examined it, and indeed noticed a narrow mark etched upon the talisman. This is a watermark, Qin Feng explained. Such a fire array symbol ensures that the area surrounding this coffin remains dry. Each talisman lasts for 2 days, so we will need to replace it 7 times over the 2 weeks. Young man, you may practice inscribing it later. Since the corpse will remain here for a few days, you can use it to hone your skills in guiding the dead. However, remember to affix the fire array symbol after each use to prevent damaging the corpse and harming our reputation. The young man nodded in understanding, and Qin Feng then beckoned them to follow him outside. The task at hand was straightforward, thus not warranting excessive exertion. The trio returned to the main hall. where Wuxia resumed crafting paper figures, while Qin Feng instructed the young man on how to inscribe the fire array symbol. After some time, Wuxia suddenly spoke up. Master, do you not feel something is amiss? This corpse's age does not match what Mo Feng described regarding his great-grandfather. Why would he deceive us? Qin Feng replied. That is not our concern. As long as we conduct our business with corpses, we shall proceed accordingly. Other matters are of lesser importance. Wuxia continued. I understand. But I cannot shake the feeling that something is afoot. Do you recall that Lu Zhenren from a few days ago? He is unlikely to let this go easily. We must remain vigilant. Qin Feng had not considered this deeply, nor had he encountered Lu Zhenren in recent days. They were, after all, semi-colleagues. And one might expect that someone from a prominent sect like Long Men would refrain from engaging in unsavory activities. Master, we must remain cautious, Wuxia insisted. Shall I call Fatty to investigate? Qin Feng nodded in agreement. Indeed, one must always maintain a sense of caution. Wuxia had undoubtedly experienced far more than he had. It was clear that when it came to discerning schemes and intentions, Wuxia was the more seasoned individual. Moreover, investigating posed no conflict with their current assignment. Wuxia promptly called Fatty, only to discover that he was indulging in some extravagant pampering. You should have come. The service here in Luozhou is delightful, and the ladies are exceptionally lovely. I must take you all next time. Wuxia interrupted him, relaying the situation and requesting him to look into Mo Feng. Fatty, upon hearing there was a matter to attend to, assured Wuxia that he would have news in half an hour. As Qin Feng sat contemplating the events of the evening, he acknowledged that he had no concern for Lu Zhenren or the formidable sister Xiao, as mentioned by the female ghost. The real issue lay in not allowing himself to be manipulated as a pawn. If Mo Feng was indeed associated with Lu Zhenren, then caution was imperative. With these thoughts, Qin Feng glanced towards the backyard, realizing it was not the right time to inspect the corpse. He decided to await Fatty's updates. Half an hour swiftly passed, and Fatty returned with news. Master, I have discovered that Mo Feng is affiliated with Qin Feng, a notorious young master in Luozhou. Ironically, the group of ruffians we encountered upon our first return to the corpse guiding was under his command. Why would this Qin Feng's subordinates care for our business? Could it be a gesture of goodwill? Goodwill from a young master? Is that plausible? Wuxia queried. Is there any connection between Qin Feng and Lu Zhenren? None overtly. But what transpires behind the scenes is uncertain, Fatty responded. Qin Feng nodded, signaling Wuxia to urge Fatty to return promptly. After a few reminders, Wuxia ended the call. Master, should we investigate the corpse? Wuxia asked. Qin Feng shook his head. There is no need. In business, one cannot avoid the machinations of rivals. Even if it is not this time, there will be future encounters. As the saying goes, one must be prepared for a fight to avoid 100. I would rather this be an arrangement by Lu Zhenren to demonstrate that our corpse guiding establishment is not to be trifled with. Wuxia nodded. While the young man's expression hardened, displaying a readiness for confrontation, Qin Feng refrained from disclosing the matter regarding the female ghost, as the truth of such events remained uncertain, and sharing it would serve no purpose. Moreover, he had never heard of any figure named Sister Xiao, suggesting he may have been overthinking the situation. Fatty soon returned, and the night passed without further incident. The following day, everyone busied themselves with their respective tasks. Wuxia was thoroughly engrossed in crafting paper figures, filling the shelves with numerous figures, albeit most were flawed. Nevertheless, Wuxia's skills were steadily improving. Meanwhile, Fatty and the young man had taken the male corpse outside to practice guiding the dead. Old Tang sat nearby, grinning at the land acquisition contract Fatty had brought back. Qin Feng checked online and confirmed that the relevant authorities had indeed announced the sale of the land, but the selling price remained undisclosed, clearly revealing that price would incite widespread commotion. Another piece of news captured his attention. The foreign female corpse that the young man had delivered to the police had indeed been returned to the country through diplomatic means, albeit at a cost to the foreign nation. However, such matters held no interest for Qin Feng, regardless of the turmoil that might ensue upon the corpse's return. It bore no relevance to him. As noon approached, rain began to fall outside, and it was rather heavy. Qin Feng anticipated yet another day of rest. But just after finishing lunch, a phone call interrupted him. Hello, Corpse Guiding Inn. Who is this? Qin Feng answered the call. I am Kaiyun. I require your assistance. The price is negotiable. Can you come to my location? Sorry, but clients must come to the Corpse Guiding Inn. It's our policy. Qin Feng interrupted Kaiyun. Kaiyun paused, then replied, Are you serious? This is urgent. Absolutely, Qin Feng responded nonchalantly. After a brief silence, Kaiyun's voice returned. Very well. I will send someone over. It should take no longer than half an hour. With that, Cayenne ended the call. Fatty, who had been eavesdropping, approached with eager anticipation. Is it about Yin Kai? The shopkeeper said, take me along. As long as I can see the clouds, I will agree to anything you say. Qin Feng, seeing this, helplessly replied, her name is Kai Yun, not clouds. Moreover, I never said I wouldn't take you. Go tidy yourself up. You too, little brother, shall join us shortly. The little brother nodded in acknowledgement. Chapter 28. The Corpse Evil of Wannan Mountain. The distinction of corpses in less than 20 minutes. The individuals arranged by Kai Yun arrived. Outside, the rain poured heavily, and it was unclear what urgent matter necessitated their presence at such a time. In the hall, a male officer in his 30s rushed in, and, upon seeing Qin Feng, promptly said, Master Qin, I must trouble you to accompany me. The situation is exceedingly urgent. Patience is vital. Even the most pressing matters deserve clarity, do they not? Qin Feng replied with a smile, as Wu Xie handed him a cup of ginger tea. The officer, seeing this, had no choice but to sit down and sip the tea, saying, in the village at the foot of Wannan Mountain, a man has been missing for 3 days. This morning, the firefighters searched the mountain, and an accident occurred. Captain Kai instructed me to show you this. And then you may accompany me. As he spoke, the officer handed over a photograph. Qin Feng took it and inquired, may I ask your surname? My surname is Liao. You may call me Officer Liao. The missing individual is named Lu Hong, a resident of Liujiago at the foot of Wannan Mountain. He is approximately 40 years old and male. Officer Liao recounted the situation. Nodding, Qin Feng looked at the photograph. Typically, the police would not summon their mortuary service for a mere missing person report, indicating that something was amiss. As they examined the photo, their expressions shifted dramatically. The image depicted a firefighter in uniform, with the focus on his arm, which bore a deep gash, the skin around it having turned a ghastly black, resembling decay. Surrounding the wound were charred, blackened marks, clearly not indicative of a usual injury. Where is he? Qin Feng furrowed his brow and asked. He remains on the mountain, making his way down. With the heavy rain, the trails are treacherous. It will likely take him another half hour to descend. The photograph was sent via mobile. Captain Kai has dispatched medical personnel, but she insisted I find you first, Officer Liao explained. Qin Feng nodded, realizing that the medical team might not be equipped to handle such a wound. Let us proceed immediately, he declared. Master Qin. Captain Kai said to offer any compensation you deem fit. Please consider this list. Officer Liao began. No need. I shall not accept payment for this case. Qin Feng interjected. Not accepting payment? Officer Liao was taken aback. In business, it was customary to charge for services rendered. The others, including Wu Xie, looked equally perplexed. Master, if we do not charge, how shall we eat? The plump one inquired. Qin Feng shook his head. If a local seeks our assistance, we certainly charge. However, we must also take into account their financial situation. Would we disregard them simply because they lack funds? Let us not forget, our mortuary service exists not solely for profit, but to accumulate virtue. I assure you, virtue holds far greater value than money. In this era, finding sustenance in our line of work is a privilege, and we ought to be grateful. Let us set off. Qin Feng urged, unwilling to delay further. As the three prepared to depart, a voice echoed within Qin Feng's mind. Ding. Mortuary service has received a task. Corpse Evil of Wannan Mountain. Locate the Corpse Evil of Wannan Mountain and deliver it to the police. Task reward. 50,000 dragon coins. Corpse retrieval rope. Taken aback by the reward, Qin Feng pondered. A corpse retrieval rope? Just what I need. With it, I can engage in corpse retrieval business. Accompanied by the young man and the plump one, Qin Feng departed with Officer Liao. Due to the mountainous terrain and relentless rain, Wu Xie remained behind to continue crafting paper figures, accompanied by Old Tang for company. The officer's vehicle had a driver, and once everyone was inside, they sped towards Wannan Mountain. Master Qin, what mysteries lie within that photograph? What made you so willing to accompany me? Officer Liao, seated opposite Qin Feng, inquired with curiosity. Qin Feng paused before responding. Did Kai not inform you? Officer Liao shook his head. In truth, Officer Kai is not from our Luozhou city. She was recently assigned as the lead investigator for a case involving a missing corpse from 3 years ago. She would not typically concern herself with the Wannan matter. But after 3 days without a lead, this incident drew her attention. We do not know much about her, only that she comes from a privileged background and is decisive in her investigations. We dare not defy her wishes. Decisive and formidable? Such a character is indeed remarkable. Only someone like the plump one could handle her. The plump one chuckled. Ignoring him, Qin Feng continued. What of Lu Zhenren? Surely he should be involved? Lu Zhenren is associated with Long Min and has collaborated with the police. He would be the ideal choice for such matters. Why then has he not been contacted? Officer Liao replied. Lu Zhenren has departed, claiming to be occupied elsewhere for a few days, no longer in Luozhou City, Officer Liao explained. Departed? Qin Feng was taken aback, contemplating whether Mo Feng's corpse hoarding was indeed unrelated to Lu Zhenren. Perhaps he had overthought the matter. The police would not deceive him, so he dismissed further speculation. Actually, Lu Zhenren was also brought in by Officer Kai. We know little about him, except that he is reputedly formidable and seems to be in the same line of work as you, Master Qin, Officer Liao elaborated. Qin Feng nodded, indicating the photograph. This is why Officer Kai sought me. The firefighter's arm has been bitten by the corpse evil. We must expel the corpse poison swiftly, or else it will penetrate the heart, leaving no hope for salvation. Please make a call to those on site to prepare some glutinous rice and menstrual blood. They will be useful upon our arrival. Understood. Officer Liao promptly dialed a number, but midway through, he hesitated and asked, Master Qin, what is menstrual blood? Menstrual blood from women, Qin Feng answered. Officer Liao was momentarily stunned but continued with his arrangements. The plump one, puzzled, remarked, Master, isn't glutinous rice sufficient for dealing with corpse poison? Why the need for a girl's blood? In our previous archaeological endeavors, we encountered corpse poison but never heard of requiring anything like menstrual blood. The young man remained silent, yet it was clear he shared the same confusion. Officer Liao hung up, wearing a look of bewilderment. Qin Feng elaborated. Corpses from ancient tombs differ significantly from those found in the outside world, in both era and circumstance. Generally, ordinary corpse poison can be neutralized with glutinous rice alone. However, the corpse evil is distinct. Its poison is infused with malevolent energy, making glutinous rice alone too slow in effect. Moreover, corpse evils can manifest in various forms. In the case of Wannan Mountain, we are dealing with a male corpse evil that has transformed within merely 3 days, indicating the deceased harbored strong attachments or regrets at the time of death. Such a corpse evil carries considerable resentment, and being male, the poison is likely to be of a searing nature. In such cases, menstrual blood serves as the most effective countermeasure. Conversely, if it were a female corpse evil, one would need to mix glutinous rice with the urine of a young boy to create a balance of yin and yang. Continuing, Qin Feng said, as for the rice dumplings of ancient tombs, due to the passage of time, many of them lack malevolent energy. Even those that once possessed such energy have had it eroded by the ravages of time, rendering them essentially useless. The rotund man listened with newfound clarity, realizing that there were so many intricacies involved. Previously, he had focused solely on tomb raiding, unaware that there were numerous interpretations regarding corpses. Indeed, it is true that different fields can seem like distant mountains. Officer Liao was equally taken aback and remarked, Master Qin, you are truly remarkable. I had not even mentioned why that man ascended the mountain, yet you discerned that he died with lingering regrets. Impressive. Chapter 29, Waiting for Opportunities. Bimbing returns to broadcast. Are you concealing something from us? It would be better to confess honestly, the rotund man remarked with dissatisfaction. Officer Liao quickly interjected, No. I simply didn't have the chance to explain. Lu Hong ascended the mountain to search for his child. The Lu family resides at the foot of the mountain, and the village children have always enjoyed playing in the hills. His son was no exception. However, 3 days ago, when his son Han Ti returned by nightfall, Lu Hong became anxious and went to look for him. Ultimately, his son returned late at night, stating he had lost his way on the mountain. But Lu Hong did not come back and has since gone missing. The following day, we collaborated with the fire department to search for him, but found nothing. Today, an incident occurred. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng furrowed his brow. In just 3 short days, a corpse had already manifested. It was evident that Lu Hong had encountered an unfortunate fate while searching for his son. This also elucidated why the transformation had occurred so swiftly. A heavy obsession could easily lead to such a calamity. As the group conversed, the vehicle swiftly exited the city and headed towards Lijiagu. Meanwhile, the rain outside began to lessen significantly. Suddenly, the driver spoke up, Officer Liao, there's a car following us. Officer Liao was taken aback and turned to see that it was a Porsche. Why are they here again? He pondered. Just then, Qin Feng spoke up. Don't be alarmed. Those in the car are all streamers. The last time we discovered the Western Han corpse, they followed us live. It appeared these individuals had settled on them. As soon as they stepped outside, they would follow. Boss, I've discovered they have a group chat. The group number is 30x times x times x times 7. Should I infiltrate it to gather intel? The rotund man inquired. Qin Feng shook his head in resignation. Do as you wish. Just don't interfere with our work. Understood. The rotund man promptly rummaged through his pocket, but instead of pulling out a phone, he retrieved a small mirror. Adjusting his hair before the mirror, he muttered, Officer Liao, you police officers must be on camera every day. Is my hairstyle all right today? Officer Liao was speechless. The vehicle arrived at Lijiagu, and the number of streamer vehicles behind them had increased from 1 to 3. It seemed these streamers were determined to stick to them like glue. Qin Feng paid them little mind. Upon arrival, he noticed a crowd gathering in the village square, with many individuals clad in firefighting gear huddled together and several medical personnel bustling about. Qin, the people have just disembarked. Follow me. Kai Yun rushed over. Upon seeing Kai Yun, the rotund man's eyes widened. What is the situation? Qin Feng inquired. Some are starting to lose their grip on reality. The medical team just administered sedatives. I didn't let them leave. I wanted you to assess them first, Kai Yun replied. Nodding, Qin Feng quickly moved into the throng. Moments later, he spotted a young man in his 20s, eyes tightly shut, visibly in distress. Several teammates were restraining him to prevent him from moving. Medical personnel were preparing to bandage his wounds. Upon witnessing this, Qin Feng intervened. Who are you? The other party frowned. Without further ado, Qin Feng inspected the wound and confirmed it resembled the one in the photograph, albeit with worsened signs. It was evident that the corpse poison had intensified over the brief interval. Everything is ready. Should I switch now? Kai Yun inquired. Qin Feng nodded decisively. Hurry and change. If we delay any longer, someone may lose their life. Lose a life? Who could possibly die? I'm the doctor here. Who are you? The nearby physician retorted angrily. Ignoring him, Qin Feng understood that explaining the situation to him would be futile. Kai Yun would naturally handle the negotiations. He turned to Kai Yun and said, Since Officer Kai called for me, you must trust my judgment. Mix glutinous rice with the blood and apply it to the wound for 2 hours. Then proceed with standard sterilization and bandaging. We must ascend the mountain. If we do not locate Lu Heng soon, others may suffer. With that, Qin Feng signaled for the rotund man and the young fellow to prepare to depart. Kai Yun, seeing this, insisted, I will go with you. Leave this to Officer Liao, and follow Qin's instructions. All right, Officer Liao agreed. However, Qin Feng turned to Kai Yun. You cannot accompany us. Although the rain has ceased, the mountain is treacherous, and we cannot afford to wait for you. Kai Yun protested. You don't need to wait for me. If I can't keep up, I'll return on my own. After uttering this, Kai Yun went a change into climbing gear. The rotund man leaned in and whispered, Boss, just let her come. I'll protect her. She simply wants to witness our capabilities. Qin Feng sighed in exasperation. This was hardly the time to be assessing one's skills. If she didn't trust herself, why seek him out? Nevertheless, Kai Yun's insistence prompted him to relent. Ultimately, his priority was to find Lu Heng, and the rotund man would undoubtedly look after her. What is the plan? Kai Yun inquired. After pondering, Qin Feng replied, Wait for an opportunity. You should obtain a toy from Lu Heng's family, preferably one that makes noise. Understood. Without further inquiry, Kai Yun dashed off to procure a small, singing roly-poly toy. Qin Feng then led the trio towards Wannan Mountain. Although Kai Yun was a police officer, she appeared to have collaborated with Lu Jinren for some time, and her unwavering commitment to action without excessive questioning greatly pleased Qin Feng. Friends, welcome to your moon, my heart. Today's corpse viewing is delightful. I am your old friend, Bing Bing. After 2 days of silence, have you nearly forgotten about our corpse transport inn? Today, they have mobilized again. Indeed, Bing Bing is currently on site, located at the foot of Wannan Mountain in Lijiagu. According to the information Bing Bing gathered en route, Lu Heng, a villager from Lijiagu, went missing on the mountain 3 days ago and has yet to return. Furthermore, the police have summoned the esteemed Qin from the corpse transport inn. Does this foreshadow Lu Heng's demise? Additionally, why hasn't the police sought Lu Jinren's assistance? Is it possible that Lu Jinren is inferior to Qin in skill? Let us await the outcome. What? You say Qin has already set off? Bing Bing, want to ascend the mountain? Young man, you are still too naive. What era are we in? As a streamer, I don't need to climb the mountain. I can still bring you the live feed. With that, Bing Bing produced a large box from her backpack. Behold the latest model of drone. Shortly, we shall follow Qin to witness the corpse transport scene firsthand. The live stream's popularity surged instantaneously. Meanwhile, in a luxurious hotel suite in Luozhou City, Qin Feng lay on the bed, luxuriating in a high-end Thai massage when her phone buzzed with Bing Bing's live broadcast. Upon seeing the title, Qin Feng's expression darkened. Bing Bing takes you closer to the corpse transport inn scene. The corpse transport inn. Why must it always be about this? When did this establishment emerge? Huang Mao. Did you complete the task I assigned last time? Qin Feng bellowed. Huang Mao, standing nearby, hurried forward. Boss, everything is arranged. Mo Feng has secured the body. Good. That is more like it. Why is it always Lu uncle who faces the brunt of the corpse transport inn's troubles? I shall see how much longer that Qin can keep up his charade. A glint of coldness flickered in Qin Feng's eyes. Chapter 30. The ritual and the haunting call. At this moment, Qin Feng and his companions had already embarked on their journey up Wanted Mountain. Wanted Mountain does not refer to a singular peak, but rather to an extensive mountain range. This range is vast, connecting to the Funyo mountain range to the east, and is home to numerous tourist attractions, including the stunning Rainbow Canyon. However, the area adjacent to Xiao Ge remains largely undeveloped, characterized by its pristine forests. Consequently, the ascent is arduous, especially after a heavy downpour. After 2 hours of trekking, they had only reached the halfway point. Glancing at the time, it was already past 3 in the afternoon, and with Lu Hong still missing, darkness would soon descend. Boss, our pace is too slow. At this rate, we won't make it before nightfall, the hefty companion grumbled. Qin Feng shook his head, surveying the surroundings. We need not ascend further. The path is treacherous and muddy from the rain, making it nearly impossible for us to catch up with the corpse demon. What about your plan of waiting for the rabbit? Kai Yin inquired, recalling Qin Feng's earlier suggestion. Pointing to a relatively open area ahead, Qin Feng replied, we shall wait for him here. You activate the toy music. Once he hears the sound, he will surely come. But what if he doesn't hear it? Kai Yin asked. Qin Feng countered, hasn't Master Lu told you that corpses are particularly sensitive to sound? Especially in the mountains, where he is fixated on his son. He won't stray too far from Xiao Ge. He will definitely hear it. With that, Qin Feng produced a yellow talisman and began to recite an incantation. Heavenly Gang and Earthly Sha, the 5 elements command. Yin and Yang are distinct, calling forth the living. As the incantation concluded, the talisman began to levitate. Activate the toy sounds. As he approaches this summoning talisman, we will lock onto his location. Kai Yin nodded, casting a more appreciative glance at Qin Feng. She had invited him to assist, not only because someone had succumbed to corpse poison, but also to witness his methods. This summoning talisman was something she had never seen Master Lu employ. As the melody of the toy began to play, the surrounding silence was abruptly shattered. Qin Feng turned to his younger companion with a serious warning. When the main entity arrives, do not twist his neck, otherwise, our mission will fail. While this may complicate matters, we must adhere to the rules. Remember, this newly formed corpse demon possesses immense strength. We must be cautious during the encounter. You and the hefty one will subdue the corpse while I apply the sealing talisman swiftly. Understood, the younger companion affirmed. The hefty one turned to Kai Yun, saying, Kai Yun, you just watch. With me around, no one can harm you. Kai Yun shot him an exasperated look. You should focus on taking care of yourself. Moments later, the area fell silent save for the music. Meanwhile, they noticed a drone hovering not far above them. Qin Feng frowned. He had expected archaeological expeditions to employ drones after his arrival, but who would have thought he would become a corpse handler instead and still have such technological assistance? This would serve to showcase their methods to the world. In the live stream hosted by Bing Bing, viewers were captivated by the unfolding events. Did everyone see that? What was Master Qin doing? Why is that yellow talisman floating? Did you not see? Master Qin seemed to chant something about Heavenly Gang and Earthly Sha, and then the talisman ascended. That's amazing. It must be magic. Magic? This is clearly a scene from a TV drama. How can a yellow talisman really float? Shut up. This is live. Bing Bing guarantees its authenticity. Are you telling me everything on TV is real? This is eye-opening. Indeed, the corpse handlers are truly fearsome. Fearsome? I dare ask, is there a Dozong expert among us? Dozong? I'm a Dodi. Is Dodi impressive? I'm still playing cards. The live chat erupted with lively discussions. Meanwhile, in a hotel room, Qin Feng watched the stream, his expression darkening further. Can Uncle Lu truly achieve such feats? Who is Qin Feng really? Damn it. The more I watch, the more unsettled I feel. I genuinely fear that Qin Feng possesses real skills. If so, I might be in jeopardy as well. As time passed and daylight waned. Approximately half an hour later, viewers in Bing Bing stream were nearly dozing off. Suddenly, a startled exclamation jolted everyone awake. It's coming. It's coming. What is that thing? What the hell is that? Why is the yellow talisman glowing? Is it a high-tech product? This is incredible. If it's high-tech, fine, but if it's something else, That would be truly remarkable. How did Master Qin manage this? I want to learn to be a corpse handler. I do too. Is the corpse handling and hiring? As the online audience buzzed with excitement, Qin Feng and his companions found themselves growing increasingly tense. The previously unchanging talisman now radiated with intense light and swiftly darted to one side. Qin Feng's expression darkened as he shouted, "It's here." The talisman can't hold him for long. We must act quickly. As he spoke, the younger companion dashed forward, with Qin Feng hot on his heels. The hefty one took a few steps before turning to Kaiyun. "Kaiyun, stay back. No, forget it. Just be careful." With that, the hefty one hurried after them. Kaiyun, bewildered, couldn't comprehend why this hefty man kept mentioning someone named Yun. Did she truly resemble this Yin? Meanwhile, Qin Feng and the younger companion charged forward, soon spotting the talisman affixed to an ancient tree. Next to that tree stood a figure. No, it was a corpse. The corpse's clothing was tattered, as if it had fallen into thorns, with wounds visible all over. Its eyes were covered by a thin white membrane, with dilated pupils betraying its lifelessness. The summoning talisman was affixed to its forehead. However, the talisman was primarily designed for locating corpses and would only suffice against ordinary ones. Against a corpse demon with a strong fixation, it would not endure long. The younger companion lunged forward, preparing to tackle the male corpse. Just as he leapt, the talisman on the corpse's forehead ignited with a sudden explosive burst, turning to ashes. The male corpse instantly broke free from its constraint and instinctively raised its hand to block the incoming strike from the younger companion. Unexpectedly, the corpse only staggered back a couple of steps before regaining its footing, while the younger companion was pushed back several paces from the force of the collision. Be cautious. This corpse demon is newly formed and exceptionally fierce. We must combine our efforts. Qin Feng cautioned, but before he could finish, the hefty one had already charged forward. "Boss, what's going on? Why aren't you two moving? Hurry up and follow me," he urged, rushing towards the male corpse. Qin Feng and the young man nearly simultaneously attempted to seize him. However, it was already too late. The hefty figure had rushed towards the corpse of the man, delivering a powerful kick to its chest. Upon witnessing this scene, both Qin Feng and the young man instinctively turned their heads away, unable to bear the sight. Chapter 31. The Confrontation with the Corpse Demon. Kaiyun is surprisingly a skilled practitioner. The spectators in Bing Bing's live streaming room felt a sudden chill in their hearts as they witnessed the unfolding scene. Clearly, something was amiss. As expected, the moment the rotund man's foot made contact with the corpse demon, it unleashed a formidable force that sent him hurtling backward, crashing heavily to the ground. What in the world is this monstrous entity? The stout fellow groaned, feeling as though his bones might shatter. He had encountered few such formidable beings during his previous tomb raiding escapades, and even then, it was always the skilled brother who handled them. Why was it that this time, the skilled brother had refrained from intervening? "Be careful, fatty," Qin Feng shouted. It was only then that the stout man realized the corpse demon was already lunging at him. In a desperate roll, he narrowly evaded the attack. Qin Feng and the skilled brother rushed in simultaneously, each grasping one of the corpse's arms. Seeing this, the stout man charged forward, intending to perform a human cannonball maneuver and pin the corpse to the ground. However, no one anticipated the sheer strength of this newly transformed corpse demon. As the stout man approached, the corpse not only lifted itself, but also propelled both Qin Feng and the skilled brother into the air, delivering a powerful kick aimed at the stout man. The blow landed with tremendous force, sending him flying like a cannonball, crashing hard onto the ground. Qin Feng, clutching a talisman, had yet to place it on the demon's forehead when the corpse flung him and the skilled brother away effortlessly. As they struggled to regain their footing, they noticed that the corpse was already charging towards the stout man, who seemed incapacitated by pain, unable to rise. Suddenly, a metallic sound echoed as the skilled brother unsheathed his ancient black gold blade, his expression cold and unmistakably furious. "Don't!" Qin Feng exclaimed urgently. "You are not the same as before. We are now corpse handlers. Do not be impulsive." The skilled brother glanced at Qin Feng, his expression conflicted. He had always dealt with such entities decisively, but now he found it hard to accept being overpowered by a mere corpse. Yet, this was an unavoidable reality. The crafts of corpse handling and tomb raiding were fundamentally distinct. The latter sought wealth and glory, while the former aimed to return the deceased to their families. And harming the corpse was a breach of protocol. Thus, handling corpses was inherently more challenging than tomb raiding, as one had to subdue the demon without inflicting harm. It was akin to delivering a cactus to a client and claiming it was too prickly, only to remove the spines. Would the client be satisfied? As they conversed, the stout man called out, "Can you two hold off on the chit-chat? I'm about to make my move." They turned to see the corpse had cornered him against a large tree. Despite his agility, the stout man found himself with nowhere to retreat, still lying on the ground. Qin Feng and the skilled brother quickly rushed over, with Qin Feng producing a brand new talisman. The demon's strength was overwhelming, and its fixation was likely immense. Ordinary talismans would hardly suffice. Above the azure platform, beneath the thick earth, the multitude of ministers and celestial beings, the Ghost King and ghostly immortals. Intermediate level 5. 9-rank talisman. Bind. Reciting the incantation, Qin Feng pricked his finger, letting a droplet of blood fall onto the talisman. A radiant blood light surged into it, revealing a clear 9-character inscription. "Give it to him, stick it on his forehead," Qin Feng instructed as he tossed the talisman to the skilled brother. Lamenting his own lack of stamina. "Damn system, when will it reward me with better physical attributes?" The skilled brother caught the talisman and raced toward the corpse. However, the distance was still too great. The demon was already upon the stout man, its claw-like hands reaching for his legs. The stout man, grasping the tree trunk, yelled, "What are you grabbing for? This is a fight, not a joke. I haven't even wed yet." As he spoke, a strong wind surged from behind. In the next moment, everyone watched in astonishment as a graceful figure dashed toward the corpse, with one foot striking the demon's chest and the other delivering a swift kick to its head. A dull thud resonated as her leg connected. Yet, to their dismay, the corpse showed no reaction. The woman, momentarily stunned, attempted another kick, but even with all her might, it merely caused the demon's head to tilt slightly. "Kai Yun, attack its lower limbs," Qin Feng urged. The newly formed strength of the corpse was formidable, but its legs were clumsy. "Aim for the lower limbs." Responding swiftly, Kai Yun leaped down and executed a swift turn, sweeping her leg toward the demon's legs. Her movements were fluid and precise, clearly indicative of her martial prowess. In a seamless roll, she approached the corpse, her legs intertwining with its own, and with a final sweep, managed to topple it. With a resounding crash, the corpse fell to the ground, and Kai Yun breathed a sigh of relief. However, they had underestimated the situation. Before she could withdraw, the corpse suddenly exerted its strength, lifting her off the ground. Kai Yun found her legs ensnared with the corpses, pain coursing through her as sweat trickled down her forehead. "Skilled brother, hurry!" The stout man cried out in alarm. The skilled brother dashed in, promptly placing the talisman on the demoness forehead. As the 9-rank inscription took effect, the corpse collapsed like a deflated balloon, lying motionless on the ground. Kai Yun stepped back, her face pale, clearly shaken by the encounter. Qin Feng finally arrived, panting and clutching his chest. It's all right now. How did you manage to run a corpse handling business with such poor physical conditioning?" Kai Yun shot him a glance, as if beginning to understand why he had not personally participated in the contest with Lu Zhenren, instead delegating the task to his subordinates. Waving his hand dismissively, Qin Feng replied, "No one informed me that being a corpse handler required such physical prowess. I'll start training immediately." "Well, Fatty, are you all right?" he inquired. "I'm fine, and I owe it all to Officer Kai." The stout man chuckled, his gaze lingering on Kai Yun. Kai Yun shot him an annoyed look. "I'm not your big sister. Call me Officer Kai. Don't act so formal. That was quite impressive, truly commendable. You possess a spirit that rivals men, and I have high hopes for you," the stout man remarked with a grin. Kai Yun ignored him, turning to Qin Feng. "Can we descend the mountain now?" Qin Feng shook his head. "Let us wait a bit longer. According to the rules of corpse handling, we can only depart after midnight. If we can't wait, we'll have to carry him down." Chapter 32. Kai Yun's identity exposed. The corpse bearer startles the crowd upon hearing the time. Kai Yun glanced at her watch. It was precisely 11 o'clock at night. "I might as well take a brief respite. 1 hour, 1 tea make a difference." With that, she settled down nearby, gently massaging her calves, as if she had been pricked by the corpse's malevolent energy and sustained an injury. Seizing the opportunity, the chubby man was unwilling to let it slip away. Out of nowhere, he produced a bottle of safflower oil, grinning as he approached. "Let me apply some safflower oil. Otherwise, it will swell up in no time." "Huh, you brought this with you?" Kai Yun was momentarily taken aback, as was Qin Feng, who shared her bewilderment. Who would carry safflower oil while undertaking the task of corpse bearing? Perhaps this plump fellow, despite his appearance, was more meticulous than he seemed. In the past, our work often involved long periods away from home, and sustaining injuries was commonplace. Hence, I developed the habit of carrying safflower oil. See, it's coming in handy now. Hurry, let me apply some. While he spoke, he squeezed a bit onto his palm, but Kai Yun hurriedly took the bottle from him, her expression slightly awkward. Thank you, but I can manage on my own. The chubby man smiled sheepishly, placing his hand on his own leg instead. Kai Yun, your skills are remarkable. Are you a martial artist? Seating himself beside her, the chubby man engaged in casual conversation. Qin Feng chuckled inwardly, wondering if this rotund fellow had genuinely developed a fondness for her. Kai Yun nodded, about to explain, when Qin Feng interjected with a teasing tone. Kai, our officer Kai is not merely skilled. She holds a black belt in Taekwondo and is the champion of the National Women's Sanda Championship. She is also one of the top 10 police officers in Nanjing Province. And her father, Kai Wantian, is the wealthiest man in the region. Huh. Kai Yin shot a sharp glance at Qin Feng, her expression darkening. Calm down. This is what the netizens are saying. It seems you've been doxxed, Qin Feng replied, lifting his phone to show her. Both Kai Yin and the chubby man quickly retrieved their phones to check. Indeed, a live stream titled Bing Bing's Live Room was buzzing with discussions about her. Wow. Kai Yin comes from such a prestigious background? She is definitely a wealthy lady. I can't believe that chubby guy is sitting next to her. It infuriates me. Someone should remove him. How can a rich second generation like her be so hardworking? No wonder I'm still a couch potato. I'm tired of trying. Can someone introduce me to a wealthy woman? I hope a rich lady can see through my vulnerabilities. By the way, ISNT Officer Kai from Nanjing, why is she suddenly in Luozhou? It seems she is here to investigate a case. How would we know the specifics? While the live stream audience buzzed with excitement, Kai Yin lost interest and put her phone away. Noticing her disinterest, the chubby man also turned off his phone and struck up a conversation with her. Qin Feng approached a young man who was crouched down, staring intently at a corpse. What are you staring at? The young man shook his head and murmured. It's beyond comprehension. Qin Feng raised an eyebrow and chuckled. Are you finding this corpse more challenging than the Zongzi you encountered while tomb raiding? Actually, I need to clarify something. It's not that the Zongzi have become stronger. Rather, you have grown more compassionate. You see, the deceased feel no pain after death, and their stiffened bodies gain strength. When you deal with Zongzi, you can't perceive these changes unless you engage in close combat. Consider the fact that corpse bearers cannot slay the corpses they handle daily. It's an incredibly arduous profession. Yet, when the deceased families see their loved ones again, doesn't it bring a sense of solace? In virtue comes from this understanding. Keep it up. Qin Feng patted the young man on the shoulder and refrained from saying more. The group rested atop the mountain for an hour, until it surpassed midnight. Qin Feng then instructed the young man to lead the corpse down the mountain. However, just a few steps into their descent, Kai Yun nearly stumbled to the ground. The chubby man rushed over to check her condition, discovering that her calf was swollen and red, rendering her unable to walk normally. How could you be hurt so severely? This shouldn't be. Kai Yun was astonished. She was well aware of her physical resilience and hadn't anticipated such pain that hindered her ability to walk. It must be a shock to the bone. The corpse's malevolent energy is far more potent than that of an ordinary being. A night's rest should suffice. Chubby, carry her, Qin Feng directed. Absolutely. The chubby man beamed, delighted at the opportunity presented to him. No, it's too much trouble, Kai Yin protested, feeling embarrassed. What is there to worry about? I'm strong enough for this. And the proprietor mentioned a good night's rest would remedy everything. So tonight, you must rest while I carry you. With that, he assumed a position for her to climb onto his back. Kai Yin felt awkward, but, given the pain in her legs, reluctantly climbed onto his back. As the living ventured forth, the dead remained undisturbed. Ringing bells echoed down the mountain in the dark. Meanwhile, many villagers in Lijiagu were watching the live stream on their phones. Upon witnessing the spectacle of someone truly bearing a corpse down the mountain, their expressions changed dramatically. The audience in the live stream was electrified. This is what corpse bearing looks like. It's so impressive. How amazing. I used to think it was a myth. I can't believe there are real corpse bearers. I'm tempted to learn how to bear corpses now. By the way, does Qin S and accept apprentices? Bro, I heard corpse bearers can never marry. Are you sure you want to learn? Why would I want to marry? Women only slow me down in wielding my blade. Show off. In stark contrast to the curiosity of the online viewers, in a hotel room within Luozhou City, Qin Feng was so enraged that he hurled his phone across the room, where it shattered upon impact. He lay on the bed, his countenance a storm of emotions, as if he had just ingested a fly. Brother? Huang Mao, standing nearby, dared not breathe a word. Huang Mao. Qin Feng suddenly spoke. Yes, brother? Huang Mao replied, anxiety etched on his face. Immediately dispatch someone to monitor the corpse bearer in around the clock. I want to know where every individual goes daily. Remember, if anyone emerges, inform me in advance. We must ascertain their movements, and do not let them realize they are being watched. Understood. Huang Mao responded, hastening to make arrangements. Rising, Qin Feng lit a cigarette, his expression growing icy as he exhaled. Corpse bearer SN, you may conduct your business in peace, but should you dare provoke me, I'll ensure you vanish without a trace. At this moment, the square in Lijiagu was teeming with onlookers. Many rescue workers had yet to depart, and numerous spectators were gathered to witness the unfolding drama. Qin Feng and his companions swiftly returned to the square with the corpse. From a distance, they could hear wails and cries, likely from the deceased family. The young man was not fond of such scenes, so Qin Feng instructed him and the chubby man to wait by the vehicle. Soon after, a middle-aged woman approached, accompanied by an 11 or 12-year-old boy. Upon seeing the male corpse, the woman nearly fainted, while the boy erupted into tears. As the crowd felt a pang of sympathy for the young boy who had lost his father, something unexpected occurred. The corpse's arm suddenly lifted. Startled, the surrounding crowd instinctively recoiled, their gazes darting toward Qin Feng. He placed a reassuring hand on the boy's shoulder and said, "The dead cannot return to life. Bid farewell to your father. It will help alleviate his lingering attachments and allow him to reincarnate." Chapter 33. The Reward for Fishing Out Corpses. The boy from Luha, the young boy, seemingly grasping the meaning, turned to his father's lifeless form and uttered a few words. The onlookers were astonished to witness the arm of the deceased slowly lowering, as if the burdens of his lingering attachments had finally dissipated. "Officer Kai, please expedite the arrangements for burial. There is nothing more to be done here. We shall take our leave now," Qin Feng stated. "Thank you for your help. I heard you refused payment?" Kai Yun inquired, her brow furrowed in confusion. "I shall not accept payment next time either. Assisting the police is our civic duty. Is it not?" Qin Feng replied earnestly, causing Kai Yun to chuckle. "It seems peculiar for someone running a corpse escort inn to say such things, but thank you nonetheless." Qin Feng nodded, then departed. As Kai Yun observed Qin Feng and his companions retreating, she suddenly slapped her forehead, realizing she had forgotten an important matter. This evening's events had allowed her to witness Qin Feng's capabilities, and she intended to seek his assistance with a case. It was unfortunate that she had overlooked this crucial detail. Well then, I shall visit him another day. After all, I must go to the inn to place an order. What an odd custom, Kai Yun lamented. On the way back to the inn, a voice resonated in Qin Feng's mind. Ding. Completion of the Wannan Mountain Corpse Haunting. Reward. 50,000 dragon coins have been credited. Reward. The corpse fishing rope is now available for retrieval, as the system's voice echoed. Qin Feng felt the presence of a new item in his mind, the corpse fishing rope. Fishing for corpses, akin to escorting them, is an ancient profession. While some corpse escorts also engage in fishing, the two are not interchangeable professions. Even in modern times, there exist specialists dedicated solely to corpse fishing. More often than not, these two trades complement each other. Corpse fishers fish for bodies, while corpse escorts perform their duties, each respecting the boundaries of the other. Among the most esteemed corpse fishers are those known for their ropes and poles. There is a saying in the trade, die poor without relinquishing the rope, starve without discarding the pole, underscoring the significance of these tools to their livelihood. However, in this age of advanced technology, few comprehend the true nature of the ropes and poles utilized by genuine corpse fishers. With the system's reward of the fishing rope, it is only a matter of time before Qin Feng can pass on this skill to his companion, the portly man. "Boss, should I have old Tang prepare a late-night meal?" the portly man inquired. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng glanced at the clock, nearly 1 in the morning. "Let old Tang rest. He is of an age where an early night is preferable. We've just concluded a successful transaction, so we shall dine out tonight." "All right," the portly man responded, messaging Wuxia. However, Wuxia replied that he would not be joining them, as he was busy crafting paper figures while he still had time. Consequently, the trio disembarked near Linjiao village and found a roadside barbecue stall where they casually consumed some food and drank a few beers before returning to the inn. Upon arrival, Qin Feng retrieved the fishing rope and tossed it to the portly man. "What is this, boss?" the portly man asked, perplexed. "The fishing rope, an essential tool for corpse fishers, akin to the soul-binding bell. It is now yours. Once we secure a fishing order, I shall teach you the craft," Qin Feng explained. "Really? Boss, I adore you. But when will we have a fishing order?" the portly man eagerly questioned. This was a query to which Qin Feng could not provide an answer. Business opportunities typically choose them. It is not customary for them to select their own jobs. "You might also make an effort to seek out fishing orders yourself," Qin Feng suggested with a smile. The portly man nodded. Contemplating his plans to search for fishing orders at the break of dawn, he felt an urgency to learn the craft swiftly. Before retiring for the night, Qin Feng examined the paper figures crafted by Wuxia. Though there remained some gaps in skill, significant progress had been made. More importantly, Wuxia had yet to begin training his mental fortitude. Once Qin Feng procured the necessary tools for cultivating mental energy, Wuxia's advancement should accelerate considerably. The night passed without incident, and the following morning, before Qin Feng had even risen, he heard the portly man calling for him from downstairs. After completing his morning routine, Qin Feng descended to find an unfamiliar elderly man seated in the inn's lobby, while the portly man attended to him with evident excitement, akin to a dutiful son. "What is happening?" Qin Feng whispered. Wuxia gestured, indicating that the elder had come to place an order. Qin Feng felt a surge of joy. Had the reputation of the Corpse Escort Inn grown so formidable that individuals were now approaching them for business? "May I inquire your name, esteemed elder?" Qin Feng asked with a smile. "Boss, this is Li Erju, the village head of Lijiao village by the Lu River. He has come to seek our assistance in fishing for a corpse," the portly man exclaimed, brimming with enthusiasm. "Oh, what is the situation?" Qin Feng inquired further. This fishing order arrived at an opportune moment, explaining the portly man's excitement. "You must be the esteemed Qin Feng. I am Li Erju, the village head. The young people in the village have informed me of your genuine abilities, which is why I have specifically sought your help," the elder stated. "Please, continue," Qin Feng replied as he poured himself a cup of tea. Li Erju then recounted the unfortunate incident. 3 days prior, a young boy had accidentally fallen into the Lu River, and his body had yet to be recovered. Although the police had contacted a search and rescue team, 3 days of efforts yielded no results, leaving the victim's family in distress. With the recent surge of videos about the Corpse Escort Inn, the village's youth suggested seeking their assistance. "Mr. Qin, the family of the deceased is willing to offer 50,000 yuan. Do you believe this business can be undertaken?" Li Erju asked. Qin Feng replied, "If it were merely a case of a missing person, we could certainly proceed with this business. However, if the police are unable to locate the body, it may not be as straightforward as it seems." The portly man was momentarily taken aback, sensing from Qin Feng's tone that this order might not be feasible. "Boss, is there something amiss?" he asked. Qin Feng shook his head. "As of now, there are no leads. The search team has yet to uncover any trace of the body. Don't you find this situation peculiar?" "Village Headley, could you elaborate further?" Li Erju appeared somewhat troubled. "The deceased is an 11-year-old boy. What else would you like to know? Are you truly unaware of the details?" Qin Feng inquired, his brow furrowing. It seemed Li Erju genuinely lacked knowledge, complicating matters. After a moment's contemplation, Qin Feng proposed, "We can accept this order, but we cannot guarantee successful completion. You may place the order, and we will accompany you to the site. If we succeed, we shall proceed as agreed. If we cannot, we shall not charge you a single penny for our efforts. Does that sound agreeable?" "Of course. Absolutely," Li Erju hurriedly affirmed. Rising, Qin Feng signaled for Wuxia to join him and Li Erju to finalize the order. Concurrently, a voice echoed in Qin Feng's mind. "Ding! The Corpse Escort Inn has accepted the order for the Luha boy. Find the Luha boy and return him to his family. Completion reward, 150,000 dragon coins. Observe the divine statue. Would you like to accept the order?" Upon hearing the system's notification, Qin Feng's expression turned serious. Indeed, his initial suspicions were correct. This fishing order was likely far from ordinary. Regular fishing orders typically offered rewards of no more than 50,000 dragon coins. The inclusion of the divine statue observation, a tool for practicing mental strength, was an enticing bonus. However, substantial rewards often accompany challenging undertakings. However, this also piqued Qin Feng's curiosity. What secrets could be concealed within the file of the young boy from the Luo River? Let us go and investigate. After signing the document, Qin Feng rose to his feet and declared, Chapter 34, accompanying Bing Bing and explaining the rules of body retrieval as per the usual arrangement. Wuxia remained to oversee the shop while continuing to practice crafting paper figures. Qin Feng, accompanied by the plump man and the young brother, departed the shop alongside Li Erju. The quartet made their way to the nearest intersection to await a taxi. At this moment, Qin Feng recalled the necessity of purchasing a vehicle, lamenting the discomfort of relying on public transport each time they ventured out. "Old village chief, how did you arrive without a car?" the plump man inquired. "I took the bus. Otherwise, shall we take the bus back?" replied the old village chief, leaving the plump man speechless, who could only gaze at Qin Feng. When will the shopkeeper finally acquire a vehicle? Even a battered golden cup would suffice, as it could bear some inscriptions. Corpse Transport Inn, offering services for corpse retrieval, preservation, and so forth, would certainly attract attention. Qin Feng could only chuckle helplessly, shaking his head. If those words were truly inscribed, not a single vehicle would dare to share the road with them, fearing to avoid them at all costs. While they engaged in idle chatter while waiting for a taxi, a Hummer suddenly came to a halt before them. The window rolled down, revealing a youthful face adorned with a smile, one that seemed vaguely familiar. Shopkeeper Qin, have you received a new order? Hop in my car. Who are you? Qin Feng queried. I'm Bing Bing, responsible for live streaming your work. The young man replied with a grin. Qin Feng was taken aback, recalling that the popularity of their corpse transport and was largely attributable to this young man. Are we headed the same way? Qin Feng asked. Absolutely. Wherever you go, I shall follow. How could it not be the same route? Bing Bing laughed. Seeing this, Qin Feng smiled and, without further ado, invited everyone into the vehicle. Since this lad had prospered through his own efforts with the Corpse Transport Inn and was willing to offer a ride, it would spare them the wait for a taxi. Shopkeeper Qin, as long as you're willing, I can become your full-time driver and live streamer. You know, your Corpse Transport Inn is quite the sensation lately, and many are eager to collaborate with you for live streaming. I just wanted to know need for that. We do not collaborate with anyone, Qin Feng interrupted, effectively silencing Bing Bing's intentions. Bing Bing, realizing the futility, offered a resigned smile. Then, Shopkeeper Qin, we can consider ourselves friends, correct? Since you do not mind me live streaming your work, let us maintain a friendly relationship. Whenever you need a vehicle, just call me, and I'll provide a ride while streaming. How does that sound? Qin Feng remained silent, but did not refuse. He himself was indifferent to whether others broadcast their activities. What he did was not illegal, and the profits were earned through hard work, with nothing to conceal. Noticing Qin Feng's silence, Bing Bing chuckled. I'll take that as a tacit agreement. Let me start the live stream. With that, Bing Bing activated the streaming session. Welcome to your moon, my heart. Tonight, we're delighted to observe a body retrieval, and I am your old friend, Bing Bing. As you can see, Shopkeeper Qin is currently in my vehicle, and I'm taking them to a new location for a body retrieval. Make sure to pay close attention. Hearing Bing Bing's lively chatter, the plump man sighed. Old buddy, drive already. Otherwise, I'll unfollow. Haha, my bad, brother. Bing Bing replied, finally starting the vehicle. Qin Feng chose not to engage, closing his eyes to rest. The plump man then asked, Shopkeeper, how did you discern that this body retrieval order was atypical? Can you speak about it now? The plump man glanced at Bing Bing as he spoke. Qin Feng replied, There's nothing confidential about it. It's not a trade secret. The issue with this body retrieval order lies in the rescue team's failure to locate the body. Generally, if the rescue team cannot find a body, it indicates that something unusual has occurred. Just like the order we received yesterday at Wannan Mountain, the individual went missing, and the search and rescue team couldn't find the body. What does that imply? The body has vanished, right? A mobile corpse surely signifies trouble, but a body in the water-moving positions is quite normal. The plump man retorted. Qin Feng nodded. Indeed, it is quite normal. However, the rescue team is equipped with comprehensive tools. They should be able to locate it even if it has moved. The fact that they cannot find it suggests we should be cautious. This body might be problematic. Speaking of this, one must address the rules inherent in the body retrieval profession. The plump man and others listened intently, seemingly fearful of missing any detail. Meanwhile, Bing Bing's live stream audience was rapidly growing. Many viewers were thrilled to discover Qin Feng was in the car. Wow, the streamer is impressive. How did they connect with Shopkeeper Qin? Is Shopkeeper Qin going to explain body retrieval live? Fascinating. I should take notes. Perhaps one day I could become a body retrieval expert. Haha, count me in. Quickly tell us. Hurry. The chat in the live stream buzzed with excitement. Qin Feng, completely ignoring the comments, continued, the rules of body retrieval are even more numerous than those of corpse transport. Everything stems from the fact that a body underwater presents a far more complex situation. The most common saying in the body retrieval trade is, do not retrieve a body with an owner. If possible, avoid getting wet. Keep your eyes wide open and walk around. Do not reach for beauty or riches. One must not go out on the water after crowing roosters and before sunset. If your probe breaks or your rope snaps, do not compete with the king of hell for a meal. The plump man and Bing Bing were left utterly bewildered. And even the young brother beside them looked perplexed at Qin Feng's words, clearly struggling to understand their meaning. Li Erju, initially confused, turned pale upon hearing the final statement. What? Shopkeeper Qin, what do you mean by the probe breaking and the rope snapping? Qin Feng explained. Two common tools for body retrieval are the probing rod and the retrieval rope. A broken probe refers to the probing rod snapping, while a broken rope refers to the retrieval rope snapping. In such situations, one must turn and leave, for a body in the water cannot be retrieved. It is something left by the king of hell in the sea. Competing for a meal with the king of hell is tantamount to courting death. Li Erju's face turned ashen, as if he had experienced something similar. Old village chief, have you witnessed such occurrences? Qin Feng inquired. Li Erju, though skeptical, nodded slightly. Shopkeeper Qin, is it truly as ominous as you say? Years ago, in our village, there was indeed a body retrieval expert whose probing rod broke. Yet the retrieval rope remained intact. However, the body in the water could not be retrieved, and in the end, he left. He claimed that the things in the water were untouchable, and not long after, he reportedly died. What does that mean? The plump man and others turned their attention to Qin Feng. Qin Feng shook his head. That is a different matter. If the probe breaks and the rope snaps, the individual would not survive to reach the shore. What you described indicates that there was certainly something unclean in the water at that time. But whether it relates to his subsequent untimely death is uncertain. Something unclean can break a probing rod, yet it lacks the power to kill instantly. The things I mentioned that are suppressed by the king of hell represent entirely different concepts. As he spoke, Qin Feng glanced at the plump man and said, if you wish to learn body retrieval, you must remember these rules. In summary, there are 3 prohibitions. 1. If possible, do not enter the water. 2. Should the body exhibit peculiar conditions, smiling with eyes wide open, do not retrieve it. 3. If half the body is retrieved and strange phenomena occur, such as whirlpools in the sea, do not retrieve it. Remembering these can at least preserve half your life. The plump man nodded, swallowing hard. Rest assured, shopkeeper, I will definitely remember. However, our teacher has always taught us that rote memorization is of little use. Would you kindly explain why? For instance, does a peculiar state of death, such as a naked corpse, qualify as unusual? Chapter 35, Secrets of the Underworld and the Importance of Yin Virtue Value. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng chuckled. It is rare to find someone so eager to learn. Since we still have some time, let me share a few insights with you. The crowd expressed their delight, and Bing Bing, with wide eyes, appeared ready to absorb knowledge. Feeling slightly embarrassed when Qin Feng glanced her way, she remarked, is it forbidden to listen? I understand. Those in your profession possess secrets not to be divulged. I'll just listen to music. With that, she took out her headphones. Preparing to tune out, Qin Feng waved his hand. No need for that. Although corpse retrieval is shrouded in mystery, it does not adhere to the ancient customs of silence. Besides, your live broadcast serves to enlighten the public about our profession. Thank you, Master Qin. It is indeed rare to encounter a craftsman of your caliber. One of the viewers in the live stream expressed. Today, you are fortunate. Li Erju remarked with a sigh. Old master, what troubles you now? The plump man inquired. Li Erju shook his head. In my time, I encountered several corpse retrievers, yet whenever the topic of water-related matters arose, they would invariably evade the discussion. To even elucidate its intricacies was beyond them. Master Qin, you truly possess remarkable depth. I am all ears today. With a smile, Qin Feng began to elaborate. The 3 prohibitions observed by corpse retrievers effectively encompass most scenarios. However, if we delve deeper, there are many subtleties to discuss. Let us start with the most common saying in our line of work. Do not retrieve the corpse of one with a master. If possible, avoid getting wet. If the corpse gazes at you with a smile, walk away. Do not reach for beauty or wealth. Do not set out at night, between crowing and sunset. If a probe breaks or a rope snaps, do not compete with the king of hell for a living. The phrase regarding not retrieving a corpse with a master does not refer to ownership, but rather indicates whether the spirit of the deceased is claimed by a ghost. We will elaborate on the specifics later. For now, it suffices to know that such corpses are perilous. The adage about avoiding wetness merely conveys that one should refrain from entering the water whenever possible. The ancient corpse retrievers are vastly different from today's maritime rescue teams and should not be compared. As professionals, corpse retrievers work on the water and are acutely aware that the depths are far less tranquil than the surface suggests. Therefore, if they can retrieve a corpse from the shore, they will never venture into the water. Once submerged, one risks losing their life. The next part of the saying refers to 2 scenarios. If a corpse appears strange, smiling, or staring at you, you must not attempt retrieval, as such corpses are deemed to have a master and are strictly off limits. This specifically applies to professional corpse retrievers. Those with the ability to guide spirits or exorcise evil may take the chance. However, pure corpse retrievers will never touch such bodies. The reference to beauty and wealth is more straightforward. Folklore suggests that water ghosts seek vengeance through allure and riches, so if one encounters these in the water, it is crucial to weigh the potential risks. These temptations may conceal traps. The admonition against venturing out at night, between crowing and sunset, establishes the work hours for corpse retrievers, akin to the rules among grave robbers. While grave robbers may work under the cover of darkness, corpse retrievers only operate during daylight, between crowing and sunset. The final phrase, if a probe breaks or a rope snaps, do not compete with the king of hell for a living, must be interpreted in conjunction with the first. Why are corpses in the water considered to have masters? Is it because the souls of the drowned cannot find peace? Not necessarily. Not all bodies in the water result from accidental drowning. Some may be victims of suicide. Thus, these mastered corpses do not always belong to wronged souls. Some may well be outsiders. Qin Feng turned to the plump man. Do you recall our previous discussion regarding the Yin Inn? Yes. Isn't it something about travelers from the east and west? Precisely. Qin Feng nodded. This involves a vast underworld realm, essential for understanding why foreign souls linger in the water and why some bodies are strictly off-limits. Touching such a corpse would be akin to vying with the king of hell for sustenance. This, too, requires explanation. Travelers from the east are masters. Those migrating from the south are servants. Those from the west become corpses, and those heading north are mere customs. Previously, I mentioned that at night, an unseen infernal wind traverses the world, originating from the east, passing through the south and west, and finally returning to the east from the north. Throughout this journey, the underworld is stratified into various ranks. Those who remain in the eastern winds possess formidable power, while those in the southern winds are predominantly formidable demons, such as transformed weasels or centipedes. Zombies and other malevolent entities are swept to the west, leaving only lesser spirits in the north. The weakest are ultimately drawn into the underworld for rebirth. Bing Bing and Li Erju were left speechless by this revelation, utterly astonished. It shattered their existing worldview. Even the viewers in the live stream fell silent, forgetting to comment. Master, is there a connection among these? The plump man eagerly asked. Indeed, Qin Feng smiled. Certain wronged souls and powerful demons do not wish to be reborn prematurely, leading to the emergence of the Yin market in the mortal realm. This results in a trading venue for the dead within the living domain. In these dealings, the most common currency is not money, but rather Yin virtue value. This is why I emphasize that wealth is not paramount. What truly matters is the accumulation of Yin virtue. Assisting the police in locating individuals is our duty, and it also allows us to earn Yin virtue. With this perspective, is money still of great importance to you? The plump man remained puzzled. What is the purpose of Yin virtue value? We have completed several tasks lately, yet I see no sign of my Yin virtue value. The younger man also looked to Qin Feng, eager for clarification. Qin Feng chuckled. There is no rush regarding the Yin virtue value. It will reveal itself in due time. As for its significance, let me put it this way. Do you understand why these wronged souls hesitate to be reborn? Why is that? The others inquired in unison. With a smile, Qin Feng gestured toward the window, where the city was drawing near. In Luozhou City, with its millions of inhabitants, some are impoverished, while others thrive. Some are born into fortune, while others toil their entire lives without seeing prosperity. This is fate. After death, reincarnation offers a fresh opportunity. The higher one's Yin virtue value, the greater the chance of being reborn into wealth and nobility. Thus, the reasons for wronged souls' reluctance to reincarnate boil down to three. First, they are attached to the mortal realm. Second, they seek to accumulate more Yin virtue value. Third, they aspire to remain in the underworld indefinitely. The first need not be explained. The second has been addressed. The third is quite unique. These souls accumulate Yin virtue value not for rebirth, but to secure a position in the underworld, forever engaged in its affairs. Such individuals often grow weary of the mundane world, having become disillusioned with material existence. Having reached this point, Qin Feng turned to the crowd. Understanding this overarching premise, I can now elucidate why there are so many wronged souls in the water. Chapter 36. The formation of water ghosts. The online audience expressed their astonishment. Incredible. After all this, it seems we are merely scratching the surface. Indeed, I am utterly captivated, yet it appears that Master Qin has only just begun. There's no choice. Our understanding of the Yin Inn and the corpse handlers is woefully inadequate. If he doesn't elaborate, we surely wouldn't comprehend. Although I cannot ascertain the veracity of Master Qin's words, they certainly sound impressive. Not just impressive. Envision a bustling city by day, only to be haunted by spirits at night. It's truly beyond description. As discussions flourished in the live stream, The viewer count surged, swiftly reaching the 10th position on the popularity list, an unprecedented achievement for Bing since embarking on her streaming career. Qin Feng continued his elucidation. Entities refer broadly to vengeful spirits, zombies, and formidable demons. Those that manage to linger in the mortal realm amid the onslaught of hellish winds fall into two categories. Either they possess sufficient power to withstand the infernal gales, or they lack strength and seek refuge. The Yin serves as such a sanctuary. Some unwilling to reincarnate seek shelter there to evade the chilling winds. This avenue contributes to the inn's profitability. Additionally, by offering virtue points and seeking the protection of powerful vengeful spirits, one may also remain in the earthly realm. Furthermore, the final means of evasion is to conceal oneself within a corpse. Unclaimed bodies can provide a temporary sanctuary from the hellish winds. However, such bodies are often contested by spirits at night, rendering hope exceedingly slim. Consequently, many vengeful spirits fixate on corpses submerged in water. As Qin Feng elaborated, the portly man could not resist lighting a cigarette, listening intently. The chilling winds cannot penetrate the water, rendering it a safe haven. Yet, spirits cannot enter the water. Thus they can only utilize corpses to gain access. Once submerged, they cannot exit until they manipulate the corpse to surface. Each spirit can only reside within a body for a year, necessitating continual replacements. This is the origin of the notion of water ghosts seeking vengeance. Those capable of such actions undoubtedly perished with unresolved grievances and heavy obsessions. Underwater, the living are at a disadvantage. Hence one must never disturb these claimed bodies. Do you now comprehend? The audience nodded in unison, their expressions a mixture of shock and disbelief. Viewers in the live stream were equally awestruck, with one commenting, "After hearing Master Qin, I never wish to go near the river again. It's utterly terrifying. Last time, I heard someone calling me by the river at night, and I fled in fright. I encountered something similar, and it was a woman's voice. Exquisitely beautiful. Fortunately, you managed to maintain your composure. Otherwise, this comment would not have materialized. I've gained such insight. I was utterly unaware of these matters before. Indeed, though we cannot ascertain their truth, they sound astonishing." The portly man remained silent, his countenance grave. Clearly, Qin Feng's revelations had struck a chord. Previously, during his tomb raiding escapades, he had been oblivious to the multitude of occurrences in the underworld. Now, having acquired this knowledge, he pondered whether it was a blessing or a curse. The younger man gestured for Qin Feng to continue. With a smile, Qin Feng said, "Lastly, there are the malevolent spirits who vie for the Grim Reaper's position. For every little ghost striving to change their fate, there are wicked spirits who have committed heinous acts. These malevolent spirits do not rest even in death. As punishment, the underworld soldiers confine them within corpses, submerging them in rivers to prevent them from wreaking havoc upon the world. Only upon serving their time are they allowed to reincarnate. These wicked spirits must not be released. Thus, those who retrieve corpses and encounter them are doomed. When such bodies are disturbed, supernatural phenomena often occur, such as whirlpools inexplicably forming underwater. Upon witnessing such signs, one must cease all actions immediately, otherwise, survival is impossible. Now do you understand?" After finishing, Qin Feng surveyed the crowd. They all swallowed hard. The elder bowed respectfully to Qin Feng, expressing gratitude. "Thank you, Master Qin. Today I have truly opened my eyes." "Magnificent. Does the Yin still accept apprentices?" Bing eagerly inquired. "It sounds so impressive. I wish to become a corpse handler." Qin Feng smiled and shook his head. "Not at present. If the need arises in the future, I shall reach out." "Wonderful. Contact me anytime." Bing exclaimed excitedly. The viewers in the live stream chimed in, each declaring their desire to enroll. "Count me in." However, Bing feigned ignorance of their enthusiasm. The portly man extinguished his cigarette and turned to Qin Feng. "So, from the very beginning, you never intended to be merely a corpse handler, correct? We will eventually engage with these various Yin entities, won't we?" "Indeed," Qin Feng affirmed. The portly man took a deep breath. "All right, I shall follow you. It sounds quite impressive. I hope it doesn't disappoint me." Having delved into tombs, "It is time for me to take charge of these underworld matters." Qin Feng chuckled. "Then you must strive diligently. Aim to master corpse retrieval today." "Understood." In the following hours, Qin Feng conversed with the village elder regarding the corpse retrieval endeavor. The elder's village was situated just outside the city of Luozhou, near a shallow riverbank. The Luo River, which flows through Luozhou, is considered the mother river of the city. Years ago, many had drowned there, claiming numerous lives. However, in recent years, the relevant authorities have effectively disseminated information, leading to a significant decline in such tragedies. Qin Feng primarily inquired about recent incidents. Have there been any drowning events in the river near the village in the past few months? What is the current flow rate of the river? Additionally, have there been reports of water ghosts? The elder responded, in recent months, there have been no drowning incidents near our village. In fact, ours is the only village adjacent to the river, with plans for relocation underway, though we have yet to move. The water flow is quite slow, and we are situated in a shallow area. There have been no occurrences of water ghosts in our village, you can rest assured. Nodding in acknowledgement, Qin Feng noted that they arrived at the village by around 9 in the morning. From a distance, they could see numerous villagers gathered at the entrance, alongside police officers and members of the retrieval team observing. The retrieval team, clad in sleeveless shirts, bore expressions of mockery, as if to say, we, the professionals, cannot locate it. How could a mere corpse handler possibly succeed? It sounds like a scam. Unfazed by their scrutiny, Qin Feng scanned the crowd. A middle-aged man with a scorpion tattoo on his face, his eyes reddened, silently smoked a cigarette. Beside him, a woman sat weeping, her eyes swollen, as if she had exhausted her tears. Are they the Feng family of the victim? Qin Feng inquired. Yes, the elder confirmed. The man is known as Li Shiezi, and the woman is his wife, an outsider we only know as Sister Shui. Chapter 37. The Tragic Li Scorpion. Live streaming the recovery of bodies from the Luo River Li Scorpion? That name sounds quite appetizing, like lamb scorpion. The chubby man jested. The old village chief sighed. This Li Scorpion is indeed a wretched soul. His mother went missing 2 years ago, and she is yet to be found. His only sister also disappeared last year on her way to university. His father, unable to bear the grief, has gone mad. Who could have imagined that fate would so relentlessly target this family? Just yesterday, another child drowned. How can one possibly endure this? The heavens truly seem blind. I beg to differ. The chubby man chuckled. There's a saying, a fly does not alight on an egg without cracks. I suspect Li Scorpion is not as virtuous as you think. The old village chief regarded the chubby man thoughtfully. Your words hold some truth. In his youth, Li Scorpion indulged in all vices, drinking, gambling, and debauchery. However, when it comes to matters of life and death, can we not feel a twinge of sympathy for the misfortunes that have befallen his family? Yet, we must also remember that one's deeds are observed by the heavens. Could this not be a form of retribution? Enough of this, you've become quite cynical. Qin Feng interjected, interrupting the chubby man. We are here to recover bodies, not to dwell on such matters. Please, lead us to the area of the incident. Of course, the old village chief promptly took the lead. The recovery team watched from the sidelines, their expressions revealing disdain as Qin Feng and his companions passed by, but they chose to ignore the jeers. One member of the team, seemingly trying to provoke them, remarked, the ghost catching in? What an outdated superstition. Do they not fear being the subject of ridicule? Our professional recovery team cannot find the bodies, and yet they think they can succeed? It's preposterous. Hey you. The chubby man began to retort, but Qin Feng quickly restrained him. Fighting brings misfortune. Let us move on. The chubby man was irate, but managed to suppress his anger. Soon, a police officer approached them. You must be Manager Qin. I'm Officer Tan. You can call me Xiao Tan. I work under Officer Liao. He sent me to assist you after learning that the villagers sought your ghost catching in help. Please don't mind the remarks from those recovery team members. They are unfamiliar with your skills. Qin Feng nodded in acknowledgement. The chubby man, curious, asked, Isn't Officer Kai incoming? Officer Tan looked embarrassed. Officer Kai is responsible for major cases. She wouldn't attend to a drowning incident. Our team hasn't even been dispatched. By the way, what equipment do you need? I can arrange it. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Feng replied, a bamboo raft will suffice. A bamboo raft? Officer Tan was taken aback, and the chubby man appeared puzzled. Manager, is it safe to use a bamboo raft for body recovery? Qin Feng merely smiled. You will understand shortly. Seeing that Qin Feng was serious, Officer Tan hurried off to make arrangements. Moments later, the three of them arrived at the riverbank. Bing Bing was already setting up her live streaming equipment in the distance, attracting a crowd of villagers, with even the rescue team members joining in the spectacle. Welcome to your moon, my heart. Today, we are delighted to present a body recovery live stream. I am your old friend, Bing Bing, she announced. As you can see, we will take you into the Ghost Catching Inn, showcasing the work of the body recovery team. Viewers are in for a treat, as members of the rescue team are also here. Let us conduct some random interviews. She continued. Excuse me, are you part of the rescue team? Bing Bing questioned a man. Yes, my last name is. Well, that is not important. What I want to know is, what do you think about Manager Qin and the Ghost Catching Inn's body recovery efforts? What do I think? I don't even want to look. I can't believe they are relying on the ghost catching in instead of our professional recovery team. With their skills, do you really think they can find a body? Honestly, whether that bamboo raft can stay afloat for half an hour is questionable. If we have to go rescue them, it would be utterly embarrassing. By the way, my last name is. Thank you, sir, but I've heard that your recovery team hasn't found any bodies either, and it's been 3 days. Also, your surname is irrelevant. Can you just answer my question? Bing Bing pressed. Bodies are not like anchors. They can be swept away by the current. We will need more time to locate them. Also, my last name is. Thank you to this gentleman for participating in the interview. Now, let us follow me to the scene, Bing Bing concluded. Hey, I didn't even get to say my name. How can you conduct an interview like this? The man fumed. The viewers in the live stream erupted in laughter. Bing Bing, you're too much. You've left him speechless. At least let him say his name. Even though I believe Manager Qin is truly skilled, can the ghost catching and really find a body that our recovery team couldn't? Let us wait and see. Came the responses in the chat. Meanwhile, on the riverbank, Qin Feng had inspected the bamboo raft and called out, Xiao Ge, stay on the shore. The chubby man and I will head out. Understood. Xiao Ge nodded. The chubby man, brimming with anticipation, exclaimed, finally, I can start learning how to recover bodies. Manager. What will I be doing? He inquired. Qin Feng smiled and instructed, first, get on the bamboo raft and prepare the recovery rope. I will guide you through the process. Me? Isn't this my first time? I've never done anything like this before. The chubby man protested. Fear not. Everyone has a first time. Body recovery is rare. If you hesitate and miss the chance, it may take ages to find another. I can wait, but I'd prefer if you took the initiative. Never mind. I'll do it. The chubby man quickly agreed. They both climbed onto the bamboo raft, with the chubby man pushing away from the riverbank. Manager, are we heading to the site of the incident? He asked. Qin Feng shook his head. The recovery team has already searched that area multiple times. Clearly, the body is no longer there. Steady the raft now, and I will teach you the first step of body recovery. Remember, avoid entering the water if possible. Especially since we have learned that there have been no recent drownings nearby. We can use a summoning talisman to locate the body. Chubby man. Make sure to learn how to draw talismans properly, Qin Feng added. Ugh. The chubby man sighed, having thought that body recovery would not involve learning to draw talismans. He watched as Qin Feng produced 2 summoning talismans from his pocket, holding one while reciting the incantation. Heavenly generals, earthly spirits, command of the 5 elements. Yin and Yang are distinct, summon the souls of the living. Seek. With the command, the summoning talisman shot forth from his hand. The onlookers on the riverbank and those in the live stream gasped in wonder, while the recovery team members wore expressions of disdain. The man who had just been interviewed scoffed. This is merely a parlor trick. It's been debunked for years. How can anyone still believe in this? Do they think they can recover a body with that? It's absurd. If they succeed, I'll live stream myself eating feces. As Bing Bing was live streaming, she chuckled. All right. Dear viewers, this member of the recovery team just made a bet, claiming that if Manager Qin and his team manage to find a body, he will live stream himself eating feces. Let us eagerly await the outcome. If you want to see him eat feces live, hit 1 in the chat. Chapter 38. The corpse retrieval and public skepticism. The yellow talisman had not been extracted, for at that very moment, the guiding talisman had already soared into the air above the river. The viewers in the live stream were immediately struck with astonishment. I've seen this before just last night. Amazing. Is this truly the guiding talisman? I only tuned in after watching the news last night. Honestly, if you told me this was a form of cultivation, I would believe you. I confess, I am a disciple of Master Qin. We hail from the same sect, known as the Qingyan sect. Is there a lady named Lu Sueki in your sect? Indeed, Lu Sueki oversees corpse management training. She is the HR of our sect. Are you trying to make me laugh to death? Do I inherit my Huabei now? Contrary to the lively comments in the live stream, the local villagers were mostly simple folk. Witnessing the yellow talisman flying by itself left them utterly dumbfounded. Even some elderly individuals exclaimed in awe, "This is a true immortal. Where did you find such a remarkable person, old village chief?" Indeed, I've lived for half a century, and this is the first time I've witnessed a real immortal. Village chief, I told you the truth. Master Qin possesses genuine skills, or else how could the corpse hotel be so popular? Absolutely. When I grow up, I want to learn corpse retrieval. Ridiculous. Why would you want to learn that? It's a dead-end job. Nowadays, we practice cremation. Once someone dies, their body is burned to ashes. Then when I grow up, I'll learn to start fires, specifically at crematoriums. You child, The live stream was abuzz with laughter and banter. Meanwhile, the retrieval team observed the scene with varied expressions. Boss, how did that talisman fly? One junior asked. How would I know? It's surely just a trick of the trade. Talismans don't fly on their own. Just wait and see. He won't find the corpse. But what if he does? The junior queried. If he finds it, you'll have to live stream yourself eating excrement. Are you serious? You know I wouldn't actually eat it. Besides, don't you have an acquaintance at the bakery? Just have her make a chocolate replica. That is not appropriate, boss. I'm trying to woo her. Asking for such a favor would ruin my chances. The junior felt awkward. Damn it, if your girlfriend falls through, just find another. If I really have to eat it. No amount of toothpaste will cleanse the taste. Do you want me as your big brother or your little girlfriend? The anonymous man retorted. The junior lowered his head. Poking at his fingers, I want my girlfriend. Boss, I've been meaning to ask, what is the principle behind the talisman flying? The fat man paddled the bamboo raft toward where the talisman had stopped, inquiring. By a single breath. Qin Feng replied. A breath? What kind of breath is so powerful? Can garlic do the trick? Qin Feng chuckled, bemused by the fat man's antics. Stop joking. Whether it's corpse guiding or retrieval, or even the paper dolls Wu Xia is studying, all rely on this single breath. With this breath, one can guide corpses, retrieve them, and give life to paper dolls. It's said, cultivate the breath internally, strengthen the bones externally. Once you gain experience in corpse retrieval, you'll gradually become aware of this breath. The fat man nodded, somewhat understanding. By this time, the bamboo raft had arrived at the location of the guiding talisman. Qin Feng waved his hand, and the talisman descended onto the water's surface. Strangely, it did not sink. Rather, it floated and swayed with the river, remaining steadfast in its position. The guiding talisman draws in the Yin energy. There must be a corpse beneath. Qin Feng commanded. Deploy the retrieval rope. The fat man hastily retrieved the rope from his waist, asking, how do I lower it? Just toss it in and hold on tight. Got it. The fat man nodded, letting one end of the rope fall. Qin Feng elucidated. The retrieval rope is crafted from special plants. Common ones use willow bark, while better quality ones employ guanine vine. The finest ropes are made from the bark of submerged wood. This wood must be kept in a damp place for 49 days, then soaked in the blood of 5 poisons and dried in a cool area. Finally, it must embrace a freshly buried corpse for at least 3 years before it can be deemed a proper retrieval rope. The 5 poisons corrupt the essence, and the 3 years of corpse energy leave a trace of Yin energy on it. Once created, this rope possesses the ability to repel sunlight and attract the Yin. It will automatically entwine with any nearby corpse in water, allowing retrieval without entering the water. Impressive. I'm learning so much. The fat man gave a thumbs up. So, do we just wait now? Yes. Qin Feng nodded, but then instructed the fat man to close his eyes. Though the retrieval rope could ensnare the corpse, without effort, one could not cultivate the breath. Close your eyes and feel the changes of the rope, familiarizing yourself until you sense the breath in your dantian. Expert corpse retrievers can even sense the condition of a body underwater through the vibrations of the rope. There is much for you to learn. The fat man nodded, concentrating on the sensations. On the shore, the villagers watched anxiously, silent in their anticipation. Nearby, a member of the retrieval team chuckled. What are they doing? Is this like Jiang Taigong fishing, where the willing catch? Is this really the so-called corpse retriever you found? Should we buy a couple of pounds of fish to support them? It would be awkward if they catch nothing. Results are yet to be seen. Have you not witnessed Master Qin's abilities? Bing Bing scoffed. However, the viewers in the live stream exhibited skepticism. Can this really retrieve a corpse? Isn't this more akin to fishing for corpses? I feel my intelligence insulted. Bing Bing, are you sure you're not a plant for Qin Feng? Exactly. I'm starting to doubt. Why are you the only one following him? That seems unlikely. I watched last night's stream, and it was indeed genuine. Then it's perplexing. Can this truly retrieve a corpse? Amidst the discussions, the fat man suddenly exclaimed, Master, I felt something. There's a warm current in my abdomen. Are you sure it's not just the urge to urinate? Qin Feng queried. Don't joke around, Master. I'm serious. I can feel the warmth of the breath. And the retrieval rope has stopped moving. Is it time to pull it up? The fat man asked. Indeed. It's time. Qin Feng signaled. The fat man stood up, tugging on the retrieval rope, but soon found that it felt as though something was holding it down. Qin Feng stepped forward to assist, and together they exerted force. In an instant, the resistance below vanished, and the retrieval rope was swiftly drawn up. However, the moment the rope emerged from the water, both men were taken aback, their expressions blank. For at the end of the retrieval rope was, Chapter 39, are both incorrect? There is something amiss. What on earth is that? I can't see clearly. Bing Bing, quickly deploy the drone. Indeed, it's too far to discern anything. No, we can't. Using the drone might disturb Manager Qin and the others. Let's be patient for a moment, Bing Bing remarked in the live stream. Meanwhile, the salvage team observed the river's surface, their expressions filled with confusion. The distance was considerable, and they struggled to identify what had been retrieved. All they could see was a large mass of green, resembling aquatic vegetation. The anonymous figure smiled at the live camera. Do you all remember me? I'm from the salvage team. Based on my experience, what they've pulled up should be water plants. We've been to that area before. There's an abundance of aquatic vegetation beneath the surface, although I'm uncertain how the salvage rope got entangled in it. It's evident they've failed. I've always said, we are the professionals when it comes to salvage. Everyone must remember my name. My surname is. Hey, what are you doing? Don't act in front of the camera. It seems something's happening. Yeah, what the hell are you doing? Step aside. Who cares about your surname? Just move aside, buddy. The anonymous figure was abruptly interrupted by the barrage of comments and retreated from the live stream, crestfallen. At that moment, the spectators noticed that Qin Feng had once again summoned a yellow talisman, evidently a summoning charm. Failed. Was what they pulled up truly just aquatic vegetation? Even a master can encounter failure. The mere fact that the rope could retrieve something is impressive in itself. The villagers engaged in animated discussions. The anonymous figure, frustrated, attempted to explain to them that the rope was ensnared by water plants, and that all the tales of a master's abilities were mere fabrications. Yet, no villager paid him any mind, inciting his ire as he sat aside, fuming. Fools, all fools. Just wait until they fail to retrieve anything. Will they still have the audacity to seek our salvage team? Meanwhile, on the lake's surface, after Qin Feng once more activated the summoning charm, the hefty man hurriedly paddled over on a bamboo raft. En route, Qin Feng began to examine what had been brought up by the salvage rope. Indeed, it was a mass of water plants. However, within that mass, there was not nothing. Rather, there lay a skeleton. Indeed, it was not a corpse but a skeleton, one that had long since lost its flesh. Such a discovery of mere bones is relatively common underwater. Due to the abundance of aquatic life, once a body decays, preservation becomes impossible. Thus, Qin Feng was not taken aback by the discovery of a skeleton. What was surprising was that this skeleton had not disintegrated. One would expect that a skeleton consisting solely of bones would inevitably fall apart. Yet, this skeleton remained intact, as though something bound the bones together. Manager, this skeleton is clearly that of an adult. Didn't the old village chief mention that no one has died in this vicinity recently? The hefty man queried, puzzled. Qin Feng shook his head. This skeleton has not been dead for more than 5 years. Otherwise, the spiritual energy would have dissipated. I previously inquired with the village chief about any recent deaths to avoid misjudgments. It turns out there haven't been any recent fatalities, but someone indeed perished within the last 5 years. The downside of not diving to recover bodies is that if a body of water contains many corpses, misidentification becomes a significant risk. At such times, experience is paramount. Familiarity with the salvage rope allows one to ascertain the conditions of the bodies below through the rope's feedback. Do not be disheartened. After all, it's your first time, and managing to retrieve a body is already commendable. Indeed, the hefty man nodded. The two soon reached the second location. The hefty man cast the salvage rope into the depths, attentively sensing its vibrations. Qin Feng took the opportunity to inspect the skeleton. Surprisingly, the recently retrieved skeleton adorned some gold and silver jewelry. Around its neck and wrist were strands of pearl necklaces and an old-fashioned silver bracelet. The evidence suggested the deceased was likely a woman, aged 35 or older. As the style of the silver bracelet and pearl necklace is generally not favored by younger women, they tend to appear aged. I'll ask the nearby villagers later. Since we've retrieved it, it's best to ensure it has a proper burial, Qin Feng contemplated. Before long, the hefty man opened his eyes and exclaimed, Manager, it's here. With that, the hefty man exerted his strength, swiftly pulling the salvage rope back up. However, to their astonishment, what they brought up this time was yet another mass of water plants, which also contained a skeleton. This skeleton, too, remained intact, with 2 hair ties around its wrists, resembling those typically used by girls to tie their hair. The condition of this skeleton mirrored that of the first. The hefty man was left speechless. Clearly, this was not their intended target. It was implausible that in 3 days, a body could be consumed so thoroughly. Evidently, both skeletons had been deceased for many months. Manager, this situation is serious. Could it be a case of murder? Under normal circumstances, discovering a single skeleton is already significant. Now, they had unearthed two simultaneously. This was indeed a grave matter. It's difficult to say. Let us return and clarify the identities of these two skeletons first. If there are more bodies in this waterway, I may need to come personally, Qin Feng stated. The hefty man had yet to master the necessary skills to perceive the conditions below, but Qin Feng could. However, if there were too many bodies beneath the water, even his ability to sense could become quite troublesome. Therefore, it was imperative to ascertain how many individuals had perished in the last 5 years. If the number was excessive, he might have to dive in personally. Yet, Qin Feng felt this unlikely, as members of the salvage team had already died. If there were indeed many bodies, they surely would have noticed. The situation seemed increasingly strange, prompting Qin Feng to temporarily halt the salvage efforts. Moreover, the bamboo raft had limited space and could not accommodate a third body. Thus, they rowed back to shore. Villagers and Bingbing rushed forward, and upon seeing the two skeletons on the raft, everyone was left in shock. The old village chief gazed at Qin Feng and his companion, utterly bewildered. "These aren't they the children?" "Of course not. These are two adults," replied the hefty man. "Old man, you previously claimed that no one had died in this water. How come we salvaged two bodies that are incorrect?" "I don't know. We lived here and truly haven't heard of anyone else dying in there." The villagers behind also shook their heads in agreement. Observing this, Qin Feng declared, "Since no one is aware, let us set this matter aside for now. Recovering two bodies from the river is no small affair. Let us cooperate with Officer Tan to confirm the identities of the remains. Yes, if anyone has information, please notify me. I have already called for the coroner to retrieve the bodies," Officer Tan added. The members of the salvage team felt somewhat awkward, and the anonymous figure discreetly slipped away from the crowd. How ridiculous. They actually retrieved bodies. Isn't this akin to broadcasting one's own disgrace? However, at that moment, no one paid him any heed. All attention was focused on the bodies. Suddenly, someone in the crowd exclaimed, "Hey, the jewelry on this skeleton looks familiar. It seems to be the pearl necklace that Li Xiezi gave to his mother years ago. Now that you mention it, it does resemble that. The silver bracelet was something Li Xiezi's mother flaunted to me before. The clothing on the other skeleton also looks familiar. It appears to be a uniform from Luozhou University. In our village, it is not just Li Xiezi's sister who has been admitted, is it?" At that moment, the atmosphere fell into silence, and all eyes turned towards the rear of the crowd where Li Xiezi stood. The cigarette in Li Xiezi's hand slipped to the ground, and his eyes grew even redder. Qin Feng observed him and addressed the elderly village chief and Officer Tan beside him. "It appears we must have a conversation with him. This matter likely harbors complications." Chapter 40, The Water Ghost's Demand for Life, Li Xiezi and Li Chui from the villagers' discussions. It seems that these two corpses are indeed the mother and sister of Li Xiezi, who went missing years ago. Indeed, it is tragic. How could they have drowned in the water? Was there no one who considered this possibility back then? Who knows? It's been so many years. And a healthy person suddenly vanished. If no one had reminded us, would anyone have thought they drowned? Exactly, they were adults. They must have known whether they could swim. Could it be murder? It's hard to say. Let's not speculate recklessly. Didn't Manager Qin already go with Officer Tan to question Li Xiezi? We should know the outcome soon. The live stream in Bingbing's room was abuzz with discussions. Initially, everyone believed it was merely a curious broadcast to witness how the corpse retrieval process unfolded and to gain some peculiar insights. Little did they know, they were entangled in what appeared to be a murder case. Indeed, Qin Feng had gone with Officer Tan to speak with Li Xiezi. Meanwhile, at the village square, the members of the retrieval team wore grim expressions. Not only had they brought up the corpses, but they had also unearthed a case that left them feeling quite embarrassed. "Brother, let's leave. It's too humiliating to stay here," urged one subordinate. "Yes, brother, I can't bear to stay any longer," echoed another. "Indeed, let's go," a chorus of hands urged. The professional retrieval team had failed to recover the bodies, a truly humiliating situation. However, an unnamed individual voiced his frustration. "I, too, wish to leave, but don't you find it strange? The area where the corpse retrieval team operated was clearly investigated by us before. There were no bodies, only water plants. And who retrieves corpses by sitting on a boat, waiting for the bodies to hook themselves? Fine, even if their retrieval team has their methods. Does this mean we should doubt our judgment? I can admit my skills may not match theirs, but we ought to learn from this." As he spoke, the unnamed individual retrieved a set of equipment from the vehicle. "Since the person is already lost, I'm going all in. I want to see if our previous investigation was flawed or if the corpse retrieval team is up to something." "What are you planning to do, brother?" asked his subordinates anxiously. The unnamed individual raised the equipment and declared, I will use the detector to see if those two corpses were truly retrieved from the water. The bodies are wrapped in water plants. If they were genuinely retrieved, the plants beneath would have been disturbed. Whether it was our investigation that was lacking or if the retrieval team is playing tricks, we will find out. He then submerged the detector into the water and returned to the vehicle to activate the device. The screen displayed an underwater world unfolding before their eyes. Simultaneously, in a makeshift warehouse within the village, Qin Feng, Officer Tan, Li Xiezi, his wife, and the village elder were gathered. Li Xiezi silently smoked, his eyes red, tears occasionally falling. His wife, Sister Shui, sat despondently on the ground, appearing as though her soul had departed. Please, if there's anything, speak up. The police are here to help, the village elder urged. Yet, Li Xiezi, with reddened eyes, replied, What do you want me to say? My mother and sister's bodies were pulled from the river. What do you expect me to say? The police are here to find the murderer. Can I uncover the killer? And as of now, my son's body has even been found. Li Xiezi was visibly agitated, his face flushed. Qin Feng recognized that Li Xiezi was not indifferent to the loss of his mother and sister. Rather, he was overwhelmed by too many blows in a short span. Perhaps it was his son that weighed heavily on his mind. After so many years of his mother and sister's disappearance, the sudden emergence of their bodies, without verification, left Li Xiezi in disbelief. Officer Tan, somewhat helpless, said, Please calm down. Our forensic expert will arrive shortly. I merely hope you can recall if your family had offended anyone in the past to assist us in finding the murderer. I don't know, Li Xiezi coldly replied, not even considering the question. This reaction left the village elder speechless. You fool, what if they truly are your relatives? After all these years, you remain in this state. Thankfully, Li Chui did not choose to be with you. What's that to you? Li Xiezi retorted coldly, silencing the village elder. Qin Feng, observing the exchange, inquired with a smile, And who is Li Chui? Oh, Li Chui is. The elder began, but was cut off by Li Xiezi. Does it concern you? Mind your own business. Officer Tan was about to speak when Qin Feng interrupted him, smiling, It has little to do with me. But our progress in retrieving the bodies is currently stalled. Allow me to share my thoughts. I invite you all to consider them. Firstly, we cannot ascertain whether these two corpses are indeed from the family of Brotherly. I shall refrain from discussing that for now and instead address the peculiarities we, as corpse retrieval experts, have observed regarding these two bodies. With that, Qin Feng crouched down and lifted part of the white cloth covering the corpses. Let us assume we do not recognize these two corpses. Have you considered why the flesh of a corpse submerged in water has been gnawed away, yet the bones remain intact? In an instant, the three present froze. That likely requires forensic examination, Officer Tan remarked. Qin Feng replied with a smile, Of course. But I wish to assert that, from our perspective as retrieval experts, this phenomenon is attributed to the water ghost's demand for life. Water ghosts lure the living into drowning, occupying their bodies. Over time, the deceased's body undergoes changes due to the lingering Yin energy. As the flesh decays and is consumed by fish and shrimp, it gradually disappears. However, a layer of Yin ice-like substance condenses between the bones, preventing them from disintegrating. This explains why the two skeletons retrieved remain intact. Therefore, I assert that these two corpses have met their demise at the hands of the water ghost in the river. You may choose not to believe me, and that is acceptable. Let the forensic expert arrive to provide confirmation. I would also like to connect these occurrences. What do you derive from this? Qin Feng looked at the crowd, articulating each word. Li Xiezi's mother went missing 2 years ago, appearing sane at the time. His sister vanished a year ago, preparing to attend university. 3 days ago, Li Xiezi's son drowned, and his body remains unfound. Brotherly, do you not find it peculiar that the water ghost seems to be targeting you? Or perhaps your family? Upon hearing this, the village elder's expression shifted, and Li Xiezi's gaze towards Qin Feng transformed. Officer Tan seemed to have realized something, his hand brushing against the handcuffs at his waist. The village elder suddenly exclaimed, Could it be? This is impossible. Why would Li Chui do such a thing? Li Xiezi, what truth have you been concealing? Chapter 41. The discovery of the salvage team and the plea for assistance from shopkeeper Qin. I have nothing to hide. This matter is entirely unrelated. Li Xiezi exclaimed angrily. What nonsense about a corpse fetching in? You are nothing but charlatans. If that is your belief, then there is little I can do, Qin Feng replied, glancing at the village elder. Elder, it seems we are powerless regarding this case. Perhaps it is best to seek more capable hands. With that, Qin Feng turned to leave. If this incident truly involved a water ghost demanding retribution, He could not fathom how many lives the specter may have claimed. If the count were high, it would be a long time before they could recover the body of the young boy. Conversely, if the toll were low, they might very well retrieve the corpse of the female ghost. It was no jest. He was not yet adept at capturing spirits. Furthermore, without a clear understanding of the female ghost's origins, he was unwilling to take such a risk. In business, it is paramount to discern which ventures to pursue and which to avoid. Shopkeeper Qin, please wait. The village elder called out, hoping to persuade him further. Just then, a police officer rushed in, visibly agitated. Team Leader Tan, the salvage team has made a significant discovery. This case may involve supernatural events. What is the situation? Team Leader Tan inquired hastily, while Qin Feng and the elder exchanged puzzled glances and followed after him. Both intrigued by what the salvage team could have found at such a critical juncture. They soon arrived at the village square, where Li Xiezi trailed behind, dragging his wife along. Before long, they saw an unnamed individual holding the newly submerged detection device from one of the salvage team's vehicles. The device resembled a small cart, marked with several deep scratches, as if it had been clawed at by some unseen force. Upon noticing the gathered crowd, the unnamed individual stood and addressed them. Officer Tan, I believe you should take a look at this. With that, he activated the device's screen, revealing an underwater scene. We just conducted a thorough scan of the area where Shopkeeper Qin and his team are attempting to recover the bodies. There is indeed an abundance of aquatic vegetation, and we captured this on film. As he spoke, the screen displayed a moving image, gliding through dense water plants. Suddenly, a ghastly pale face of a woman materialized, staring directly at the camera. Her countenance was ghostly, with hollow eyes fixated on the detection device, adorned with a chilling smile that sent shivers down the spine of onlookers. Before they could recover from the shock of the woman's visage, a dark shadow darted by, and in an instant, the detection device was struck away by an unseen force. The camera then captured the face of a 12-year-old boy, lifeless and ensnared in water plants. The unnamed individual turned off the screen, inhaling deeply. I cannot explain these occurrences. Perhaps we were mistaken. I apologize for our earlier actions, Shopkeeper Qin. We were indeed too naive. However, I must emphasize that we need to leave. These matters are beyond our purview. It would be prudent to entrust them to the masters at the corpse fetching inn. Should the police require our cooperation, we shall comply. With that, he began to gather his belongings in preparation to depart. The viewers in the live stream began to flood the comments section with messages. This guy isn't so bad. Since he acknowledges his mistakes, let's skip the live streaming humiliation. Exactly. Just find somewhere else to eat. That's a bit harsh, isn't it? Indeed. This fellow is commendable for owning up to his errors. I support you. Right. Keep it up, even though I don't know your name. By the way, you should at least ask for his name. Yeah, Bing Bing, why not ask? Seeing the commotion, Bing Bing stepped forward. Ahem, what is your name? The unnamed individual hesitated, gazing at her. My surname is Li Chui. Li Chui indeed. Oh heavens, it is truly Li Chui. Has she come to claim lives? What should we do? Elder, is she going to harm us? Why would she attack us? We have done her no wrong. All the deceased were Li Xiezi's family. Surely, Li Xiezi must have wronged Li Chui in some way. Yes, Li Xiezi, what did you do all those years ago? The villagers grew agitated. Bing Bing, feeling awkward, looked on, while the unnamed individual merely smiled. Never mind. I believe remaining nameless will make it easier for you to remember me. You shall never learn my name. Farewell. With that, he departed with the salvage team. Meanwhile, the villagers of Li family village were in a frenzy. Li Xiezi, having seen the video, collapsed to the ground, shaking his head repeatedly. Impossible, this cannot be. I did nothing wrong. It was she who wronged me. It was she who first wronged me. You scoundrel. Your past misdeeds have now cast a shadow over our entire village. The elder's face turned pale with anger as he turned to Qin Feng. Shopkeeper Qin, you must truly help us this time. We can negotiate the price. You cannot leave now. Qin Feng looked at the elder, feeling conflicted. The young man stood silently nearby, while the stout man turned to Qin Feng. Shopkeeper, aiding them must bring some merit, right? Leaving like this would weigh on my conscience. But I currently lack the ability to capture spirits. This is a difficult predicament, Qin Feng replied. His inability to catch ghosts left him feeling deeply powerless. He wondered when the accursed system would reward him with ghost-catching skills. Pondering, Qin Feng said, Elder, I fear I am truly powerless in this situation. As long as that female ghost remains submerged, you have time to seek assistance from a ghost master. Once I retrieve her from the water, the consequences could be dire. Shopkeeper Qin, at this critical moment, where am I to find a ghost master? You cannot leave. What will happen to our villagers? The elder implored, nearly kneeling before him. Qin Feng quickly stopped him. No, please, do not do that. Such actions are completely unwarranted. The surrounding villagers echoed his plea. Please, shopkeeper Qin, save us. In the live stream, countless viewers urged him, Shopkeeper Qin, please help them. Yes, you've opened a Yin Inn. Surely you can catch ghosts? Are you unhappy with the payment? We can crowdfund. Indeed, we implore you to take action. Qin Feng found himself in a quandary. It was not that he did not wish to assist, but this situation far exceeded his capabilities. Just then, a woman's voice interrupted the tension. I can capture ghosts. Shopkeeper Qin, why not retrieve that female ghost body? I will handle her. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng turned to see a young woman clad in a black gauze robe, adorned with a black hat. The woman, wielding a slender sword, with long hair cascading over her shoulders, exuded an air of remarkable elegance that transcended the mundane. Chapter 42, The Enigmatic Ghost Hunter. Miss Lin. As I approached, I found myself captivated by the enchanting presence of Miss Lin, whose every frown and smile held a magnetic charm. Who are you, miss? The plump man began, but before he could finish, Qin Feng swiftly pushed him aside. Shopkeeper, the beauty belongs to everyone. You cannot claim her solely for yourself. The plump man protested. Are you certain? Shall I inform Cayenne? Qin Feng retorted. You are the shopkeeper. Your word is law. It's all yours. The plump man conceded, stepping back in resignation. Qin Feng then turned his attention to the veiled woman. I am a ghost hunter. My surname is Lin. You may address me as Miss Lin or Master Lin. I will handle the ghosts while you take care of the retrieval. Shall we collaborate? The woman responded with forthrightness. However, Qin Feng hesitated. Miss Lin, you appear youthful, yet the water ghost has already claimed many lives. Are you confident in your abilities? Miss Lin smiled calmly. Tossing her hand, and instantly a thick black rope materialized. The end of the rope was tied together, held firmly in her grasp, while the front unraveled into slender black threads, each adorned with a tiny gourd. These small gourds are no larger than a fingernail, she explained. As the gourd swayed, an eerie wind rustled through the surrounding villagers. The young man beside them, gripped with anxiety, drew his ancient black gold blade, prepared for battle. Qin Feng quickly restrained him, indicating that Miss Lin could retract her display. While others may not recognize their significance, Qin Feng understood that those black gourds were vessels for vengeful spirits, each capable of containing one soul. Typical ghost hunters might carry 5 at most, while the more formidable could manage 10. However, a master ghost hunter would start at 100. Miss Lin's collection was easily 300 to 400, indicating her prowess reached the pinnacle of ghost hunting, perhaps even bordering on the realm of soul collectors. Since you are willing to assist, I have no objections. Please, Qin Feng said, cutting through the unnecessary chatter as he beckoned her towards the riverbank. His earlier inability to confront ghosts was no longer a hindrance with a ghost master by his side. Thank you for your help, Mississippi. Indeed, your heart is truly kind, though your demeanor is somewhat aloof. A villager remarked. Miss, may I inquire if you are married? The villagers expressed their enthusiasm, while Miss Lin remained unfazed, her demeanor icy. Meanwhile, the viewers in the live stream were equally animated. This girl possesses grace. Indeed, her coldness is somewhat alluring. A ghost master? It is only natural for someone so capable to be reserved. What a pity that such a remarkable woman has chosen the path of ghost hunting. She would shine on the runway. Rogue, lewd. Soon, Qin Feng and Miss Lin arrived at the river's edge. He gestured towards the water, asking, Can we navigate the surface? Indeed, she replied coolly, nodding. Qin Feng stepped onto the bamboo raft, with Miss Lin following closely. The retrieval rope's length was limited. They could not salvage from the shore. They needed to venture onto the water. However, this endeavor differed from before, whether retrieving the ghostly woman or the child's body. They were bound to confront the ghost's core interests, foreshadowing an inevitable clash. Thus, if Miss Lin lacked the confidence to confront the ghost in the water, their expedition would only grow perilous. As Qin Feng propelled the raft, they soon reached the vicinity of their previous encounter. He lowered the retrieval rope and sat cross-legged on the raft, stating, I will retrieve the child's body. The ghost will inevitably come to us. Act accordingly. Understood. Miss Lin nodded. Without delay, Qin Feng closed his eyes, attuning himself to the vibrations of the retrieval rope. The unique material of the rope made it challenging for ordinary ghosts to sever. However, he remained uncertain about the water ghost's strength and proceeded with caution. Before long, he felt a tug on the rope, indicating that something had latched onto it. As anticipated, the ghost did not wish for him to recover the child's body. Miss Lin observed Qin Feng, seemingly sensing the shift. Yet, before she could speak, he produced a talisman from his pocket and affixed it to the rope. With celestial guidance, cleanse the tainted waters. Fire god Zhu Rong, hasten to my side. Ignite. With incantations, the talisman ignited with a resounding boom. Flames danced along the retrieval rope, plunging into the depths without extinguishing. Soon, the fire reached the rope's end, forcing the ghostly woman's grasp to release. Her expression shifted to one of alarm as she attempted to intervene. However, Qin Feng was already in motion, the retrieval rope surging towards the surface, bringing forth the child's body. Here it comes, he shouted. As the rope broke the water's surface, the child's lifeless form landed upon the raft. Miss Lin scanned the surroundings warily, aware that the ghost would not easily concede defeat. Qin Feng quickly began paddling towards the shore, but after only a few meters, Miss Lin's expression darkened. Drawing a slender sword from her back, she thrust it toward the center of the raft. In that instant, Qin Feng heard a splash from beneath and felt the bamboo raft split apart. With the retrieval rope securing the child's body, he managed to maintain his balance. But he and Miss Lin were separated by the rupture. Help! I cannot swim, she cried, her face pale. Cannot swim? Qin Feng was taken aback, pondering how someone so carefree would venture onto the lake's surface to confront ghosts. He swiftly maneuvered the raft closer to her, grasping the edge to prevent her from drifting too far. Just then, a shadow surged from the depths, racing towards the child's body. Miss Lin, quick-witted, drew a whip from her waist and lashed it at the shadow, ensnaring it. With a firm pull, she yanked the shadow down, but she did not relent. With her sword, she struck at its chest. To the gourd, she commanded. Understanding her intent, Qin Feng hurriedly retrieved a small gourd from her waist and tossed it upwards. As it neared the shadow, a cacophony of anguished wails erupted. Moments later, the cries faded, and both the gourd and the ghostly form tumbled onto the raft. Sighing in relief, Miss Lin bent to reclaim the gourd, securing it back at her waist. She turned to speak, but as she did, her foot slipped into the crevice of the fractured rafts, sending her tumbling towards the water. Upon witnessing the scene, Qin Feng was startled, realizing that she could not swim. He quickly reached out and grasped her hand, preventing her from falling. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, Miss Lin's hand felt chillingly cold. In this weather, it was as though her hand had just been extracted from an icy abyss. Confused, Qin Feng looked up at her, only to find that due to the angle, he had inadvertently tilted her hat, revealing her face. In that instant, he was taken aback. Beneath the hat lay an exquisitely beautiful visage, as if sculpted by the finest artisan. For a fleeting moment, Qin Feng experienced an illusion. Her elongated face resembled a masterpiece crafted by a skilled paper artist. His heart raced, and his breath quickened, for such beauty rendered every expression captivating. Have you seen enough? Miss Lin's voice cut through his reverie. Qin Feng, startled, realized he had lost his composure and promptly released her hand. My apologies, I have seldom encountered such beauty. Thank you, Miss Lin replied coolly, leaving it ambiguous whether she was expressing gratitude for his timely intervention or for the compliment. Miss, why is your hand so cold? This is hardly the constitution one would expect of a ghost hunter. Qin Feng inquired as he rose, supporting himself on the bamboo raft. Ghost hunters, accustomed to dealing with vengeful spirits, typically possessed a more robust constitution. Otherwise, they risked retaliation from the spectral entities. Thus, female ghost hunters were a rarity. It is innate. Miss Lin replied without looking at him. Oh, Qin Feng responded, understanding that she was not inclined to divulge more. Given that he would also be engaging in ghost hunting, it was perhaps wise to remain uninformed. The two fell into a silence as they swiftly returned to the shore with the bodies. When the villagers retrieved the two corpses from the bamboo raft, they collectively gasped in shock. One was indeed the son of Li Xiezi, while the other was none other than Li Chui. Is that really Li Chui? How could this happen to her? One villager lamented. Indeed, I once fed her when she was a child. Another echoed in disbelief. How could she possibly choose to become a female ghost? A third villager exclaimed, struggling to accept the grim reality. Qin Feng felt at a loss for words, opting to feign ignorance. After all, did a ghost truly consult the living before claiming a victim? Yet Miss Lin interjected, you should be grateful. Had she not recalled past kindness, she would not have only targeted your family. Enough, I have taken her vengeful spirit. You may handle the remains as you see fit. With that, Miss Lin turned and departed. Qin Feng remained silent, not wishing to add anything further. The portly companion remarked, you're just letting her go? Master, your courtship skills leave much to be desired. Enough. I am currently focused solely on work, not on courting anyone. Qin Feng retorted. What about the kid? He asked, glancing towards a figure in the distance. His companion pointed, revealing that the boy was fixated on Miss Lin, lost in thought. The ensuing events unfolded smoothly. The female ghost was taken away by Miss Lin, and both corpses were entrusted to the authorities, destined for cremation, thus sparing them the burden of transporting the bodies. As for the past entanglements between Li Xiezi and Li Chui, they held little interest for the villagers. They accepted their agreed-upon payment and made their way back to the ghost hunting inn. On the journey, a voice resonated within Qin Feng's mind. Ding! Order completed. Male child of Luo River. Reward of 150,000 dragon coins has been credited. Reward: Observation Idol, available for retrieval at any time. Listening to the system's announcement, Qin Feng felt an additional item materialize in his consciousness. It resembled a black ornament shaped like tree roots, adorned with numerous branches, each embedded with countless black gem-like entities that sparkled under the light. He wondered how the observation idol would function and resolved to test it upon returning. Additionally, the reward of 150,000 dragon coins puzzled him at first, but now he understood it was due to the multiple corpses involved in the order. The system displayed a commendable degree of empathy. After Bing escorted them back to Luozhou City, she departed. Their relationship could only be described as amicable, and while he enjoyed her company during live broadcasts, many matters within the ghost hunting inn were not suitable for her to know. On the way back to the inn, Qin Feng took the opportunity to research the recent events surrounding the Western Han tomb in the suburbs. Days had passed without any updates. Did the Archaeological Institute manage to resolve the situation independently? He had hoped to secure a ghost hunting assignment, yet no developments had emerged. Perhaps it was for the best. As he was not currently in need of work, he would leave it to fate. At that moment, on a hillside outside Li family village, Miss Lin arrived at a secluded grove. In the absence of onlookers, she retrieved the small gourd used to capture the female ghost. Unscrewing the lid, a plume of black smoke emerged, visible only to her. The smoke swiftly coalesced into the form of a woman. Do you wish to reincarnate? Miss Lin inquired. Do I have any other choices? Li Chui responded. I can offer alternatives, remain with me or proceed to reincarnation. However, do not entertain thoughts of further killing. Your grievances with Li Xiezi are of no interest to me. You have already taken 3 lives. It is time for this cycle to end. You are not a ghost hunter. Were a ghost hunter to capture me, they would surely choose to obliterate my spirit. Li Chui retorted. Miss Lin, however, remained unperturbed. You have no right to question that. Now, make your choice. Depart or stay. Depart, Li Chui declared. Very well. Without further ado, Miss Lin waved her hand, conjuring a swirling vortex the size of a fist in midair. Upon seeing this vortex, Li Chui's expression changed dramatically. This is the Yin-Yang Gate. How could you possibly open it? You and I are of the same kind. How could you possess such power? Miss Lin smiled serenely. You are far too weak to ever comprehend. Now journey forth. With a flick of her wrist, Li Chui's vengeful spirit was swiftly drawn into the vortex, which then vanished into thin air. Miss Lin continued on her path, disappearing into the woods. Meanwhile, at the Yin-Yang Inn, the portly companion and others looked at the transfer notifications on their phones, laughter erupting among them. Master, so much money, exclaimed the rotund man, at a loss for words. Naturally, we all contributed to the success of this inn, so the profits should be shared. Qin Feng replied. Wu Xiao inquired, Master, to be honest, your propensity to distribute funds so liberally makes us question whether our previous grave-robbing ventures were worth the time. By the way, I watched your previous live stream. You mentioned something about Yin virtue. How do we assess that? Indeed, Yin virtue is more significant than money. When my Yin virtue accumulates sufficiently, I could secure a position in the underworld. The portly man chuckled. Qin Feng sighed. Regarding Yin virtue, patience is essential. Furthermore, do not celebrate prematurely. Your previous grave-robbing endeavors have likely depleted much of your Yin virtue, and you may still be in the process of repaying that debt. Discovering your Yin virtue later may not be a misfortune. Repaying debts? Can I truly be in arrears while relying on my virtue? Both the plump fellow and Wu Xia found themselves at a loss for words. Yet, Qin Feng pointed to the heavens above. 3 feet above our heads, there are deities watching. No secret remains concealed forever. With renewed determination, he retrieved the observational deity figurine and placed it upon the countertop. Wu Xia and the plump fellow stared at the object, their expressions tinged with surprise. Shopkeeper, where did you acquire this peculiar ornament? The plump fellow inquired. Qin Feng smiled and replied, This is no mere ornament. It is an observational deity. Focus your gaze intently upon the black gems adorning each branch and truly immerse yourselves in the experience. Observational deity? The two were momentarily taken aback, having previously heard of such a thing, known to enhance one's mental fortitude, particularly for wuxia. Crafting paper effigies demanded a high degree of mental prowess. Without hesitation, they followed Qin Feng's guidance and began to concentrate. However, within less than a minute, the plump fellow, feeling dazed, murmured, I seem to see countless stars. Before he could finish, he collapsed onto the table, succumbing to slumber. Chapter 44. Kai Yun's visit and the corpse in the wilderness. The innkeeper exclaimed, I can't take it anymore. As he spoke, wuxia collapsed onto the table, succumbing to sleep. Qin Feng sighed in resignation, noting how feeble their mental fortitude was. Wuxia had barely managed 2 minutes, while the fat man had lasted less than a minute. The young man approached, and Qin Feng remarked, they will feel better after a short rest. Old Tang, we still need to prepare dinner for them tonight. Old Tang, who was sitting at the entrance sipping wine, acknowledged with a grunt. He had no other hobby than drinking, which led to the in-stocking an abundance of fine wines, tempting Qin Feng to indulge frequently. He rose to fetch a bottle and discovered that the young man had begun observing the statue. However, the young man's mental prowess was evidently extraordinary, as he managed to observe for a full 30 minutes before finally collapsing. An hour later, the young man awoke, his demeanor noticeably altered. He immediately attempted to resume his observation, but Qin Feng hurriedly intervened, saying, you cannot keep watching the statue. Maintaining such tension will drive you mad. Your mental strength is already impressive. Observing once a day should suffice. The young man nodded and refrained from further observation. Meanwhile, the fat man and wuxia slept soundly until dinner commenced, resting for a full 3 hours. Upon waking, the fat man frantically searched for cloth to cover the statue, fearing that an inadvertent glance might send him into another lengthy slumber. During the meal, wuxia inquired, innkeeper, this statue is truly remarkable. Just a minute or two of watching leads to hours of sleep. If this continues, won't you find me asleep every time you return? I refuse to take the blame. The fat man chimed in. Right, innkeeper, what if we need to rush out to collect the corpse while I'm asleep? Qin Feng chuckled. It's not as terrifying as you think. Initially, you may struggle with the statue, but over time, your observation duration will increase while your sleep time will decrease. Moreover, you can only observe twice a day, or else you'll risk mental collapse. Henceforth, let us observe once before bedtime and once before the afternoon nap. Everyone nodded, agreeing that this schedule was quite humane, allowing for restful sleep without inducing insomnia. The fat man, curious, asked, how long can you observe, innkeeper? Qin Feng pondered for a moment before replying, I'm not sure, but it certainly doesn't make me drowsy. Impressive, the fat man exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. Little did they know, Qin Feng had received a system reward, granting him the godly technique of corpse herding. Thus, his mental capacity was formidable, albeit his physical skills were lacking. After dinner, wuxia practiced crafting paper figures, showing significant improvement compared to prior to observing the statue. Meanwhile, the fat man and the young man practiced corpse herding in the backyard, taking advantage of the corpses idling there. Before bedtime, Qin Feng gathered everyone to observe the statue together. This time, the fat man managed to endure for 3 minutes, while wuxia reached 5 minutes, marking a clear advancement from their initial attempts. As night fell and the next day approached, they were preparing for dinner when a sudden phone call interrupted them. Upon seeing the caller ID, Qin Feng handed his phone to the fat man. Hello, Kai Yun. This is Brother Fat. Our innkeeper is having dinner. Feel free to share whatever you need with me. After a 3-minute conversation, the fat man hung up, grinning. Innkeeper, Kai Yun mentioned she'll be visiting tonight. What is the reason? Qin Feng inquired. It's regarding the corpse recovery case from yesterday at Loa. The discovery of so many bodies has alarmed the authorities, but thankfully, the case was resolved overnight. Kai Yun wants to personally express her gratitude tonight and seems to have something to discuss with you as well, the fat man explained. Qin Feng nodded, asking for the specific time. She mentioned around 9 o'clock. She appeared quite busy. Her gratitude is mainly due to our swift resolution of the case. Oh, she also shared some details concerning Li Xiezi and Li Chui. Would you like to hear them? Qin Feng nodded again, and the fat man recounted the tale. It turned out that after the police's interrogation last night, they had finally clarified why Li Chui sought vengeance. Li Chui was an orphan from Lizhai village, raised collectively by the villagers. Hence, she was seen as having been nourished by many families. Li Xiezi and Li Chui met during a wedding banquet in the village. That evening, after drinking, Li Xiezi took advantage of Li Chui. Being a man, Li Xiezi promised to take responsibility the next day, and Li Chui, an orphan, agreed. Considering it fortunate to find a husband, Li Xiezi then ventured out to earn money for the wedding dowry. However, his mother and sister vehemently opposed the union. Looking down upon Li Chui's background, only Li Xiezi's father acknowledged his son's wrongdoing and insisted on his responsibility. In the meantime, a villager named Ergo, who had harbored feelings for Li Chui for a long time, became aware of her impending marriage to Li Xiezi and persistently sought her out. Over time, rumors began to circulate in the village. Li Xiezi's mother and sister were convinced of these tales, and as Li Chui's pregnancy became apparent, they escalated their accusations. Claiming the child must belong to Ergo, Li Xiezi was summoned home. That night, his mother and sister confronted Li Chui, demanding to know the child's paternity. If they truly believed her, they wouldn't have needed to ask. Despite his waywardness, Li Xiezi was obedient at home and trusted his mother, leading to disastrous consequences. During the heated argument, his mother accidentally pushed Li Chui into the river, resulting in the loss of 2 lives. To conceal their crime, they falsely claimed that Li Chui had slipped and fallen into the river. Subsequently, they hired a corpse retrieval worker. However, when the retrieval rope snapped, the worker hesitated to continue. It was likely that Li Chui, burdened by her fate, brought misfortune upon her family. Reflecting on the unfortunate circumstances, the group fell silent for a prolonged moment. Some matters truly cannot be unraveled. Since the past is past, they chose not to dwell further on it. Life must go on. In the afternoon, the routine resumed. The fat man and the young man practiced corpse herding, while Wuxia focused on crafting paper figures. Qin Feng reclined on a lounge chair, awaiting new orders. Recently, most of the business had been through personal visits, and he hadn't received any system orders in a while. As Qin Feng pondered, a voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Ding! The corpse herding inn has received an order, Wilderness Corpse, at 8 o'clock tonight. A corpse was discovered at Dongjia Wetland Park. Please expedite the delivery of the body to the police station. Completion reward, 50,000 dragon coins. Open Heavenly Eye. Would you like to accept the order? Open Heavenly Eye? Qin Feng was taken aback. The ability to open the Heavenly Eye was essential for ghost hunting. Had the system finally begun rewarding him with ghost-catching skills? It seemed he was not far from receiving orders for vengeful spirits. Tonight at 8? There was no rush, but concerning Kai Yun, Qin Feng felt a tinge of helplessness, realizing he would have to cancel their meeting. However, since the body needed to be delivered to the police station, it would be prudent to inform Kai Yun in advance. The Dongji Wetland Park was quite far, and returning might not happen until the early hours of the morning. After contemplating, Qin Feng decided to call Kai Yun to discuss her thoughts. Will the corpse be transported back to the ghost delivery inn tonight, or will it be taken directly to the police station? Chapter 45. An unexpected encounter at the inn. Upon hearing that the portly man intended to call Kai Yun, he readily took it upon himself to handle the matter. In less than 10 minutes, he arrived in haste. The innkeeper mentioned that Kai Yun had a plethora of case files to review today, and due to the recent surge in cases in Luozhou City, most personnel had been dispatched. It seemed unlikely that she could. Understood. We shall first take her back to the inn tonight, and send her off tomorrow, Qin Feng suggested. The inn's regulations regarding the dead could not be violated, yet traveling past midnight would result in a late return to Luozhou City. Thus, bringing her back to the inn was not an issue. The innkeeper, Kai Yun, has stated she will wait at the inn tonight. Let her be, Qin Feng replied, bemused by her decision to forego the police station in favor of waiting up herself. This officer Kai was indeed an enigma. However, it posed no concern for them, and Qin Feng chose not to dwell on it. Throughout the afternoon, everyone busied themselves with their respective tasks. Wu Xie, eager for progress, observed the deity's statue once more, resulting in a state of mental fatigue as he awoke feeling groggy, akin to the sensation of overexertion. By the time dinner was served, he felt decidedly unwell. You are too impatient, Qin Feng remarked. Refrain from practicing paper figurine making for today, and skip the deity observation as well. After dinner, we shall venture out to collect the dead. You should accompany us. All right. Wu Xie nodded, feeling restless and eager to step outside. Dinner was completed, and it was only 7 o'clock, leaving an hour until the appearance of the corpse. Qin Feng called upon the group to depart. Only old Tang remained in the inn. However, he was accustomed to solitude. Once the group left, he locked up and strolled outside. The corpse collecting inn was situated in the ghostly vicinity of Lin family village, a place few dared to tread. Old Tang relished the quiet, wandering alone before returning. Following their departure, Qin Feng contacted Bing Bing, who had previously offered assistance. They made no pretense of politeness. Within 10 minutes, Bing Bing indeed appeared nearby. Upon hearing of the corpse collection, he became fervently excited, setting up his live streaming equipment and embarking on his journey. Simultaneously, under the directives of Qin Feng, informants in the vicinity of Lin family ghostly grounds relayed the news. Qin Feng, seated on a yacht with a beautiful companion, felt a chill wash over him upon hearing the report. Out again? Follow the usual protocol. Keep me updated on their whereabouts. With that, he ended the call, his spirit dampened as he reached for Lin Jinren's number. However, after several rings, no one answered. Where is Uncle Lin? The business at the corpse collecting inn is thriving. At this rate, I fear something may go awry. Qin Feng felt increasingly restless. Meanwhile, outside the corpse collecting inn, Kai Yun approached with a distracted demeanor. Upon seeing the inn, she paused, bewildered. How did I end up here? It seems the pressure has become overwhelming. Rubbing her temples, she recalled having spent the entire afternoon poring over case files. The case she was investigating was from 3 years prior, laden with an abundance of documentation and complexity. Exhausted from her earlier efforts, she had stepped outside for fresh air, her mind still consumed with the case. Unbeknownst to her, she had wandered to this location. Since I'm here, I might as well wait, she decided, striding toward the inn. Unfortunately, the inn was deserted at that moment. After knocking for some time without a response, Kai Yun felt somewhat disheartened and opted to return. However, in a shadowy corner of Lin family ghostly grounds, a woman clad in a black veil and hat stood hidden in the shadows, clutching a note. No one at 8. Take swift action. The note bore these 8 words. After reading it, the note spontaneously ignited, turning to ashes in an instant. The woman then proceeded toward the corpse collecting inn. Surrounded by open space and engulfed in darkness, visibility was poor. Just as Kai Yun was about to leave, she noticed a silhouette approaching the inn, causing her heart to race as she instinctively concealed herself behind a stone. The figure soon became discernible, and Kai Yun's apprehension deepened upon recognizing the attire. Who would dress in black veils and hats at this hour? Was she here for business with the corpse collecting inn? But there was no one inside. As Kai Yun pondered this, the woman walked toward the inn, quickly disappearing into the darkness. Unbeknownst to Kai Yun, the woman had glanced back at her direction, a faint smile gracing her lips. Kai Yun sprang to her feet and pursued, but upon reaching the corner of the inn, she found no trace of the woman. Did she climb over the wall? She wondered, glancing upward only to dismiss the thought. The rear courtyard wall of the inn was at least 4 meters high, a height that seemed excessive for any reasonable construction. Who would build such a tall wall without a ladder or rope? It was inconceivable for an apparently frail woman to scale it. Where could she have vanished? Was it merely an illusion? Rubbing her eyes, Kai Yun surveyed the desolate surroundings, momentarily questioning her own perception. It must be noted that Kai Yun was not an ordinary police officer. She dealt with numerous cases involving supernatural phenomena. Thus, she was particularly sensitive to inexplicable occurrences. The corpse collecting and dealt with the deceased, likely attracting vengeful spirits and restless souls. Had she just encountered a ghost? The thought of the deserted inn and the eerie atmosphere made her swallow hard as she turned to leave. As she departed, the woman in the black veil peeked out from above the tall wall, waiting until Kai Yun had left before leaping into the inn's rear courtyard. The courtyard of the corpse collecting inn held nothing but a well at its center, surrounded by various structures. Most were mortuary rooms, with only one kitchen separated from the rest, where Old Tang typically prepared meals. The woman, having surveyed the layout, headed towards a mortuary room on the left, lifting her veil to reveal an exquisite visage. Had Qin Feng or the portly man been present, they would have instantly recognized her as Lin, the ghost-catching celestial master they had encountered the previous day in Li family ditch. Lin glanced at the time. It was only 7:15. There was ample time. With her palms pressed against the door, she prepared to enter. However, the moment her hands made contact, flames erupted from her palms. Lin's expression darkened as she coldly remarked, "A formation? How cautious." With a surge of strength, she forcefully pushed the door open, yet the flames on her palms remained unabated. Seemingly unfazed, she glanced at the coffins arranged within the room, striding toward one adorned with a fire formation talisman. With a swift motion, the coffin lid was cast aside, revealing the body within. Chapter 46, Sister Xiao Ge. A live broadcast encounter with the Yin Wind lying in the coffin was none other than the corpse that Mo Fong had stored away that day. He claimed it was his great-grandfather, but the truth of the matter remained uncertain. Miss Lin gazed at the body, her brow furrowing slightly. After a moment, she took a step forward. To her astonishment, the flames in her hand mysteriously separated from her. A shadowy figure emerged behind her, engulfed in flames, which quickly dissipated into nothingness, leaving only a trace of black ash upon the ground, barely discernible. Remarkably, the flames on her body had vanished as well. Approaching the coffin, Miss Lin extended her hand to explore the corpse. Her fingers ultimately rested upon the throat of the male cadaver. To her dismay, something was lodged inside. How infuriating! She exclaimed. With a swift motion of her hand, the head of the corpse tilted backward, its mouth opening wide. And from its throat emerged a black jar the size of a fist. Upon seeing this jar, a glint of coldness flickered in Miss Lin's eyes. And with a wave of her hand, the jar began to spin open on its own. Simultaneously, a plume of black smoke erupted, accompanied by the excited voice of a woman. Sister Xiao, you have finally arrived. I missed you so much. Miss Lin regarded the woman with a hint of reproach. Fortunately, I came. Otherwise, you would have been in utter disarray. She continued, I warned you not to wander off, yet you disobeyed and were captured. How does that feel? The woman lowered her head, a bit embarrassed. A glimmer of frost crossed Miss Lin's gaze as she inquired. Was it the people from this inn who captured you? No. The woman hastily shook her head in explanation. It was the innkeeper, Mr. Qin, who saved me. He was unaware that I was still here. This is a long story, Sister Xiao. We must hurry to find Mr. Qin. Why? Miss Lin asked. Because they have gone to the east suburb wetland park, and I have a feeling it is connected to me. The woman replied excitedly. Upon hearing this, Miss Lin pondered for a moment before saying, this may not be a bad thing. Some matters require an initial catalyst. I understand, sister, but... The woman hesitated for a long time before finally revealing. The corpse is not clothed. It is a naked corpse. What? Miss Lin's face flushed slightly, and she shot the woman an exasperated glance, as if to say, why didn't you mention this sooner? Let us depart. She beckoned, and they exited the room. With a flick of her hand, the coffin lid returned to its place, and the door closed automatically behind them. Just as they prepared to leave, Miss Lin's gaze was drawn to a wooden rack set up in the courtyard. This rack was used by Wu Xie to display the paper figures he had crafted. It was densely populated with paper figures, including one that Qin Feng had personally made. These paper figures are rather subpar. Sister Xiao, how can you even consider them? Miss Lin shook her head. One of them is quite good. I happen to need it, so I shall take it, she replied, waving her hand, causing the figure crafted by Qin Feng to vanish. The two then left the corpse transporting inn. At 8 o'clock sharp, aboard a yacht, Qin Feng received a call that left him utterly stunned. What did you say? The corpse transporting inn is targeting that wretched girl? What? The location of the corpse has been confirmed? They're about to make a move? His vision darkened, nearly causing him to faint. Keep an eye on them. Watch closely. What do you mean by watching a live broadcast? I'd rather watch my own grandfather's broadcast. Despite his words, Qin Feng hastily opened the live broadcast. Just as the screen was about to display the image, another call came in. Uncle Lu. Uncle Lu, you must save me. The people from the corpse transporting inn have found the body. He cried. His earlier bravado vanished. On the other end, Uncle Lu responded coldly. What are you panicking about? So what if they found the body? Your father had people dispose of the clothes on the corpse long ago, and you have not touched her. So what is there to fear? Qin Feng paused, realization dawning upon him. Yes, he had not touched her, so there would be no traces or clues leading back to him. But Uncle Lu, I still feel anxious. There is nothing to worry about. I know Kai Yun's capabilities. They won't trace it back to you so quickly. I will return in a few days. Just behave yourself, and as long as you don't stir up any other trouble, you'll be fine. All right, I will wait for your return. You must hurry, Uncle Lu. Qin Feng sniffled, tears streaming down his face. After hanging up, he hastily turned his attention back to the live broadcast. Upon glancing at the screen, he swallowed hard. The viewership of the broadcast had surged to the top of the platform, with over 400,000 people watching simultaneously. This indicated that at least 400,000 individuals were closely monitoring the situation. Despite Uncle Lu's reassurance, Qin Feng felt his palms grow clammy. Meanwhile, at the scene, Bing Bing had already set up the live streaming equipment, and this time, the lighting was exceptionally well prepared. The lights focused on an inconspicuous mound of earth. A portion of the mound had collapsed, revealing a figure wrapped in a black blanket. The audience in the live stream was transfixed, while Bing Bing swallowed hard. Standing to the side, although it was not her first close encounter with a corpse, each experience still brought a measure of anxiety. Boss, shall we proceed? The rotund man inquired. Since we have located the body, let us not delay, Qin Feng replied, shaking his head. However, this particular corpse is different. It is a naked body. Therefore, you must turn around and refrain from looking. We must respect the deceased. He added, Bing Bing, Please temporarily turn off the live stream. We shall resume shortly. Understood. Bing Bing nodded. The other three were unfazed. They had encountered many challenges and were already accustomed to such matters. However, the viewers in the live stream were not so composed. Come on, it's just a naked corpse. Is it necessary to be so dramatic, Qin boss? Exactly. What do you take us for? Are we that kind of people? We simply want to see the state of the body after death. Right? We don't care if it's naked. We are curious about the changes post-mortem. I've already purchased my data package. Are you kidding me by saying we can't watch? Seriously, I was in the restroom, and you're messing with me. Have some decency. If you want to watch, go look elsewhere. The live chat was abuzz with activity. Meanwhile, Qin Feng ensured that everyone had turned away and that the live camera was off before retrieving a set of burial garments from his backpack to dress the female corpse. Having prepared everything, Qin Feng took out the soul-calling bell and began the ritual. Heavens and earth, the universe vast. The corpse transporting begins. Let both human and ghost submit. Rise. With the ringing of the bell, the body wrapped in the blanket slowly stood up. Almost simultaneously, the blanket began to slide away. Though Qin Feng wished to avert his gaze, he had to put the burial garments on the female corpse, and so he inhaled deeply, preparing to approach. However, as the blanket gradually slipped away, an unexpected gust of chilling wind swept through the previously tranquil surroundings. A chilling wind swept through the multitude of fallen leaves. In an instant, the frigidly set lights extinguished, plunging the surroundings into an abyss of darkness. Simultaneously, a woman's voice resonated. A group of men here is shamelessly peering at a naked corpse. Chapter 47. Encountering Miss Lin again, is that you, Miss Lin? Upon hearing this voice, Qin Feng immediately felt a sense of familiarity. By the surname Lin, what brings you here? The plump man exclaimed, equally astonished. Who else could it be? Don't move. I might just pluck your eyes out. Miss Lin retorted angrily. Dear lady, you've misunderstood. We turned our backs out of respect. We uphold professional ethics. The plump man hurriedly explained. Nonsense. It was you who wanted to look back just now, and you still have the audacity to speak. By the surname Lin. Do not slander me. I might be a bit lecherous, but I possess noble qualities and know my limits. You are unjustly accusing me, and I am rather agitated. He protested. Qin Feng quickly intervened. Let us not bicker. After all, we collaborated once. I still trust your character, fatty. How are you, Miss Lin? I'm fine, she replied, and as her words fell, the lights at the scene suddenly flickered back to life. How did you achieve that? Wuxia inquired, clearly astonished by her ability to influence the lighting. I am a ghost-catching master. Is it so surprising? Miss Lin shot them a glare. Only then did Qin Feng and the others notice that the female corpse had been draped in a black veil, complete with a conical hat. Observing Miss Lin, she was clad in a classical black robe, exuding an ethereal elegance, particularly accentuated by her striking features, which left everyone present, except Qin Feng and Xiao Ge, momentarily speechless. Qin Feng had seen her once before and was somewhat prepared, while Xiao Ge appeared indifferent, as if he only acknowledged the distinction between genders and nothing more. Isn't she stunning? I told you I wasn't exaggerating. She is truly a rare gem. The plump man licked his lips. Really? I must remind you that although the live stream has no visuals, it does have audio. Kai-Yun might be listening. Wuxia cautioned. Goodness no. She's hideous. My Kai-Yun is far more beautiful. The plump man quickly backtracked. Despite his efforts to lower his voice, Miss Lin glanced over, causing him to refrain from further comments. How did you end up here? Qin Feng approached her with a question. Just passing by. It's not strange for a ghost-catching master to appear here, is it? She replied. Of course not. It's just that we found the body first, so. Qin Feng felt a bit awkward. Normally, in their line of work, they should not interfere with one another, and since they had discovered the corpse, she technically had no right to intervene. However, her actions this time were not truly an intrusion. She merely dressed the corpse. Qin Feng's remark was merely a reminder, as the rules of the ancient profession were not to be broken. Regardless of her status as a ghost-catching master, she ought to understand these protocols. However, Miss Lin responded, I have no interest in the corpse. I simply cannot stand you men surrounding a naked body. Are you planning to leave now? I will accompany you. Accompany us. Qin Feng was taken aback. Yes, I came here to catch ghosts. And what if that ghost enters the corpse? Do you think you can handle it? Well, I will be able to in due time, Qin Feng awkwardly admitted, acknowledging that his ghost-catching skills were still in their infancy and required time to develop. Since you are willing, let us proceed together, but we must wait until after midnight to depart. Though it is often said that those in the same profession are rivals, Miss Lin appeared somewhat exceptional, and since she did not mind accompanying them, Qin Feng had no objections. Having someone to protect him was indeed a boon. Such a waste of time, we might as well wait, Miss Lin casually remarked, and Qin Feng took her words to heart. I asked, boss, may I start the live stream now? Yes, Qin Feng nodded. Seeing this, Miss Lin wore an expression of disbelief, as if to say, is this what the world has come to? Even ghost catching has to be live streamed? As Ice activated the live stream, the viewers were finally able to witness the unfolding events. Hey, what is going on? Did you lock us in a small black room? Have you forgotten about us? Seriously? I'm burning through my data, and you've turned off the live stream visuals? Is this how you treat us? Qin, just tell us how many times you've kissed her. What have you been doing all this time? Come on, it's only been 5 minutes. Do you think Qin is just 5 minutes? I feel like you're just playing around, but I have no evidence. 5 minutes? Are you trying to make me laugh? Oh my, that woman must be Lin Master. She is stunning. What, Lin Master? She is Miss Lin. Miss Lin. Do you have a boyfriend? Yeah, if not, consider me. She is too beautiful. Damn, if my last blind date had looked like her, would I still be single now? I heard Miss Lin is a ghost-catching master. Miss Master, I'm a ghost too, and a very dangerous one. My home is, come catch me. Nonsense. I'm far more formidable. I'm an evil ghost, come catch me. Please, capture me. I suddenly realized being a ghost is quite delightful. To have such a beautiful master come to catch me, I'll definitely want to be a ghost after I die. The livestream chat was abuzz with comments. Meanwhile, Qin Feng handed the soul-calling bell to Xiao Ge, instructing him to prepare for their return. In my opinion, she is problematic. Xiao Ge murmured. Qin Feng was taken aback and glanced in the direction Xiao Ge indicated, only to find it was Miss Lin. What is wrong with her? Qin Feng inquired. Xiao Ge shook his head. I don't know. I felt this way last time too, and it's the same this time. I just know she is dangerous. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng couldn't help but scrutinize Miss Lin once more. I understand. Just act as if you haven't noticed anything, and let us return to the inn. Understood. Xiao Ge nodded. Miss Lin sat to the side, resting. Seeing this, Qin Feng approached her and struck up a conversation. I left in a hurry last time and never got to learn your name. My name is Qin Feng, the proprietor of the Ghost Catching Inn. He extended his hand. However, Miss Lin merely glanced at him, showing no inclination to shake hands. Lin Xiaoye. Lin Xiaoye? Sister Xiaoye? Qin Feng was taken aback. He distinctly remembered that during the competition with Lu Zhenren, the female ghost had mentioned having a capable sister named Xiaoye. Could this be her? Are you truly Sister Xiaoye? Do you not think it's rather annoying to call me sister? Lin Xiaoye replied coldly. Qin Feng felt somewhat embarrassed, as he indeed appeared older than her. My apologies. I previously encountered a female ghost who spoke highly of her sister Xiaoye. I wondered if you were that person. Lin Xiaoye nodded. Indeed. I must apologize for forgetting the adage about not prying into the affairs of fellow practitioners and focusing on the matter at hand. Actually, it's nothing much. Lin Xiaoye began. She was a ghost I caught, but unfortunately, she was seized by Lu Zhenren. Have you managed to retrieve her? Qin Feng asked. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaoye's expression softened slightly. I should thank you. I have already found her. She is inside your ghost catching inn. In my inn? Qin Feng's face turned pale at her words. Did this imply she had visited his inn? When did that happen? Just now. Lu Zhenren must have intended to lure me into dealing with you. Lin Xiaoye explained. She informed me, so I want to be targeting you. However, you are being used as a pawn without even realizing it. With such skills, how can you run a ghost catching inn? I advise you to close your business sooner rather than later, lest you find yourself unaware of your demise. Chapter 48. The Gathering at the Corpse Hauler Inn. 3 years of a sinister case. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng smiled. Miss Lin's words were surprising. The tides of fortune shift every 30 years, after all. While Miss Lin indeed possessed remarkable ghost-catching skills, could she also retrieve corpses? Lin Xiaoye was left speechless. Was this it? Each profession has its own expertise. Just because I am not adept at ghost-catching now does not imply I never will be. The corpse hauler inn has not always been as it is now. It would be wise for the young lady to concentrate on her ghost-catching vocation. Suit yourself. Lin Xiaoye replied nonchalantly. The two fell into silence, waiting until after midnight. It was only then that the young man prepared to set the corpse in motion. The heavens and earth are mysterious. The universe is vast. The corpse hauler sets sail, allowing both humans and spirits to pass. Start. Ding ding ding. Spirits embark. Living beings should keep their distance. Ding ding ding. With the sound echoing, the group carried the female corpse back to the corpse hauler inn. Upon their return, it was nearly 2 in the morning. They had long since grown accustomed to working late into the night. Just as the young man positioned the body in the backyard and prepared to place it in the coffin, Kai Yun rushed in, visibly anxious. Don't place her in the coffin yet. This may be the victim I have been searching for. Victim? Qin Feng and the others looked bewildered. Kai Yun was about to explain when she caught sight of Lin Xiaoyue nearby, and her expression changed instantly. Although she had never met Lin Xiaoyue, the woman before her bore an uncanny resemblance to the enigmatic figure she had encountered outside the inn earlier, sharing the same aura and even a similar outfit, albeit without the conical hat and black cloak. Gazing at the corpse in the yard, Kai Yun suddenly understood. Manager Qin, this matter is lengthy, and I must take the body away tonight. While we have the time, I need to discuss this with you, and I would appreciate your assistance. Qin Feng smiled and replied, if there's a job to be done, that is excellent. Let us discuss it in the main hall. Good. Upon hearing this, everyone proceeded toward the main hall. However, Kai Yun intentionally lingered behind with Qin Feng and Wu Xia, allowing Lin Xiaoyue and Old Tang to advance ahead. Kai Yun, do you have something to say? The stout man inquired. Kai Yun's expression was tense. I encountered Lin Xiaoyue. She visited your inn a few hours ago and then vanished. How did you end up with her? We met her while transporting the corpse, the stout man recounted. Kai Yun's face paled. I saw her at nearly 7:30. How could she possibly appear at Dongjiao Wetland Park at 8? It takes at least 50 minutes to drive there. Moreover, I am certain there were no cars around when I left. Perhaps you simply didn't see any? Or maybe she drove faster. Wu Xie suggested. While the situation was indeed strange, it was not conclusive. Manager, you should say something. The stout man urged. Qin Feng shook his head. It is irrelevant how she managed to reach Dongjiao Wetland Park in half an hour. Perhaps she truly possesses her own abilities? The crux of the matter is that she has not harmed us, and we lack evidence to suggest she poses a threat. Therefore, let us not overthink this. We will take it step by step. For now, let us focus on completing this task. Everyone nodded in agreement. One must take life one bite at a time, and this matter could not be rushed. Meanwhile, as they conversed in the backyard, in the main hall, Old Tang was busy preparing tea. A voice echoed in Lin Xiaoyue's mind. Sister Xiaoyue, do they suspect something? That Kai Yun seems to have an agenda. When I came to rescue you, she noticed me. But it's of no concern. Their strength is far too weak. Even if they realize something, what can they do? Besides, they can't see through it. Lin Xiaoyue replied coolly. While they were speaking, Qin Feng and the others had already entered the hall. Upon seeing them, the stout man chuckled. Miss Lin, you haven't left yet? We do not accommodate living guests at this hour. Lin Xiaoyue smiled in response. Am I not allowed to see you all off? Upon reaching your territory, will you deny me even a cup of tea? Tea? Yes, yes. Old Tang, bring the tea. The stout man called out eagerly. He was eager to test Lin Xiaoyue, clearly sensing something amiss, and now she had unwittingly walked into his trap. Typically, a ghost would be unable to consume tea. Even a female spirit attached to a paper effigy could not drink tea. Doing so would dampen the paper and reveal the true form of the ghost. Unless crafted from special materials, such effigies could not withstand water. However, Lin Xiaoyue's reaction suggested she bore no fear of water. Could it be that she was indeed human? Had they all misjudged her? Old Tang quickly brought the tea. Yet, Lin Xiaoyue did not take it. What's wrong? Miss Lin, do you not wish to drink tea? Wu Xia asked with a smile. Lin Xiaoyue replied coolly. I am not thirsty at the moment. Are you asking me to leave? As she spoke, she cast a glance at Qin Feng. That is not the case at all. Miss Lin has assisted us and is therefore a friend, Qin Feng said with a smile. A friend? That is good. May I stay a while longer? Lin Xiaoyue replied, lifting her teacup and draining it in one gulp, then placing the empty cup upside down on the table. Witnessing this, the others felt their confusion deepen. Could it be that they had truly misjudged her? Was Lin Xiaoyue genuinely human? Noticing that Lin Xiaoyue had caught on to their thoughts, Qin Feng realized he could not test her further. To do so would be to offend her, regardless of her true nature, which would be unwise. It is perfectly acceptable for you to stay. But Kai Yin will be seeking us shortly regarding some matters. In discussing her case, we may inadvertently neglect Miss Lin, so I hope you do not mind. Lin Xiaoyue smiled lightly and said nothing further. Seeing this, Kai Yin refrained from elaborating and turned to the others. This story is quite lengthy, and it begins 3 years ago. I have chosen to confide in you now because I am hoping for your assistance. Master Lu has left for an urgent matter, and I urgently need to solve this case, which is why I am seeking your help. Since Miss Lin is a skilled ghost catcher, perhaps you would consider aiding us in the investigation, with compensation, of course. Is that so? Please, do tell. Lin Xiaoyue encouraged. Kai Yin wasted no time and began her account. 3 years ago, a sensational murder case occurred in Luozhou City. The victim was a female university student named Lin Xiaoqiao. She was raised in an orphanage and was extraordinarily beautiful. However, just days before her graduation, a tragic incident unfolded. She fell from the rooftop of a 5-story building, resulting in her untimely demise. Eyewitnesses reported seeing a man fleeing from the rooftop. The Luozhou University campus is vast, and the incident took place in an abandoned teaching building that had yet to be demolished. The surveillance equipment inside had been turned off, and thus the identity of the fleeing man was never discovered. Then, bizarre occurrences began. After Lin Xiaoqiao's accident, an ambulance arrived first, followed by the police. However, when Lin Xiaoqiao's death certificate was issued and she was transported to the police station, her clothing had been mysteriously changed. We suspect the perpetrator was involved, as there should have been fingerprints left on the clothing. Yet, we could not ascertain when the clothing was changed. That night, the forensic expert prepared to conduct an autopsy. However, the following morning, the police reported that the forensic expert had fainted in the autopsy room, and the body of Lin Xiaoqiao had vanished. This disappearance has lingered for 3 years, remaining an unsolved mystery, with no surveillance footage capturing any clues. My visit to Luozhou City is, in fact, specifically aimed at unraveling this enigmatic case. Chapter 49, A Night of Temptation. Each with their own agenda. 3 years since the body went missing? Qin Feng and the others found this utterly incredulous. A corpse is not a trivial object that can simply vanish for 3 years. This situation is indeed bizarre. A body lost for 3 years, and the perpetrator still at large. Officer Kai, on what grounds do you believe that your arrival will solve the case? Lin Xiaoye inquired with a smile. I am aware that hope is rather slim. After 3 years, many pieces of evidence may have indeed disappeared. However, as a police officer, this is no reason to abandon the case. Moreover, since collaborating with Longmin, many backlog cases have been resolved, including some involving supernatural occurrences. I have seen a glimmer of hope, which is why I requested to be transferred to handle this case. Unfortunately, Master Lu has left for personal matters, so I seek your assistance. The work of ghost catchers also serves to accumulate virtue and earn a living. Aiding our police force is no different, and we shall provide compensation. Officer Kai's demeanor was earnest. Lin Xiaoye took a sip of tea, her earlier doubts dissipated. As for her disappearance from the ghost-catching inn, that matter was unrelated to her. As long as Lin Xiaoye was human, that sufficed. Officer Kai, how would you like us to assist? Qin Feng asked. I initially intended to request your help in locating the victim's body. However, before I could speak, you had already found it. Thus, my next priority is to thoroughly investigate the condition of this corpse. Additionally, I hope that if any new bodies are discovered by your establishment, you will inform me immediately. Kai Yin lowered her voice as she spoke. I suspect there may be more than one victim. Why do you say that? The chubby man asked, perplexed. How can you tell that there are multiple victims? This appears to be a straightforward case of unrequited love leading to murder. Wu Xie chuckled in response. Not necessarily. I believe Officer Kai's hypothesis may indeed be accurate. Think about it. If this was the first incident, how could someone so skillfully switch the corpse's clothing or even steal the body without leaving any evidence? Unless this is the work of a ghost. There is only one possibility. This is certainly not the perpetrator's first offense. Only a seasoned criminal could swiftly resolve the complications arising from an unforeseen event. Yes, that is precisely my point. Kaya nodded. Although the chubby man seemed bewildered, Qin Feng and the others understood the implication. This is a minor issue. Most corpses from the ghost-catching inn are sent to the police station anyway. I have no objections on my end. What about you, Miss Lin? As a ghost-catching master, do you have any means of locating Lin Xiaoqiao's vengeful spirit? Kai Yin inquired. Lin Xiaoye chuckled at this. Officer Kai, as a police officer, don't you find it somewhat amusing to say such things? Even if I were to locate Lin Xiaoqiao's spirit, would that serve as evidence? Kai Yin paused. It wouldn't, but it would at least help uncover the truth of that incident and lead to new evidence. I hope you will trust me, at the very least. I am committed to upholding the integrity of the police profession. Kai Yin's expression was serious. Lin Xiaoye contemplated for a moment before replying. The success rate of summoning souls is quite low, as most people choose to reincarnate after death, even if there are vengeful spirits. If they stray too far from their bodies, they cannot be summoned back. Thus, this method can only be regarded as a last resort. Even if a spirit were summoned, it would not be admissible as evidence. I believe, Officer Kai, that you should not consider this nearly impossible approach at this juncture. Kai Yin nodded. I understand. But I hope that when the time truly comes, Miss Lin can lend her assistance. Lin Xiaoye acknowledged with a nod. Well, it's getting late. I must take my leave. I would appreciate your help in transporting the body to the police station. Kai Yun rose to depart. Qin Feng nodded. As this task was already outlined in the order, the young man went to the backyard to retrieve the body, and soon after, Kai Yun left. As soon as they departed, Lin Xiaoye turned to Qin Feng and asked, will you truly help her? Qin Feng appeared puzzled. Why do you ask? Is it not our responsibility and duty as citizens to assist the police in solving cases? Is that all there is to it? Lin Xiaoye pressed further. If one must speak of ulterior motives, then perhaps it is the reward and the accumulation of virtue. As a ghost-catching master, you should understand the significance of virtue. Qin Feng replied, indeed. Lin Xiaoye nodded and smiled. Regardless, thank you for assisting that female ghost earlier. Please share your phone number so we can stay in touch for any future needs. Qin Feng complied, and Wuxia hurried to fetch a pen and paper, noting down Qin Feng's phone number. As Lin Xiaoye prepared to leave, Old Tang approached with a plate of delicious food, saying, I see you all look tired, so I made some dishes. Please eat before you go. Upon seeing the meal prepared by Old Tang, Lin Xiaoye's eyes lit up, and she looked at Qin Feng, who appeared to be a glutton. Qin Feng felt somewhat embarrassed and gestured, Miss Lin, please help yourself. I'm not particularly hungry. You all eat first. Then I shan't hold back. Lin Xiaoye declared, picking up her chopsticks and ravenously devouring the food. Old Tang poured her a glass of water, advising her like a father would, eat slowly. No one is competing with you. Lin Xiaoye chuckled but remained silent. With her not leaving, Qin Feng and the others found it difficult to depart. After contemplating, Qin Feng asked, what are your thoughts on Officer Kai's case? Wuxia grinned in response. Officer Kai doesn't fully trust us. She is quite different in her professional and personal demeanor. Chubby, this is no less challenging than the clouds. You must step up your game. The chubby man laughed. I relish challenges. I'm determined to pursue Officer Kai. Lin Xiaoye paused, her chopsticks in midair, and remarked, are you suggesting she intentionally leaked information to me? Wuxia glanced at Lin Xiaoye, narrowing his eyes. It seems Miss Lin is quite perceptive. Are you praising yourself? Lin Xiaoye laughed. When I first met her, she divulged the details of such a significant case to me. I'm not foolish enough not to understand her intentions. The chubby man appeared baffled. I despise playing riddles with you people. Can't you just be straightforward? It's not practical. The owner is always the most straightforward. What are they really discussing? Qin Feng chuckled and explained. What they are discussing is that Kai Yun informed us about the case to deliberately test us. Test? Our Officer Kai is so cunning? I refuse to believe it. You cannot tarnish her reputation. The chubby man protested. Qin Feng merely smiled and remained silent, while Wuxia elaborated. You foolish chub, you haven't learned a thing. Have you considered that cases are not so easily divulged to outsiders? Even if Kai Yun wanted our assistance, she could have informed just one person. Why mention it in front of us all? Why? The chubby man queried, confused. Because she isn't afraid we'll leak the information, nor is she concerned about the perpetrator finding out. If the culprit learns that she is investigating this case, they might very well move the body out of fear. This way, she can draw the snake out of its hole. Of course, you may argue that we have already found the body and even live-streamed it. The perpetrator must be aware and wouldn't walk right into our trap. But remember, this perpetrator is likely not a first-time offender. They might seek out previous victims' bodies. If that is indeed the case, Kai Yun may have unearthed a significant clue, perhaps even exposing the perpetrator's true identity. By heavens! The plump man exclaimed an expletive upon hearing this. I cannot believe that Kai Yun could be so cunning. If that's the case, pursuing her would surely be in vain. Qin Feng chuckled and shook his head in response. Never mind, the case is not our concern. Let us focus on our duties and manage the inn well. With that, Qin Feng turned to Lin Xiaoye and inquired, Miss Lin, do you indulge in spirits? My inn has quite a selection, and since fate has brought us together, would you care for a drink? Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaoye regarded Qin Feng with a smile that was both enigmatic and playful, replying, very well, just to dispel any notions that I am an otherworldly being. Although a bit embarrassed, Qin Feng rose to fetch a bottle of fine liquor. Chapter 50. Qin Feng opens his heavenly eye. The line between human and ghost blurs as the saying goes. The older one gets, the more cunning they become, and Tang Lao is a prime example of this. Most of the wine in the corpse delivery and is purchased by him, since he does not accept a salary. Qin Feng had Wuxia set up an account for him, depositing a sum of money specifically for buying groceries, while the remainder naturally belonged to him. He could simply request more funds from Qin Feng when needed. Tang Lao has minimal expenses, primarily enjoying his drinks, particularly foreign wines. Although they are not expensive, they are quite delightful to savor. Do not mind it. Tang Lao has worked in brothels in his youth, which is why he has a penchant for foreign wines, Qin Feng remarked. Miss Lin couldn't help but chuckle upon hearing this. I didn't expect Grandpa Tang to have such a background. How surprising, she said, taking a sip and giving a thumbs up. Not bad. Tang Lao felt a bit embarrassed and shot Qin Feng a glare, seemingly reproaching him for revealing his past. The plump fellow took a swig from a bottle and, noticing Wu Xie abstaining, laughed, naive. There's an old saying, one must enjoy life when it is good. If one does not enjoy today, they will only find joy tomorrow. If you refuse to enjoy every day, then you are a fool. You should drink a glass. Wu Xie waved his hand dismissively. Not interested. I still need to make paper figures tomorrow and don't want to drink. You see, you are too serious about your work. You should indulge in some enjoyment. Life is too exhausting otherwise, the plump fellow replied. Lin Xiaomu then looked at Wu Xie curiously. You can make paper figures? Naturally. She had seen the paper figures in the backyard, but was unaware they were crafted by Wu Xie. I'm still learning. Our boss is the real expert at making paper figures, Wu Xie responded. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaomu cast her gaze towards Qin Feng, who smiled and said, I'm just earning a living, let us eat. Lin Xiaomu remained silent, but inwardly pondered if the paper figure she had taken from the backyard was indeed made by him. To be honest, it was quite well crafted. Seeing that everyone had a good appetite, especially the plump fellow, Tang Lao decided to prepare 2 more dishes. They feasted for nearly an hour before a voice finally echoed in Qin Feng's mind. Ding! Wilderness corpse list completed. Reward. 50,000 dragon coins credited. Reward. Open heavenly eye. Shall I begin now? Reminder. No one will discover it during the process. Qin Feng momentarily paused, contemplating why he should delay any further, and promptly chose to begin. As he made his decision, a surge of warmth flooded into his eyes, causing him to instinctively close them. However, upon shutting his eyes, he discovered that the darkness before him was pierced by strands of light. These lights converged, forming 3 flames that seemed to burn brightly. It is said that 3 rays of yang fire rest upon a person's shoulders, known as the 3 true fires. When a person dies, these flames extinguish. Those who awaken their heavenly eye can observe the state of these 3 true fires. Of course, it is not always necessary to rely on the 3 true fires for judgment. Normally, those who have opened their heavenly eye can directly see the spirits of the deceased. Only when encountering particularly powerful or vengeful spirits attached to paper figures or others must one observe the 3 true fires to ascertain whether they are human or ghost. A vengeful spirit attached to a paper figure appears indistinguishable from a living person. At such times, one must observe whether the 3 true fires are present on their shoulders to determine their true nature. However, opening the heavenly eye does not guarantee that Qin Feng can see all spirits. Strength remains a crucial factor. For instance, Qin Feng's current capability in exorcising spirits is nearly non-existent, so he could easily be deceived by more powerful, vengeful souls. Yet, he remained unperturbed. As the system had begun rewarding him with ghost-catching abilities, how far could he be from acquiring such skills? With this thought, Qin Feng smiled and opened his eyes. Immediately perceiving that everything around him had become clearer, he could even discern the droplets of water lingering on the table and the large particles of dust floating in the air. After opening his heavenly eye, it felt as if his entire world had brightened. Subtly, he turned his gaze towards Lin Xiaomu. Though she was drinking both water and wine, making it improbable for her to be a spirit, he still wished to investigate. As he focused on her, he noticed some peculiar changes manifesting in her form. Her previously solid body began to exhibit a hint of vaporization, an unmistakable sign of potential ghostly essence. Qin Feng furrowed his brow, unable to definitively conclude whether she was human or ghost. After all, if she were indeed a spirit, consuming food and drink would be impossible. Could she possess an extraordinary paper figure capable of possessing a living being? Qin Feng shook his head, fully aware that such resilient paper figures were exceedingly rare, particularly in a place like Luozhou. These paper figures could only be acquired in a ghost market, and he knew of only one such market near the entrance to the eastern underworld in Yedu. He had not heard of any other locations. Thus, obtaining such an exceptional paper figure seemed unrealistic. Qin Feng then raised his gaze to Lin Xiaomu's shoulders. If even the heavenly eye could not unveil her true identity, surely the 3 true fires would reveal her essence. However, to his astonishment, when he looked at her shoulders, his expression darkened further. There, indeed, flickered 3 flames. Yet, peculiarly, the flames were not the usual colors, They emitted a white light, as if enveloped by a mist of white surrounding the flames. Upon witnessing this spectacle, Qin Feng's eyes widened in disbelief. Logically, with the heavenly eye opened, discerning whether she was human or ghost should have been straightforward. Yet, Lin Xiaomu appeared as an anomaly. Both her physical form and the three true fires eluded his understanding. This revelation left Qin Feng profoundly shocked. Boss? Boss? Suddenly, the plump fellow's voice jolted Qin Feng from his astonishment. He turned to see the plump fellow awkwardly gesturing for him to stop staring. Realizing he had been gazing at Lin Xiaomu for too long, he felt a twinge of embarrassment. Lin Xiaomu set down her chopsticks, stood, and looked at Qin Feng. Did you enjoy the view? Pervert. Qin Feng was at a loss for words, feeling misunderstood. He was not staring at her beauty. Yet, Lin Xiaomu seemed uninterested in his explanation, turning away to say, "Thank you for the extra portion. The chef's skills are commendable. Please do not shortchange him. Furthermore, should you gaze at me like that again, I will pluck your eyeballs out. I mean it." With that, Lin Xiaomu exited the inn. Qin Feng watched her retreating figure, feeling somewhat helpless, still pondering whether she was human or ghost. Unable to resolve the matter, he decided to move on, calling for the plump fellow and Wu Xie to stop eating as he made his way to the backyard. Wu Xie and the plump fellow exchanged glances, understanding that something must have gone awry, and promptly followed. Tang Lao, seated quietly, rose to clear the table, his expression devoid of any emotion. Chapter 51. Qin Feng's anger and Lin Xiaoyue's scheme. Shopkeeper. What on earth is happening? The rotund man and Wu Xie hurriedly inquired as they followed Qin Feng into the courtyard. Qin Feng shook his head. At present, it remains uncertain. I just opened my heavenly eye and observed Lin Xiaoyue. It is difficult to discern whether she is human or ghost. Earlier, Kai Yin mentioned seeing Lin Xiaoyue at the entrance of the corpse transport in a few hours ago. Moreover, my brother had previously indicated that there was something amiss with her, though neither of us could pinpoint the issue. Given these circumstances, I fear she may have intruded upon our inn. As Qin Feng spoke, he strode toward the room where the body of Mo Feng's grandfather lay. The rotund man followed closely behind, calling out, "Tianjun, go check on your paper effigies." Understood, Wu Xie replied, making his way to the shelf where the paper figures were stored. The paper figures crafted at the Yin Yang Inn were of utmost importance, particularly as they could not be lost. These effigies were intended for wandering souls, yet no one knew their ultimate purpose. If they were employed for nefarious deeds, it could lead to dire consequences, thus necessitating vigilant oversight. Upon reaching the doorway, Qin Feng pushed it open. The protective formation at the entrance remained intact, and upon inspection, he noted that the erased seals were undamaged. He proceeded directly to the coffin. The coffin containing Mo Feng's grandfather's body was unchanged, with the yellow talisman still affixed to it. However, the room was permeated with a faint scent of ash. "Shopkeeper, someone has smoked in here," exclaimed the rotund man. "Fatty smokes daily, and the scent of ash is all too familiar." Qin Feng glanced toward the ground, then crouched down at a particular spot. There lay a small patch of what appeared to be ash. Touching it, it crumbled into powder, adhering to his fingers. "Is it ash?" the rotund man asked. Qin Feng shook his head. Not yet certain. He brought his fingers to his nose, and his expression darkened. "This is not ash. It is paper ash. It is from the yellow talisman paper used to craft the effigies. A ghost has come." He then cast his gaze toward the entrance. No wonder the protective mechanism remains undisturbed. This vengeful spirit seems quite formidable. It preferred to allow the paper effigies to be burned rather than disrupt this formation, as damaging the formation is not only troublesome but also perilous. In comparison, losing a single effigy is a far lesser cost. "Shopkeeper, we are down one paper effigy." Wu Xie rushed in from outside. "It was the one you taught me to craft. The one I made myself is safe." "Tianjin, it seems the main culprit looked down upon your creation. You must strive harder," the rotund man teased. "At such a time, can we afford to jest?" Qin Feng interjected, his demeanor serious. "Should we pursue Lin Xiaoyue?" Qin Feng shook his head. "There is no need. It is not a matter of pride that our corpse transport in has been intruded upon. Furthermore, we know little about her. We are unaware of her whereabouts. How could we search? Most importantly, we lack evidence. We cannot even ascertain whether it was truly her who intruded upon our inn or merely a vengeful spirit in her employ." Both the rotund man and Wu Xie scratched their heads, realizing the truth in Qin Feng's words. As a ghost-catching master, Lin Xiaoyue undoubtedly commanded numerous vengeful spirits. It would be entirely feasible for her to dispatch a powerful ghost to wander here. Consequently, it became increasingly challenging to ascertain whether Lin Xiaoyue was human or ghost. Even with the heavenly eye, it was impossible to discern, and the intruder could very well be one of her spirits. Qin Feng's frustration continued to mount. He felt as though he was being led around by the nose. Lacking knowledge of ghost-catching techniques left him feeling utterly passive. With a resounding thud, Qin Feng struck the beam with his fist, prompting silence from the rotund man and Wuxia, who sensed his deep anger. Shopkeeper, excessive anger harms the body. We must devise a means to prevent a recurrence of such incidents, Wuxia advised. Qin Feng's expression was icy. This time, I concede to being outmatched. But there will assuredly be no next time. He beckoned the two to follow him to the main hall. Presently, the defenses of the corpse transport inn were the best he could muster. Lacking the ability to catch ghosts meant he had no recourse against powerful, vengeful spirits. Were it a Zongzi, there would be no possibility of escape. At that moment, his brother returned from the police station. Observing the troubled expressions of the three, his own countenance grew stern. Qin Feng recounted the events, concluding with, "What has happened has happened. It is late. We must prepare to rest. Fatty, sound the bell 3 times. Understood. But shopkeeper, is there something to convey?" Fatty took the hammer and struck the scatter soul bell, producing a series of resonant sounds. Qin Feng declared, "At the first toll of the bell, the corpses shall find peace. At the second toll, the 100 ghosts shall retreat. At the third toll, we may subdue the ghost kings. Today, unclean entities have visited the inn. Tonight, we shall toll the bell to exorcise evil. This also serves as a warning to those observing spirits. Do not seek death. If I dare to operate my corpse transport in here, it is no mere decorative pillow. Come and test your luck if you do not fear death." With that, Qin Feng ascended the stairs. The rotund man and the others exchanged glances. Having never witnessed Qin Feng so enraged, it seemed the corpse transport inn was not to be trifled with. Despite Lin Xiaoyue's beauty, Qin Feng was incensed. Had it been a man, he would have surely been dismembered on the spot. As everyone retired for the night, Lin Xiaoyue, nearby the corpse transport inn, furrowed her brow upon hearing the 3 solemn tolls of the bell. "Sister Xiaoyue, are you truly unscathed? Otherwise," a voice emerged as Lin Xiaoyue retrieved the black jar she had taken from the inn. "I am fine. You need not concern yourself. The scatter soul bell does not affect me," Lin Xiaoyue replied. "However, your body has been taken by Kaiyun, and it will inevitably undergo an autopsy. As long as that scoundrel is brought to justice, let them perform the autopsy." Lin Xiaoyue continued. "Sister Xiaoyue, what shall we do next?" the female ghost inquired. Lin Xiaoyue pondered for a moment before responding. "That scoundrel possesses the Longmen treasures, 18 pearls. I cannot approach him. Moreover, merely killing him would be too lenient. We must unravel your case first. This task is exceedingly difficult for us alone. While Kai Yun appears promising, without additional assistance, she may never uncover the truth. Though Longmen seems to assist them, certain cases are shrouded in secrecy. It seems we must leverage the capabilities of the corpse transport in this time." Qin shopkeeper? "Sister Xiaoyue, is this truly necessary? You nearly exposed yourself today," the female ghost cautioned. Lin Xiaoyue nodded. "It is necessary. Qin Feng cannot catch ghosts. He cannot perceive my true nature. Moreover, they have a significant reputation in Luozhou City. If we employ their resources to unveil this shroud, many will undoubtedly take notice. I have dwelled in the mortal realm for too long. The adage fame breeds danger is not mere rhetoric. What shall we do?" the female ghost asked. With a smile, Lin Xiaoyue replied, "You will know tomorrow." Chapter 52. Lin Xiaoyue places an order herself. The 8 lonely corpses. The corpse dispatch has been in operation for nearly 10 days. During this period, the number of corpses appearing in and around the city has been on the rise. Is this good news or bad? Opinions among netizens are divided. Some claim that wherever the staff of the corpse dispatch appear, corpses follow, likening it to a real-life version of the Grim Reaper. Others suggest that the inn's emergence may lead to the discovery of more unclaimed bodies and even assist the police in solving some murder cases. Just last night, our station received news that the police retrieved a naked female corpse from the inn. It has been confirmed to be the body of the female victim from the accidental fall at Luozhou University 3 years ago. Will this discovery finally unravel the mystery of a case that has lingered for 3 years? We shall wait and see. "Boss, your reputation is booming. Do you have any orders today?" Bing Bing asked, as she turned off the news channel playing on her phone with a smile. Qin Feng shook his head. Not at the moment. He glanced at the news, realizing their analysis from last night was indeed accurate. Kai Yun had released information about the wilderness corpse incident, intended to stir the waters. The serpent lies deeply hidden. This was a clever tactic to draw it out. "Boss, it's been 5 days since Grandpa Mo's corpse has been stored. Should we call to check?" Wuxia inquired. Qin Feng shook his head. We have no reason to rush our clients. We'll wait until 14 days have passed. If there is no response, we will send it to the crematorium. Understood. Wuxia nodded. The younger brother and the stout man were still practicing corpse dispatching in the backyard. The stout man's skills had improved rapidly in recent days. His success in retrieving a corpse had greatly boosted his confidence, leading to remarkable progress in his practice. Wuxia, in addition to crafting paper figures, also practiced corpse dispatching, albeit not as swiftly as the stout man. Meanwhile, Qin Feng was preoccupied with mastering ghost-catching techniques. As the corpse dispatching established its presence in Luozhou City, his interactions with various people and entities increased. The inability to capture ghosts had become a source of concern for him. However, the matter at hand was beyond his control. He could only leave it to fate. Bingbing sat for a while, noticing that no one seemed eager to leave. Eventually, she decided to take her leave. It was not until noon, around 11:30, that everyone had finished lunch and was preparing to observe the deity statue or take a nap. At that moment, a voice echoed in from outside. Looks like there are no customers today. How about you come with me? I have a job, though I can't pay you. Everyone turned in surprise to find Lin Xiaoya standing at the door. Are you brave enough to come back? Last night. Did you not control a little ghost to intrude upon our inn? The stout man blurted out. Stop making wild accusations. Qin Feng interjected. Without evidence, this is mere speculation. Surprisingly, Lin Xiaoya nodded. Indeed, I mentioned this to you, Manager Qin. You should be thanking me. You all unwittingly became pawns for Lu Zhenren. The stout man and the others had learned of this matter last night and thus did not react strongly. But that doesn't justify your intrusion into someone else's establishment. The stout man protested. Lin Xiaoya chuckled at this. So, you're here to reprimand me? Isn't that rather amusing? Survival of the fittest, if you lack the skills. Why hinder others? Manager Qin, am I wrong? She asked. Not at all. It's just that the stout man was too impulsive. Miss Lin, what brings you here? Qin Feng replied. Although Lin Xiaoya's words were harsh, they held truth. If she hadn't intruded, someone else would have. Ultimately, it boiled down to their own lack of ability. They could not blame others. I need to place an order, but I have no money. Will you accept the job? I advise you to take it. After all, you have nothing to lose, and it's a good opportunity to hone your skills and familiarize yourself with the business. Lin Xiaoya proposed. Qin Feng smiled and said, since Miss Lin has put it that way, how could I refuse? Please tell me about the order. Boss. But there is no money, the stout man interjected. Qin Feng waved his hand, signaling him to remain silent. Lin Xiaoya, seemingly unperturbed, continued, 8 lonely corpses. With incredibly powerful vengeful spirits lingering around them, and the signs of corpse transformation are severe. I am not skilled in corpse catching, but if I manage to capture the vengeful spirits, these 8 corpses will inevitably rise and cause harm. I seek your assistance to transport the bodies to the police station. Although I can't pay, there is merit in the task. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng chuckled and waved his hand. No need for consideration, we'll take the job. This is no joke. Even without payment, the system compensates us. Moreover, the system rewards were significantly greater than any payment from clients. Thus, Qin Feng was indifferent to whether Lin Xiaoya could pay. Additionally, the system had begun to reward him with ghost-catching abilities. Therefore, the paramount objective was to accept the order and enhance his capabilities. Indeed, the next moment, the system's voice resonated. Ding. Corpse dispatch and accepts the order. 8 lonely corpses. Transport the 8 lonely corpses to the police station. Completion reward. 500,000 dragon coins and supreme ghost-catching technique. Warning. Signs of severe corpse transformation and highly toxic corpse poison. Please proceed with caution. Do you accept the order? Is there even a need to deliberate? Qin Feng thought for a moment before immediately selecting to accept the order. The prospect of obtaining the supreme ghost-catching technique was too enticing to pass up, no matter the danger involved. Boss, since it's not about retrieving corpses, I won't be joining this time. We wouldn't want anyone else intruding upon the inn. The stout man remarked. Qin Feng shook his head. You must attend this time. Didn't you hear Lin Xiaoya mention the severe corpse transformation of the 8 lonely corpses? We cannot afford to lose your strength in this endeavor. Well, if you put it that way, I, the stout man, will gladly take on the challenge. He replied with a grin. Wuxia, however, shook his head in resignation. He would not join. He was still practicing paper figure crafting, and his skills did not match those of the stout man or the younger brother. His presence might only complicate matters. When do we depart? Qin Feng inquired. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon. The yang energy peaks at 3 o'clock. making it the most opportune time to confront both vengeful spirits and corpse transformations, as they will be suppressed to the greatest extent, Lin Xiaoye explained. Qin Feng nodded and called for Tang Lao to prepare a meal. The stout man chuckled, "Sister head. To be honest, had it not been for your order, I would have thought you were just here to enjoy a meal. Was it Tang Lao's cooking from last night that captivated you?" Lin Xiaoye smiled. "That is indeed part of the reason. Otherwise, there are many capable individuals who can dispatch corpses. I wouldn't have needed to seek you out. You all should express your gratitude to Tang Lao." "No need for that. As long as the little ones enjoy it," Tang Lao replied, feeling somewhat shy. Qin Feng shook his head in exasperation. Encountering a gem like Tang Lao was indeed a peculiar experience. After a hearty meal, the group rested for a while at the inn. They set out promptly at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Just before departure, the stout man called Bing Bing. She quickly arrived in a large vehicle. "Wow, do streamers earn that much? How many cars do you have?" Qin Feng teased. Bing Bing awkwardly smiled. "Actually, I'm from a wealthy family. I lost money before becoming a streamer. Only after meeting you all did I start earning. This car was bought by my mother. Since you mentioned there would be many people today, I decided to bring this one. Is it sufficient?" "Absolutely. More than enough." The portly individual busily inquired. "By the way, may I ask about your father's health? It's important to show concern for your mother as well. Raising you must be quite exhausting. You ought to be filial." Chapter 53. The live broadcast of the 8 lonely corpses, tremors in Luozhou City. By heavens, is Bibbing trying to make him your father? Goodness. That chubby fellow is quite ruthless. Damn it, if it were me, I would have struck him dead. Calm down. He does have a point. Don't overthink it. Old Lu, this rotund man is truly a master of few words. Brother Fat, thank you. My father is in excellent health and is a martial arts instructor, Bing Bing remarked. Ah, that is splendid. Let us set off. The hefty man eagerly beckoned. Qin Feng laughed heartily beside them and then joined the ride. The vehicle sped towards the outskirts of Luozhou City. However, when Bing Bing inquired about their destination, Lin Xiaoye's utterance left everyone in stunned silence. What? Are we heading to Dongjiao Wetland Park again? Didn't we just visit yesterday? Brother Fat exclaimed, bewildered. Twice to the same location? It was hard for him to believe. How could a park conceal so many corpses? Miss Lin, could you elaborate? Qin Feng promptly inquired. The wetland park conceals an abundance of corpses. There must be something amiss. Could there be a connection between these 8 lonely corpses and the corpses we found in the wilderness? Lin Xiaoye recounted the events, leaving everyone in disbelief. The matter begins with the wilderness corpses I mentioned yesterday. I was pursuing a vengeful spirit. Regrettably, I lost the trail, but upon returning to the wetland park this morning, I discovered something troubling. The soil near the wilderness corpses had collapsed again, revealing a deep pit filled with black soil. Upon inspection, I sensed the presence of formidable malevolent spirits, 8 of them. The black soil is highly corrosive. It even eroded my shoes. That is why I sought you all. Qin Feng and the others listened in astonishment. 8 vengeful spirits indicated the presence of 8 corpses. Typically, one corpse could harbor only one spirit. Moreover, the toxicity of the corpses was so potent that it rendered the soil corrosive. No wonder the system warned about the severe toxicity, urging caution in accepting tasks. Most significantly, these 8 corpses were found adjacent to the wilderness corpses. It was implausible to believe there was no connection. 8 corpses. Incredible. Is this true? 8 corpses buried in the wetland park? Could this be a serial murder case? Goodness, this is quite alarming. The police will undoubtedly be involved. Impressive. By the way, who owns the wetland park? They are likely in for trouble now. There is no specific ownership of the wetland park. However, it is said that the Tianming Group is responsible for its development and maintenance. Goodness, a major player in Luozhou City. This is going to be quite a spectacle. The live broadcast chat erupted with speculation. Lin Xiaoye, noticing the barrage of comments, furrowed her brow and said, "You might need to contact Kai Yun. This situation is detrimental to Tianming Group, and I fear they may attempt to obstruct us." Tianming Group. Qin Feng was taken aback. I know it well. It is the largest financial conglomerate in Luozhou City, founded by Kuei Tianming. You are acquainted with his son, Kuei Feng. Currently, Kuei Tianming operates from the shadows, while his son manages most affairs. Shopkeeper, I believe Miss Lin is correct. Entry to the wetland park may be impossible now. Bing Bing added. Qin Feng's brow furrowed as he glanced at Brother Fat. Understanding the implication, Brother Fat took the phone and called Kai Yun. Meanwhile, in a luxurious estate within Luozhou City, Kuei Feng was dumbfounded upon receiving news from his subordinate. What the hell are you saying? They are heading to the wetland park again? And what about the 8 lonely corpses? Why didn't you inform me sooner? Dispatch someone immediately to excavate the corpses and remove them. What? They've already gone. And the people are missing? How could they just vanish? I don't care. You must retrieve the corpses quickly, or I swear I'll end you. Qin Feng was genuinely anxious. He understood the gravity of the 8 lonely corpses better than anyone else. Hanging up, he promptly called Master Lu. Upon hearing about the so-called 8 lonely corpses, Master Lu was taken aback. What 8 lonely corpses? Is this another one of your misdeeds? Uncle Lu, you must save me. Otherwise, I'll have to turn to my father. Qin Feng cried. Master Lu scolded him. You are indeed your father's favorite son. I can't rush over right now. Let me think. Uncle Lu, please help me. Qin Feng pleaded. After some contemplation, Master Lu replied, hold on for a week. I assure you I will return in that time. They may not even trace it back to you. Even if they do, you have the 18 pearls. Present them to Kai Yun, and she won't dare act against you. Just hold on until I return. And you haven't cleaned up those 8 corpses? Master Lu was furious. Qin Feng hesitated. I'm not sure. Some of them died under peculiar circumstances. And I don't know if there are remnants left. Damn you. Master Lu ended the call in exasperation. In a state of panic, Qin Feng opened the live broadcast, watching intently while urging his subordinates to handle the corpses swiftly. Simultaneously, he dispatched personnel to the wetland park, insisting they prevent Qin Feng and the others from entering. On the other hand, Brother Fat hung up the phone and said, Kai Yun is out of town. She won't return until tomorrow. She has sent Officer Liao to the wetland park to fully cooperate with us today. All right. Qin Feng nodded. To be honest, this was the first time he had received police cooperation for a corpse retrieval. The status of a corpse collector had indeed risen. However, he wondered why Tianming Group was so concerned over a few corpses. They were not responsible for the deaths. At most, they were merely collateral damage. The previous wilderness corpses had not raised such alarms. Why this time? As it turned out, their concern was indeed warranted. When Bing Bing drove them to the entrance of the wetland park, they were met with a dozen bodyguards clad in black suits standing at the gate, clearly intent on barring their entry. Ladies and gentlemen, please leave. The wetland park is under maintenance today and is not open to the public. One of the bodyguards stated. This was merely a facade. Who would believe such words? After all, this was a live broadcast. Are you certain you wish to obstruct us? Bing Bing stepped forward. The appearance of corpses here is not your fault, but if you attempt to block us, you will inevitably attract suspicion. We have notified the police. The bodyguards whispered among themselves. Some among them had likely watched the live broadcast, yet if they let them through, Qin Feng would have no explanation to offer. Apologies. We are merely following orders. Following whose orders? Step aside. A commanding voice rang out, and almost simultaneously, several police cars arrived from behind. Officer Liao and Tan Jing rushed forward, with other officers confronting the bodyguards. Shopkeeper, you're not late. We received the news and rushed here immediately. Officer Liao stated. Not late, but I fear delays may lead to unforeseen complications. We need to enter swiftly. Qin Feng replied. Tianming Group's rapid response and scale were evident. A discerning eye can see that these 8 lonely corpses likely concealed unspeakable secrets, possibly linked to Qin Feng or Qin Tianming. At that moment, there might already be individuals inside excavating the corpses, preparing for their transport. Understood. Officer Liao spoke, turning to address the police and bodyguards ahead. You have 10 seconds to vacate the premises. Failure to comply will be considered obstruction of justice. You may force your way through, but anyone who dares to take action. As he spoke, Officer Liao drew his firearm and discharged a round into the air. Any act of aggression will be met with a response. The resolute affirmations echoed, piercing the heavens. The countenance of the bodyguards shifted dramatically upon hearing this. Chapter 54. The Terrifying Corpse Poison. This is the land of corpses. The atmosphere in the live broadcast room was rife with tension, as viewers fervently debated the unfolding events. Are the police actually authorized to act so boldly? One commenter questioned. Surely, the Tianming Group wouldn't dare obstruct the police, would they? Another replied, contemplating the dire implications if the 8 corpses were indeed linked to the Tianming Group. In a private room, Qin Feng anxiously monitored the live stream while frantically making phone calls. Hurry, the police are about to enter. His voice trembled as he spoke to his brother. We've already lost 3 men. As the police advanced, Qin Feng and his team were ushered in. Please secure the entrance and prevent anyone from approaching, he instructed. Stay alert and watch the live stream for updates. Officer Liao, accustomed to cooperating with Qin Feng, quickly organized his team. The unfolding situation had sent the popularity of Bing Bing's live stream soaring. dominating national rankings with over 10 million viewers. Although Bing Bing couldn't follow the police inside, she utilized a drone to capture and broadcast the action unfolding below. Near the site, Brother Yin stood nervously before a deep pit, flanked by his subordinates, one of whom was cautiously digging in the foul muck below, covered in plastic bags. The atmosphere was suffused with dread, as they were acutely aware of the recent fatalities among their ranks. Suddenly, a voice called out, urging them to flee. "We need to go. They're coming." Brother Yin rallied his men, but one subordinate, desperate to escape, slipped and stepped into the treacherous sludge. In a horrifying instant, the muck acted like a potent acid, consuming the man's leg and causing him to collapse in agony. In a frantic attempt to save himself, he grasped the leg of another, triggering a chain reaction of terror. "Let go. You're dooming us both," Brother Yin shouted, but it was too late. The corrosive muck continued its merciless assault, rapidly consuming the unfortunate man, until he dissolved into a heap of sludge. The live stream captured the gruesome scene as horror enveloped the audience. The once lively chat devolved into chaos, filled with disbelief and fear. "What on earth is happening?" viewers exclaimed, grappling with the reality of witnessing such a grotesque transformation. In the midst of this panic, the innkeeper stammered, "We should run." Qin Feng attempted to reassure him, but the palpable fear was undeniable. The potency of the corpse poison was far beyond anything they had encountered before, leaving them with a sense of impending doom. As the realization set in, Lin Xiaoge questioned if there was a way to combat this sinister force. "With so many lives already lost, we must find a solution." Qin Feng, exasperated, revealed his plan. "I will prepare a series of talismans. We must act swiftly to neutralize the threat before it escalates further. Do not approach the muck. It will spell your doom," he warned, as he began crafting protective talismans to confront the emerging danger. "This place is undoubtedly a necropolis. Who in their right mind would dare to bury corpses here? To have interred as many as 8, it is truly an abomination." Chapter 55, explaining the differences between corpse raising grounds and corpse accumulation grounds. Corpse raising grounds? You mustn't deceive me, shopkeeper. Though my education is limited, I possess considerable insight. I have encountered corpse accumulation grounds, yet I have never witnessed such grotesque corpse toxins, Fatty exclaimed. Hearing this, Qin Feng sighed helplessly. There are indeed many types of corpse raising grounds. What you encountered at the Guazi Temple was a corpse accumulation ground. I am not oblivious to that. However, corpse accumulation grounds and corpse raising grounds are fundamentally different. The former is rife with spirits and monsters, while the latter is teeming with Ba and Shi. The entities you encountered at the Guazi Temple were spirits. Wait, shopkeeper, have you been keeping an eye on us all along? How do you know about such matters? Fatty was utterly bewildered. Xiao Ge also looked at Qin Feng, as this event transpired long ago. Those who experienced it either perished or vanished. It was astonishing that Qin Feng was aware of it. There is no secret that does not eventually come to light. If one wishes to keep something concealed, one must refrain from doing it, Qin Feng remarked. Fatty gulped, saying, Shopkeeper, before the 8 corpse spirits emerge, please elucidate the distinctions between the entities that arise from corpse accumulation grounds and corpse raising grounds. I feel the need to recharge my knowledge. Is it really the right time for a last-minute lesson? Lin Xiaoge retorted. I must inform you that vengeful spirits are sure to emerge shortly, and once I engage them, I will have no time for you. You accepted the task. If something goes awry, I bear no responsibility. Have no fear. It won't come to the point of a young lady taking the blame for me. Qin Feng replied, simultaneously biting his finger and drawing symbols while explaining. Through drones, the viewers in the live stream witnessed the unfolding scene. Many were perplexed, pondering the true distinctions between corpse accumulation grounds and corpse raising grounds. Honestly, I feel these two places are not all that different. Nonsense. It is evident that accumulation implies gathering, while raising signifies nurturing. I share the same sentiment. But does Qin Feng's explanation clarify what kinds of entities arise from each? I don't know. Isn't Qin Feng about to elucidate? Why the rush? The viewers in the live stream engaged in lively discussion. Meanwhile, Qin Feng continued to draw symbols as he explained. The most significant difference between corpse accumulation grounds and corpse raising grounds, as the viewers noted, was indeed accurate. One focuses on quantity, while the other emphasizes nurturing. In places with numerous corpses, various entities are attracted: bugs, birds, beasts, vengeful spirits, and malevolent ghosts. The congregation of these beings leads to a chain reaction. Insects and animals may carry numerous pathogens from consuming human flesh, potentially causing mutations in their offspring. Should they encounter creatures with cultivation abilities, such as yellow-skinned fox spirits, They may even utilize the deceased's remains to enhance their own power, hence referred to as monsters. In corpse accumulation grounds, the multitude of vengeful spirits generates a Gu King effect. What is the Gu King effect? It is said that during the creation of a Gu King, numerous Gu insects are placed together without food, allowing them to cannibalize each other. The last one standing is the rare Gu King. Similarly, in corpse accumulation grounds, the abundance of malevolent spirits prevents any from departing, creating a Gu King effect. As one ghost perishes, new ones are drawn in, eventually leading to the strongest one transforming into a spirit. It is rumored that spirits possess potent hallucinogenic abilities, akin to those of great monsters. Goodness gracious. There are so many intricacies involved. But how does one explain corpse raising grounds? Fatty inquired, his curiosity piqued. The viewers shared similar sentiments, urging Qin Feng to elaborate. Such peculiar knowledge could prove useful in future romantic endeavors. What? How could such knowledge assist in courting? It's simple. One day after class, you might tell a female classmate, did you know that schools are often built on grave sites, and the more graves, the better? This is the legendary corpse accumulation ground. So be wary of these bodies. Before you finish, she would undoubtedly seek refuge in your embrace. What if she doesn't come to you? Then it's simple. Just switch to another girl and continue your tale. Enough of this nonsense. I have little time left. Are you going to continue or not? Lin Xiaoge interjected, clearly engaged in the discussion. Qin Feng resumed his explanation. Corpse-raising grounds primarily give rise to Ba and Qi, which is quite straightforward. The essence of a corpse-raising ground lies in nurturing. Whether through Qi or Sha, the focus is on nurturing. Those nurtured by Qi manifest as Qi, while those nurtured by Sha yield Ba. Ba refers to the drought-causing entity, yet it is not limited to that alone. There are various types, such as drought Ba, black-haired Ba, also known as black zombies, and flying Ba, also known as flying zombies. The Qi nurtured by Qi is far more formidable. Qi is one of the mountain spirits, and most Qi are cultivated from mountain spirits in corpse-raising grounds, far superior in strength to Ba. If a human corpse is nurtured by Qi to become Qi, it is undoubtedly more powerful than one nurtured by a mountain spirit. However, achieving such a level of nurturing with Qi is exceptionally challenging, making Qi quite rare. Then this place must be one where corpses are nurtured through Sha, Lin Xiaoyue remarked. Qin Feng nodded. Indeed, and the concentration of Sha energy here is quite potent, likely linked to the surrounding geomantic patterns. However, I lack the time to verify. Given the corrosive nature of the corpse toxins in the soil, it is not difficult to surmise the dire state of this place. Ultimately, this is merely a matter of corpses. As for the vengeful spirits, that is up to you, Miss Lin, Qin Feng stated, feeling powerless. He had only opened his celestial eye, and his divine ghost-catching techniques would require the completion of this task to utilize. Thus, he was indeed willing yet unable to assist. By the way, regarding the vengeful spirits dwelling in this Sha-nurtured corpse-raising ground, what form they may take, I cannot say. Perhaps you, Miss Lin, might have an idea? Qin Feng inquired. Lin Xiaoyue shook her head. I do not know. This is my first encounter with such a situation. Enough chatter, they are emerging. Lin Xiaoyue's expression suddenly darkened, and with a wave of her hand, a fiery long whip materialized in her grasp. The viewers in the live stream were awestruck by the scene. Truly impressive. Shopkeeper Qin's knowledge is profound, and Miss Lin's beauty is enchanting. They are indeed a perfect match. Exactly. To be honest, I once had feelings for Miss Lin, but now I realize I could never be worthy. Only someone like Shopkeeper Qin is fit for Miss Lin. Who can argue with that? It's the classic case of beauty and talent. Let us be honest, we can still listen to Shopkeeper Qin's explanations and witness the corpse chasing. But how will we see Miss Lin, the ghost-catching master, in action? Indeed, we have no celestial eyes. Why didn't you mention this sooner? What do we do now? Miss Lin just said the malevolent spirits are about to appear. It seems there's no recourse. Shopkeeper Qin is unlikely to reveal how to open celestial eyes. We beseech Shopkeeper Qin to assist us in opening celestial eyes. We all ask for this. Good things should be shared. I can trade my custom-made doll for your help. Chapter 56. The eerie methods of Lin Xiaoyue Qin Feng certainly could not genuinely assist them in opening the heavenly eye. As the saying goes, it is easy to invite a deity but difficult to send them away. It is simple to see ghosts, yet hard to forget them. If the entire populace were to witness spirits, one could only imagine the chaos that would ensue. Should any misfortune befall someone, the repercussions would inevitably fall upon him. At that point, not only would his fortune diminish, but he might also suffer a loss of virtue, an outcome Qin Feng could not abide. Moreover, What good would it do to truly see a ghost? Ordinary individuals would have no means to capture or evade them, rather than living in perpetual fear. It is far better to remain oblivious and untroubled. As he pondered this, a sudden change began to unfold in the deep pit ahead. Lin Xiaoyue, too, felt a surge of tension. The dark sludge within the pit began to churn ominously, bubbling like boiling chocolate sauce. With each bubble that emerged, a gust of wind swept through the previously tranquil forest. Almost simultaneously, Lin Xiaoyue flicked her wrist, sending forth a stream of black light that shot outwards. One of these beams narrowly grazed Qin Feng's face, causing his expression to darken. To his astonishment, that black light transformed into a nail. No, to be precise. It was a series of long, black nails. At least 7 or 8 of these nails were launched simultaneously, though he felt an unsettling familiarity with them. He could not quite recall from where. It was as if he had seen them somewhere before. Just as he was lost in thought, the chubby man beside him exclaimed, "Wow, boss, you're amazing. I've learned something new today, ghost hunting with coffin nails. These nails look extraordinary, dark and glossy. They must have been around for quite some time." Coffin nails? Qin Feng was taken aback, while the chubby man stared at him in disbelief. "Are you all right? Could these nails possibly have come from our inn?" "No way. I distinctly remember that there are no nails on the coffins in our corpse transporting inn." Qin Feng shook his head, fully aware that their inn's coffins were indeed devoid of nails. After all, a corpse transporting inn is not a grave. Guests come to rest the deceased, not to have them sealed away. What truly perplexed Qin Feng was how Lin Xiaoyue could employ coffin nails to combat malevolent spirits. Generally, ghost hunters utilize various talismans, such as peachwood swords and soul-fixing locks, alongside other wards to confront vengeful spirits. However, he had never heard of anyone using coffin nails. Coffin nails are associated with coffins, which have long been in close proximity to corpses. Would such an object truly be effective against vengeful spirits? Furthermore, based on Qin Feng's understanding of ghost hunting, no one employed such items as talismans. While he had yet to master the art of ghost hunting, both corpse transporting and ghost hunting belonged to the realm of yin and yang, sharing many similarities and connections. Qin Feng was utterly baffled. These thoughts flitted through his mind as everyone beheld the black mist that began to rise from the ground where the long nails had landed. Concurrently, those watching from the live stream witnessed the mist coalescing, enveloping Qin Feng and his companions. Within the black mist, a tempest raged, yet outside of it, the trees remained undisturbed, basking in a serene and sunny atmosphere. Is this a spell? Goodness. May I inquire, esteemed friend, what sect you hail from? Perhaps you are from the Qinyan sect? Who was it that claimed Qin was merely practicing corpse transporting as a form of magic? This is the real deal. Isn't it? My goodness, is this truly the world we live in? Have I wasted over 20 years of my life? Young man, be grateful. At least you have several more decades to make amends. I'm 70, and it's too late for me to learn. Please, good sir, have some restraint. Indeed, sir, why does it seem you are everywhere? You are indeed remarkable, with such a thirst for knowledge. Who can argue with that? What ability does the innkeeper possess? Ghost hunting is so spectacular. Perhaps we should abandon our corpse transporting altogether, the chubby man remarked. The skies and earth were swirling with ominous energy. Without mentioning anything else, this scene alone was enough to instill fear. Qin Feng furrowed his brow. This is impossible. Ghost hunting relies on technique, and this method transcends mere skill. It is akin to magic. Lin Xiaoyue is undoubtedly hiding something, yet we cannot fathom her intentions. If ghost hunting were always this grand, there would not be so few ghost hunters today. But could this black mist barrier truly fend off malevolent spirits? Would we be able to escape? The chubby man inquired. Qin Feng also shook his head, indicating his uncertainty. Unbeknownst to them, not far behind a few large trees, Brother Yin and several of his subordinates were peeking at them. Initially, they had merely intended to observe and report back to Qin Feng. However, they were caught off guard when Lin Xiaoyue suddenly unleashed her black light, leaving them ensnared as they had not retreated far enough. Brother Yin, we should leave. The winds within this mist are terrifying. One of them urged. Indeed, Brother Yin, several of our comrades have perished. I do not wish to meet the same fate. Another lamented. Do you think I want to die? If this operation fails, the Boss Qin let us off easy. This is just our rotten luck. Let's go? Brother Yin said, preparing to flee. However, after taking only a couple of steps, they found themselves confronted by the black mist barrier. Brother Yin gestured for one of his subordinates to test it. The subordinate, mustering his courage, approached and tentatively reached out to touch the mist. To his astonishment, The moment his palm made contact, he was abruptly swept off his feet and crashed heavily to the ground. Grasping his chest, he exclaimed, "Brother, we can't get out. The black mist has a force pulling us in." Brother Yan's face turned pale upon hearing this. He glanced behind him and declared, "Damn it. Let us continue hiding and observing. That woman cannot possibly deploy such a grand formation against us. It must be intended for the malevolent spirit." With that, they retreated behind the trees once more, resuming their watch. Meanwhile, at the scene, Qin Feng had finally completed the drawing of his 5th grade talisman. Only the final seal remained. The 5th grade talisman was already considered the most formidable among the mid-grade talismans. Crafting a 4th grade talisman would be even more laborious, requiring meticulous preparation. In contrast, the 5th grade talisman was commonly employed in emergencies, particularly against corpse transformations. Upon the altar, beneath the thick earth, with countless ministers and celestial beings, the ghost kings and spirits of the departed, I summon the strength of the 5th grade talisman. With the incantation spoken, Qin Feng bit his finger, pressing it onto the yellow talisman as he inscribed the number 5. Unlike the previous 8th and 9th grade talismans, the moment the blood-soaked numeral was etched, a black pattern resembling an official seal appeared upon the yellow paper. The combination of the black pattern and the drawn talisman gave the entire 5th grade talisman an imposing presence. Hastily, Qin Feng crumpled the talisman and tossed it to his companion, then resumed inscribing another. Who knows how many talismans would be required to deal with these 8 lonely corpses? At the very least, he would need 8. Suddenly, as Qin Feng hurriedly crafted the 5th grade talisman, Lin Xiaoge let out a startled cry, and an icy wind surged forth from the depths of the pit. The ground around them erupted as fallen leaves were lifted into the air, and even some yellow talisman papers were swept away. Qin Feng, quick-witted, managed to secure most of them, lest he lose the very paper needed for his talisman inscriptions. Chapter 57. The Awakening of All Eyes. The 8 soul spirits in the lively atmosphere of the live stream. The audience buzzed with anticipation. Is the main character finally making an appearance? One commented, "My flowers are about to wither. It's time for the reveal." Another chimed in, "But what good will it do? We still can't see anything." Someone retorted, "Is there anyone skilled enough to open their celestial eye? I'm willing to pay handsomely," pleaded another. Amidst this clamor, Qin Feng swiftly activated his celestial eye, and what he witnessed was an unforgettable sight. Even after mastering the art of exorcism and capturing countless spirits, the encounter with the 8 soul spirits remained a profound memory. As such vengeful souls are rare to encounter, a fierce cold wind swept through, and dark mist began to rise from the deep pit. Within this mist, numerous clawing hands emerged, clearly the manifestations of the 8 soul spirits. Ordinary individuals could not perceive them. The stout man could only observe the black sludge in the pit surging as if something were about to break free. Unbeknownst to them, the young man had already drawn out an ancient blade from his back. Seeing this, the stout man inquired, "Is something about to emerge? Have you prepared your 5th grade talismans?" Qin Feng continued to draw talismans without pause, responding, "I have prepared some. It should suffice for now. But do not rush. The spirits are what will emerge first. You cannot see them without the celestial eye. The bodies will surface later." "Spirits? Is there a quick way to open the celestial eye? I want to see too," the stout man insisted. The young man also turned, clearly expressing his desire to witness. Qin Feng sighed. "What use is it to see? Even if you could, you wouldn't be able to confront them. We currently lack the means to deal with these spirits. Do you think opening the celestial eye is a trivial matter? Besides those with innate special constitutions, it takes at least 49 days for an ordinary person to achieve it." 49 days? Can't we just use something like cow tears? I recall when I was in the heavenly palace, a rhino horn was burned to open the celestial eye, the stout man remarked. The young man nodded in agreement. "I was there. I know this." Qin Feng replied, "You were merely fortunate, and the entity you dealt with was not a ghost, but a type of ba. It induced hallucinations through scent. You could have burned any item, and it would have worked." "How naive. You're trying to fool me," the stout man exclaimed. Realizing they could not open their celestial eyes, Qin Feng prepared to instruct them to step back. The 8 soul spirits would take a moment longer to manifest, while their vengeful spirits were already surfacing. For now, he would leave it to Lin Xiaoge, as they could not assist. Before Qin Feng could speak, the stout man exclaimed, "Look, you must see this." Following his gaze, Qin Feng noticed that the vengeful spirits had indeed emerged from the pit. Strangely, the 8 spirits were intertwined, resembling a massive twisted braid. The stout man exclaimed because, upon the spirits' appearance, the surrounding fallen leaves were drawn towards them. Within moments, The ground where the 8 soul spirits hovered became littered with leaves, swirling like a layer of paper. As the leaves amassed, Qin Feng observed that they began to outline the figures of the 8 soul spirits. Goodness! It seems the entire world is awakening its celestial eye. He marveled. Now, not only could they see, but even the viewers in the live stream could perceive the situation of the 8 soul spirits. Although the outlines were formed by leaves, it was better than being completely blind. The stout man gasped. This looks like a braid. We've seen this at the underwater tomb. Are these 8 soul spirits relatives of the 10,000 slave king? Don't be ridiculous. The spirits haven't separated yet, Qin Feng cautioned. While they spoke, Lin Xiaoge suddenly pulled out a small object from her bosom and hurled it towards the 8 soul spirits. To Qin Feng's surprise, it was a small gourd, the very kind used by exorcists to capture spirits. These gourds are designed to contain vengeful souls, and their potency varies with the user's strength. A common exorcist's gourd can only hold spirits, while more skilled practitioners can entice spirits into the gourd voluntarily. The gourd of an exorcist master can capture even the most powerful spirits in an instant. Lin Xiaoge appeared ready to employ it. However, Qin Feng harbored doubts. Were the 8 soul spirits truly mere spirits? While spirits differ from humans as they are the manifestations of the departed souls, they are still distinct entities. For instance, conjoined twins possess separate souls. There has never been a case of shared spirits. Spirits can harm each other, but such actions yield no benefits. Instead, they deplete their own energy through conflict. Thus, it is unheard of for a single corpse to harbor 2 spirits. The proximity of spirits influences one another. In Qin Feng's ghostly inn, he has yet to receive business involving spirits. When he does, it will inevitably consist of 1 spirit per pit. 2 spirits cannot coexist. Yet, the 8 soul spirits before him clearly differed from ordinary spirits. What was their distinction? He could not discern it, as his knowledge of spirits was limited, primarily derived from records on advanced exorcism techniques. Confronting unexpected situations involving spirits left him bewildered. As Lin Xiaoge's small gourd fell to the ground, she began to perform hand seals, chanting incantations, though her voice was inaudible from a distance. As she opened her hands, the gourd stopper popped off with a resounding sound. In that instant, everyone witnessed the 8 soul spirits being drawn into the gourd as if by an irresistible force. Countless arms flailed, appearing to struggle fiercely. Lin Xiaoge raised her red whip and struck the 8 soul spirits, unleashing a tempest of wind and anguished cries. This act seemed to enrage the 8 soul spirits thoroughly. They fought against the gourd, breaking free from its grasp. In an instant, the 8 spirits surged in different directions, and the livestream audience could see clearly. The swirling leaves divided into 8, distinctly outlining the spirits. Yet, strangely, it appeared as though the 8 soul spirits shared a connection. Despite rushing in opposite directions, they halted after a few meters, as if trapped in an invisible barrier. The area between the spirits was filled with countless leaves, creating the sensation that the 8 soul spirits were ensnared within a plastic bag, unable to break free, merely stretching the bag to its limits. Qin Feng, utterly perplexed, watched as the 8 soul spirits' bodies were on the verge of emerging, yet Lin Xiaoge had yet to resolve the situation with their vengeful spirits. He called out urgently, "Lin, what is happening? The 8 soul spirits are about to appear, and we can't intervene." Lin Xiaoge frowned deeply, responding with urgency. "I have been striving diligently. Do you think the 8 souls entwined are so easily dealt with?" 8 souls entwined. What is that? Qin Feng retorted. The 8 souls entwined refer to the realm of malevolent spirits. If you don't comprehend it, refrain from asking foolish questions. Lin Xiaoge replied, and thereafter, she ceased to engage with Qin Feng. Chapter 58. The emergence of the 8 lonely corpses. Is the Qilin bloodline really that powerful? The realm of 8 souls? Qin Feng was utterly bewildered. He swore that it was the first time he had ever heard of this so-called realm of 8 souls. What was it? How come he had never heard of it before? Just as Qin Feng was lost in confusion, the fat man suddenly exclaimed, "Big sister, what are you doing?" Upon hearing this, Qin Feng turned to see Lin Xiaoge unexpectedly donning a bamboo hat. In the next moment, she charged straight toward the location of the 8 lonely corpses' vengeful spirits, seemingly targeting the area among the 8 souls. "Lin girl," Qin Feng shouted. However, it was too late. Lin Xiaoge had already dashed in, instantly obscured by a flurry of leaves. Unbeknownst to anyone, beneath the hat, black threads began to emerge from Lin Xiaoge's face. Simultaneously, an even more terrifying aura began to spread. This essence repelled the surrounding energy. Lin Xiaoge swiftly produced a new gourd, significantly larger than the previous one, resembling a wine gourd. As she uncorked it, a powerful suction force erupted forth. The surrounding Yin energy mixed with countless leaves began to be drawn in, while the clawing 8 lonely corpses also began to be pulled back. Seeing the 8 vengeful spirits gradually converge, Qin Feng and the others felt a surge of hope. Lin Xiaoge had seemingly discovered a solution to the problem of the 8 lonely corpses. However, fate took an unexpected turn. Just as the 8 spirits were about to unite, a dull sound echoed, and the sludge within the pit began to churn. In that instant, a colossal entity emerged from the mud. It was amorphous, resembling a monster, entirely enveloped in black sludge, rendering its appearance indistinguishable. As it emerged, Qin Feng and the others observed that it sported a remarkable 16 legs and 16 arms. Unfazed by the sludge, it sprinted toward the 8 lonely corpses. Damn it, that's the 8 lonely corpses. Fatty, take action, Qin Feng shouted. The two had been waiting for this moment. They swiftly hurled their 5th-grade talismans at the 8 lonely corpses. However, the relentless winds rendered the yellow talismans too light, and despite the fat man throwing 2, they failed to hit their target. Seeing this, the young man took a few steps forward but dared not approach too closely. The corrosive nature of the sludge on the 8 lonely corpses was formidable, although he possessed the Qilin bloodline. He had never encountered such a creature before and was hesitant to act recklessly. Drawing closer, he picked up a stone and stuffed it into a yellow talisman, hurling it at the 8 lonely corpses. To his surprise, this tactic proved effective. The talisman adhered to the 8 lonely corpses upon contact, and the sludge failed to erode the 5th-grade talisman. As the talisman stuck to the 8 lonely corpses, the entire entity jolted, nearly toppling over, causing a significant amount of sludge to fall away. Only then did everyone faintly discern that the so-called 8 lonely corpses were actually 8 corpses fused together, each facing outward, with the young man's talisman affixed to the forehead of the female corpse directly opposite him. Strangely, this particular female corpse was rigid, while the other corpses appeared menacing and animated. However, before they could act again, the female corpse beside the 8 lonely corpses unexpectedly ripped the 5th-grade talisman off. Witnessing this, the fat man cursed vehemently. What the hell is this? If we don't restrain all 8 corpses at the same time, they will just help each other out. No amount of 5th-grade talismans will suffice. The viewers in the live stream were equally dumbfounded, exclaiming, "This is simply unsolvable. Isn't there a powerful talisman that can suppress them all?" That's obvious. If there were, would Qin be struggling? Then what should we do? It seems the 8 lonely corpses are about to merge with the vengeful spirits. We can't let the corpses get close. Once the vengeful spirits and corpses merge, it will become impossible to deal with them, Lin Xiaoge shouted. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng decided to take a risk. The 8 lonely corpses were drawing nearer to the vengeful spirits, and if they didn't devise a plan, they were truly doomed. How many 5th-grade talismans do you both have left? Qin Feng called out. 3. The fat man replied, having retrieved the miscast talismans. 2. The young man exclaimed. After calculating, Qin Feng realized they had only 5, while he had 3 in hand. But how could they get close? With the 8 lonely corpses approaching the vengeful spirits, Qin Feng gritted his teeth and shouted, "Let us take a gamble. Go." With that, he flung the unmarked yellow paper talismans into the air. The fierce winds scattered the yellow talismans everywhere, many of which stuck directly to the 8 lonely corpses. Due to the excessive sludge on the 8 lonely corpses, the yellow talismans clung stubbornly. In the blink of an eye, a multitude of yellow talismans enveloped the 8 lonely corpses. However, these talismans lacked suppressive power, and the 8 lonely corpses continued to run amok. "Charge!" Qin Feng shouted, seizing the 5th-grade talismans and rushing forward. This was their last chance. The yellow talismans encased the 8 lonely corpses. As long as they didn't tear apart the talismans, they would at least avoid the sludge. If they could affix 8 5th-grade talismans to the 8 corpses, they could completely suppress them. Taking advantage of the 8 lonely corpses' momentary confusion, Qin Feng managed to stick 1 talisman, while the fat man secured 2. The young man had already placed his 2 talismans and was rushing toward Qin Feng. At this point, 5 of the corpses had been restrained. The fat man hastened toward the 6th corpse, while Qin Feng, albeit slower, made his way toward the 7th. The young man reached the 8th corpse, and without hesitation, Qin Feng handed him a talisman while simultaneously affixing his own to the 7th corpse. The young man reacted swiftly, and as he secured the 5th-grade talisman, the 8th corpse was finally subdued. Seeing this, Qin Feng let out a sigh of relief. They had indeed made the right gamble. All 8 fifth-grade talismans were adhered. Damn it, that was tough. Qin Feng panted. Just as he thought everything was over, the corpse behind him suddenly moved, an arm reaching toward Qin Feng's neck. The fat man and the young man witnessed this with alarm. The fifth-grade talisman Qin Feng had affixed had not been completed, missing a drop of blood to engrave the fifth character. The young man reacted quickly, grabbing the wrist of the 8 lonely corpses without a second thought. However, the sludge on the wrist also adhered to his hand. Young man, the fat man exclaimed, panic rising. Qin Feng turned and realized the peril, quickly squeezing blood onto the yellow talisman to inscribe the final character. As the character was etched, the 8 lonely corpses finally stood still, motionless. But the young man's hand. Young man, how do you feel? Qin Feng asked, a twinge of guilt gnawing at him, knowing it was all because of him. The young man waved his hand, wiping away the sludge, revealing some redness where the sludge had touched, but there were no signs of corrosion. Observing this, Qin Feng finally relaxed, his heart still racing. That was terrifying. The Qilin bloodline is indeed formidable. You know about the Qilin bloodline? Damn. How long have you been investigating us, shopkeeper? Is this something everyone is aware of? The stout man inquired. Let us lay it all on the table. What is it that you remain oblivious to? Qin Feng, seated upon the ground, helplessly gestured with his hand, muttering to himself. What is it that I do not know? There is nothing you do that escapes my notice. Yet, outwardly, he exclaimed, the 8 lonely corpses have been dealt with. How fares the situation on your end, Miss Lin? Chapter 59. Reporting someone for fraudulent transactions, rewarding the divine ghost-catching technique. Now, Lin Xiaoge exclaimed. Almost simultaneously, Qin Feng and the others witnessed the vengeful spirits of the 8 solitary corpses being swiftly drawn into the gourd due to its powerful suction. Qin Feng fixed his gaze on the gourd in Lin Xiaoge's hand, realizing that it was distinctly larger than the one she had previously thrown. The differences between the 2 gourds remained a mystery. With the disappearance of the 8 solitary corpses' spirits, Lin Xiaoge finally sighed in relief. She stored the gourd away and approached with a smile. Thank you so much. If you hadn't subdued the 8 solitary corpses, who knows what chaos would have ensued. Although I do not have a monetary reward, I shall gift you something instead. What is it? Qin Feng asked, taken aback by the prospect of a gift. I can't tell you just yet. We shall discuss it once we arrive at the inn. Lin Xiaoge replied. At this, the portly man chuckled. You must be looking forward to Tang Lao's dinner, huh? I suppose this month's meal expenses are about to increase. All right. Let us call over Officer Liao and the others to see how to deal with the 8 solitary corpses. Qin Feng suggested. The portly man then stood up to summon them. Meanwhile, the viewers in the live stream were still buzzing with excitement, bombarding the chat with comments. Don't end the stream. Yes. Keep broadcasting. We want to see how they handle it. Aren't they supposed to be transporting corpses? Exactly. Last time I missed the corpse transport. I can't miss it again. Yes. Bing, don't close the live stream. Bing chuckled as she addressed the viewers. Corpse transport isn't happening just yet. The corpse transport inn has its rules, and it can only commence after midnight. However, since you've all requested it, I'll keep it running for now. Officer Liao soon arrived with Officer Tan. Upon seeing the grotesquely intertwined 8 solitary corpses, they were momentarily stunned. Mr. Qin, why did you call us here? It's like this. I wanted to inquire about how to handle these corpses. They were supposed to be sent to your police station. However, our transport inn has a rule that we can only proceed after midnight. If you're in a hurry, you may take them back yourselves. Qin Feng explained. Take them back? Officer Liao seemed troubled. Mr. Qin, our vehicles certainly cannot accommodate these bodies. We would need at least a truck. Furthermore, given the severe decomposition, we can't bring them back without fearing they might resurrect. Captain Kai will return tomorrow. Why don't you send them back to the inn for now? Qin Feng pondered deeply. While there was no immediate issue, this delay meant that the coveted divine ghost-catching technique he longed for would have to wait until tomorrow. All right then. Here's the plan. You prepare a vehicle to take them to the police station. This transaction will be considered complete, and you can send someone to the inn to place an order with Wuxia. Once we finish the handover at the police station, we will transport the bodies back to the inn for the night. I want you charged for the overnight stay. How does that sound? That sounds good. However, the real issue is how to transport such a large mass. Officer Liao appeared perplexed. That is simple. These bodies are stuck together due to prolonged contact and the corruption that has accumulated. If we let them sit under the sun for a while, they will separate on their own. As for the sludge, just wash the corpses with some water and bury the pit carefully to prevent further injuries. Qin Feng suggested. Understood. We'll take care of it. Officer Liao and Officer Tan promptly set off to make arrangements. Qin Feng and the others settled down to wait for the vehicle to arrive. The livestream viewers were abuzz with comments. This operation looks like fraud. Seriously. It's following a fraudulent transaction pattern. I can't believe it, reporting someone for fraudulent transactions. Could it be that the popularity of the corpse transport inn is artificially inflated? Although there's nothing wrong with fraudulent transactions, it feels odd for a corpse transport inn to engage in such activities. This is hilarious. Are they really offering a full set of ghost-catching attire as a gift? Moments later, when Officer Tan arrived with the vehicle, they also brought a hose. The 8 solitary corpses were covered in corrosive sludge, necessitating a thorough wash. As the water cascaded over the bodies, the muck gradually washed away, revealing a shocking sight. All 8 corpses were women. Despite their desiccated skin, the remnants of their clothing and adornments suggested they were all under 30 years of age. The sight of 8 young women buried together was alarming, leading any rational observer to one conclusion: concealed corpses. There was no doubt that someone had deliberately hidden these bodies, and they likely entangled a far larger case. Moreover, these corpses must have been buried over a relatively short span of time, as their clothing styles were strikingly similar. The disappearance of 8 women within this time frame had gone unnoticed in Luozhou City. One could only imagine the dark secrets lurking behind this grim revelation. Goodness, 8 female corpses. How has no one heard about this? Is it even necessary to ask? The presence of these bodies clearly indicates murder and concealment. But what about their relatives or friends? Didn't anyone report them missing? Surely there have been reports of missing persons, but I've never heard of a large-scale disappearance case in Luozhou City. A thorough investigation is imperative. It's infuriating that scoundrels are ruining the lives of innocent women. The chat erupted with outrage. Both Officer Liao and Officer Tan recognized the gravity of the situation as they witnessed the corpses gradually separating into individual entities. They immediately signaled for assistance to begin loading the bodies into the vehicle. This discovery was monumental. It would likely cause a significant uproar before Captain Kai returned. If a swift resolution wasn't provided to the public upon his return, the entire police department's reputation could plummet. Once the bodies were loaded, the police vehicle set off towards the station. Following the prearranged plan, they registered the necessary documentation upon arrival. After receiving a call from Wuxia indicating that officers had placed an order at the inn, Qin Feng and his companions proceeded towards the corpse transport inn. On the way, the system's voice echoed in Qin Feng's mind. Ding. Order received from the corpse transport inn. Police storage order. Police storage for the 8 solitary corpses. 10,000. Please ensure safety. Completion reward. 800,000 dragon coins. Would you like to accept the order? The system's orders were distinct from those placed by the police. Although this order offered no additional rewards, only monetary compensation, Qin Feng remained silent, acknowledging the suspicions of fraudulent activity surrounding the transaction. I accept the order. Qin Feng promptly confirmed. Almost simultaneously, another notification from the system sounded. Ding. Order for the 8 solitary corpses at the corpse transport inn completed. Completion reward. 500,000 dragon coins credited. The divine ghost catching technique has been assimilated. With the system's announcement, a vast influx of knowledge surged into Qin Feng's mind, illuminating all aspects of ghost catching with newfound clarity. Chapter 60. Explanation of the Yin Spirit Domain. Lin Xiaomu is not human. As the information flowed in, Qin Feng realized that the system had been laying its groundwork long before. The corpse-reviving artifacts he had previously obtained, namely the Soul Bell and the Spirit Bell, surprisingly possessed the ability to intimidate ghosts. The Spirit Bell was rather straightforward. Once its chime resonated, it could suppress malevolent spirits and restrain the Corpse King. Conversely, the Soul Bell required different incantations to unleash its ghost-catching powers. This was something Qin Feng had not been aware of prior. Aside from the artifacts, the most significant gain undoubtedly pertained to the content regarding ghost catching. This encompassed detailed explanations of ghost-catching techniques, the varying strengths of malevolent spirits, and various enigmatic phenomena. For instance, the meaning of the 8 souls entwined that Lin Xiaomu had mentioned earlier. Qin Feng's understanding of this concept had become remarkably clear. The 8 souls entwined referred specifically to the Yin Spirit Domain. Composed of 8 malevolent spirits, it was thus termed 8 souls entwined, derived from the notion of 8 fierce spirits intertwining to form a domain. Previously, Qin Feng had struggled to comprehend the Yin Spirit Domain, but now he grasped it fully. Even understanding why the 8 souls entwined proved so challenging to confront. First, it was essential to delineate the hierarchy of vengeful spirits within the divine ghost-catching arts. This classification echoed a phrase Qin Feng had previously articulated. Those from the east are the masters, those who migrate south are the servants. Those who venture west are the corpses, and those who head north are the commoners. This phrase encapsulated the fundamental rules governing the underworld. The winds of the netherworld rise in the south, west, and north, eventually returning to the east. Throughout this journey, ghosts, demons, and corpses are categorized into various ranks. Focusing solely on ghosts, they are classified into small ghosts, large ghosts, ghost kings, ghost immortals, ghost saints, and ghost deities. Beyond that, the existence of higher entities remains a mystery, at least to ghost catchers. It is likely that only the 10 Yama Kings could encounter such levels. Within the chilling winds of the underworld, small and large ghosts are unavoidable unless one finds refuge in a yin-yang inn or hides within a corpse or clings to a paper effigy. Only then can they escape being swept away by the winds of the netherworld. Moreover, upon reaching the level of a ghost king, one can withstand these chilling winds, enabling them to create accommodations akin to yin-yang inns for small and large ghosts. Their earnings stem from both paper money from the underworld and the value of virtue. Given the scarcity of yin-yang inns in recent years, many ghost kings have enjoyed substantial profits. The connection between the yin spirit domain and the classification of these ghosts lies in the fact that below the rank of ghost king, no entity possesses the power to establish their own domain. Only upon attaining the ghost immortal level can one unlock the yin spirit domain. Once activated, the domain is entirely under their control, rendering even 100 ghost kings powerless against them. Only a ghost immortal of equal standing can pose a challenge, making the yin spirit domain a formidable force. Logically, the vengeful spirits of the 8 lonely corpses should not exceed the level of a large ghost. They could not possibly possess yin spirit domain. This leads to the discussion of malevolent spirits. Malevolent spirits do not fall within the same classification as vengeful spirits. They are an anomaly. Ordinary vengeful spirits seeking to gain strength must either dwell in the human realm for cultivation or exchange virtue for cultivation resources in the ghost market. However, malevolent spirits are born from individuals who died with deep-seated grievances. These spirits harbor profound obsessions, which, under normal circumstances, would dissipate over time, allowing them to return to normalcy. Yet, if their obsessions remain unaddressed, they may inadvertently cultivate powers beyond their original nature, such as the yin spirit domain. The 8 lonely corpses exemplify a rare occurrence where malevolent spirits awaken a yin spirit domain due to their unwavering obsession. They awaken this domain but cannot control its power. Otherwise, not only Qin Feng, but even Lin Xiaoyu would face dire consequences. With this newfound understanding, Qin Feng recognized the peril in confronting the 8 lonely corpses today. Recalling the large gourd Lin Xiaoyu had used to deal with the spirits, he pondered deeply. However, as he had never personally handled it, he could not make a definitive judgment. Nevertheless, possessing divine ghost-catching techniques granted him a sense of clarity that was immensely satisfying. Confronting vengeful spirits no longer felt like an enigma shrouded in darkness. Moreover, having acquired the divine corpse-reviving technique meant that the yin-yang and could officially begin accepting orders for yin spirits. In the future, opening the northern entrance of the inn would allow them to take on orders from malevolent spirits, naturally leading to a flourishing business. Contemplating this, Qin Feng felt a surge of anticipation for the future. "What are you thinking about?" Lin Xiaoyu inquired as she approached. Noticing Qin Feng lost in thought, with a silly smile. Startled, Qin Feng quickly replied, "Oh, nothing much. Just thinking about how we can make money once the orders are completed. Is that all that's on your mind?" Lin Xiaoyu shot him a disapproving glance. Qin Feng chuckled, evading the topic, while secretly reassessing Lin Xiaoyu. Little did she know, she had already attained the level of a ghost-catching master, and his strength had even surpassed hers. He was determined to uncover whether she was truly human or something else entirely. With that thought, Qin Feng discreetly activated his heavenly eye, glancing at Lin Xiaoyu. This time, what he perceived was indeed different from his previous experience. Previously, limited by his own strength, he could only see the surface without comprehending its significance. Now, however, the results were markedly different. As he focused, the aura surrounding Lin Xiaoyu began to dissipate, revealing a phantom. Beyond this apparition was a magnified paper-like structure, unmistakably resembling the composition of a ghost attached to a paper effigy. Lin Xiaoyu was not human. Though Qin Feng had mentally prepared himself, witnessing this revelation left him profoundly astonished. He inhaled deeply, suppressing his emotions, and scrutinized Lin Xiaoyu once more. Gradually, He began to understand why she had employed coffin nails against the 8 lonely corpses. Such tools were typically not used by conventional ghost catchers, reserved instead for when vengeful spirits confronted one another. Lin Xiam, you may be a ghost, yet her strength was undoubtedly formidable. Otherwise, she would not have been able to wield the ghost-catching gourd without being affected herself. According to Qin Feng's estimation, Lin Xiam Yu's power must be at least at the Ghost King level, if not higher. However, the specifics remained elusive to him due to the complexity of her situation. Ordinary vengeful spirits would never possess the 3 flames of truth. Yet, Lin Xiam Yu exhibited an abundance of peculiarities. Astonishingly, 3 white flames flickered upon her shoulder. A most abnormal phenomenon. This left Qin Feng perplexed, as the divine ghost-catching techniques had never mentioned such occurrences, nor had they indicated that ghosts could possess the 3 flames of truth. The more he observed, the more bewildered he became. She was clearly a ghost attached to a paper effigy, yet how could she possess the 3 flames of truth? He recognized the paper effigy as one he had crafted himself, and it was impossible for it to be water-resistant. However, Lin Xiam, you could consume both alcohol and water, setting her apart from ordinary spirits. Qin Feng found himself at a loss. He was certain of his judgment. Was there some secret about Lin Xiam Yu that he could not perceive? He felt that this woman was shrouded in mystery, with an array of unsolved enigmas surrounding her. Chapter 61. The Gourd of Life and Death. This woman is not simple. Most importantly, why would Lin Xiaoye, possessing such formidable prowess, seek to cultivate a rapport with the corpse transport in? This was the utmost concern for Qin Feng. If she were human, she would be an ally rather than an adversary. However, if she were a spirit, the dynamics of friendship and enmity would shift dramatically. Thus, Qin Feng began to observe Lin Xiaoye closely, eager to discern her true intentions. The vehicle sped along, swiftly arriving at the Yin Inn. Since the corpse transport was prearranged, the attendant proceeded without hesitation, unloading the 8 lonely corpses in the rear courtyard. They had a total of 9 coffins in the back, perfectly accommodating the body of Master Mo's grandfather. This moratorium on corpse transport would have to remain until tomorrow when Cayenne returned to take the 8 corpses away. Both Captain Liao and Captain Tan were keen on these 8 lonely corpses, initially intending to station personnel nearby to prevent any unforeseen incidents. However, Qin Feng declined their offer. After all, this was a corpse transport inn. Having a row of police officers on guard would undoubtedly create a peculiar atmosphere. Furthermore, as a business owner, it would be quite disreputable if he required police protection for the corpses. Such news would be detrimental to his reputation in the realm of the supernatural. With their pleas falling on deaf ears, Captain Liao and Captain Tan departed, burdened with their own tasks. The discovery of so many corpses in the wetland park necessitated a visit to the Tianming group. Cayenne was known for her decisive actions, and they could not afford to be idle. They needed to investigate the identities of these 8 lonely corpses. As the clock struck 5 in the afternoon, the group finally settled down to rest. To their surprise, Lin Xiaoye showed no inclination to leave, evidently drawn by the prospect of dining with Old Tang. Qin Feng, without objection, instructed Old Tang to prepare an additional meal. Sensing the change in atmosphere, Lin Xiaoye smiled cheerfully and presented a gourd. Here, a gift for you. Qin Feng was momentarily taken aback, puzzled as to why she would gift him a spirit gourd. Did she somehow know he was beginning to catch spirits? That seemed implausible. Yet, he indeed required a spirit gourd. Otherwise, he would lack a suitable place for storing the spirits he captured, which could become quite inconvenient. Contemplating this, he accepted the gourd and inquired, "What is this?" "It's a spirit gourd, something you ought to recognize. I noticed there isn't one in your inn. With this, you can easily manage both minor and major spirits. If any unclean entities approach, simply uncork it, and they will be drawn inside. Those of greater strength might resist. But you can always call for me," Lin Xiaoye explained. Qin Feng nodded, glancing at the gourd and asking, "Is there currently any vengeful spirit trapped inside?" "No," Lin Xiaoye replied. "But do not underestimate it. I despise it when others do not value the gifts I bestow upon them. Do you understand?" Embarrassed, Qin Feng nodded with a forced smile as he opened the cork to inspect the gourd. Lin Xiaoye's expression remained unchanged, but Qin Feng's perception had evolved. The moment he removed the cork, he sensed a vengeful spirit lurking within the gourd. One he found oddly familiar, it seemed to be the female ghost previously captured by Master Lu. Lin Xiaoye had entered his inn primarily for her sake. But why was she returned now without any explanation? Unable to fathom the situation, Qin Feng chose to suppress his curiosity for the moment, intending to seek insight from Wu Xia later, as Old Tang's meal was still in preparation. Qin Feng recalled Lin Xiaoya's earlier display of prowess with the 8 lonely corpses and asked, "How do you plan to handle the vengeful spirits? Can they recount their tales? If so, this might be crucial for solving the case, assuming the police would believe them. For now, let them remain. We shall see if Kai Yuan requires their assistance. Once the case is resolved, I will send them on to reincarnation," Lin Xiaoya responded. "Oh, may I see your gourd? It appears quite distinct." Qin Feng inquired. Lin Xiaoya hesitated but eventually retrieved it, tossing it to Qin Feng while stating, "I obtained this gourd from Master Lu. That fellow tried to claim a ghost from me, but I taught him a lesson. Later, he returned with this gourd to duel me, only to have it seized. Perhaps he has gone back to seek help," she added nonchalantly. Qin Feng felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Master Lu must have realized Lin Xiaoya was not human and thus sought to use this gourd against her. The irony was that she had bested him and taken the gourd. However, this gourd. Qin Feng studied it intently, astonished, yet maintained a calm facade as he returned the gourd. "This gourd is quite unique. Yes, it serves its purpose well. If he comes looking for me again, I shall seize another for you." Lin Xiaoya laughed. Qin Feng winced internally, thinking to himself, "Do you even comprehend what that gourd is? It is the gourd of life and death, a tool reserved for soul collectors. Do you think it is merely a confectionery? You would seek another?" He could assure that within the entirety of Longman, the number of individuals possessing such a gourd would not exceed a handful. It was an extraordinarily rare artifact, one that ordinary people would never encounter. Yet, Lin Xiaoya appeared oblivious to its significance. With an awkward smile, Qin Feng returned the gourd without further comment. At that moment, Old Tang announced that dinner was ready. Qin Feng promptly invited everyone to partake in the meal. After a hurried feast, Lin Xiaoya finally took her leave. Watching her depart, Qin Feng picked up his phone to check the news. Indeed, the events surrounding the 8 lonely corpses had completely dominated the headlines in Luozhou City. Discussions about the incident were rampant. This was anticipated, so Qin Feng did not linger over the articles, opting instead to search for updates on the ancient tomb in the suburbs. Days had passed without any word from the Archaeological Institute. Were they no longer seeking his assistance regarding the bodies in the burial pit? Upon further investigation, he discovered that the Institute was still clearing the site. The pace was excruciatingly slow. With a sigh, Qin Feng closed his phone and glanced outside, spotting Lin Xiaoya had already vanished from view. He then instructed the portly assistant to cease eating and close the door. Following this, he announced his intention to reinforce the formation in the morgue, to prevent any unforeseen occurrences, inviting the others to join him. All 3 promptly followed, while Old Tang busied himself with the dishes. As Qin Feng arranged the formation in the courtyard, he stated, "Lin Xiaoya is a ghost, not human." The revelation stunned Wu Xie and the others. The portly assistant exclaimed, "When did you come to that conclusion? I had no inkling whatsoever." "Neither did I," Wu Xie added. The attendant remained silent as Qin Feng continued to set up the formation. "I just confirmed it on the way back. Keep your voices down. She gifted me a gourd containing a vengeful spirit. We must not let her overhear. This Lin Xiaoya is not to be trifled with. We should tread cautiously in our dealings with her. I suspect her intentions for approaching us are ulterior, though I remain uncertain of their nature. Moreover, she is likely no ordinary vengeful spirit. Her power is at least on par with a ghost king, while drinking and dining poses no threat. The paper figure she used is the very one that went missing from our inn." The portly assistant replied, "Not just unusual. She can even partake in meals. Could it be that Lin Xiaoya suffered a death by starvation in her past life, transforming into a hungry ghost after her demise?" Chapter 62, The Call from Xiao Ge. The haunted burial pit. Lin Xiaoya's discovery left Wu Xie and the others in a state of astonishment. Although they had previously harbored suspicions, Lin Xiaoya had convincingly embodied the essence of a living person. Hence, when Qin Feng expressed his inability to discern reality from illusion, they all tacitly accepted her as human. However, upon hearing Qin Feng's explicit declaration that she was, in fact, a ghost, the shock within the group was palpable. Even though Lin Xiaoya had departed, they could not shake the feeling that she lingered nearby, drifting among them. "Master, should I ring the soul-dispelling bell a few more times, to ward off the evil spirits?" the stout man inquired. "Let it be. The soul-dispelling bell should not be struck frivolously. My formation is nearly complete. It would be best if everyone prepared for bed," Qin Feng replied. It was already past 11 at night. It seemed their day had reached its conclusion. Completing the task involving the 8 solitary corpses had proven to be a considerable achievement, and Qin Feng was not one to be greedy. Just as they returned to the hall, Qin Feng's phone rang. Upon glancing at the unfamiliar number, he He hesitated. He rarely shared his phone number, apart from his close companions. Only Kai Yuan and Lin Xiaoya had it. Was this a case of mistaken identity? Pondering this, Qin Feng answered the call. A respectful male voice soon resonated from the other end. Is this Master Qin? This is Xiao Ge. Xiao Ge. Qin Feng echoed, momentarily taken aback, feeling a vague familiarity with the name, yet unable to place it. Ah, I am the Deputy Director of the Archaeological Research Institute. You were the one who delivered the Western Han Dynasty ancient corpse to us. I was the one who received you. Oh, it's you. Is there something you need? Qin Feng finally connected the dots, recalling his long-awaited hope of securing the burial pit assignment. He had nearly failed to recognize the caller. Indeed, Master Qin. We have encountered some troubles at the burial pit and may require your assistance. As for the remuneration, that can be discussed. Xiao Ge stated. Qin Feng chuckled at this. That is certainly no problem. However, our corpse dispatch and has its own protocols. You must come to the inn in person to place your order. Will you be arriving now, or would it be more convenient tomorrow morning? From Xiao Ge's tone, it seemed the matter was not urgent. With midnight approaching, it would be reasonable to defer until the morning. Xiao Ge sighed in slight exasperation. I will come now. Although the issue is not grave, it is unsettling. Please wait for me, Master Qin. With that, Xiao Ge hung up the phone and arrived at the corpse dispatch in less than 20 minutes. Wu Xie had already prepared the order and was merely awaiting Xiao Ge's arrival. After Xiao Ge settled in and took a sip of water, he began to explain. We owe you our gratitude for previously uncovering the burial pit of the Western Han tomb. We have been laboring there for several days, but the excavation progress has been painfully slow. As of today, we cannot confidently claim to have exceeded half the work. Just tonight, we unearthed a young male corpse meant for burial, but ever since then, strange occurrences have plagued the site. Just moments ago, all our excavation tools mysteriously vanished, along with some water bottles brought by the crew. We searched for quite some time, but found no trace, and the atmosphere has grown tense with whispers of hauntings. I had no choice but to seek your help. The stout man chuckled upon hearing this. Then you have come to the wrong place. Our corpse dispatch and does not currently accept ghost catching assignments. Perhaps we could connect you with the renowned ghost catcher, Miss Lin? That could work. Xiao Ge conceded. However, Wu Xie shot a disapproving glance at the stout man. But that Miss Lin is a ghost herself. Catching a ghost with a ghost? She is likely fast asleep. So perhaps tomorrow would be better? The stout man quickly amended his statement. Xiao Ge appeared somewhat troubled. Qin Feng interjected with a smile. Apologies, but I have yet to inform them. We at the Corpse Dispatch and are now officially accepting assignments involving wronged souls. So, we will take your case. Please place your order, Master. Wu Xie and the others looked at Qin Feng, bewildered by his sudden decision to accept assignments involving wronged souls. Qin Feng smiled and replied, The time has come for us to embrace this path. If anyone is interested in learning about ghost catching, join me. I shall teach you. I am not interested. I will pass. The stout man was the first to decline. The younger man nodded, expressing his willingness to learn. Wu Xie hesitated, asking, Master, do I need to learn ghost catching? I haven't even mastered making paper figures yet. Qin Feng advised, it would be wise for you to learn ghost catching, as paper figures frequently interact with vengeful spirits. What would you do if you encountered a mischievous spirit? Very well, I will accompany you, Wu Xie decided. Thus, Wu Xie signed the order with Xiao Ge, who offered a reward of 10,000 yuan. This sum was not insignificant, especially considering their meager monthly income. However, Qin Feng was not concerned with the money. The system's rewards were of utmost importance. Indeed, the next moment, a voice echoed in his mind. Ding! Corpse Dispatch and has accepted the assignment. Haunted Burial Pit. Assist the Archaeological Institute in resolving the burial pit issue and capture the mischievous spirit. Completion reward. 1 life and death gourd. 100,000 dragon coins. Will you accept the assignment? A life and death gourd? Qin Feng's excitement surged. This was an artifact of great power, surpassing even the Yin Yang gourd. For a ghost catcher, such an item was priceless. Without hesitation, Qin Feng chose to accept the assignment. Let us set off at once. Xiao Ge urged, visibly anxious. Qin Feng smiled, rising without further ado, and instructed Wu Xie to contact Bing Bing to come over and start a live broadcast. As they would soon begin accepting ghostly assignments at the Corpse Dispatch Inn, it was essential to build their reputation. Having Bing Bing host the live stream would be a splendid promotional avenue. Although it was late, Bing Bing responded to the call and immediately set off. Qin Feng and his companions wasted no time and departed with Xiao Ge. The stout man, uninterested in ghost catching, opted to remain behind and manage the inn. Once they left, The stout man called over Old Tang, grinning. Old Tang, how about preparing some late-night snacks? Let us have a drink together. The master is away. Upon hearing that he would have company for a drink, Old Tang eagerly rushed off to prepare 2 dishes. Within minutes, the two were indulging in food and drink. One could not help but commend Old Tang's impressive drinking capacity. He had cherished this habit for a lifetime, far surpassing the stout man's limited experience. In less than an hour, the stout man began to feel the effects of the alcohol, gripping Old Tang's hand and exclaiming, Kai Yun, you are my cloud. I adore you. Come, let me kiss you. Old Tang nearly retched at the display, managing to escape his grasp and standing up to clear the table, muttering to himself. This chubby lad has such a weak tolerance. I expected better of him. Truly a useless little brat. Midnight soon arrived. Meanwhile, on a bustling road in Luozhou City, within a speeding car, Bing Bing activated her live stream. The moment her broadcast commenced, the viewer count surged dramatically. Within just 2 minutes, the audience swelled to 3 million. Even Lin Xiaoge, who was at home, tuned into the live stream, fully aware that to keep abreast of the happenings at the Corpse Dispatch Inn, all she needed to do was follow this broadcast. However, what followed was a statement from Bing Bing that left Lin Xiaoge momentarily stunned. Welcome, my dear moon, to my heart. Tonight, shall we witness a ghostly procession? I am your old friend, the host Bing Bing. You must be curious as to why I am broadcasting so late. Allow me to share some recent news. The Ghost Courier Inn has officially begun accepting orders for wandering souls. Bing Bing is now heading to the scene for a live broadcast at the Western Han Dynasty Tomb's burial pit. Let us all stay tuned. Ghost catching. Isn't this fellow supposed to be incapable of catching ghosts? When did he start accepting such orders? Lin Xiaoge pondered, feeling perplexed. However, in her opinion, if Qin Feng couldn't even discern whether he was human or ghost, he hardly possessed any expertise in ghost catching. Contemplating this, she took out a few ghostly gourds and uncorked them. Instantly, 2 ethereal figures emerged. Time for a shift. Yes, the 2 specters nodded and swiftly flew away. Merely a few minutes later, Qin Feng and his companions arrived at the burial pit of the Western Han tomb. Surprisingly, Bing Bing had already arrived ahead of them. By the time they reached, the live broadcast equipment was all set up, and Qin Feng could begin at any moment. Let's go, Bing Bing smiled. Qin Feng nodded, signaling Xiao Ge to lead the way. The group promptly entered the burial pit. Although referred to as a burial pit, it was essentially just a hole in the ground, roughly the size of 2 rooms. The corpses interred within were positioned upright, clearly placed in vertical pits. However, after being excavated by the archaeological team, they had been secured with wooden frames, resembling individuals standing in place. The preservation of these bodies was relatively good, likely due to the previous airtight conditions. The skin of all the corpses had sunken into their faces, creating a rather eerie appearance. Among these remains lay the recently unearthed corpse of a young boy, seemingly around 5 or 6 years old. His clothing was well preserved, showcasing the traditional attire of the Western Han Dynasty. Is this the one? Wu Xia inquired. Indeed. Since his discovery, strange occurrences have been frequent. Our lost excavation tools have yet to be found, Xiao Ge explained. Qin Feng nodded, surveying the surroundings before stating, You all may leave. The 3 of us will remain here. Understood, Xiao Ge affirmed, promptly exiting with Bing Bing and the others. This left only Qin Feng and his 2 companions in the burial pit. Qin Feng switched on the flashlight he carried, placing it on the ground, and beckoned Wu Xia to turn off the floodlights in the pit. In an instant, the only source of illumination was the flashlight. Wu Xia chuckled. This atmosphere feels oddly familiar. What do you think, little brother? The little brother nodded in agreement. They had experienced such scenes countless times before, and now, as ghost couriers, they found themselves reliving it. I suppose such experiences are best kept to a minimum. With so many corpses, the negative energy must be substantial. Staying here too long could be detrimental to one's health. And the archaeologists have certainly worked hard, Qin Feng remarked. What are our next steps, master? Wu Xia inquired. We came to catch ghosts. Yet it seems you have no intention of doing so, he added, puzzled. Catching ghosts? Qin Feng replied. Where are your tools? Your peachwood sword? Or at the very least, some talismans? What do you have? Wu Xia questioned, bewildered. That's all television dramatization. Real ghost catching does not rely heavily on such items. Qin Feng chuckled. But Miss Lin has a variety of tools, a sword and a whip. Her setup is far more elaborate than ours, Wu Xia countered, increasingly confused. Catching ghosts requires various tools. The soul-capturing bell we use for ghost couriering can also be employed for ghost catching. However, in this case, it seems unnecessary. The boy is merely 5 or 6 years old. Wouldn't it be cruel to suppress him with tools? Besides, he harbors no malice, Qin Feng explained. Reconciliation? The little brother interjected. How can you discern that he means no harm? If he were malicious, considering the confined space of this burial pit, he could easily cause harm to anyone working here. Yet he chose not to, clearly showing no intent to injure. Most of what he took were tools and water bottles. Don't you think this little ghost is merely playing tricks? Qin Feng posited. Huh. Wuxia responded, even more bewildered. Meanwhile, the viewers in the live broadcast could no longer remain still. Wait, are the shows on TV all fabricated? I'm beginning to doubt, Qin Feng. Do you actually know how to catch ghosts? Indeed. We've had limited education. Please don't deceive us. Exactly. While the likelihood of television being fake is high, you appear entirely empty-handed, attempting to catch ghosts with your bare hands? The viewers expressed their skepticism. But Qin Feng and his companions remained oblivious to the live comments as they were still inside the burial pit, separated from Bing Bing. Just then, Wuxia was about to inquire further when, unexpectedly, the soul light source, the flashlight, went out with a sudden snap, plunging the burial pit into darkness. As Wuxia opened his mouth to speak, a loud snap echoed, and the previously switched-off floodlight flared to life. Almost simultaneously, another sharp sound rang out as an object fell to the ground. Turning to investigate, Qin Feng and his companions discovered that their flashlight had tumbled to the earth, its direction pointing directly toward the earthen wall behind them. Qin Feng approached to retrieve the flashlight, giving it a slight push to ensure it was still functional. This indicated that the flashlight had been turned off by an external force rather than malfunctioning. Wuxia felt bewildered, his heart racing, while the viewers in the live broadcast remained puzzled, unsure of what had just transpired. Qin Feng pointed at the wall before calling out, "Bring in some people. We found something." Upon hearing this, Xiao Ge hurriedly led others inside. Qin Feng indicated the wall, stating, "The items are within the wall. If we excavate, we shall uncover them. Hurry, before they shift again." Understood, Xiao Ge replied, not daring to delay as he personally led the excavation efforts. Meanwhile, the viewers were even more baffled, bombarding the screen with comments. "What the hell? How did you know there was something in the wall?" Indeed, Qin Feng. While we can tolerate your lack of expertise in ghost catching, at least provide an explanation. Absolutely. As long as your explanation isn't too far-fetched, we can accept it. After all, we primarily came to witness your ghost couriering. Exactly. Let's see how you justify this. Unaware of the audience's confusion, Wuxia still struggled to comprehend the situation as he observed Qin Feng. I understand your bewilderment. My approach to ghost catching is quite unique. It requires a gradual explanation. So let me take this opportunity to enlighten you. Chapter 64. Qin Feng speaks of ghosts. The whole network is curious about the infernal wind. Wuxia nodded. The viewers in the live stream were equally curious, eagerly anticipating Qin Feng's explanation. He began. The primary distinction between ghosts in reality and those depicted on television is the scarcity of malevolent spirits. It is crucial to remember that ghosts are, in fact, quite pitiable. The number of ghosts that pose a genuine threat to human life is exceedingly rare. You may argue that there appear to be numerous malevolent spirits on television. However, this can be likened to crime dramas, where the villains seem endless. Yet, once the credits roll, one realizes it is merely fiction. The same principle applies to ghost stories. Qin Feng gestured towards the surrounding corpses. Among these many deceased, only one is haunting. What of the others' souls? They have likely been reincarnated. In our line of work, we encounter malevolent spirits more frequently, but if all ghosts were indeed wicked, the lives of ordinary people would be in utter disarray. Thus, it is essential to understand that in our future dealings at the Yin Inn, we will encounter many spirits, the majority of which are benign, with only a select few being truly ferocious. This premise lays the groundwork for a more accessible discussion about ghosts. Firstly, why do so many spirits choose not to reincarnate? As previously stated, it may be due to unfinished business or a desire to accumulate good karma for a change in fate. Additionally, unforeseen circumstances may prevent them from reincarnating. For instance, the souls of the 8 lonely corpses serve as an example. The spirit currently haunting this burial pit likely remains due to the solidity of its soul. This varies greatly among individuals, akin to unique talents, thus making it uncommon. Qin Feng pointed to the wall, stating, "As the saying goes, ghosts do not see the earth. This little ghost can easily traverse walls. If it wished to reincarnate, it would have done so already. Its continued presence, coupled with its age, indicates fear." Fear? Wuxia and the others were increasingly perplexed. Qin Feng, unhurried, continued to explain, as the matter was complex and multifaceted. Typically, a person's soul is most solid during their prime years, when they are also most rational. Souls of the young and the old are notably frail, which is why most children and elderly individuals pass away peacefully without incident. Their weak souls often cannot maintain consciousness after death, naturally departing with the evening's infernal winds to reincarnate. In contrast, the souls of the middle-aged retain their rationality, resulting in many supernatural occurrences being attributed to them. However, this is rare, as they are aware of their demise and often choose to follow the infernal winds to reincarnate. Beyond these typical scenarios, a minority of souls opt to linger in the mortal realm to accumulate good karma or seek positions in the underworld. In the case of the burial pit, Qin Feng surmised that the most likely explanation is that this child's soul is inherently stronger than those of its peers. After death, it maintained its rationality. And in such a state, the terrifying imagery associated with infernal winds could instill such fear that the child hesitates to leave its body for reincarnation. Upon hearing this explanation, Wuxia remained unfazed, as she was accustomed to Qin Feng's discourse on infernal winds. However, the viewers in the live stream were not so composed. What exactly is this infernal wind? Right? I've heard of it before, but never seen it. What can we say? Qin Zhonggui's explanation is reasonable. But how can we verify something we've never witnessed? True, but it seems Qin Zhonggui can't see our comments. What about Bingbing? She must ask this question. Yes, summon Bingbing. The viewers collectively inquired. Seeing this, Bingbing replied, since everyone is interested, I will ask Qin Zhonggui when I meet him. Personally, I am also quite curious about what this infernal wind looks like. As the discussion continued, a sudden gasp erupted from the audience. Everyone turned to see shovels, hard hats, and water bottles emerging from the wall that Xiao Ge and his team were excavating. These items appeared embedded in the earth, as if buried. The hard hats were filled with soil. Strangely, these objects looked remarkably new, not as if they had lain underground for many years. The only explanation for this situation was that these items had only recently been buried. However, the surrounding soil showed no signs of fresh disturbance, leading everyone to a singular conclusion. Ghosts are at play. Qin Zhonggui, what on earth is happening? Indeed, this is astonishing. That water bottle is mine. How could it? The archaeologists wore worried expressions, fearing that continued disturbances would hinder their work. Qin Feng reassured them, do not fret. This is merely the work of the little ghost. Its lack of malice indicates that it means no harm. It's simply playing with you. I will coax it out and take it away shortly. Please wait outside for now. Thank you, Qin Zhonggui. After all these years in archaeology, this is the first time encountering such a phenomenon. It seems there truly are ghosts. Indeed, quite terrifying. Thankfully, Qin Zhonggui assures us that the little ghost is harmless. Perhaps it is just playing hide and seek like my son. The archaeologists discussed as they exited the burial pit. Qin Feng retrieved a flashlight and began digging a small hole, explaining, now, let me discuss the concept of ghosts not seeing the earth and how to handle encounters with spirits. Since we are learning to capture ghosts, it is essential to understand these principles. Wuxia and the young men listened earnestly. Qin Feng dug a small pit, then tossed the flashlight inside, covering it with soil while standing atop it. Ghosts can pass through earth and even thin concrete, but they cannot penetrate thick barriers. However, the earth itself is not bound by thickness. Therefore, capturing ghosts can be quite challenging unless one is well prepared or a malevolent spirit is intent on a confrontation. If a little ghost wishes to escape, capturing it is nearly impossible, for humans cannot walk through walls. At this moment, the significance of the Yin soul gourd became evident. The Yin soul gourd can draw in little ghosts when approached, which is why ghost catchers carry them. However, not all Yin soul gourds possess this ability. Ordinary ghost catchers do not have such powers. Only those who have attained the rank of ghost-catching master can wield them. At this juncture, Qin Feng posed a question. Since ghosts can traverse earth and walls, and can even carry items with them, do you know why malevolent spirits rarely suffocate their victims by dragging them into the earth or walls? Wuxia shook her head. I do not know. Chapter 65. The adorable little ghost appears. Sister comes to me. It seems that malevolent spirits rarely drag individuals into walls. Indeed, such a death is possible, but it is quite rare and mostly orchestrated by humans. Qin Zhonggui's assertion holds considerable merit. The crucial question is, why is this the case? The audience in the live stream expressed their confusion. Qin Feng smiled as he explained, this is because ghosts themselves disregard the earth, whereas objects do not. If a powerful ghost possesses its own domain of souls, it can pass through walls, but ordinary ghosts cannot. For instance, This little ghost can only handle a few items. It is impossible for it to carry a person. Even if a formidable ghost could do so, it generally would not. The portrayals of spirits possessing bodies on television are utter nonsense. Ghosts belong to the realm of darkness, while humans are of the light. Their collision inevitably results in mutual destruction. Thus, under normal circumstances, ghosts do not inhabit human bodies, as doing so would inflict harm upon themselves, regardless of their strength. Do you understand? Qin Feng looked at Wu Xie, who nodded in bemusement. Truth be told, he had never encountered a ghost before. He had seen plenty of bizarre things while accompanying his brother on tomb raiding adventures, but he had never actually laid eyes on a ghost. Of course, if one were to argue that he had, it might have been the Western Queen Mother he glimpsed within a fallen meteorite back in the day. He was uncertain whether she could be classified as a ghost. Shopkeeper, the world of ghosts is far broader than that of corpse drivers. What do you plan to do this time? Wu Xie inquired. Evidently, Qin Feng did not intend to harm the little ghost. Instead, he seemed inclined to play with it. How do we capture it? Wu Xie wondered. You will find out shortly. It will come out on its own, Qin Feng replied, glancing down at the ground. Wu Xie, perplexed, followed his gaze. What was the purpose of Qin Feng burying a flashlight in the earth? Could it be that the little ghost would retrieve this flashlight? Just as he pondered this, the spotlight in the burial pit unexpectedly extinguished. Strangely, neither Qin Feng, his brother, nor Wu Xie had approached the switch. As the spotlight dimmed, a beam of light from a flashlight shot upward towards the ceiling. In that instant, Wu Xie and the viewers in the live stream beheld a pale human face illuminated by the flashlight's glow. The visage was gaunt, with sunken skin and dark eye sockets, resembling a zombie. The most alarming aspect was that this zombie distinctly bore the features of an adult. Shopkeeper, you must be mistaken, Wu Xie exclaimed, astonished. His brother swiftly drew a black gold ancient sword. Qin Feng intervened, shouting, Don't move. Stay calm. Stay calm? How can I stay calm when you clearly can't capture ghosts? That is obviously an adult zongzi, a rice dumpling. You're calling a little ghost. Exactly. I'm unfollowing. What a farce. What the hell? You scared me. I thought it was a cute little ghost. Where on earth did you find this, Bing Bing? Are you collaborating with the corpse driver SN? Yes. How much did you pay the actor? That performance was a flop. Why not just admit it? The live stream erupted in outrage. Bing Bing found herself at a loss for words. How could she explain this? However, at that moment, Qin Feng's voice resonated through the live stream. Have you all had your fun? If you continue, I may become angry. His tone carried a hint of reproach. As soon as his words faded, a loud bang echoed, and the spotlight in the burial pit unexpectedly turned back on. Everyone soon realized that the so-called zongzi was merely a corpse. The flashlight had somehow become lodged in the zongzi's chest. As the light illuminated the zongzi's head, Wu Xie could see clearly that it was indeed the very flashlight Qin Feng had just buried. Astoundingly, the flashlight had emerged from the unexcavated pit. Wu Xie couldn't help but swallow hard and grabbed a shovel to dig into the pit. As expected, he discovered that the flashlight was no longer there. I'm impressed, Wu Xie remarked, his face filled with admiration, while his brother gazed at Qin Feng with a glimmer of respect. Teach me. Qin Feng was taken aback but smiled and nodded. It was rare for his brother to show interest in learning. Moreover, as his brother was a part-time corpse driver, it made sense for him to learn ghost-catching techniques, as they would be beneficial. In truth, mastering ghost-catching involves not only skill, but also the ability to identify spirits, much like discerning human beings. For instance, this little ghost was not inherently malevolent. If one were to exterminate it outright, it would result in a loss of virtuous merit. Therefore, ghost catchers often choose to guide wrong souls toward reincarnation to accumulate merit. However, there are exceptions. If faced with a malevolent spirit or a vengeful ghost, slaying them can also yield merit. Nevertheless, heaven has a benevolent inclination towards life, and allowing powerful ghosts to reincarnate grants even greater merit. Similarly, if one were to injure an ordinary person while capturing a formidable ghost, it would also result in a loss of merit. Thus, circumstances must dictate the approach. Ghost catching does not necessarily require lethal force. Now, it's getting late. I will let it come out, Qin Feng said as he crouched down and retrieved a pre-crafted paper figure from his pocket. He had prepared this figure after receiving a phone call from Xiao Ge, and it was just the right moment to use it. Placing the paper figure on the ground, he set a candy in front of it and smiled. Little one, after playing for so long, you shouldn't be scared anymore, right? If you enter the paper figure, you can have some candy. With that, Qin Feng stood up and said no more. Wu Xie and the live stream viewers all watched the paper figure, their minds filled with questions. Would the little ghost enter the paper figure? What would happen once it did? As time passed, the audience grew wiser this time, fearful of being ridiculed, and none dared to speak. After approximately 3 minutes, the paper figure and candy on the ground suddenly vanished with an ethereal gust of wind. The next moment, a sound of a wrapper being torn echoed from the burial pit, followed by the sound of someone munching candy. Qin Feng smiled and walked towards the source of the sound. Navigating around 2 decaying corpses, he discovered a chubby little boy sitting on the ground, happily eating candy. He appeared to be about 5 or 6 years old, grinning foolishly at Qin Feng and the others as he munched away, seemingly harmless. Moreover, due to his connection to the paper figure, he appeared indistinguishable from an ordinary child. If one had to note a difference, it was his pallid complexion, reminiscent of the paper figure's hue, devoid of any color. Goodness, how adorable. Seriously, this is the one causing the haunting? I feel guilty for reprimanding him. He is too cute. Let me give him a kiss. Sister, our worlds are different. You can kiss me. Stop right there. Let go of that little boy. I'm the one you should be kissing. I offer free kissing services for ages 18 to 25, 100 for 25 to 30, 500 for 30 to 35. No older than 35. Are you discriminating against older women? And what about foot-licking services? Do you offer those? Shopkeeper, this child Wu Xie chuckled, bemused. During his first experience learning to catch ghosts, he had encountered a half-grown child. This was perhaps the most beloved ghost in the world. Take your time eating. No one will steal from you. Later, I will take you to be reincarnated, all right? Qin Feng said as he crouched down. The little boy looked fearful in response. But I'm scared. Chapter 66, The Life and Death Gourd. The entire network implores to witness the sinister wind. Fear not. Shortly, I shall escort you along a safer path. How does that sound? Qin Feng smiled. Is that true? What kind of path is it? Is there no strong wind? The little boy inquired. Qin Feng nodded. I assure you, there will be none. The hellish wind is terrifying, is it not? Indeed, it is exceedingly frightening. The boy affirmed. I witnessed my uncle being swept away, and he was screaming loudly. Later, I even saw someone taken away by something in the sinister wind. Big brother, I am frightened. Can you not take me through the sinister wind? As the boy spoke, tears welled in his eyes, and Qin Feng felt a pang of sympathy. Wu Xie asked, Shopkeeper, just how fierce is this hellish wind to frighten the child so? Indeed, I am tempted to confront it myself. What do you mean by sinister wind? My paternal affection is overflowing. By the way, what does this hellish wind actually look like? It must be just an ordinary strong wind. Perhaps. Yet such a small child might find even an ordinary wind fearsome. That makes sense. Bing Bing, please assist us in convincing Shopkeeper Qin to let us take a look. Yes, old friend, lend us your aid, and we shall reward you with rockets. Let us arrange it, shall we? Bing Bing found himself in a predicament. He was merely a streamer and had a good rapport with Qin Feng and the others. However, the prospect of witnessing the hellish wind was no trivial matter. Ordinary individuals could hardly be permitted to witness such phenomena. When they dealt with the 8 lonely corpses, it was only due to the spirit's inherent domain of ghosts that they managed to see their visages. The scene had been overwhelmingly breathtaking. Rest assured, brother, I promise you, I will not lead you through the sinister wind, Qin Feng assured, patting his chest. Upon hearing this, the little boy's face brightened. Thank you, big brother. I miss my parents. They have been gone for so many years. I wish to go too. Qin Feng nodded, glancing at the time. It was already 1:30 in the morning. He then rose and said, Let us depart. Director Zhai, our matters have been resolved. You may continue your work. As Qin Feng spoke, he led the little boy and Wu Xie toward the burial pit. Xiao Ge awaited them at the door, exclaiming, Deputy Director, Shopkeeper Qin, are you taking the child to reincarnate? Will he not return? That depends on how well you treat his body. If treated well, he may not return. If not, given how much he enjoys playing, he might come to visit you frequently. Please, no? I detest troublesome children. I will ensure that the staff below cater to him well. Shall I offer incense thrice a day? Xiao Ge hurriedly replied. Laughter erupted among Qin Feng and the others. The little boy stepped forward, looking apologetic. I'm sorry, uncle. I just wanted to play because I was bored. Not at all. My daughter is quite mischievous too. I understand. She is about your age. Really, uncle? Can I go find her to play? I don't want to leave, the boy exclaimed. Xiao Ge's face turned pale. Shopkeeper, you must persuade him. He cannot stay. We will miss the second bus. Wu Xie chuckled, patting Xiao Ge's shoulder, while the viewers in the live stream were nearly in stitches. Qin Feng checked the time and suggested, Let us visit a nearby park. Before you leave, I want you to witness the beautiful scenery of modern society. Okay, the boy nodded. Sensing that Qin Feng would not deceive him, Xiao Ge arranged for a worker to accompany them, ensuring their safe return. Meanwhile, the system's voice resonated. Ding. Accomplished the haunting task in the burial pit. Assisted the Archaeological Research Institute in resolving the burial pit issue, capturing the little ghost. Rewards granted. Life and death gourd dispensed. Reward. 100,000 dragon coins credited. With the System S announcement, Qin Feng felt an additional gourd in his possession. He refrained from revealing it and continued chatting with the little boy. They arrived at the park and stood by a lake. Checking the clock. It was now 50 minutes past 1, with only 10 minutes remaining until 2. Having finished his candy, the boy clutched Qin Feng's hand, visibly anxious. Big brother. It will soon be 2 o'clock. The sinister wind will rise. You promised me we wouldn't go through it. The boy gazed up at Qin Feng with pleading eyes. Qin Feng smiled and said, yes, brother possesses the life and death gourd. Shall I take you along the safe path? Is that true? The boy's face lit up with anticipation. Qin Feng grinned and produced the life and death gourd from his pocket. At first glance, it appeared similar in size to the one Lin Xiao held. Yet his bore a layer of gilded patterns, making it appear significantly more exquisite. This life and death gourd contains a passage to the underworld. Once you enter, fly straight ahead without pausing, and you shall see. All right. The boy nodded enthusiastically. Qin Feng then uncorked the gourd, and the boy's form began to blur. Goodbye, big brother. With that, the boy vanished entirely, leaving behind a paper figure the size of a palm, gently landing in Qin Feng's hand. Qin Feng carefully stored the paper figure, recorked the gourd, and remarked, the life and death gourd can house vengeful souls or facilitate reincarnation. In the future, I shall assist you in obtaining one. Thank you, shopkeeper. Wu Xie and the little brother expressed their excitement. This evening's ghost-catching endeavor had proved immensely rewarding. Not only had they experienced the world of vengeful souls, but they had also learned many things previously deemed unimaginable. All right, we must take our leave, Qin Feng declared as he prepared to depart. However, at that moment, Bing finally approached. Shopkeeper, I have a favor to ask. You see, the viewers in the live stream are eager to know what the hellish wind looks like. It frightened the child so. They are quite enthusiastic, and I cannot refuse. I wanted to inquire if there might be a way to accommodate this. If it's too much, I completely understand. Bing felt a bit embarrassed. Qin Feng glanced at the live stream, and indeed noticed the barrage of comments. Shopkeeper Qin, please let us see. Yes, let the child have a look. He has never seen the hellish wind before. Prepare the rear. I beseech you, Shopkeeper Qin. Allow me to witness. Bro, you are too bold. Be careful. I too wish to see. I have cleaned up. Shopkeeper Qin, please grant us this opportunity. To see the hellish wind, one must possess the heavenly eye. It is not advantageous for ordinary people to awaken such sight. Perhaps it is best to decline. Qin Feng pondered before ultimately refusing. Yet, the viewers remained persistent. One girl commented, Qin Ge, please let us see. We will only look and not touch. What? Why would you want to touch? The hellish wind is not to be trifled with. Indeed, Shopkeeper Qin is not a lecherous man. Refrain from calling him Qin Ge. Even Qin Grandpa is unacceptable. Exactly. I still believe in Shopkeeper Qin's character. Perhaps we could take a glimpse? Wu Xie. You must want to see it too, right? Qin Feng suddenly turned to Wu Xie. Wu Xie blinked, confused. See what? Isn't that girl already visible? I meant the hellish wind. What are you thinking? Will you look or not? Qin Feng expressed his exasperation. Yes. Wu Xie nodded. And the little brother eagerly agreed as well. The live stream instantly erupted in chaos. What on earth is this blatant gender discrimination? Damn. That slap in the face was resounding. I never anticipated you to be such a person, Manager Qin. Manager Qin, how are you any different from the villain Xiao? Chapter 67, Live Broadcast of the Yin Wind. The entire network frenziedly purchasing supplements. This Qin Feng is truly. Lin Xiao gazed at the live stream, feeling somewhat speechless. She never expected that a person who usually appeared so serious could display such a side. Moreover, the most astonishing part was that he had indeed begun to accept ghost-catching assignments. He even held a gourd of the same size as hers, which seemed to be more exquisite than her own. However, the methods Qin Feng exhibited tonight were rather superficial, making it impossible to discern his true capabilities. It could only be said that his understanding of the realm of vengeful spirits was quite substantial. As for the depth of his ghost-catching techniques, that remained unclear for now. Curious, where did he learn this ghost-catching art? He clearly didn't know it before. How could he have mastered it in such a short time? Furthermore, if he could catch ghosts, why was there no reaction to me? Could it be that he still cannot see through me? If that is the case, It doesn't seem particularly favorable. Lin Xiaoyue pondered to herself. Overall, it appeared that Qin Feng's ghost-catching skills were rather ordinary, and she did not place much importance on it. What was there to see in the Yin wind? She had observed it for many years. As she spoke, Lin Xiaoyue picked up her phone and exited the room. Outside, the vast expanse of flat land appeared somewhat desolate. Sparse weeds grew here and there, and a faint breeze seemed to stir. Meanwhile, on the other side, Qin Feng coughed twice, signaling the crowd to refrain from discussing issues of gender discrimination. Who among them had not dreamed of finding a girlfriend? When encountering beautiful girls, it was natural to offer them special attention, especially when they were charming. There was no shame in that. Wanting to witness the Yin wind from hell, I must devise a plan, Qin Feng contemplated, promising an ephemeral thrill, only to be left with heartache afterward. He had opened his celestial eye to see the Yin wind, yet the viewers in the live stream were merely ordinary people. How could they perceive it? Clearly, it was inappropriate to grant them celestial sight. But if he did not? Ding, ding, ding. Just as Qin Feng was lost in thought, the alarm he had set for 2 o'clock in the morning rang. Almost simultaneously, both he and those around him felt a chill sweep through the air. Bingbing tightened her clothing. Tonight was indeed cold. If Qin Zhanggue proves difficult, we can always find another way. It has begun. Qin Feng interrupted Bingbing. To be honest, this was also my first time witnessing the Yin wind from hell. At this hour, I would either be asleep or busy with corpse delivery, never having the leisure to appreciate it. Look into my eyes. Perhaps you will see. Bingbing wuxia. And the young man hurriedly leaned closer. Qin Feng fixed his gaze upon the lake's surface, while the three of them focused on his eyes. Qin Feng's eyes were dark and bright. Especially within those black pupils, some unusual images began to emerge. There it is. Hold steady, don't move, Bingbing exclaimed excitedly, quickly adjusting the focus of the live broadcast equipment towards Qin Feng's eyes. The imagery within his eyes was somewhat small, and especially after being transmitted into the live stream, the quality resembled something of a low-budget production. However, this did not deter the viewers from witnessing the Yin wind of hell through Qin Feng's eyes. A gust of wind began to rise over the lake's surface. The Yin wind from hell arises in the east, traverses south, passes west, and returns north. Luozhou City is situated at the midpoint, where the Yin wind is at its strongest. To witness it with your own eyes, you must open your celestial sight. But that may not bode well for you. If you can see through my eyes, it would be a win-win situation. Brace yourselves, it is coming. As Qin Feng's voice resonated, the viewers in the live stream beheld a black mist, akin to yellow sand sweeping across, advancing from the south. Due to Luozhou City's geographical position, the Yin wind had begun to move from south to west. Thus, what they witnessed was indeed the Yin wind blowing from the south to the west. The black mist engulfed the scene. The foreground remained tranquil while the background was shrouded in darkness, with fierce winds raging. The Yin wind did not stir a single leaf nor move a blade of grass. Yet within the chilling gust, countless arms, heads, and legs were visible, far too numerous to count, all undoubtedly the souls of the deceased. The Yin wind from hell seemed to belong to an entirely different realm. The lake's surface remained calm, and the willow-lined banks showed no ripples. Yet the imagery within Qin Feng's eyes appeared to be filled with countless wailing spirits, howling in anguish. A ghostly visage swept past Qin Feng, its expression of terror etched into memory. Numerous water ghosts and vengeful spirits, typically invisible, emerged from the lake's surface. They gazed up at the Yin wind in the sky, seemingly grateful to have evaded tonight's calamity by hiding in the water. Occasionally, piercing screams and flashes of light, akin to lightning, erupted from within the Yin wind. Those are malevolent spirits. The underworld cannot allow these vengeful souls to linger in the mortal realm, accruing merit. Thus, every year, a multitude of ghostly messengers and emissaries are dispatched. The underworld possesses its own social order. If one serves well, they may remain in the mortal realm. But failure results in being taken away to be reincarnated. The liveliness of the underworld market stems from the fact that these ghostly messengers cannot arbitrarily seize individuals. Each person who oversees the underworld market is a duly authorized messenger of the nether realm. That is enough of that. Just observe and understand how one departs this world after death. Simultaneously, it heralds the beginning of a new chapter in life. Qin Feng concluded with a smile. Wuxia and the young man were left in a state of shock, while the viewers in the live stream were utterly astonished, particularly when they witnessed countless vengeful spirits and malevolent ghosts struggling to escape the clutches of the Yin wind, only to find it impossible. It felt as if all the malevolent spirits were tossed into a washing machine, a sensation that evoked fear and trepidation. I'm I'm out of here. I wonder if the merchants will still deliver goods tonight. I'm leaving too. How on earth am I still awake watching this live stream? I don't want to die. I suddenly don't want to die. Bro, save some supplements for me. I don't want to die either. What the hell? Are you still human? Don't fight me for them. This wind from hell is too terrifying. I don't want to die. I'm quitting smoking and drinking. I'll start taking care of my health. Quick, hurry and grab some. If you wait, you won't be able to buy any. In an instant, more than half of the viewers in the live stream vanished. Bing Bing stood there, completely dazed. Qin Feng could only smile wryly, beckoning the remaining viewers to return. However, when he turned to look, the person sent by Xiao Ge had already fled, yelling, "Qin Zhongwei, I'll give you $200. You take a taxi home. I'm off to the supermarket to buy goji berries." Sorry. Qin Feng was utterly speechless. He thought to himself, brother, you're only in your 20s. Is it really that serious? Is this wind from hell that frightening? However, the distance back to the urban area of Luozhou was not far, so walking back would suffice. He could consider it a workout. With that, the group began their journey home on foot. Little did they know, at that very moment, within a high-end hotel in Luozhou City, Qin Feng was clutching her phone, trembling all over. On the other end, a middle-aged man spoke coldly. Do you remember my words? Do not run, no matter what happens. Do not remove the 18 beads. As long as I arrive, there will still be a chance. Once you flee, the charges will be irrevocably established. Once you remove the 18 beads, your life may well be in jeopardy. Do you comprehend? Chapter 68. The arrangements of Qin Feng. Supplements sell out overnight. I understand, father. Qin Feng's voice trembled slightly. Having lived a life of luxury since childhood, he had seldom faced adversity as he grew up. No matter the troubles he caused, his father would always intervene to resolve them. However, after his father was taken as a disciple by a prominent figure in Longmin, although he took over the Tianming group, the ensuing years were peaceful, and he had truly enjoyed the comfort. Now, faced with such a significant issue alone, it was remarkable that he had not completely collapsed. After hanging up the phone, Qin Feng touched the 18 beads on his wrist, his last lifeline. Come in, he commanded. Soon, a figure entered the room, none other than Brother Yin. Boss. Brother Yin bowed his head, trembling all over. The situation at the wetland park had not been handled well, and he was deeply concerned. I want to pursue the wetland park incident further. I can see you tried your best despite the loss of many brothers. But tonight, if you mess this up, I want to spare you. Boss, I am willing to face fire and water for you. Brother Yin crouched down. Qin Feng, still gripping the 18 beads, instructed, take a few brothers and ensure you steal the 8 solitary corpses tonight. This is our last chance. If you cannot succeed, burn the corpse transport in. Stealing the corpses is the best option. If that fails, we can consider arson. Who knows if a big fire will be extinguished or if it will destroy the corpses. Be mindful. Those corpses are suppressed and cannot harm anyone. Can I not breathe easy? Boss, rest assured, I will definitely steal the 8 solitary corpses. Brother Yin said earnestly before rising to leave. Qin Feng was genuinely anxious. If he waited until tomorrow morning for Kai Yun to return, he would be in deep trouble. He had considered eliminating Kai Yun to prevent her return. But she was a police officer, and dealing with the police would only escalate the consequences. If things went awry, even his father might not be able to save him. Moreover, Kai Yun was just one person. Eliminating her would only invite successors. It was far better to steal the 8 solitary corpses and eradicate the issue once and for all. The corpse transport in. I have tolerated you for long enough. There was a chilling determination in Qin Feng's eyes. This time, he was truly serious. Meanwhile, on the other side, Qin Feng and his companions were leisurely making their way back. The walk would take no more than 40 minutes, but after nearly 30 minutes, Bing Bing's words left everyone stunned. Manager, you must see the news. Qin Feng and the others were taken aback, quickly pulling out their phones to check. Upon seeing the headlines, they were astounded. The news titles were changing at a rapid pace. One moment it read, collective shopping frenzy on major e-commerce platforms, and the next, health supplements on Pinduoduo sold out 5 minutes ago. A media outlet had even begun a live broadcast. We have just received news of a nationwide frenzy for health supplements tonight. In the past half hour, health supplements on Taobao and Pinduoduo have been completely swept clean. Especially goji berries, ginseng, and Jue Diwang pills, which have seen explosive sales. According to our investigation, all of this seems to be related to a live broadcast from the corpse transport in tonight. We also remind our viewers to consume reasonably and avoid waste. After reading the news, Qin Feng and his companions were left speechless. It was merely a glimpse of hellish winds. Was it really that terrifying? All the health supplements sold out? Had they known, they would have stockpiled some to make a profit. Manager, incredible! Wu Xie gave Qin Feng a thumbs up. Bing Bing also followed suit. With your efforts, you've stimulated consumer development. The manager is truly remarkable. All right, enough of the flattery. Where's your car? Qin Feng inquired. Bing Bing froze, realizing he had driven there. In the excitement of witnessing the hellish winds, he had forgotten about his own vehicle. I'll go get it right now, he exclaimed, rushing off. Qin Feng watched him, somewhat exasperated. Was this what it meant to be a wealthy second generation? Forgetting whether one had driven to a place? If he hadn't reminded him, Bing Bing might not have remembered that his car was parked outside the burial pit. As everyone piled into the car, they headed back to the inn. Simultaneously, Lin Xiaoge had just closed her live stream and was preparing to rest when suddenly, two ghostly figures floated in from outside. Is something wrong? Lin Xiaoge did not turn around, continuing to tidy up as she asked. Miss Lin, we just received news that Qin Feng has sent his subordinate, Brother Yin, to the corpse transport and to steal the 8 solitary corpses. Oh? What about Qin Feng and the others? Where are they now? Lin Xiaoge asked. They are still in the suburbs, but they now have a car, so it should take about 20 minutes. However, it might be too late. During the time we returned, Brother Yin and his crew may have already arrived. The hellish winds outside have made everyone hesitant to act, so there might be some delay. The ghostly figure replied. Lin Xiaoge nodded, saying, understood. Continue with your tasks. Yes, the figure said, and exited the room. Lin Xiaoge then took out her phone. Given the current time, it was clear that Qin Feng and his companions would not make it back in time. Even if she rushed over, it would be challenging. Considering the situation, she decided to send a text to Qin Feng. Regardless, due to the case involving Lin Xiaoqiao, she had utilized the corpse transport inn, and it was only right to inform him of such developments. Meanwhile, in the car, the group was engaged in casual conversation until Qin Feng's expression darkened upon reading Lin Xiaoge's text. What's wrong with the manager? Wu Xie quickly inquired. Qin Feng's face was grim as he spoke coldly. Someone is planning to storm the corpse transport inn. Bing Bing, hurry back. Okay. Bing Bing was taken aback by the news and hastily accelerated towards the inn. At that moment, inside the corpse transport inn, Old Tang had just finished cleaning up the table when unexpectedly, the fat man had vomited all over again, leaving Old Tang disgusted, nearly resorting to using him to mop the floor. You can't drink, yet you insist on it. What a troublesome fellow. Old Tang thought, bemused. After finally finishing the cleanup, Old Tang covered the fat man with a blanket. Despite his uselessness, he was still a junior, and Old Tang felt a sense of concern for the younger generation. However, just as he placed the blanket over the man, Old Tang's eyes narrowed as he gazed towards the backyard, sensing something unusual. He pulled up a chair and sat down in the yard, lighting a cigarette as he fixed his gaze on a high wall beside him. At that moment, a figure cautiously peered over the wall. Due to the angle, the figure failed to notice Old Tang. The person, looking sneaky, scanned the inn's yard and then whispered, "No one is here. The old man and the fat guy are probably asleep. Even if they aren't, what is there to fear from a fat man and an old man? Tell Brother Yin that we can proceed." Chapter 69. Brother Yan's nighttime intrusion into the inn. Elder Tang ways to suppress the corpses. Why waste words? Let us get straight to the action, Brother Yin called out. Soon after, several individuals climbed up the tall walls of the corpse dispatch and using a ladder. The walls were quite high, and they dared not jump down directly. Instead, they threw down a rope and descended carefully. By the time they reached the ground, Elder Tang had nearly finished his cigarette. The night was dark, and they did not notice Elder Tang lurking in the shadows. Feeling guilty, they did not linger, quickly discerning their direction towards the mortuary at the back. The mortuary door was unlocked. After all, the staff occasionally needed to practice dispatching corpses. And who would bother to provide keys for such a place? One of Brother Yan's subordinates kicked open the door, and an eerie chill swept out. In the dead of night, in such a foreboding place as the corpse dispatch inn, it felt rather sinister. Take out the rope, Brother Yin reminded. Keep your eyes peeled. A male corpse was brought in a few days ago, so don't mistakenly take that one. The 8 lonely corpses are all female. If you can't tell, just feel around. You should be able to figure it out. I'll keep watch at the door. Make it quick. Understood. The group responded eagerly. A total of 11 had come for this swift operation, with 2 waiting outside the walls, leaving 9 to enter. Brother Yin stood guard outside while the other 8 entered to handle 1 female corpse each, just enough for their needs. With arrangements made, Brother Yan's subordinates slipped into the mortuary. Inside, the room was filled with coffins, and they did not need to search hard. Only one coffin bore a yellow talisman on its lid, while the others did not. This was as if someone had guided them, indicating that the coffin with the talisman was indeed special. The 8 lonely corpses were contained within 8 separate coffins. It was obvious which one they sought. "Proceed," someone called out, and immediately, the group approached the coffins, pushing the lids aside. To their delight, they discovered a female corpse lying within. They cheered, quickly hoisting the body, ready to exit. However, they failed to notice that, at the moment they lifted the corpse, the 5th-grade talisman on its forehead ignited into flames. In an instant, the talisman turned to ash, and the corpse's eyes snapped open. Meanwhile, Brother Yin, anxiously waiting outside, lit a cigarette, urging them to hurry. "Can you move a bit faster?" he called, but no one replied. Moments later, a series of horrifying screams echoed from within, sending chills down his spine. Startled, Brother Yin tightened his grip on the cigarette. "What is happening?" he exclaimed, quickly grabbing a flashlight and preparing to enter. As the beam of light pierced the darkness of the mortuary, he was greeted by the ghastly sight of a pale woman's face staring directly at him, blood trickling from her lips. She lifted her emaciated hand to wipe the blood, then consumed it. Behind her, several other corpses rose from the ground, eyeing Brother Yin hungrily, as if assessing a delectable prey. "Ah!" Brother Yin screamed in terror, instinctively stepping back and falling to the ground, pain shooting through him. The corpses began to advance toward him. Just then, an explosion of light erupted at the mortuary entrance, and beams of white light engulfed the doorway. Any corpse that approached was met with a blast of black smoke, as if scorched. Witnessing this, Brother Yin swallowed hard, disregarding his fear, and bolted. Yet, as he turned, his flashlight illuminated Elder Tang seated calmly across the room. In an instant, Brother Yin nearly lost his composure. "Ah, a ghost! A ghost!" he shrieked, scrambling toward the corner where the rope hung, climbing it like a frantic monkey. Under normal circumstances, such agility would be impossible for him. Elder Tang silently observed, a faint smile gracing his lips, as if to say, "You dare to invade the corpse dispatch inn?" Of the 9 who entered, only one managed to escape alive. It was uncertain whether to admire their bravery or chastise their foolishness for trespassing in such a perilous place. Suddenly, strange hissing sounds diverted Elder Tang's attention. The 8 lonely corpses were attempting to break free, with one enduring the pain of its burned arm to escape. Its arm, having passed through the doorway, was already singed by the protective array. Seeing this, Elder Tang furrowed his brow and waved his hand, unleashing a gust of wind that swept through the area. The backyard was mostly dirt, littered with low weeds, which bent under the force of his gesture. The 8 lonely corpses, trying to break free, were sent crashing back as if struck by a powerful force, collapsing onto the ground and ceasing their struggles. Satisfied, Elder Tang smiled and rose, carrying a chair toward the main hall. Inside, the only sound was the rhythmic snoring of the portly man. Elder Tang sighed, lifting him and heading upstairs. Spending a night here would surely lead to a cold. Meanwhile, Qin Feng and his companions finally returned to the corpse dispatch inn. Bing set up her live-streaming equipment. Excited by the prospect of reporting on the intruders at the inn, a sensational story indeed. However, upon their arrival, they found no sign of anyone, not even a ghost. The only indication of life was a light on the 2nd floor. Wuxia knocked on the door, and soon Elder Tang opened it. "What brings you here in such a hurry?" he asked, surprised by Qin Feng's urgency. "Has anyone come to the inn?" Qin Feng inquired. Elder Tang replied, "There was some commotion in the backyard earlier, but the portly man drank too much, and I just helped him upstairs. I haven't had a chance to check." "Oh no." Qin Feng's expression darkened as he hurried toward the backyard, followed closely by Wuxia and Xiao Ge. Upon arriving, they were shocked to find the mortuary door ajar, the air thick with the scent of blood. Qin Feng rushed inside, only to find the 8 lonely corpses lying motionless on the ground. Their 5th-grade talismans were nowhere to be seen. "Master, why haven't the 8 lonely corpses transformed?" Wuxia asked, bewildered. They had witnessed the corpses' terrifying power before. Without the talismans to suppress them, there was no way they could be so docile. "Something is amiss," Qin Feng said, kneeling to assess the situation. "It's strange. The malevolent energy surrounding them has dissipated. It's impossible for Brother Yin and his crew to possess such skill. If they had help, the array wouldn't have been able to stop them, and the corpses should have been taken long ago. Who could this powerful ally be?" Innocence too finds itself perplexed. Chapter 70. Failed to steal the corpse, set fire instead. Brother Yin seeks refuge. Let us not delay any further. Come help place the body into the coffin, Qin Feng instructed. Following his command, several individuals set to work, carefully placing the corpse within the coffin. Meanwhile, Qin Feng crafted several fifth-grade talismans and affixed them to the body of the 8 lonely corpse. Although he was uncertain who had dispersed the malevolent energy surrounding it, he deemed it prudent to apply the talismans for safety's sake. After completing these tasks, Bing Bing departed. The earlier plan to breach the inn had not materialized, and given the late hour, he chose to retire for the night. Within the inn, Qin Feng, Wuxia, and Xiao Ge remained awake. The events of the night were exceedingly bizarre. The information relayed by Lin Xiaoyue was understandable. After all, though she was a ghost, she also captured other spirits. It was reasonable for her to be well informed, given her proximity to numerous spirits. Yet, who could have possibly dispersed the malevolent energy from the 8 lonely corpse? This question eluded him. Based on the current circumstances, it seemed that this individual was not affiliated with Brother Yin and his gang. Otherwise, the corpse would have already been removed. However, if they were not involved, it indicated that 2 separate parties had intruded upon their inn that night. This was a blatant disregard for their establishment. If word got out that their inn had been repeatedly invaded, how could he possibly continue his business? The more Qin Feng pondered, the angrier he became. Wuxia, how many days remain for the corpse stasis order? He inquired. The completion of this order would reward him with an upgrade for the inn, and his impatience was growing. 3 days. Wuxia replied. Excellent. Qin Feng nodded. 3 days it is. I shall wait another 3 days. If Mo Fong does not arrive by then, I will take matters into my own hands regarding the corpse. Resolving this order is crucial for upgrading the inn, and perhaps it will also provide an opportunity to enhance its defenses. After exchanging a few more words, the trio finally returned to their respective rooms as the night deepened. However, just as Qin Feng settled into his chamber, his phone rang once more. Upon checking, he discovered another message from Lin Xiaoyue. Be cautious tonight. They may set fire. Reading the content of the message, Qin Feng furrowed his brow. Is this not yet over? What is the true nature of the 8 lonely corpse? Why are Brother Yin and his crew so intent on its destruction? Could it possibly involve Qin Feng? Lost in thought, he was suddenly startled by the sound of a door opening. It appeared that Xiao Ge had emerged from his room. Innkeeper, something has definitely gone awry, he declared, and together they hurried outside. As they exited the corpse transporting inn, they beheld a group of 10 individuals brandishing torches and carrying gasoline barrels. Their intentions were clear. They were not merely aiming to burn down the inn. They intended to obliterate it entirely. Who are you? Xiao Ge stood at the forefront. His expression icy. Qin Feng, surveying the crowd, recognized a familiar face emerging from within. Isn't that Brother Yin? What? Did last time not suffice? Their first encounter with Brother Yin had resulted in a clash, and now he had returned seeking trouble once more. Innkeeper Qin, it's been a while. Frankly, I admire your tenacity. To run a corpse transporting inn takes skill. You nearly left me in a bind. However, let us be clear, a strong dragon does not suppress a local snake. You're an outsider. Just conduct your business in Luoyao properly. Why meddle in corpse transport? I won't waste my breath. After I burn down this inn, we can discuss it. With a wave of his hand, Brother Yin signaled his subordinates to prepare for action. Qin Feng chuckled at the scene. Are you out of your mind? We are still right here. Huh. I believe you are the one who has lost her senses. With just the 3 of you, who do you think you can stop? Brother Yin retorted with a laugh. Qin Feng, exasperated, replied. It seems you have not been beaten in a while. Have you forgotten how you flew last time? Without further ado, Xiao Ge dashed forward and, in an instant, sent Brother Yin flying. Brother Yin's men were momentarily stunned, and one by one, they lunged towards Xiao Ge with their torches raised. Wuxia, unable to bear the sight, covered her eyes, fearing to witness the impending devastation. Qin Feng, however, paid no mind. With Xiao Ge's prowess, dispatching these lackeys would be a trivial task. Do you have anything further to say? Qin Feng inquired, squatting down with a smirk. To his surprise, Brother Yin lowered his voice, pleading, Innkeeper Qin, please save me. I truly do not wish to be here, but Qin Feng will kill me if I do not show up. From the moment you all defeated me, I knew you were no ordinary individuals. I would never dare to confront you again. I simply hope you can detain me until dawn. If Kayan returns, you can hand me over to her. I will have done my part. In the wetland park incident, I lost 6 brothers, and now 8 more have perished in your inn. Innkeeper, I do not wish to die. I truly do not want to die. Please help me. Qin Feng exchanged glances with Wuxia, both contemplating the implications. You must at least tell me why Qin Feng is so intent on the 8 lonely corpse. If you wish for my protection, you need leverage. In response, Brother Yin hurriedly replied, I genuinely do not know. Qin Feng never entrusts these matters to me. He hires others, and then sends me to deal with them afterward. All I know is that the 8 lonely corpse and the wilderness female corpse you reported to the police are both connected to Qin Feng. I can't provide any more details. I swear I'm telling the truth. Wu Xie turned to Qin Feng, asking, "What shall we do? Can we trust him?" Qin Feng replied, "Whether we can trust him is irrelevant. What matters is that if we do not detain him, we shall not sleep tonight." Initially, I had no desire to involve myself in police matters. I am not a law enforcement officer. However, since the integrity of my inn is at stake, we must investigate. With that, Qin Feng retrieved his phone and sent a message to Lin Xiaoge. "Thank you for your warning. I owe you a favor. Additionally, can you come by tomorrow? As a business owner, if this matter remains unresolved, I cannot continue operating my inn. What are your thoughts?" Lin Xiaoge replied, "Tomorrow. Summon the 8 lonely corpse and have them inform Kaiyun of everything. Regardless of who intends to target my inn, I will not let them go unpunished." Qin Feng responded. After a while, Lin Xiaoge finally replied, "So you are asking for my assistance? By my count, you owe me 2 favors now. Consider it so. As long as it does not violate my principles, you may demand repayment at any time." Qin Feng replied. Despite Lin Xiaoyue being a ghost, engaging in dealings with her felt akin to courting danger. Yet, she did not seem malicious, as she had been the one to inform him of the evening's events. If she had ulterior motives, Qin Feng could not fathom them. After all, he was merely a small-time operator, and what difference did his favors make? "You are rather straightforward." "Very well. I shall see you tomorrow morning," Lin Xiaoyue concluded. Having read her message, Qin Feng smiled and put his phone away. At that moment, Xiao Ge had subdued Brother Yan's subordinates and awaited Qin Feng's instructions on how to proceed. Qin Feng surveyed the scene and declared, "To capture the leader first. Bring this fellow back to the inn, and we shall hand him over to the police at dawn." Chapter 71. The accuser strikes first. Qin Feng's counterattack. What? Huang Mao has been captured? Upon receiving this news, Qin Feng's face turned ashen. He sank onto the sofa, letting out a heavy sigh. It's over. This time, it's all over. Damn it. I'm definitely going to spend a few days in jail. Uncle Lu, when will you be back? Qin Feng felt helpless. Once the 8 lonely corpses were handed over to the police, the likelihood of tracing it back to him was significant. Although his father had assured him that as long as he did not flee and refuse to admit anything, once he returned, he could settle everything. Qin Feng feared he would inevitably have to spend some time at the police station in the meantime. Once again, the ghostly inn. Damn it. So many of my subordinates have died at your hands. You won't escape unscathed. With this thought, Qin Feng summoned his subordinates and began to issue hushed commands. The following morning, as Qin Feng had just risen, a cacophony erupted outside. Moments later, Wu Xie rushed in, exclaiming, "Boss, it's bad. The police have come, led by Kaiyun, claiming someone reported us." Reported us? For what? Qin Feng was bewildered. What could they possibly report about the ghostly inn? Gambling, drugs, and vice? Who would come to the ghostly inn for such things? "I'm not sure. You should go down and see for yourself." "All right." Qin Feng nodded. Just as he finished washing up and prepared to head downstairs, he spotted the fatty emerging from the opposite room, looking as though he hadn't slept a wink. "What happened?" "Boss?" Qin Feng sighed, pondering how much the guy had drunk the previous night. "Kaiyun has arrived," Qin Feng replied before descending the stairs. However, as he stepped down, Fatty followed closely behind, and surprisingly, he seemed to have freshened up. Even Qin Feng couldn't help but marvel at the power of love. "What's going on, Captain Kai?" Qin Feng inquired, observing Kaiyun along with a throng of police officers and reporters. This was quite a formidable presence. It seemed the complaint was substantial. "Qin Zhonggue, upon my return, I've received reports that a homicide occurred at your ghostly inn last night. They claim 8 individuals died within your establishment, and even that you unlawfully detained others. Is this true?" Qin Feng chuckled upon hearing this. "What do you think?" "I don't want to speculate. I need evidence," Kaiyun retorted. "Who is this person?" Kaiyun pointed to the still sleeping Yen Gu, who was bound with ropes, appearing as if he had been kidnapped. Bing Bing was among the crowd, and the viewers in the live stream were left dumbfounded. "What the heck? Boss Qin is involved in this too? No way. I thought Boss Qin was quite upright and not the type to engage in such antics. Of course, a villain wouldn't have the word villain stamped on their forehead. Are you implying this is a shady establishment specializing in homicide and trafficking? You really know how to exaggerate. With Boss Qin's abilities, if he were truly involved in such deeds, would we ever uncover evidence?" "Exactly. This must be a setup." In the live stream, the majority still believed in Qin Feng and his associates. However, at that moment, a young man emerged from the crowd, pointing at Qin Feng. It was their inn. Last night, We were merely curious and wanted to sneak in to see what it was like, but we were attacked. The corpses in there actually assaulted us. Thankfully, I managed to escape. Otherwise, I would have been killed too. The bodies are in the back room. Even if they clean them up, there must still be bloodstains. If you don't believe me, let's go check. Boss Qin, what do you think? Kai Yun turned to Qin Feng, clearly in a dilemma. Qin Feng smiled nonchalantly and replied, "If someone reports us to the police, we will have to undergo an inspection. Tell me, Captain Kai, can we continue doing business under such circumstances? Moreover, if we check and find no bodies, what will we say? Checking is necessary to prove your innocence, so please cooperate with my investigation." Kai Yun insisted. "Also, you haven't explained the situation with this Xiao Ge. He attempted to set our inn ablaze last night, but I apprehended him. I intended to report it this morning. But you arrived first. Wuxia, come here." Wuxia pulled out his phone, displaying footage from last night. The young man who had just accused them turned pale upon seeing the video, seemingly unable to believe there was actual footage. "This is outrageous." Kai Yun reviewed the video and nodded. "The situation with Xiao Ge is now clear. I'll send someone to investigate the arson incident from last night. However, for now, I still need to check your morgue. Of course, it is our civic duty to cooperate with the police." Qin Feng responded, leading the way to the back courtyard while adding, "But if there are no victims' bodies, I hope Captain Kai can take our side in this matter, right, Fatty?" Fatty, momentarily taken aback, picked up the thread. "Of course, we are just honest, hard-working people relying on our skills. We don't bother anyone. Kaijia, you must stand up for us. We can't let honest folks be bullied." Kaiyan shot him a glance. "When did you become an honest person? Aren't you a corpse collector?" Fatty chuckled awkwardly. "An honest corpse collector, that is not contradictory." As they spoke, the group reached the backyard. Wuxia stepped forward and opened the morgue door. Reporters surged in, snapping photos wildly. Yet, after a while, they discovered there were no bodies inside, only 9 coffins. And not a single bloodstain could be found on the floor. Where are the bodies? Right, where are the bloodstains? They couldn't have cleaned up that quickly. Everyone on site was bewildered, as were the viewers in the live stream. They must have been cleaned up. It has to be. The reporting young man panicked. Before Kai Yun could respond, Qin Feng stepped forward and lifted the lid of a coffin, pointing at the corpse inside. "This is one of the 8 lonely corpses. Regardless, it needs to be handed over to the police. If you don't believe it, you can go back and perform a gastroscopy to see if they were consumed." "Absurd." Kai coldly ordered, "Arrest that young man and interrogate him thoroughly. Also, send a vehicle for the coroner to take the 8 lonely corpses back for examination." "Wait." As Kai finished, Qin Feng interjected. "Captain Kai, since we discovered the 8 lonely corpses yesterday, Mayan has nearly been set ablaze. What are the individuals behind this truly afraid of? I want to know. Do you think our inn is easy to bully? What do you propose?" Kai inquired. Qin Feng smiled and stated, "Firstly, I want them to understand that our ghostly inn is not to be trifled with. Secondly, I wish to uncover who is secretly targeting us. Thirdly, this could assist you in solving your case. I have already contacted the ghost master, Miss Lin, who will come here shortly to summon the souls of the 8 lonely corpses. Why not listen to what the deceased themselves have to say?" Chapter 72. Lin Xiaoye summons souls, ordering paper figures summoning souls. Seriously, does such a practice exist in this world? Isn't it all just a hoax? They say summoning is merely hypnosis. Before I learned about the corpse dispatch inn, I thought corpse transportation was just a trick of the trade, but now, could it be that summoning souls is real? If it is, wouldn't that mean we could see some departed friends or lovers again? But there must be conditions, right? You can't just summon a soul at will. Otherwise, how could they reincarnate if you keep bringing them back? Goodness, you all are quite something. In Bingbing's live stream, everyone was engrossed in this discussion. Soon after, they heard Kai Yin speak up. "Is there really a soul summoning technique?" Qin Feng nodded. "But didn't you all mention that summoning isn't always successful?" Kai Yin reminded them. "You said so when we encountered the wild naked corpse." The wild naked corpse was an unclaimed body. It had no lingering spirit at the time of discovery, Qin Feng clarified. In contrast, the 8 lonely corpses were accompanied by vengeful spirits when found, which were captured by Miss Lin. Thus, summoning is considerably easier in this case. Kai finally understood. "In that case, we shall wait. Although soul summoning cannot serve as direct evidence for solving a case, it can provide us with pertinent information. Team Leader Liao, could you please ask our media friends to..." "Wait." Kai attempted to dismiss the media, but Qin Feng interrupted her. "Don't you think it would be better to broadcast this live? If there are crucial clues, wouldn't they be compromised? The suspect might be watching the stream." Qin Feng chuckled at Kai Yun's concern. Your lack of confidence is evident. It's akin to a mathematical problem. Which is easier to solve? One where you know neither the answer nor the process, or one where you know the answer but need to verify it? Kai Yun fell silent. Indeed, if she knew who the murderer was, it would provide a clearer direction for gathering evidence. With the body in her possession, no one could tamper with the evidence on that front, and she could monitor the suspect immediately. If they made any unusual moves, it would reveal their identity. Given this perspective, broadcasting live could indeed offer more advantages. All right then, we shall proceed with the live broadcast. I just wonder when Miss Lin will arrive? No sooner had Kai Yun spoken than a woman's voice chimed in from the side. I have arrived. But when can we begin? Everyone turned to see Lin Xiaoge seated leisurely at a table, sipping tea. Instantly, a throng of reporters and hosts began to direct their cameras at her. I may not understand soul summoning, but I am ready to start at any moment. I only seek answers, Kai Yun declared. Qin Feng smiled in response. Then let us not waste any more time. Miss Lin, please. Lin Xiaoge smiled back and stood. Soul summoning is fine, but I must first procure some paper figures from Master Qin. Although the technique is called summoning souls, it does not truly return the vengeful spirit to the body. Once a person has died, the body and spirit find it exceedingly difficult to reunite for any extended period. Cases like the 8 lonely corpses are rare and fraught with complications. Hence, soul summoning typically involves inviting the spirit into a paper figure. Master Qin originally sought Lin Xiaoge's assistance, and under normal circumstances, he could simply provide her with the paper figures. However, the Corpse Dispatch Inn has its own regulations. Their paper figures differ from those of ordinary paper shops and cannot be given to outsiders casually. For instance, the paper figure Lin Xiaoge had previously taken was against the rules. It had been stolen, leaving no recourse. However, he could not simply hand over the paper figures to Lin Xiaoge now. Miss Lin, you might not be aware of our inn's regulations. While paper figures are not particularly valuable, you must place an order at the shop. Rest assured, I will not charge you any fees. It is merely a formality. Lin Xiaoge nodded. It was no significant issue, just a slight waste of time. Wu Xie promptly produced some yellow talismans, allowing Qin Feng to craft the paper figures on the spot. He then went aside with Lin Xiaoge to sign the order contract. At that moment, a voice echoed in Qin Feng's mind. Ding! Corpse Dispatch Inn received an order. Craft paper figures. Please create 8 paper figures as per customer requirements. Completion reward. Soul Summoning Lamp. 80,000 dragon coins. Do you accept the order? The Soul Summoning Lamp? Qin Feng was momentarily taken aback. This item was quite valuable. The Soul Summoning Lamp resembles a small lantern and is primarily used for soul summoning. It functions similarly to a guiding lamp for spirits. But unlike the larger guiding soul lantern, which is typically hung outside of inns, the Soul Summoning Lamp is compact and designated specifically for summoning. Ordinary Corpse Dispatch Inns do not hang lanterns. Once they do, it signifies they also engage in the business of guiding spirits. Although Qin Feng's Corpse Dispatch Inn accepts business involving vengeful spirits, it remains a small-scale operation, and the northern gate is not yet open, preventing them from officially venturing into the spirit business. Accept the order. Without hesitation, Qin Feng chose to accept the order and began crafting paper figures using the protective yellow talisman paper. The surrounding reporters eagerly captured the moment. The Corpse Dispatch Inn had recently gained significant attention, especially after Qin Feng had led Bing Bing's live stream audience to witness the Hell's Wind, sparking a surge in health product purchases. Today, witnessing the crafting of paper figures live intrigued countless viewers. I wonder, do we have any paper craftsmen in the live stream? What distinguishes the paper figures crafted by Master Qin from those at regular paper shops? Indeed, I am curious. The wonders of the live stream. I humbly request a master paper craftsman. Crafting paper figures is no great feat. I am a paper craftsman myself. Indeed, someone claimed to be a paper craftsman, sharing images of the paper figures and horses he had crafted. Wow, impressive work. Indeed. By the way, is your paper figure male or female? Huh. You are kind of insulting the master. With those rosy cheeks, how could you even ask? Not at all. Let me explain. I couldn't tell because this paper figure isn't wearing any clothes, and the face is so square. By the way, I want to ask if the saying that paper figures shouldn't have their eyes dotted is true? Yes, please enlighten us. Bing Bing, curious as ever, decided to inquire. Master Qin, some viewers in my stream want to know if it is true that paper figures shouldn't have their eyes dotted and paper horses shouldn't have their manes raised. Is there a specific rule regarding this? Chapter 73. The rules of paper effigies. Curiosity piqued. Wu Xie followed suit to listen closely. The portly man interjected. I believe the fear lies within oneself. Can a paper effigy truly be revived simply by having its eyes dotted? Or can a paper horse gallop with its mane raised? Is that what you think, shopkeeper? Qin Feng chuckled at the remark. It's not wise to speak without restraint. Take heed next time. The reason behind the notion that paper effigies should not have their eyes dotted, nor paper horses have their manes raised, primarily stems from various traditions. It is said that painting eyes on a paper effigy or raising the mane of a paper horse could invite misfortune. This belief holds some merit, depending on one's perspective. Qin Feng paused briefly before continuing. Once a paper effigy has its eyes painted, it evokes a sensation of being watched. Given that it is inherently artificial, this can indeed be unsettling. In modern times, we often encounter similar feelings, such as with lifelike dolls that can induce discomfort or even nightmares. This is a scientifically recognized phenomenon. In ancient practices, there are also established beliefs specific to the trade of paper effigies. Within this ancient craft, various rules exist, including the 3 prohibitions and the 1,000 holes principle. The 3 prohibitions refers to 3 types of individuals for whom paper effigies should not be made: shrews, pregnant women, and those who have passed through certain thresholds. The 1,000 holes principle dictates that once a paper effigy is created, small holes should be punctured in the eyes, nose, ears, and lips. Historically, the creation of paper effigies differed significantly from contemporary practices. Initially, the Yin did not engage in the crafting of paper effigies itself, but procured them from paper workshops. These effigies were reused as long as they remained intact. However, as malevolent spirits began to inhabit these effigies over time, they accumulated residual negative energy. Consequently, the accumulation of this energy began to affect the health of those at the Yin Inn. Some spirits, lacking the means or moral worth to acquire their own paper effigies, would frequent these workshops, which, lacking the ability to exorcise spirits, led to supernatural occurrences. Eventually, paper workshops ceased collaboration with the Yin Inn, opting to craft only items intended for the deceased. Thus, the Yin Inn began to produce its own paper effigies. The custom of not dotting the eyes of paper effigies and not raising the manes of paper horses emerged during this transition. To ensure that the spirits could inhabit the effigies, it was imperative that the eyes were dotted and the manes raised. The rationale behind the Yin Inn's practices is more profound. When the eyes of a paper effigy are dotted, it allows the vengeful spirits to perceive their surroundings and acknowledge their existence. For instance, there are times when one senses an unclean presence nearby, yet it remains unseen. This is due to an inability to perceive the spiritual realm. Without the eyes being opened, the spirits cannot see the living. The paper effigies from the Yin are crafted specifically for the spirits. Without the dotted eyes, they would be rendered blind. As for the paper horses, their purpose differs. They are not intended for the deceased, but are meant to assist vengeful spirits in their journeys. Thus, the manes must be raised. Qin Feng refrained from mentioning a particularly shocking detail, that the paper horses prepared for vengeful spirits are indeed rideable. While spirits can pass through walls, they cannot roam freely during the day, and their time to act is severely limited at night. For longer journeys, they require a means of transportation, making the paper horse a fundamental necessity. Sharing such information would likely be futile, as the very existence of paper effigies is astonishing enough. Discussing these intricacies might not be believed by all. I knew it. The paper effigy used by shopkeeper Qin last night had eyes. One exclaimed. Indeed, it seems the paper effigies from the Yin differ from those of regular workshops. Another added. It's like a knife to the rear. My eyes have been opened. That may be true, but don't the paper effigies from workshops look quite similar to those from the Yin Inn? Does simply painting eyes make them indistinguishable from those at the Yin Inn? That appears to be the case. Hard to say. If that were true, wouldn't it imply that the craftsmanship is comparable, with only the eyes being the distinguishing factor? As the viewers debated, Bing chose not to pose this question to Qin Feng, who seemed disinclined to explain it to Wu Xie and the others. At that moment, Qin Feng began to work. Several sheets of yellow talisman paper lay upon the table, and the onlookers observed as he wielded a carving knife in one hand while deftly folding the talisman paper with the other. In an instant, the knife danced across the surface of the paper, fluidly and without pause. Each cut was executed with precision and grace. When he finally paused, the middle-aged man beheld the rough outline of a paper effigy taking form. What followed left everyone astounded. With a brush in one hand and a carving knife in the other, Qin Feng began to meticulously refine the effigy. Each stroke seemed akin to sculpting a precious jade artifact. If his cuts demonstrated skill, then each brushstroke imparted a sense of life to the paper figure. as if it were awakening under his touch. How does your skill compare to that of the shopkeeper? The portly man inquired. Wu Xie, feeling slightly embarrassed, replied. Perhaps a 10th or a 12th of his skill. I must admit, my spiritual energy is lacking and requires diligent practice. Every stroke from the shopkeeper not only flowed seamlessly but also concealed immense spiritual energy. Though invisible and intangible, this energy significantly influences the quality of the final paper effigy. One cannot help but be in awe. In the live stream, countless viewers were stirred by Qin Feng's crafting process. My goodness, that paper effigy resembles a work of art. Indeed, I feel it rivals those of high-end luxury brands. Rival? Are you joking? This paper effigy starts at no less than 10,000. Impressive. It's like the Rolls-Royce of paper effigies. One cannot deny. Indeed, every profession has its prodigies. Speaking of which, what happened to that master paper effigy maker? Is he still accepting apprentices? Yes. Are you taking on disciples? Even if it requires payment for lessons. Why would you want to learn this? Someone questioned. Clearly you're single. It's for creating a girlfriend figure. Exactly. For those with girlfriends, craft a doll of her. For the unattached, make one for yourself. Using a paper effigy? Are you out of your mind? What's wrong with that? You set your own style and outfits, unlike those mass-produced dolls that all look the same. Isn't it more appealing? Wow, your tastes are quite peculiar. By the way, is the master paper effigy maker still here? I seek guidance. Indeed, shopkeeper Qin probably won't teach us. So we must rely on you, a fellow artisan. Moments later, one viewer sent a message. Scram. I'm not his peer. I don't deserve it. My skills in crafting paper effigies are an insult in comparison. I'm done. Whoever wants to make them can, but I'm out. Chapter 74. The Soul Summoning Lamp. Lin Xiaoge's live soul summoning in the midst of the astonished gazes of those surrounding him. Qin Feng swiftly completed the crafting of the 8 paper figures. As he handed them over to Lin Xiaoge, the system's voice resounded in his mind. Ding. Paperman crafting quest completed. Reward. Soul summoning lamp distributed. 80,000 dragon coins. Reward. 80,000 dragon coins credited. With the system's announcement, Qin Feng felt the presence of a delicate lamp materializing in his mind, presumably the soul summoning lamp. However, given the number of people around, he refrained from inspecting it for the time being. Lin Xiaoge took the 8 paper figures and arranged them neatly on the ground before commencing the soul summoning. In essence, the process involved releasing the vengeful spirits of the 8 lonely corpses one by one, guiding them into the paper figures. This endeavor required some time. Qin Feng sat beside her, wiping his hands, and inquired, did the police uncover any details regarding the origins of the 8 lonely corpses yesterday? Kai Yun hesitated momentarily before responding. We did uncover some information, but if Captain Kai feels it's inconvenient to share, you need not disclose it. This matter does not concern me directly. I merely hope your department can resolve it swiftly so that we, the ordinary citizens, may resume our business activities. Kai Yun's expression twitched, seemingly incredulous, as if to say, you, an ordinary citizen? What a joke. Actually, the backgrounds of these 8 girls are rather peculiar, Kai Yun remarked. Let's have Captain Liao explain. Captain Liao nodded and began to speak. We investigated the cases of missing persons throughout the city over the past few years. Initially, we found nothing. However, upon expanding our search, we discovered that 2 years ago, an orphanage reported the disappearance of 4 young women, all in their early 20s. Additionally, 2 other orphanages reported the loss of 2 girls each, totaling precisely 8. As we delved deeper, we found that these 8 girls shared strikingly similar backgrounds. All were from orphanages, and our forensic examination revealed they had died 5 years prior. The orphanages reported them missing 2 years ago, which raised our suspicions about whether they were indeed part of the same group. Eventually, we realized that the reporting was simply delayed. It turns out that the children from the orphanages had 2 paths to follow as they grew up. Either they were adopted by kind-hearted individuals, or they remained in the orphanage. Typically, the children who stayed would visit the orphanage yearly, while those with busier lives might return every 2 years. These 8 girls, however, shared a unique characteristic. They collectively vanished 5 years ago. Their last contact with the orphanage occurred 5 years prior, and for 3 years, the orphanage assumed they were simply occupied. It wasn't until 2 years ago, when they attempted to organize an event and failed to reach the girls, that they sensed something was amiss. As Captain Liao spoke, he sighed heavily. Last night, we showed their photographs to the orphanage, and their identities were confirmed. They are indeed the 8 girls who went missing. What could the perpetrator have been thinking? 8 beautiful young women simply vanished. Captain Liao, who had a daughter of his own, expressed his sorrow and frustration whenever confronted with such cases. The hefty man listening nearby was equally incensed. It's already tragic enough, and yet they suffered further harm. It's truly inhumane. Head sister, how much longer will this take? I can barely contain my curiosity to know who the culprit is. Lin Xiaoge did not turn around as she replied. We can begin now. With that, Qin Feng ceased his conversation with Kai Yun, and everyone turned their attention to Lin Xiaoge. At that moment, in a luxurious hotel somewhere in Luozhou City, Qin Feng watched the live stream with an increasingly grim expression. Among all the viewers, he was undoubtedly the most tormented, left with no recourse but to wait. On site, Lin Xiaoge retrieved a large gourd from her waist. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, she removed the gourd stopper. Almost immediately, a dark mist emerged from within. As this shadow appeared, the temperature in the yin-yang seemed to plummet. Lin Xiaoge, however, made no unnecessary movements. She merely pointed towards the paper figures on the ground. Remarkably, the dark mist indeed flew into them. Qin Feng furrowed his brow at the sight. He was no longer the inexperienced novice he once was. With his mastery of ghost-catching techniques, he was well-versed in the art of soul summoning. However, what Lin Xiaoge was executing at that moment could hardly be termed a proper summoning. It was merely a forceful attempt to draw the vengeful spirits of the 8 lonely corpses into the paper figures. It must be noted that soul summoning is a highly skilled craft, yet Qin Feng observed no finesse in Lin Xiaoge's approach, only sheer dominance. This was evidently the act of a powerful ghost king, commanding the vengeful spirits to enter the paper figures, with no semblance of true soul summoning. The most glaring indication was that Lin Xiaoge did not even employ the soul summoning lamp, a fundamental tool for genuine ghost catchers, a scenario that was utterly inconceivable. The trio, Wu Xia included, glanced at Qin Feng, clearly sensing that something was amiss with the summoning process. It seemed far too simplistic. Qin Feng shook his head, signaling them to remain silent. They were all aware of Lin Xiaoge's ghostly nature, so there was no need to vocalize their doubts about the illogical proceedings. After all, no one knew her true intentions, and given her extraordinary power, it was prudent to avoid provoking her. As long as she harbored no ill will towards the yin-yang inn, it was best to continue feigning ignorance. 1 spirit, 2 spirits, 3 spirits. Soon, all 8 spirits flew forth from the gourd, each entering a paper figure. Almost simultaneously, the 8 paper figures on the ground underwent a dramatic transformation. The live stream camera focused on the figures, yet no one discerned the moment of their metamorphosis. The once palm-sized paper figures suddenly grew several times larger, transforming into 8 graceful young women, each adorned in distinct attire. This spectacle left the viewers in the live stream utterly dumbfounded. Is this really soul summoning? This looks more like a magic trick. Goodness, I feel intellectually insulted. Is this what soul summoning entails? Who knows? It certainly doesn't seem like it. It feels more like watching television. Who is Lin Xiaoge anyway? Why haven't I heard of her before? I vaguely remember her. She is a ghost catcher who collaborated with manager Qin. Wait, are you suggesting this soul summoning is legitimate? Uncertain, the audience buzzed with speculation, sensing that something about the soul summoning felt off, lacking an air of mystery. Unbeknownst to them, Qin Feng stood and addressed the 8 young women. This is Officer Kai. You should be aware of your circumstances. Please tell us, who harmed you? The 8 women hesitated for a moment before kneeling in unison. Their expressions conveyed a mix of grievance and despair as they looked at Kai Yun, collectively pleading, please. Officer Kai, seek justice for us. The one who killed us is none other than the infamous young master of Luozhou City, Qin Feng. Qin Feng. How could it be him? Isn't he the owner of the Tianming Group? This is huge news. In an instant, the media reporters at the scene erupted in a frenzy. Chapter 75. The shock of the entire internet due to Qin Feng's actions. Qin Feng? I can't believe that guy did it. Isn't he a rich second generation? Indeed, I recall him being quite decent. There seemed to be no negative news about him. Nonsense. You clearly don't know him. He seized the land for that restaurant he opened just days ago. Yes, I heard that too. He has a group of thugs under him. And it seems the leader is Brother Yin. What? So the true culprit behind last night's fire prevention at the inn is Qin Feng. No wonder he wanted to destroy the 8 corpses. This is truly his doing. As the discussion intensified in the live stream, Qin Feng, in a hotel within Luozhou City, closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Eventually, the inevitable had arrived. Boss, why not leave for now? One of his subordinates expressed concern. Qin Feng shot him a glare. Leave? If I could escape, I would have run long ago. Why wait for the police to come knocking? His father had once said, never run away. If you do, it's truly over. Could he really abandon his vast empire in Luozhou City? You go ahead. Let me be alone for a moment to gather my thoughts, Qin Feng declared. His heart was tumultuous. He was genuinely frightened, fearful that past events would resurface. Once exposed, he would undoubtedly face dire consequences. Yet, both his father and Master Lu had urged him to stay, which tormented him further. But the thought of his family's wealth compelled Qin Feng to endure. Without that fortune, he might as well be dead. Father, you must arrive soon. Qin Feng gazed out the window, his eyes filled with helplessness and resentment. Once his father arrived, he would ensure the corpse and was eradicated from Luozhou City, without fail. Can anyone explain what transpired back then? Qin inquired of the 8 women. Now that they had the answer, they merely needed to uncover the details of the events. Once she understood the sequence of events, she would know how to proceed with gathering evidence. Meanwhile, Team Liao and Team Tan had quietly departed, needing to control Qin Feng swiftly. Even if they couldn't formally charge him yet, he certainly couldn't be allowed to roam freely. Under the watchful gaze of the crowd, one woman stepped forward. I am Lu Zhan, a former bank employee. I met Qin Feng while conducting business at the bank. After we got acquainted, he began pursuing me. 2 months into our relationship, I discovered his promiscuity and decided to break up. Yet he drugged me, and then tears streamed down Lu Zhan's face as she recounted her ordeal. The second woman then spoke. I am Aya, Qin Feng's former girlfriend. My family was not well off. He pursued me and even promised to marry me. But one day he brought his friends too. I refused, and then they kidnapped me. One by one, the 8 women shared their harrowing experiences, and the atmosphere grew heavy with silence. In the live stream, a wave of outrage erupted. I bought a watch last year. What the hell is this nonsense? How can such a person be involved with a publicly listed company? Is the universe blind? If I were his friend, I would definitely take him down. Where's my knife? Bring me my 30-meter-long blade. I'm ready to kill. Such scum deserves a slow and painful death. The entire internet was in an uproar. Even within the Tianming group, many were taken aback upon witnessing the live stream. The company's stock plummeted, incurring significant losses. Qin's face turned pale, her fists clenched tightly. If the words of the wronged souls could be considered direct evidence, she would have already set off to arrest Qin Feng. Unfortunately, the words of the deceased could only serve as supplementary references, not direct proof. The enraged Huzi pounded the wall. Damn it, did you all hear that? They used to say I was a threat to the country. This is the real scum. Compared to him, I'm practically saving fallen girls. He was furious. There are 3 of us single men, and this guy is a menace. We must take him down. Calm down. Let us hear what Officer Kai has to say. Wu Xia interjected. Qin took a moment to compose herself. I'm aware of everything you've said, but you may not know that the words of the deceased cannot serve as direct evidence. Do you have any proof to substantiate your claims? Or to demonstrate that Qin Feng has harmed you? Yes. The 8 women responded almost in unison. Before I died, Qin Feng assaulted me. His is still inside me. Me too. The same happened to me. Damn it, he is a beast, a monster. He must be captured. They cried in unison. Yes. He must be caught. Some journalists could no longer hold their composure. Qin, infuriated, stood up. Call the coroner immediately to conduct an autopsy on the 8 corpse. Yes. A police officer promptly went to make arrangements. Qin resumed her conversation with the 8 corpses, primarily inquiring if they knew of any other victims. However, the results were disheartening. The 8 corpses declared ignorance. With the coroner on the way for the autopsy, Qin decided to have Lin Xiaoye summon the spirits of the 8 corpse. Looking at Qin, Lin Xiaoye suddenly smiled. Officer Kai, are you considering whether the wild woman's corpse is related to Qin Feng? The atmosphere crackled with tension. Wild woman's corpse? The one brought back from the corpse a few days ago was also Qin Feng's doing? No way. I can't bear to hear this. Just kill him already. Though she wanted to argue that one must not wrongfully accuse the innocent nor let the guilty go free. Could Qin Feng truly be innocent? The crowd was nearly on the verge of exploding with anger. Qin turned to Lin Xiaoye. Miss Lin, what do you want to say? Can you summon the spirit of the wild woman? You all said. I certainly can at the moment. I just summoned spirits and am a bit fatigued. However, it seems that Manager Qin has recently begun accepting requests for spirit summoning. Shall we place an order and have him give it a try? Manager Qin, can you do it? Lin Xiaoye looked at Qin Feng, a faint smile adorning her face. Qin Feng returned her gaze, perplexed by her intentions. She had always seemed harmless. Yet now she proposed such a request. The spirit of the wild woman had likely reincarnated long ago. The chances of successfully summoning her now were minuscule. Was she attempting to embarrass him in public? But that didn't make sense. She had come to help him before, indicating no malice. Why would she want to put him in a difficult position now? Sensing his hesitation, Lin Xiaoye stepped closer, lowering her voice. Don't worry. You will succeed in summoning her. You owe me 2 favors. Let us settle one now, shall we? Qin Feng gazed at her, increasingly bewildered by her intentions. Yet, the request was indeed reasonable, for he acknowledged his indebtedness. Trusting Lin Xiaoye, he nodded in agreement. A man must not concede defeat. Since Miss Lin has a need, I shall certainly oblige. However, according to the rules of the Corpse Delivery Inn, Miss Lin, you must place your order first. Chapter 76. Lin Xiaoye places another order. Qin Feng summons souls. You truly have a penchant for placing orders. I recall someone mentioning during the live stream that you occasionally indulge in this habit. Let us finalize the contract. Lin Xiaoye remarked, somewhat exasperated. Qin Feng found himself at an impasse. The ghostly courier Inn adhered to its own regulations. If they wished to assist, they must first place an order. Although aiding the police was indeed their obligation, placing an order was hardly an inconvenience. Qin Feng had seldom charged for such matters. Beep. Ghostly courier Inn has accepted the order. Summoning order. Completion. Summon Lin Xiao. Reward. 50,000 dragon coins. Would you like to accept the order? Upon hearing the system's notification, Qin Feng was momentarily taken aback. Why was this time solely monetary? Previously, he had received a soul lamp alongside the paper doll. Yet now, it seemed rather parsimonious, reduced merely to coins. However, upon reflection, Qin Feng came to terms with it. If generous rewards were consistently bestowed for repeated orders, he could potentially claim all rewards within a single day. The system likely possessed a verification mechanism. Encountering someone who repeatedly placed orders might lead to a withholding of rewards. In fact, it was conceivable that even the dragon coins could be forfeited. With orders piling up, Qin Feng opted not to delay further. As Wuxia and Lin Xiaoye engaged in signing the contract, he called out to the stout fellow. Prepare a bowl of clear water, 2 inkstones, and 3 incense sticks. Understood. The stout fellow responded, promptly getting to work. Bring the fire over. Right away, the young man replied, swiftly retrieving a fire starter from the backyard. Under the watchful gaze of the onlookers, Qin Feng turned to fetch the soul lamp. The crowd's astonishment was palpable as they beheld the peculiar lamp in his hands. What is that? One mused. It resembles a lamp, akin to an old oil lamp, another observed. But what purpose does it serve in summoning souls? Perplexity hung in the air, as the process seemed entirely distinct from Lin Xiaoye's earlier summoning. In the live stream, viewers erupted in chatter. Wow! This feels like the genuine summoning of souls. Indeed, Lin the Beautiful's method seemed rather haphazard. You see, the more skilled one is, the more they can streamline complex procedures. Lin seems to be quite adept at summoning. That makes sense. But I doubt it. Qin is far more professional. It seems. That a sentiment I share. The less I comprehend, the more it appears to be a true expertise. Amidst the lively discussions, the stout fellow efficiently prepared the required items. Wuxia had also finalized the contract with Lin Xiaoye. All eyes turned to Qin Feng, eager to witness his soul summoning technique. Qin Feng arranged the items on the table and remarked, Wuxia, since you aspire to become a ghost catcher, it is essential to understand the art of summoning souls as well. Certainly, Wuxia exclaimed, rushing over. The young man watched attentively, while the stout fellow, lacking interest in ghost catching, merely observed the spectacle. Qin Feng gestured towards the items before him and explained, summoning souls differs from catching ghosts. The former seeks to retrieve wandering spirits, while the latter aims to release them. Thus, within this delicate craft, there exist 3 prohibitions that must be strictly observed. Master, what do these prohibitions entail? Wuxia inquired. The 3 prohibitions are as follows. First, do not summon those who have entered reincarnation. Such souls have already transitioned, and attempts at summoning will inevitably fail, resulting in repercussions upon oneself. If you perceive the dual energies of yin and yang during the summoning, cease immediately, for they signify the entrance to reincarnation. Witnessing this indicates that the deceased has reincarnated, and further attempts are futile. Understood, Wuxia nodded. Second, do not summon those who dwell in the underworld. These souls hold positions in the nether realm and are under the authority of King Yama. Attempting to wrest them away would be tantamount to courting disaster. If you observe the gates of the underworld during summoning, it signifies the presence of a soul with official status, and you must halt your efforts. And the third, do not summon those bound by chains. These souls have just been captured by the emissaries of the underworld and are on their way to report. Summoning such souls is perilous. Should the emissary discover you, not only will you deplete your own virtue, but your life may also be jeopardized. Wuxia listened in astonishment and rapidly questioned, why are the emissaries so formidable? Isn't King Yama the most powerful? Qin Feng shook his head. These are distinct concepts. Both the reincarnation entrance and King Yama wield great power, yet the first two situations allow for cessation without alerting them. The third scenario, however, is the most treacherous. Thus, if you hear the sound of shackles during summoning, you must cease immediately. Failing to do so may lead to your detection by the emissary, thereby inviting calamity upon yourself. At this point, Qin Feng sighed. This illustrates why I previously cautioned against the reckless use of tiered talismans. Should an emissary become aware, it could spell trouble for us, as we have yet to secure any official status in the underworld. Regardless of the tier, these talismans mimic the official seals of the underworld, making them easily recognizable if encountered. Only upon obtaining authentic seals from the underworld can one legitimately utilize corresponding tiered talismans. The principle applies equally to summoning souls. Understood, Master. Wuxia affirmed, realizing the intricate nuances involved in the seemingly simple act of summoning souls. The onlookers appeared equally astonished, having been previously unaware of the complexities entailed. Lin Shiyue's summoning had indeed seemed straightforward, a task anyone could perform. Yet, Qin Feng's approach was laden with stringent protocols. Viewers in the live stream were similarly captivated, bombarding the chat with comments. Wow, is summoning souls truly this dangerous? It seems running a ghostly inn is no easy feat. This is hardly surprising. Does anyone really think it's a walk in the park? Impressive, I've gained new insights. Is there really a hierarchy in the underworld? If I were to die and hold a position there, it would indeed be quite grand. Perhaps in the underworld, you'd be associating with Oxhead and Horseface. Who are Oxhead and Horseface? The guardians of the underworld. Lin Shiyue observed Qin Feng with a subtle smile, lost in her thoughts. Qin Feng cast a glance at her, but said nothing further, gesturing for the proceedings to commence. With that, Qin Feng raised his hand and ignited the soul lamp using the fire starter. The lamp instantly emitted a ghostly blue glow. He swiftly fashioned a paper figure from the yellow talisman paper and continued, remember, the soul lamp will last for the duration of one incense stick. If summoning is unsuccessful within that time frame and the lamp extinguishes, you may abandon the attempt. Should the three prohibitions not manifest, it indicates that the soul has yet to reincarnate, but is simply too distant for summoning. I shall begin now. Observe and learn, Qin Feng declared, producing the soul-stabilizing bell from his pocket. As he shook it, he recited in a rhythmic incantation, to dust, return to dust. I summon the wandering soul back to its path. The soul lamp and paper figure laid out, revealing the heart's grievances and suffering. Guide the soul homeward swiftly. Chapter 77. Lin Xiaoqiao returns. Lin Shiyue reveals the truth as Qin Feng's words fell. The light of the soul-calling lamp began to tremble. Simultaneously, the paper figure on the table started to sway. Yet, there was no wind in the room. What could this mean? The three of them, Wuxia and his companions, looked on in confusion. Qin Feng, however, shouted, what normal phenomenon? Remember, summoning souls does not mean you can call upon anyone you desire. Sometimes, the one who comes may not be the person you wish for. Fatty, strike the bell once. Understood. Fatty, sensing something amiss, rushed to the soul-dispelling bell. At this moment, Qin Feng had already activated his third eye, observing several malevolent spirits lurking around. Anger surged within him. Although summoning souls often attracted other restless spirits, this was the Yin-Yang Inn, and it was audacious for these spirits to intrude upon his domain. With a resounding thud from Fatty's strike, the bell's chime reverberated through the air. The spirits surrounding them were instantly terrified, turning to flee from the Yin-Yang Inn. Those few that were slow to escape were crushed by the bell's sound, dissipating without a chance for rebirth. Should we summon the shopkeeper again? Fatty inquired. Qin Feng waved his hand. Although the soul-dispelling bell was formidable, if the rightful spirit was nearby, the bell's toll would likely deter it from approaching. Lin Shiyue's face showed signs of distress, but she remained silent. Qin Feng glanced at her, surprised that she could withstand the bell's chime. Could she truly possess the strength of a ghost king? The bell could only suppress a ghost king after 3 tolls, but striking it thrice would likely provoke her. A scenario Qin Feng wished to avoid. With his current capabilities, he could only ensure his own safety against a ghost king. Moreover, Lin Xiaoyue had committed no wrongs against him. Although humans and spirits were worlds apart, he had no intentions of confronting her. Enough, Qin Feng commanded, prompting Fatty to lower the hammer. The previously trembling soul-calling lamp and paper figures ceased their movements. Qin Feng sighed, realizing that this summoning was likely to fail. Many spirits had appeared, yet Lin Xiaoqiao's spirit remained absent, suggesting she had ventured far away. Just as Qin Feng prepared to speak, a sudden muffled thud echoed. To everyone's astonishment, the cork of the yin-yang gourd placed in the inn's center popped open. Almost simultaneously, Qin Feng saw a wisp of a restless spirit soar from within and swiftly enter the paper figure. Before their eyes, the paper figure expanded rapidly, transforming into a graceful woman. Upon seeing her, Qin Feng's heart raced with understanding. He glanced at Lin Xiaoyue, who was also looking at him, a smile playing on her lips. Clearly, this had been her plan all along. No wonder she had gifted him the yin-yang gourd. It contained Lin Xiaoqiao's spirit from the outset. Qin Feng had not anticipated that the female ghost captured during his earlier confrontation with Lu Zhenren was, in fact, Lin Xiaoqiao. Are you Lin Xiaoqiao? Kai Yun asked. It is I, the paper figure replied. Kai Yun and the others rejoiced, having successfully summoned the spirit. The atmosphere was filled with cheers from the scene and the online viewers. Yet, Qin Feng felt no joy. He realized he had been manipulated by Lin Xiaoyue. Although he was displeased, he refrained from voicing his frustrations. This was not the time for anger. Once this matter concluded, he would have to confront Lin Xiaoyue about her intentions. Noticing Qin Feng's irritation, Lin Xiaoyue spoke up. Now that we have succeeded, Xiao, please tell Officer Kai who harmed you. All right. Lin Xiaoqiao nodded and began conversing with Officer Kai. Reporters captured the moment, oblivious to Qin Feng and the others. Lin Xiaoyue moved closer to Qin Feng, smiling. Are you angry? I apologize. I shouldn't have deceived you, but I truly had no choice. Please don't be upset. All right. Qin Feng felt a pang of discomfort at her earnest apology. There is no need for apologies. I'm more curious about why you did this. If I was merely a pawn, I deserve to know your reasons. Lin Xiaoyue chuckled lightly. It's nothing really. I needed to leverage your influence in Luozhou City. I can see you're a good person, which is why things unfolded as they did. She then divulged the entire story. Following Lin Xiaoqiao's incident, she encountered Lin Xiaoyue, who, possessing formidable strength, took her in. Naturally, Lin Xiaoyue did not disclose her true identity as a ghost. She merely explained that she had met Lin Xiaoqiao while hunting spirits and learned of the subsequent events. Lin Xiaoqiao, an orphan, had been targeted by Qin Feng during her university years. Despite her resistance, she was tragically pushed off a building during a struggle with Qin Feng. Initially, Lin Xiaoyue intended to confront Qin Feng directly. However, she found him to be cunning, leaving no opportunities for retaliation. Following the incident, Qin Feng changed Lin Xiaoqiao's clothes to eliminate fingerprints, fearing a forensic examination would unveil additional evidence. He had her corpse stolen and buried in the east suburb wetland park, which was undergoing reconstruction, leading to a 3-year unresolved case. Qin Feng, amused, asked, Then why didn't you let Lin Xiaoqiao take revenge on Qin Feng directly? A restless spirit can kill, can't it? This inquiry, though directed at Lin Xiaoqiao, was also a critique of Lin Xiaoyue. Given her strength, eliminating an ordinary person should pose no challenge. Lin Xiaoyue shook her head. You don't understand Qin Feng. If you did, you'd know that an ordinary restless spirit cannot approach him. He possesses the Dragon Gate's treasured 18 pearls, a gift from his father's master upon joining the Dragon Gate. Even a ghost king cannot contend with them. After the incident, Qin Tianming entrusted the 18 pearls to his son, who never parts with them. There was simply no opportunity. Moreover, killing him would only be vengeance. Lin Xiaoqiao desires to ruin his reputation and expose his true nature. I discovered her presence here, which is why I intruded upon your inn. However, upon recognizing you as a good person, I refrained from harming you. I merely sought to utilize your influence to avenge Xiao. I truly harbor no ill intentions. Lin Xiaoyue's sincerity was evident as she spoke, clearly earnest in her intentions. Qin Feng regarded her with curiosity. What kind of spirit was she? Possessing the ability to assist others despite her own ghostly existence? While the group engaged in conversation, a commotion erupted from the crowd. Qin Feng. How could it be Qin Feng again? What on earth has this brother done? I want to know too. He truly is a beast. Isn't that the truth? Chapter 78. Kai Yun places an order, rewarding a substantial amount of Yin virtue as Lin Xiaoqiao recounted her own tale, the collective ire of the onlookers was ignited. Particularly those in the live broadcast room were thoroughly inflamed by her narrative. The tragedy of the 8 lonely corpses was already grievous enough. Yet the revelation of Lin Xiaoqiao's plight added another layer of sorrow. This brought the total number of lost lives to 9. The myriad of crimes committed was so heinous that even a sentence of slow slicing would seem insufficient. Cai Yun, a seasoned officer experienced in handling nearly every type of case, could not help but wear a grim expression upon hearing these accounts. Lin Xiaoqiao departed swiftly, this time not returning to the Yinyang gourd, but rather being taken in directly by Lin Sheiyue. The desired effect was achieved. The entire city of Luozhou was now not only focused on the 8 lonely corpses, but also on the case of the wild woman's corpse. Soon after, news broke that the police had just apprehended Qin Feng. This revelation captured the attention of the entire city. With 9 lives at stake, everyone was eager to witness the fate that awaited Qin Feng, the heir of the Tianming group. The reporters who had gathered outside the corpse transport inn, upon receiving this news, hastened towards the police station, hoping to capture images of Qin Feng being escorted inside. The once bustling exterior fell into a hushed silence. Cai Yun stood and remarked, "Thank you all for today. I will arrange for the 8 lonely corpses to be taken away. As for the case, I will do my utmost. Will your utmost be enough to resolve it?" I am referring specifically to Lin Xiaoqiao's case. Lin Sheiyue interjected. "There isn't much evidence regarding Lin Xiaoqiao's case. What will the police do?" Cai Yun furrowed her brow at this inquiry. "I understand your concerns, and they mirror my own. I reiterate, the words of the wronged cannot serve as direct evidence. Therefore, if there is no additional proof that Qin Feng persecuted Lin Xiaoqiao, and Qin Feng himself refuses to confess, I fear this case may prove challenging." Cai Yun did not conceal her thoughts. It was evident to anyone with a discerning eye that Qin Feng was bound to face consequences due to the substantial evidence surrounding the 8 lonely corpses. However, with the evidence in Lin Xiaoqiao's case gone, implicating Qin Feng further was, to be honest, quite difficult. After all, this was an era that prized evidence above all else. Without it, nothing could be accomplished. "Manager Qin, do you have any suggestions?" Cai Yun inquired. Qin Feng paused momentarily before responding with a smile. "Cai, you must be jesting. This is the Corpse Transport Inn, not a private detective agency. What could I possibly do? However, should you require our assistance, we will naturally do our utmost. But let me make it clear, an order must be placed first." Cai Yun sighed in resignation. She too wished to solve Lin Xiaoqiao's case, but without evidence. The situation remained dire. "I have an idea." Lin Sheiyue suddenly spoke up. "You? What idea do you have?" Cai Yun asked, intrigued. Lin Sheiyue smiled, as a ghost catcher. "It is quite easy for me to compel someone to speak. For instance, if Lin Xiaoqiao were to appear before Qin Feng, I doubt he could maintain his composure. However, you must first remove the 18 beads from Qin Feng's possession. Those beads are treasures of Longmen. Without removing them, Lin Xiaoqiao's vengeful spirit cannot approach him." "What did you say?" Cai Yun was momentarily taken aback. The 18 Buddha beads of Longmen? How could he possibly possess such treasures? Lin Sheiyue chuckled. "It seems Officer Cai is unaware that Qin Feng has the backing of Longmen. No wonder this case has remained unresolved for 3 years. It must be that Master Lu did not wish for you to find anything." Cai Yun's expression shifted dramatically. The police had a close partnership with Longmen. If Master Lu truly did not wish to assist her, her hands would be tied. What on earth is happening? Cai Yun furrowed her brow as she questioned. Lin Sheiyue recounted the events, but Cai Yun shook her head in disbelief. "Impossible. Cai Tianming is missing. Our police have investigated and found no trace of him. How could he possibly be with Longmen? Moreover, such actions would be illegal." Wuxia interjected with a laugh. "Illegal? Longmen collaborates with your police. If they choose to remain silent, how would you ever know? Furthermore, legality hinges on the sufficiency of the benefits involved. According to Miss Lin, Qin Tianming is someone Longmen has taken a keen interest in. Concealing his whereabouts and protecting his son is likely an easy task." Cai Yun was struck with profound astonishment. It became clear why her progress in Luozhou had been so sluggish. She had not even managed to locate a corpse. Had it not been for the corpse transport in discovering the wild woman's corpse, she might still be at a standstill. "Officer Cai, this interdependent framework may not solely benefit you. As a sect within the ancient trade, it is only natural for Longmen to reap some rewards. As for what to do next, that is for you to figure out. I have heard that Master Lu will be returning soon. If he arrives, this case may become even more complicated." Qin Feng remarked with a smile. Cai Yun's face hardened, and she replied coldly. The investigation results are not for Lu to interfere with. But you are correct, to prevent further complications. I will mobilize all available manpower and resources to resolve this case within 3 days. I will leave them no opportunity. Turning towards Lin Xiaoyue, she added, I am a police officer. Qin Feng is merely a suspect at this point. Without evidence, I cannot compel him to remove his adornments. I will give you the opportunity to retrieve the 18 beads from him tonight. What do you say? Lin Xiaoyue hesitated, as she too was a vengeful spirit and could not approach the 18 beads. After a moment, she smiled. Why not let Manager Qin and the others assist? The 8 lonely corpses are exceedingly dangerous. I believe you may need their support tonight. This way, it can be justified. Otherwise, if I were to suddenly appear at the police station and get discovered, it would be even more troublesome. Kai Yin nodded in agreement. This was indeed a sound plan. Then I will trouble Manager Qin and the others to guard the 8 lonely corpses at the police station tonight. Qin Feng grinned. We are in the business of service. You place an order, and we will gladly comply. Wuxia smiled and dashed off to retrieve the contract. Business had been thriving that day, with several orders received. The influx was unstoppable. Soon, a voice resonated in Qin Feng's mind. Ding. Corpse Transport Inn has accepted an order. Night watch at the police station. Ensure the 8 lonely corpses are secured overnight. Completion reward. Substantially in virtue. Would you like to accept the order? Substantially in virtue? Qin Feng was momentarily taken aback. This reward was undoubtedly worthwhile. Although they could not currently see the yin virtue, it would undoubtedly prove invaluable in the future. Even though there was no dragon coin reward this time, the prospect of these yin virtue points made the venture worthwhile. Then we shall meet tonight, Kai Yin declared, before leading the officers and the 8 lonely corpses away. Simultaneously, another voice echoed in Qin Feng's mind. Ding. Completed the police storage order. Completion reward. 800,000 dragon coins have been credited. Chapter 79. The origins of the 18 beads at 8 o'clock in the evening. Qin Feng and his companions departed from the inn as promised, heading directly to the police station. During the journey, the portly fellow made a call to Kai Yun, discussing the arrangements for the night. According to Kai Yun's plans, since they were not police officers, their invitation to the station was to oversee the corpse. Such matters must be conducted openly. Otherwise, if leaked online, it could lead to complications in future trials. Aside from these considerations, there were merely a few logistical details to finalize. Given that Qin Feng was being treated as a suspect without a confirmed crime, the police station could only hold her temporarily. The earliest evidence would not be available until the autopsy results were released the following morning. Therefore, they had to devise a way to obtain Qin Feng's admission of guilt regarding Lin Xiaoqiao's murder tonight. The portly fellow stated, the innkeeper. Kai Yun mentioned that at 10 o'clock tonight, there will be a 1-minute power outage at the police station. This is our only opportunity. At that time, I and the young master will retrieve the 18 beads from Qin Feng's wrist, and the rest will depend on Miss Lin and her companions. Qin Feng nodded in agreement. This was indeed the best approach. After all, their task was merely to collect the 18 beads, and the subsequent events bore no relation to them. They were already deeply entangled in this mess. Moreover, it was merely a matter of retrieving an object, which should be relatively simple. As for how Lin Xiaoyue and her companions secured the evidence, that was not their concern. Wuxia, trailing behind, inquired, Innkeeper, having accompanied you for this time, we have gained some understanding of this ancient profession. But what exactly is the Longmen sect? And what are these 18 beads? Indeed, the portly fellow remarked. I am also curious. Once we retrieve the 18 beads, can I keep them for myself? He was equally intrigued. A talisman that could instill fear in a spirit like Lin Xiaoyue must surely be a remarkable object. Qin Feng responded. As for the nature of the Longmen sect, I cannot say for certain. I only know that it is a lineage that has been passed down for many years. Initially, it was on par with Maoshan. However, as the ancient profession began to decline, the situation of Longmen worsened. Yet, the appearance of a certain individual brought about a transformation in its fortunes. This person is revered as the founding patriarch of modern Longmen, known as Tontian Swan, who initially made his name as a fortune teller. A fortune teller? What incredible fortune must he have possessed to ascend to such heights? The group exclaimed in astonishment. Qin Feng chuckled. Indeed, this individual was exceptionally fortunate. He traversed the world as a fortune teller, essentially a charlatan. However, by a twist of fate, he saved an old monk, who turned out to be a transcended being. To repay the kindness, the monk took him under his wing, and he became a monk himself. Unfortunately, Tong Tian Xuan was unable to maintain purity for long and returned to secular life every 2 years, departing from his master. Nevertheless, during his time in the Buddhist realm, he acquired considerable skills. Eventually, he fortuitously entered the Taoist sect and ultimately joined the precursor of Longmen. At this point, Qin Feng smiled. The 18 beads were invented by Tong Tian Xuan. When he left the Buddhist order, his master gifted him a string of 18 prayer beads, hoping he would perform daily good deeds. Who would have imagined that this fellow would repurpose the prayer beads into Taoist beads and embark on a ghost-catching career? The 18 beads possessed tremendous power, aiding him in becoming the leader of Longmen. What you see now are merely replicas. The genuine beads are likely still in Tong Tian Xuan's possession, but these imitations are formidable. Ordinary ghost catchers would hardly be able to use them. The string on Qin Feng is likely a gift from her father upon joining Longmen, intended for her protection. Everyone was taken aback, realizing that such a seemingly trivial string of beads possessed such extraordinary origins. They were struck by the disparity in human experiences. Some are born into privilege, while others toil relentlessly simply to survive. The gap was indeed vast. Half an hour later, they arrived at the police station as scheduled. For the night's operation, Kai Yun had deliberately placed the 8 corpses and Qin Feng in the same building. The corpses were stored in a temporary mortuary on the basement floor, while Qin Feng was held in the detention center on the first floor. To avoid unnecessary complications, Kai Yun did not visit them. The invitation for the ghost-catching inn's personnel to assist in guarding the 8 corpses had already spread, so the on-duty officers led them to the basement level. A temporary room was arranged adjacent to the 8 corpses for their rest. After all, it was just for one night. And since Qin Feng and his companions were skilled ghost catchers, they were naturally unperturbed by sharing proximity with the dead. As time passed, it quickly approached 1 o'clock in the morning, with only 10 minutes remaining until the designated hour. Wang Bangbang and the young master had already exited, pretending to patrol as they made their way to the stairs leading to the first floor. Wuxia and Qin Feng remained in the room, keeping an eye on the time. Wuxia inquired, "Innkeeper, what do you think Lin Xiaoge intends to do to make Qin Feng speak? Can a string of 18 beads truly wield such influence?" Wuxia's deductive abilities were sharp, yet they were limited by the fact that everyone involved was human. In a scenario where both spirits and humans were present, many of his capabilities were rendered moot, leaving him unable to discern Lin Xiaoge's true intentions. Qin Feng replied, "While a ghost cannot cling to a person for long or control their actions, if a spirit is truly determined to confront someone, the outcome can be unpredictable. Lin Xiaoge is a unique spirit. Even I cannot see through her. Yet, you should consider that she has undoubtedly expended much effort to assist Lin Xiaoqiao in dealing with Qin Feng. My greatest concern is not whether she seeks evidence. Rather, I fear she may resort to directly killing Qin Feng, especially once she obtains the proof." Wuxia pondered this thoughtfully. If the evidence is sufficient to vindicate Lin Xiaoqiao, I believe that may indeed happen. After all, a good young woman has been so tragically harmed. Who would not be enraged by such injustice? Exactly. That is not a conclusion I wish to witness. Criminal acts are subject to legal retribution, but if Lin Xiaoqiao or Lin Xiaoge were to take action, the nature of the situation would transform entirely. Wuxia hurriedly asked, "Innkeeper, if they truly do take action, should we intervene?" Qin Feng regarded Wuxia and replied, "That depends on your own judgment. We are ghost catchers, and as such, we should remain uninvolved unless there is a request for our services. However, if they do commit murder, capturing them could earn us merit. Yet therein lies the dilemma. Should we adhere to the rules of our profession or pursue merit at any cost? This is a question you must contemplate." "What will you do, then, innkeeper?" Wuxia asked. Qin Feng chuckled, "I will not intervene. I run an inn, and unless someone places an order, I shall not meddle in others' affairs. My sole ambition is to expand the inn. You may perceive me as somewhat callous, but remember, without the strength to bear responsibility, one cannot shoulder great burdens. If you choose to intervene, we may find ourselves parting ways. The ghost catchers who wander the world are not the same as innkeepers." Wuxia nodded in silence, reflecting on the weight of their conversation. He comprehended Qin Feng's intention. Chapter 80. Qin Feng's confession and the explanation of the array symbols in the corpse driving in. The priority lies in receiving orders. Tasks without jobs may occasionally prompt them to intervene, yet in the case of someone like Qin Feng, they are disinclined to engage. The matter is clear-cut. Qin Feng is undoubtedly a villain of the highest order. However, earthly matters must be dealt with by the living. Ghosts, under no circumstance, can take a life. To do so would breach the sacred rules. The ghost catchers adhere strictly to this ironclad principle. Qin Feng, merely an innkeeper, has the option to refuse morally dubious tasks. Yet, he is reluctant to compromise his conscience. To be frank, even if Lin Xiaoqiao and Lin Xiaoyue had indeed harmed Qin Feng, they would be justified in their actions. It may be reasonable in sentiment, yet illogical in principle. Thus, Qin Feng will not accept such tasks merely to accrue his moral currency. He has faith in Wu Xie and the others, believing they are not the type to forsake everything for the sake of moral gain. Should they become those who pursue moral currency at all costs, they would truly have no friends left to speak of. For those who deal with spirits, ghost catchers, and run the Yin-Yang Inn, moral currency is akin to currency in the underworld. If one is solely focused on wealth, how can they cultivate genuine friendships? Suddenly, a shrill alarm shattered the tranquility of the night. The lights within the room extinguished, signaling that the predetermined hour had arrived. Qin Feng and Wu Xie remained in their quarters. They would not intervene tonight. Everything depended on Wang Bang Bang and the others. Meanwhile, in the detention room on the first floor, an on-duty officer rushed in to check on Qin Feng's condition. He had just lit a candle, but the flame extinguished before it could rise. Alarmed, he broke into a cold sweat. How could there be a draft indoors? As he attempted to reignite the candle, he realized that it had inexplicably vanished from his grasp. Where's the candle? The officer's heart raced. He distinctly felt it in his hand, yet there was no flame to be found. As he released his grip, he discovered that the candle had been severed, leaving a significant portion missing. Officer, what is happening? Quickly, light the candle, Qin Feng urged, her anxiety rising. The officer swallowed hard. The candle is broken. I'll fetch a flashlight. He dashed out, recalling that there was a flashlight nearby. Come on, hurry up. Can the police station really lose power? Qin Feng was exasperated, feeling a chilling unease. Clutching the 18 beads on her wrist, she sensed an ominous presence. However, moments later, she heard a loud bang, followed by a series of knocking and shouting. Hey, why is the door locked? Qin Feng, hold on. The door has locked itself from the inside. Is anyone there? Qin Feng's heart raced at the sound. The door locking itself felt ominously coincidental. Yet, this was a police station, and with the protection of the 18 beads. Surely, even the most vengeful spirits could not harm her. As she pondered, she suddenly heard footsteps approaching, halting right before her. In the darkness, she barely discerned a figure standing before her. Who are you? I have the 18 beads. I am not afraid of you. Qin Feng feigned bravery. With the beads in her possession, she felt secure against any human threat. However, her expression shifted in an instant. The shadow before her lunged forward, gripping her wrist with a strength akin to iron. The force was so immense that she could not even struggle. Simultaneously, a second hand seized her other wrist. The chill radiating from this presence was eerie, devoid of warmth. Who are you? What do you want? I am wealthy. Name your price. Qin Feng babbled in desperation. If you want my life, just say how much it's worth, and I will give it to you. Just as her frantic words echoed, she felt a release on her wrist. The figure turned and vanished. Qin Feng, breathless and bewildered, struggled to comprehend the encounter. After several tense moments, the lights flickered back to life. It dawned on her that power had been restored. Yet, as she looked ahead, she was met by a familiar silhouette. The figure before her radiated a haunting familiarity. You. Lin Xiaoqiao, how could it be you? I thought you were. What did you think happened to me? Lin Xiaoqiao's gaze burned with intense hatred. You should be dead. It's impossible. You must be a vengeful spirit. Qin Feng stammered, recalling her 18 beads. I possess the 18 beads. You dare not approach me. Desperately searching her wrist, she found the beads missing. Panic surged through her as she recalled the moment she was seized. The pain had distracted her from realizing the beads had been taken. Qin Feng, shall we settle the score from 3 years ago? Lin Xiaoqiao stepped closer, a giant paper figure materializing behind her. As the paper figure emerged, it disintegrated into dust upon contact with the ground, and Lin Xiaoqiao vanished. Yet, Qin Feng sensed an encroaching chill, a sinister aura drawing near. Xiaoqiao, I was wrong. I didn't mean it back then. Please don't kill me. My father is a disciple of Longmen. If you kill me, you won't survive either. Meanwhile, in the basement level of the inn, Qin Feng examined the string of 18 beads, marveling at their intricacies. Look closely. Each of these 18 beads bears a unique array symbol. The combined power of these array symbols surpasses that of 100 magical artifacts. They are truly remarkable. It's no wonder Lin Xiaoyue couldn't approach her. Boss, what does the combination of array symbols signify? Is there a distinction from ordinary ghost-catching talismans? The curious expressions of the others reflected their eagerness to learn more. Qin Feng smiled. Allow me to elaborate, though these concepts may be beyond your current understanding. In due time, I will guide you through the experience. The so-called array symbols emerge from the interplay of various talismans. An entry-level talisman master can only draw symbols on yellow paper, while advanced practitioners can utilize any material, be it stone or bark. The most skilled can even inscribe symbols in the air, with no medium required. The original inventor of these 18 beads, Tongtian Swan, was relatively unremarkable in his talisman drawing skills. However, legend has it that he encountered a unique opportunity, acquiring a secret technique that greatly enhanced his understanding of talisman combinations. The individual talismans on these 18 beads may appear rather ordinary, yet when combined, they unleash an astonishing power. Chapter 81. An Unexpected Reward. Upgrading the inn's Indo well in mathematics. There exists the notion of points, lines, and surfaces. This concept can also be applied to the realm of talismans. When inscribing a yellow talisman, the most crucial element is not the talisman paper itself, but rather the talisman seals, the characters and patterns etched upon it. These seals represent the very essence of the inscription. A single talisman seal is akin to a point. When countless seals are combined, they form a line. If this line is infinitely extended, it ultimately gives rise to a surface, Qin Feng explained. The corpse-restraining talismans and guiding talismans we typically use are merely a single seal each. The formations I have set up in the inn correspond to a line. To elevate a formation to the level of a surface, one must utilize at least 100 talisman seals. The formations within the inn cannot be rightfully classified as talismans at all. Talisman seals are exceedingly precious, generally held in the hands of influential figures. For example, in the underworld, only those of at least the 3rd division rank are qualified to manage talisman seals. Even the ghost generals lack this privilege. They can only be employed during warfare and are seldom seen in everyday life. Why is that? Wu Xie and the others were perplexed. Isn't it merely a formation with a coverage area? Why is it so valuable? Qin Feng chuckled at their naivety. Wherever there are people, there will be conflict. Similarly, in realms inhabited by spirits, strife is inevitable. Whether for the sake of Inda value or territory, even the underworld is not a peaceful place. Otherwise, why would there be 10 Yama kings? Above the 3rd division are the 6 cases, followed by the 10 Yama kings. This hierarchy underscores the significance of talisman seals. The talisman seal combinations can be likened to the width of a line. If learning to inscribe talismans is challenging, then mastering a line formation is relatively simpler. However, this line has length limitations, making the combination of talisman seals the method to widen it. By amalgamating different talisman seals, one can unleash a formation's incredible potential. Qin Feng remarked, it is said that rebellions frequently occur among minor ghosts in the underworld, and these insurrections are often supported by combinations of talisman seals. Some formidable combinations can even reach the level of true talisman seals. Yet, when confronted with powerful talisman seals, these combinations are rendered inconsequential. You all struggle to even draw talismans. Grasping these concepts should be seen as mere entertainment. It is imperative that you return home to diligently practice your talisman drawing. Turning to the plump fellow, Qin Feng added, although you may not enjoy learning to draw talismans, you will find it useful in the future when retrieving corpses. So you must still study. If you do not learn to capture ghosts, you may as well keep those 18 beads for self-defense. As for Wu Xie, once he learns to capture ghosts, he will no longer need them. And our little brother here is fortunate if he can even scare ghosts away. Don't be so polite. The plump fellow exclaimed, delighted. In that case, I shall not hold back and will treat you all to a drink. By the way, innkeeper, I wonder how things are going upstairs. Should I go take a look? Qin Feng shook his head. Let us not complicate matters. Rest well. We shall return early tomorrow morning. Understood. Upon hearing this, everyone found a place to rest. However, none could sleep as they pondered Qin Feng's earlier words. Even the underworld was fraught with turmoil. If only they could grow quickly, an adventure in the underworld would certainly be an amusing endeavor. Moreover, grave robbing was not illegal in the underworld. If they could plunder the Yama King's tomb, it would surely provide tales to regale for a lifetime. The night swiftly passed without interruption. The police station had experienced a power outage for merely a minute, and no one took it to heart. Come morning, as Kai-Yin invited them out, no one noticed anything amiss. Kai-Yin, how are things? The plump fellow inquired. Kai-Yin nodded with a smile, revealing all through his expression without needing to elaborate. Then you must hurry. Did you not say that Lu Zhenren would return in 3 days? Be wary of any changes he may bring upon his return. Fear not, I am well aware. Early this morning, I dispatched the materials. To prevent any connections from being forged, I sent them directly back to the capital. Tomorrow, we shall have results. Even if the relationships in Longmen are intricate, they will have no time to react, Kaiyun assured them. Upon hearing this, the plump fellow grinned. It would be best if that were the case. If the presiding judge were indeed from Longmen, your police would truly need to conduct a thorough cleansing. With that, they departed the police station. On the way, the plump fellow bought some breakfast. Just as they returned to the inn, a voice echoed in Qin Feng's mind. Ding! The night watch mission at the police station has been completed. Completion reward. A substantial amount of Inda value has been distributed. Hidden reward. The designated inn has been upgraded once, specifically the back courtyard well. For details, please proceed to the well. Hidden reward? Qin Feng was taken aback. Although the system had previously mentioned the possibility of hidden rewards, the odds were exceedingly low, and he had never triggered one after accepting so many tasks. He had assumed it akin to the lottery probabilities of certain gaming platforms, yet here he was. Having struck gold. Hastily, Qin Feng rushed to the back courtyard. Upon seeing the well, a line of text materialized before his eyes. Can be upgraded. Upon upgrading, it becomes the Indo well, allowing one to view their own Indo value. Further upgrades can transform it into the Indo exchange well, enabling the exchange of Indo for items. Keep up the good work. Wow. Qin Feng laughed uncontrollably. While uncertain about what items could be exchanged in the future, it was evident that this well was a true treasure. If he were to upgrade it again, provided he had sufficient Indo value, he could potentially exchange for even more formidable items, authentic talisman seals, judges' pins, Yama stamps, and so forth, true weapons of the underworld. He simply wondered if such items existed. Suppressing his exhilaration, Qin Feng opted for the upgrade. Instantly, a mist enveloped the area around the well. Moments later, as the fog dissipated, the rough stones of the well transformed into smooth blue bricks, resembling a newly constructed well. Hey, Fatty, Wuxia, little brother, come quickly, he called out. The three rushed over, momentarily stunned by the sight of the well in the courtyard. Innkeeper, when did you repair the well? One asked. Yeah, why bother fiddling with it? It's just a dilapidated well. Another added. You do not understand. This is the Indo well. Qin Feng replied with a smile. Do you remember when I told you that our inn's profits are insignificant compared to the Indo value? Of course. The three nodded in agreement. Well, there you have it. You have always asked me how to view Indo value. Now you can see it. Step forward one by one and gaze into the well. You will be able to see your Indo value. In the future, as your Indo value increases, you can exchange it for wonderful items. The treasures exchanged for Indo value are genuine gems. Why not take a look? Wow, I must see. The plump fellow exclaimed, rushing forward. He bent down, head plunging into the well. Before long, he spotted a water surface resembling a glass mirror, upon which a line of text appeared. 3,365. The plump fellow was taken aback. Why is there a negative number? Rubbing his eyes and taking another look, he discovered the number had changed. 2,365. He had lost 1,000. Innkeeper, why did my Indo value drop from 3365 to 2365? Is it possible for the value of hidden virtue to be negative? Chapter 82. The collective shadow virtue value. Upon hearing the words, both Wuxia and the young master were momentarily taken aback. Qin Feng looked at the chubby man with a bewildered expression. What sort of misdeeds have you committed? How can your virtue value be in the negatives? What wrongs has Fatty done? I regularly help elderly ladies cross the street and buy candies for children. Isn't that enough to showcase my kindness? Fatty exclaimed, utterly confused. Qin Feng responded. The initial 3365 must have been your previous shadow virtue value. Last night, we spent the night at the police station, and each of us received a significant amount of shadow virtue points. We should have been awarded 1,000, which would make it 2,356. However, with such a large negative value, it's hard to say. Let us check Wuxia's value instead. All right. Wuxia stepped forward to gaze into the shadow virtue well. Indeed, a line of text emerged on the surface. 1333. Soon, it changed to 333. Shopkeeper, I currently have 333. That is not fair. You've plundered the same tombs I have, yet your value is so low, and you're about to turn positive. Fatty expressed his dissatisfaction. Qin Feng remarked, this might relate to the number of tombs visited. Wuxia has ventured into fewer tombs, hence his virtue value is relatively higher. Damn it. Had I known, I wouldn't have looted tombs. How is my virtue value in the negatives? Shopkeeper, can you barter with virtue points? Fatty inquired earnestly. Qin Feng was dumbfounded. What are you thinking? A negative virtue value without any repercussions is already fortunate enough. You expect to barter? Do you believe the keeper of virtue points is some sort of loan shark? Exactly. You, Fatso, have barely ventured into more tombs than I have. Just confess. Did you touch a female corpse's backside? Or perhaps kissed her feet? Such misdeeds are only something you would commit. Wu Xie retorted. Fatty, upon hearing this, became flustered and rushed to confront Wu Xie, insisting he had never kissed a corpse's feet. At most, he might have touched a female corpse's backside. Qin Feng chuckled, shaking his head as he approached the young master. Shall we take a look? The young master nodded without further ado and proceeded to peer into the well. Qin Feng stood by until the young master looked up at him, bewildered. What is your score? The young master pointed to the well, indicating Qin Feng should look for himself. Upon peering in, Qin Feng was astonished to see a line of numbers. The magnitude was staggering. 12,345, a negative 1,000? This was after adding 1,000, which meant it originally was 13,345. Young master, what on earth have you been doing in the tomb? Have you made the tomb your home? My heavens, when will you settle this debt? The young master scratched his head, looking innocent. Qin Feng, feeling helpless, could only pat the young master on the shoulder. Don't be disheartened. Keep striving. Now what is your score? Fatty and Wu Xie approached eagerly. The young master scratched his head and replied, 12345. Negative 12,000? Wu Xie was instantly dumbfounded, while Fatty burst into laughter. Haha, young master. You must be blacklisted by the underworld. Negative over 10,000? Will you ever repay that in this lifetime? Keep it up, young master. Wu Xie could only pat his shoulder, unsure of what else to say. Fatty mimicked him, patting the young master's shoulder and chuckling. Young master. For the next few years, don't even think about bartering. The young master, however, was unbothered. He lacked for nothing and had initially come to learn the art of corpse transportation as a form of atonement. Since he bore heavy sins, he would repay them gradually. Surely, one day, he would achieve a positive value. After all, spending a night at the police station had already awarded him 1,000 points. If he could arrange a monthly stay there, he could earn quite a bit. With this thought, the young master hurried over to Qin Feng. Shopkeeper, I want to go to the police station. Guarding the police station is a commissioned task. You can't just go there on your own. If anyone could earn virtue points for guarding, wouldn't all the little spirits be doing it? Qin Feng managed to dissuade the young master from his intention to stay at the police station. However, being able to see the shadow virtue value was indeed a good thing, far better than being in the dark. Shopkeeper, what is your virtue value? Fatty inquired curiously. Having checked the scores, only Qin Feng had yet to look. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng stepped forward to take a glance and, after a moment, declared, not much. Only 3,789. We still have to work harder. Not much. You must be joking. Fatty exclaimed. Come on. Exactly, shopkeeper, you're going too far. Wu Xie and Fatty voiced their discontent. The young master merely glanced at Qin Feng in silence, his expression seemingly questioning. Did you help a cow give birth? Or is your father-in-law the one managing virtue points? Ding ding ding. Just as the three were conversing, Qin Feng's phone rang. Upon checking, he discovered it was a call from Xiao Ge. Could it be that the burial pit job was completed? Indeed. Upon answering, Xiao Ge cheerfully inquired, Shopkeeper Qin, how much would it cost to transport 26 corpses to the Archaeological Research Institute? Are you inquiring about pricing? Qin Feng chuckled. Goodness, now even corpse transportation requires price quotes. Hey, we have no choice. Our budget is limited. If it costs more than a large truck, we can't afford it. Xiao Ge responded with a laugh. Qin Feng smiled at this and replied, then, however much they are, we will always be a bit short. All right, I'll send someone to your inn to place an order. The price must not change. Xiao Ge laughed before hanging up. Qin Feng was indifferent to how much they could offer. The earnings from previous orders were more than enough for their needs. Moreover, the system would provide monetary rewards. So they valued the shadow virtue points more than money. Are there orders coming in? Oh wow. Fatty exclaimed, visibly excited. The ability to see shadow virtue values had evidently boosted their enthusiasm. Shopkeeper, I want to go too. Wu Xie added. Seeing this, Qin Feng smiled and said, don't rush. If all goes well, you and the young master will be going this time. Fatty, your skills in corpse transportation are lacking. So you'll sit this one out. Prepare the contract. Someone will arrive shortly. Great. Wu Xie responded as he went to prepare the contract. Fatty, hearing it was about transporting corpses, immediately deflated and slumped into a chair, grumbling, "Why isn't there any work for retrieving corpses? This is so unfair. The droughts and floods are both merciless." Within 20 minutes, Xiao Ge arrived in person. After exchanging pleasantries, he immediately went to sign the contract with Wu Xie. Meanwhile, a voice echoed in Qin Feng's mind. "Corpse transportation in order. Burial pit transporting ancient corpses. Safely transport 26 Western Han ancient corpses from the burial pit to the Archaeological Research Institute. Completion reward, 130,000 dragon coins, 260 shadow virtue points, divided per person, must participate throughout. Completion reward, 1 thunderwood sword. Will you accept the order?" Accept the order. Qin Feng chose without hesitation, though inwardly he cursed the system for being so demanding. One must participate throughout to earn shadow virtue points. This meant he and Fatty would not receive any. Only Wu Xie and the young master would. Moreover, the points were to be divided, meaning each would only receive 130 points. However, after contemplating, he felt at ease. Shadow virtue points were inherently hard to earn, and he was not unfamiliar with this reality. The young man is more than capable of handling such matters. His moral standing is minimal, so it is only fair that he earns a bit more. The Thunder Peachwood Gold should serve as a ghost-catching artifact, and Wu Xie is in need of one. Hence, their collaboration is indeed the most suitable. Before long, the young man and Wu Xie departed with Xiao Ge. To their surprise, they encountered Bing Bing on their way out, who had been lingering nearby. After their departure, Qin Feng intended to take a brief rest. However, just as he was about to ascend the stairs, a voice rich with local dialect resonated from the entrance. "Excuse me, is the shopkeeper present?" Chapter 83. The Strange Affairs of Xishan River. "Ah, fellow villager, are you here for a quick stop or an overnight stay?" the chubby man teased, mimicking the local accent. Qin Feng shot him a disapproving glance, signaling him to cease his antics, and then proceeded to step down. "Good sir, I am the innkeeper. May I inquire as to who you are?" As he spoke, Qin Feng scrutinized the newcomer. The man appeared to be in his 50s, with a sallow complexion and calloused hands, clearly a peasant accustomed to hard labor. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he exclaimed, "Innkeeper Qin, I finally found you. You must visit our village. It has been in disarray these days, and the villagers are in a state of panic." The man nearly fell to his knees in desperation. Qin Feng quickly supported him, saying, "No need for such formalities. You are my elder. I shall address you as brother. Now, brother, what troubles your village? Please, share your story with me." Observing that lunchtime was approaching, he instructed Tang Lao to prepare some food, noticing that the elder had likely come in haste without a meal. The elder nodded. "That would be fine. It's too late to return now. We can set off tomorrow morning." "Is it far?" "That would likely require additional compensation." The chubby man chimed in with a grin. "Compensation is of no concern. It's simply amusing to mimic your speech. Brother," he added, turning to the elder. The elder remarked, "Young lad, do not imitate my manner of speaking. I have carried this accent for many years." He then turned to Qin Feng, saying, "Innkeeper Qin, I learned about your establishment through my phone. Our old village chief spoke highly of your inn, claiming you possessed genuine skills, which prompted my nighttime journey to seek your assistance. The village chief assured me that whatever fee you require, we shall pay without negotiation." The chubby man interjected with a chuckle, "It seems your village is not short on funds. Are you perhaps seeking a son-in-law? Impertinent fool, can't you remain quiet?" Qin Feng retorted, rolling his eyes at the chubby man before turning back to the elder. "I still do not know your surname. Let us not rush. I would like to hear your tale." "Certainly. My name is Niu Daba, from Niu Xishan village. Recently, strange occurrences have plagued the Xishan River near our village." Niu Daba recounted the events. Niu Xishan village lies on the western side of the Funyo mountain range. The wanted mountain that Qin Feng and his companions previously visited is part of this range, although the names differ with each passing village. The official designation is the Funyo mountain range, while Niu Xishan village is situated on its western flank. The village is quite renowned for its abundant water resources and nearby mining areas, with the Xishan River being a famous tourist attraction, drawing numerous visitors each summer. However, the Xishan River has a peculiar rule. One can only observe but not enter the water, nor engage in playful activities. This regulation has led many to dub it a vase river, one that is pleasing to the eye yet untouchable. Given that the weather has only recently cooled, the Xishan River scenic area has likely not yet opened for visitors. Could this be another case of retrieving a body? What has happened at the Xishan River? Qin Feng inquired with curiosity. Niu Daba lowered his voice. "To be candid, Innkeeper Qin, in the past couple of days, Our villagers have frequently spotted water ghosts in the Xishan River. Many are so frightened that they refuse to venture out at night. With the tourist season approaching in a month, we are truly at our wits' end. Hence, we sought your assistance. Retrieving a body? This is a business we must accept. The chubby man exclaimed eagerly. It's a jest. Both Wu Xie and Xiao Ge are out on assignments, and I am here idling at the inn. I cannot miss the opportunity for a retrieval job. Let us listen before making any decisions. Qin Feng gestured for the chubby man to be patient and continued. If there are indeed bodies, have you not contacted a retrieval team? Niu Daba replied, of course we did. However, the retrieval team has failed to recover anything these past few days. Ultimately, their leader declared that the matter seemed quite serious and advised us to seek your NS help. He even provided me with your contact number, saying we could verify your credentials online. Qin Feng was taken aback. The retrieval team had shown remarkable integrity by referring clients to his inn. And who is the leader of this retrieval team? He inquired. Niu Daba shook his head. I do not know. He said that his name was of no consequence. But he had seen your capabilities firsthand. Qin Feng suddenly recalled an encounter from his first retrieval job, where the team leader had similarly been reticent about his name. Could it be the same individual? This matter is not of great significance. What truly matters is whether you wish to proceed with this business. Qin Feng smiled. If it is merely a body retrieval, we would certainly agree. However, you mentioned the distance. We cannot set off today? Indeed, the roads to our village are treacherous. It will take nearly a day to reach us. Departing tomorrow morning would be ideal, and we could arrive by 5 or 6 in the afternoon. Niu Daba explained. Qin Feng contemplated the situation. With Wu Xie and Xiao Ge out on their own assignments, they would not return until late at night. If he and the chubby man ventured out, the inn would be left unattended. Departing tomorrow morning seemed prudent. Very well, we shall set off at dawn. I will charge you 10,000 for this service. If that is agreeable, let us sign a contract. 10,000. That is quite reasonable. I expected to pay much more, Niu Daba said, producing a wad of cash. The chubby man wasted no time, retrieving a contract to finalize the agreement. Simultaneously, a voice echoed in Qin Feng's mind. Ding. The Ghost Retrieval Inn has accepted the job. Strange affairs of Xishan River. Retrieve a body from the Xishan River and unravel its mysteries. Completion reward. 500,000 dragon coins. 1 seed of Huayin tree. Would you like to accept the job? The mention of Huayin tree seeds caught Qin Feng's attention. Such seeds are exceedingly rare. He had not anticipated such a valuable reward for this job. If he obtained the seed, it would provide a place for his inn to accommodate wandering souls in the future. Without hesitation, he accepted the job. At that moment, Tang Lao had prepared the meal, and Niu Daba, clearly famished, relished the food. Qin Feng chuckled helplessly and took out his phone to research Neo Xishan, hoping to uncover any peculiarities. Drawing from the experience of the previous retrieval, he suspected this task would not be straightforward. After all, a mere body retrieval could not warrant a reward of 500,000, along with a Huayin tree seed. Retrieving a body from the Xishan River to unravel its mysteries, Qin Feng mused. It seemed the true challenge lay not in the retrieval itself, but in the enigmas surrounding the Xishan River. Chapter 84. Essential items for opening the North Gate. Huayin Tree. There exists a wealth of information regarding Niaxishan Village. Nestled at the foot of Funyo Mountain on its western side, a locale renowned for its picturesque scenery and dense forests. Moreover, the West Mountain River gracefully flows through, rendering the landscape truly enchanting. However, the news surrounding Niaxishan Village is somewhat disheartening. The first headline reads, the outrageous measures taken during the plague in Niaxishan Village. Though Qin Feng had traversed to this world, he possessed a modicum of understanding about it. A plague had once erupted near Luozhou City, claiming numerous lives. Many villages mishandled the treatment of the deceased. While it remained unclear how Niaxishan managed its situation, the mere fact that it was mentioned in the news implied a lack of honor. Qin Feng initially intended to delve deeper into the article. However, upon glancing at the first row of scenic photographs surrounding Niaxishan, he was momentarily taken aback. He hastily magnified one image, his gaze fixating on a sparsely vegetated area. Brother Niu, do you recognize this place in your village? Qin Feng eagerly showed him the photo. Niu Dabeos nodded vigorously. Yes, that's it. There's a small river there. A tributary of the West Mountain River. It used to connect with it, but it got blocked and turned into a larger pond. Look over here. Do you see that big willow tree? It's planted by the pond. Many villagers take their cattle nearby. However, things have been uneasy in the village lately, as many cattle have gone missing. Alas, what is happening in this day and age? Niu Dabeos sighed, returning to his meal. Qin Feng, his eyes aglow with interest, inquired. Brother Niu, who is responsible for the trees around your village? Are they village property? I wish to purchase a couple for furniture. Do you have any contacts? Furniture? Are you getting married? The plump man chuckled. These days, furniture is mass-produced. Why would you make your own? Are you simply overindulging? Qin Feng shot him a look of disdain. What do you know? Handcrafted items are sturdy. With that, he gestured for the plump man to refrain from further chatter. Sensing something amiss, the plump man ceased his remarks. Niu de Beos chuckled. Well, congratulations in advance, shopkeeper. Whose daughter is it? I could introduce you to someone in our village. The trees on the mountain were planted by the old village chief. If you want them, just ask him later. Qin Feng nodded and excused himself to the restroom, dragging the plump man to the backyard. Once in the backyard, the plump man hastily asked, Shopkeeper, what is going on? Did you discover something? Qin Feng nodded, pointing at the photo on his phone. Look at this tree. Don't let the other trees distract you. What does this tree resemble? The plump man gaped, staring intently until, the more he looked, the more peculiar it seemed, exclaiming, This is a ghost face. My goodness, this tree must be possessed. Qin Feng shook his head. It isn't possessed, it has matured. This is a Huayin tree. For our corpse transport in, this is a treasure. We must find a way to acquire it, no matter the cost. How is it a treasure? Shopkeeper, if it is that significant, I can gather people to steal it tonight. The plump man suggested. Qin Feng quickly waved his hand. Stealing is out of the question. We are not thieves. And this Huayin tree is of no use to others. No one will compete with us for it. However, we must find a way to purchase this tree during our visit to Niaoxishan village. But shopkeeper, after all this time, what exactly is a Huayin tree? The plump man inquired. Qin Feng smiled upon hearing this, gazing at the inn's courtyard. Do you recall when I mentioned that our Yin Inn only deals with corpse transport as one of our services? Indeed, the plump man nodded. Have you not found it curious that we have already begun accepting requests for vengeful spirits? Yet, why hasn't the north gate of the Yin Inn been opened? True. I find that puzzling. Should I go open it now? The plump man remarked. Qin Feng quickly interjected, You cannot open it now. There is no gate on the north side, and we currently lack the qualification to do so. To unlock the north gate, the inn must possess a Huayin tree. Only with this tree can we claim the right to open the north gate. As he explained the intricacies, he revealed that Huayin wood does not exclusively refer to willow trees. Any tree can potentially grow into a Huayin tree, depending on fate. Much like the thunderstrike wood, which consists of trees struck by lightning, the Huayin wood, in contrast, must thrive in proximity to burial mounds. It is insufficient to grow near just any mound. It must be a chaotic burial site steeped in heavy Yin energy. Trees nurtured by such energies absorb not only moisture and nutrients from the earth, but also the surrounding Yin energy to survive. Thus, a Huayin tree cannot thrive outside of areas rich in Yin energy. The most distinguishing feature of a mature Huayin tree is its uncanny resemblance to a ghostly visage. Among all the images, only the large willow tree by the pond meets this criterion. Shopkeeper, if what you say is true, then that willow tree must be near a chaotic burial site. They say those who plant trees benefit future generations. Perhaps that place is the ancestral burial ground of Niaoxishan village. Their ancestors might have enjoyed basking in the sun beneath that willow, and if we were to remove it, wouldn't that leave them exposed? The plump man remarked, his concern evident. Qin Feng frowned slightly at this thought. Indeed, if that is the ancestral burial ground, it complicates matters. We should wait until we arrive to inquire. The plump man nodded and then asked, Shopkeeper, let us set that aside for now. Please continue explaining how the Huayin tree relates to the opening of the north gate. Qin Feng nodded and elucidated. The primary characteristic of the Huayin tree is its necessity to thrive in areas where Yin energy converges. It also absorbs excess Yin energy from its surroundings. Our inn, located in the Lin family haunted mansion, is already a place dense with Yin energy, making it ideal for the Huayin tree to flourish. Furthermore, once the north gate is opened and the influx of spirits increases, the surrounding Yin energy will inevitably intensify. While the inn can shield against external Yin energy, the spirits residing within the inn will require a Huayin tree to absorb their excess energy. Otherwise, those of us living in the inn will gradually be affected. Moreover, do not forget that beneath our feet lies a passage connected to the underworld. Although it is currently sealed, it remains a potential danger. The roots of the Huayin tree can reinforce the underground structure, which is beneficial for us. The plump man, enlightened, glanced at his phone and said, Shopkeeper, if that is the case, I still think it would be prudent for me to lead a group to steal it. A little loss of virtue is inconsequential, as long as we ensure success. This Huayin tree is so precious. I fear the old village chief may demand an exorbitant price. As for the old village chief, he may very well have become a spirit himself. Chapter 85. Mo Fong retrieves the corpse, and the inn upgrades again. Qin Feng chuckled softly, but remained silent. Clearly, this matter was untenable. Regardless of the price, he would never resort to theft. This was his moral bottom line. Furthermore, there was no urgency. They had yet to visit Niu Shishan, and thus, such matters were not on his mind. Niu Daba was not a member of the corpse delivery inn, so he could not stay overnight there. In truth, he had no desire to linger there either. Consequently, Qin Feng instructed the plump man to escort him to a nearby hotel to settle for the night, agreeing to set off early the next morning. During dinner, Xiao Ge and Wu Xie had not yet returned. However, a phone call confirmed that everything was proceeding smoothly on their end. They would not return until after midnight to deliver the corpse. Even Bing Bing had prepared to go live, promising yet another sensational broadcast of corpse delivery. Particularly intriguing was the collaboration with the Archaeological Research Institute, with Xiao Ge in charge of the delivery. Qin Feng was unconcerned about their situation, but felt anxious about the phone call from Kai Yun. She informed him that the materials for the Qin Feng case had already been submitted. The hearing was scheduled for tomorrow morning, with results expected by afternoon at the earliest. It was evident that Kai Yun was quite anxious. It seemed that Lu Jinren was truly returning. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng nodded. It was likely that not only Lu Jinren would be back. Given the gravity of the situation in Qin Feng, could his father remain calm? It might be just a matter of days. Chaos was likely to ensue in Luozhou City. By the way, plump man, how long until Mo Feng's corpse storage order expires? Qin Feng inquired. I believe it's 1 day. After midnight tomorrow, it will expire. Should we contact him? The plump man asked. Qin Feng waved his hand dismissively. There is no such rule. Since we have accepted the payment, we shall wait. If he has not come to retrieve it by midnight tomorrow, we will incinerate it without hesitation. All right. But, boss, didn't you mention before that we could hold it for a few more days after expiration? And only if he still doesn't come would we burn it? The plump man replied. Qin Feng indeed had made that statement. However, circumstances had changed. This situation required a nuanced approach. If it were a regular corpse storage order, he would naturally wait a few more days, as delays on the family's part could be understandable. But Mo Feng was associated with Qin Feng, which had ties to Lu Jinren. Holding on for extra days would yield no financial return. Why waste our time? There was another reason Qin Feng did not disclose. Once Lu Jinren and Qin Tianming returned, trouble would surely befall Luozhou City. As for the Qin Feng incident, they could not distance themselves from it. Since they had become involved, they must see it through to completion and expedite Mo Feng's corpse storage order to facilitate the inn's upgrade. If those two came looking for trouble, they would at least have some means of defense. While they were conversing, an unexpected voice resonated from the lobby. Boss, someone is looking for you. Qin Feng and the plump man exchanged startled glances, then stepped outside to find Mo Feng awaiting them. They locked eyes, each harboring a foreboding sense of dread. Qin boss, I'm here to retrieve the corpse, Mo Feng announced with a smile. Qin Feng frowned slightly, but gestured for the plump man to fetch the corpse. Mo Feng wasted no time. After collecting the body, he promptly drove away without uttering another word. Simultaneously, a voice echoed in Qin Feng's mind. Ding. Completed Mo Feng's corpse storage order. Reward. 100,000 dragon coins have been deposited. Reward. An upgrade available. Choose upgrade location. In wall. Enhance the inn's defensive capabilities. In backyard. Expand the backyard area. Second floor. Increase the number of guest rooms. Morgue. Increase the number and quality of coffins. In lobby. Expand the lobby area and enhance item arrangement. The options available were plentiful. However, Qin Feng merely glanced before selecting the inn wall. Enhancing the inn's defense was his most pressing need at present. Moreover, the wall included the inn's faade, addressing the issue of unwelcome intrusions, a long-desired improvement. Without hesitation, Qin Feng decisively chose upgrade in wall. As he made his selection, they remained oblivious to the faint mist gathering outside the inn. The inn's walls and facade began to subtly transform. The closed-in doors even bore a majestic image of a lion warding off evil spirits, exuding an air of solemnity. Qin Feng could vaguely sense a newfound connection with the inn. It was the protective formation outside. The wall upgrade had inadvertently activated the formation. With the formation in place, although he could not claim his inn was impenetrable, at the very least, a spirit king would find it exceedingly difficult to breach. Even if the spirit king sought the inn's entrance, it would prove to be a troublesome endeavor. Qin Feng quickly examined the formation and discovered it was a 100-foot illusion formation. This meant that within a 100-foot radius of the inn, without guidance, one could never locate the entrance. From outside that distance, the inn was visible, yet without a guide, one could not approach. Of course, particularly powerful vengeful spirits might still be able to enter, but it was merely a 100-foot illusion. "Boss, what's wrong?" the plump man inquired. Qin Feng shook his head, replying, "It seems Kuei Tianming and Lu Zhenren are already aware. Mo Feng's retrieval of the corpse at this moment is likely to confirm whether Lu Zhenren's urn remains within the corpse. Quickly notify Kai Yun to be cautious. The case may encounter complications." "Understood." The plump man nodded fervently. Once Lu Zhenren and Kuei Tianming discovered that Kuei Feng had confessed, it was likely they would attempt to interfere. The outcome would depend on the extent of their influence. After hanging up, the plump man reported, "Kai Yun mentioned she has contacted her friends in the capital, keeping a close watch on this case. The court session is tomorrow morning, and there should be no changes." Qin Feng nodded, glancing outside the inn, muttering, "A storm is brewing. Indeed, it is a time of turmoil. Let's check when Xiao Ge and the others will return. I have matters to discuss with you all tonight." The plump man hurried to make the call. Meanwhile, in a secluded street near the inn, Mo Feng parked his vehicle and checked the corpse's neck. After a moment, he made a phone call. "Master Lu, the corpse has been retrieved and examined. There's nothing at the neck." "Understood. Burn the corpse." "Yes," Mo Feng replied, then set off in search of a location to incinerate the body. In another location, Lu Zhenren hung up the phone, turning to the middle-aged man beside him. "Lin Xiao has escaped. She must have been rescued by Lin Xiaoyu. Kuei Feng possesses the 18 beads. How could they confess? Even Lin Xiao has confessed." Kuei Tianming, observing the video on his phone, spoke coldly. "Someone has taken the 18 beads. They came prepared, and how coincidental was it that Lin Xiao appeared in the detention room? That night, the police station experienced a power outage for a minute. This is clearly aimed at Feng. This Kai Yun, along with that corpse delivery inn, is truly staging a grand performance. What do you intend to do?" "Kai Yun is with the police. We still need to cooperate with them," Lu Zhenren cautioned. Kuei Tianming's gaze turned icy. "If Feng comes to harm, not only will she suffer, but I will also bring down the corpse delivery inn. Accelerate our pace. We must reach Luozhou City by the morning after tomorrow." Chapter 86. Departure for Xishan Lake. Kuei Feng's sentence as the system's voice echoed in his mind. Qin Feng felt the emergence of a small sword within his consciousness. Since it remained sheathed, he could not yet perceive its formidable power. Glancing at the time, he noted that it was already past 1 in the morning. It seemed that his companions had successfully delivered the ancient corpse from the Western Han Dynasty to the Archaeological Research Institute. They should return shortly. The rotund figure of the fatty lay sprawled across the table, fast asleep. Thus, Qin Feng decided to draw forth the Thunderbolt Peachwood sword for inspection. The sword emanated a palpable aura of righteousness, presumably a remnant of the Thunderbolt's energy. Its hue was a delicate blend of white and red, adorned with intricate carvings resembling bolts of lightning, exuding a striking elegance. Indeed, the items bestowed by the system had never failed to impress. Qin Feng grasped the sword, testing its might, and found it quite formidable. With this Thunderbolt Peachwood sword in hand, neither minor nor major specters would dare to approach him. However, when faced with a Ghost King, the outcome remained uncertain. Ultimately, the true power of the sword depended upon the wielder's own strength. After a brief wait of 10 minutes, Qin Feng sensed a vehicle approaching the corpse delivery inn. Without a doubt, it was his companions returning. He rose to rouse the fatty, and together they made their way to the inn's entrance. Sure enough, an SUV pulled up outside moments later. As the three disembarked, they appeared somewhat bewildered. "Wuxia." Upon seeing Qin Feng at the entrance, inquired, "Innkeeper, it seems we've encountered something unsettling. On our return, we felt utterly lost trying to locate the inn's entrance. What is happening?" "Indeed, I felt the same way." Bing chimed in eagerly. Qin Feng smiled. "It is not your fault. I have arranged an illusion around the inn. The city of Luozhou is about to face tumultuous times, and I have cast a mirage outside the inn. Those unfamiliar with the way may easily become trapped within it. We must depart for a distant journey at dawn, so there are matters I need to discuss with you tonight. Please come inside." Wuxia and the fatty exchanged glances, sensing the tension in the atmosphere. Observing this, Bing quickly interjected, "Since this is an internal matter for you, I shall take my leave. I will wait for you outside tomorrow morning. Qin Feng nodded, appreciating her understanding. Bing Bing was a commendable individual, yet not part of their inner circle. Thus, certain matters were best kept from her. Should their business flourish in the future and they find themselves in need of assistance, he would consider inviting her to join. Upon returning to the inn, Wu Xie shut the door firmly. Qin Feng turned to the group. As you have observed, I have created an illusion around our inn, encompassing a radius of approximately 100 feet. Tomorrow morning, the fatty and I will set off to retrieve a corpse from the Xishan River. Wu Xie and the fatty, you shall remain here. I will instruct you on how to control this formation so that it does not hinder any guests during their stay. Furthermore, you must remain vigilant. Real man Lu and Qin Feng's father, Qin are likely to arrive in Luozhou soon. Since we are involved in capturing his son, I fear he may seek trouble with our inn. If I am absent when that occurs, you need not confront him. The formation surrounding the inn will suffice to deter them. Wu Xie and the fatty nodded in acknowledgement. In truth, Qin Feng felt reassured with the fatty present. However, despite the fatty's prowess in corpse delivery, he lacked expertise in ghost capture, and currently, there were no corpses within the inn for him to manage. Thus, should they encounter Qin and real man Lu, they would be at a disadvantage. After all, these two were evidently not ordinary individuals, and while the fatty was skilled, dealing with a ghost-capturing master would pose challenges. Lastly, this talisman, Wu Xie, you shall wield it. Qin Feng gestured towards the thunderbolt peach wood sword resting on the table. What is this, innkeeper? Wu Xie inquired, excitement evident in his voice. This is the thunderbolt peach wood sword, a talisman for capturing ghosts. As you have only just begun your studies in ghost catching, this weapon will ensure that minor and major specters do not dare approach you. However, it may not suffice to suppress those at the Ghost King level, so you must diligently practice during your time at the inn. Understood, innkeeper. I will strive alongside the fatty. Wu Xie affirmed. Qin Feng had already shared some foundational techniques of ghost catching with them. From this point onward, their progress would depend upon their diligence. As the saying goes, the master leads the way, but the journey is one's own. In addition, they must consistently observe the divine statues. In the Xishan River area, the availability of mobile signal was uncertain. Should an urgent matter arise and they be unable to contact him, they should remain within the inn for safety. This establishment would at least ensure their security. Wu Xie nodded in agreement. The corpse delivery inn boasted the soul-scattering bell and the newly upgraded formation. If these treasures could not safeguard them, Qin Feng's return would hold little significance. Once arrangements were finalized, Wu Xie asked, Innkeeper, what troubles await at Xishan River? The fatty recounted the situation, allowing Wu Xie and the others to grasp the circumstances. Subsequently, Qin Feng encouraged everyone to rest, for the coming days in Luozhou would likely be anything but peaceful. A tranquil night passed, and by the following morning, Qin Feng and the fatty were up early. After washing up, they set out to collect Niu Debao, who was already waiting nearby with Bing Bing. Without further ado, they boarded Bing Bing's vehicle and headed towards Niu Xishan village. During the journey, the fatty remarked with a grin, Innkeeper, Bing Bing has been quite diligent. Why not invite him to join the inn? Though Bing Bing aimed to earn money from streaming, he had consistently assisted them, and his character was commendable. As a rich heir, he carried none of the usual airs, a rarity indeed. Thank you, fatty. I appreciate it. But I am quite content as I am. I am simply fascinated by the mysterious aspects of corpse delivery. If Innkeeper Qin offers me the opportunity, I would be thrilled. Bing Bing replied with enthusiasm. Qin Feng responded with a smile. It is not that I am unwilling to accept you. Rather, you must understand that our profession, while seemingly glamorous, is fraught with danger. As a wealthy heir, you lack for nothing. Why wade into troubled waters? Moreover, our inn currently does not require additional hands. Take your time to consider your options. If we find ourselves in need of assistance in the future, you will be the first I consider. Understood. Bing Bing smiled in agreement. The drive would take approximately an hour to reach the vicinity of Niu Xishan village. The narrow roads made the journey challenging, and upon arrival, they would need to trek into the mountains. Niu Xishan village was surrounded by mountains on three sides. Although asphalt roads had been constructed for access, they were quite narrow. The villagers were wary of damaging the road, thus limiting vehicular entry. While this might impact tourism, those who visited the area sought an authentic experience and would not mind the inconvenience. Walking to the village would take a minimum of 3 hours, posing a considerable test of endurance. This was especially true for Bing Bing, whose stamina was somewhat lacking. As noon approached, they had only been walking for an hour. Suddenly, the phone of the corpulent man rang. After answering, he exchanged only a few words before laughingly exclaiming, "Boss, it's Kai Yun." She said the verdict is out. The ruling from Qin Feng has been delivered, and it is a death sentence. Chapter 87. The Recovery of the Corpse at Shishan Lake. The plump man faces doubts regarding his rituals given his transgressions. A death sentence was inevitable. Yet, I never anticipated that Kai Yun would truly follow through with her intentions. As far as I am aware, the collaboration between Longmin and the police has been quite close in recent years. Who would have thought she could advance so far? Qin Feng remarked. The plump man was not oblivious either. He chuckled. As the saying goes, in the world of martial arts, speed is paramount. Kai Yun's swift actions this time may very well be the crux of the matter. However, I fear that Kuei Tianming will not take this lightly once he learns the truth. Qin Feng nodded, acknowledging this concern. A ghost hunting master, particularly one fiercely protective of his kin, how would he react upon learning of his son's death sentence? The outcome remained uncertain. Enough chatter, let us focus on our journey. The mountains are high, and the emperor is far away. Whatever transpires, we are beyond intervention. Qin Feng urged. The plump man acquiesced, and the group continued on their way. At 3 in the afternoon, they finally arrived at Niushishan village. Even from a distance, before entering the village, they noticed a considerable number of villagers congregated at the entrance, evidently awaiting their arrival. At the forefront stood an elderly man, likely over 70, who appeared to be the village chief. The village chief is here, Niu Daba shouted. Upon hearing this, the old chief approached, albeit somewhat unsteadily. The villagers behind him curiously scrutinized the plump man and Qin Feng. So young? Could they be frauds? One murmured. Indeed. All those so-called mediums we've seen are well past 50. These two lads are barely older than my child. Can they truly perform? Another chimed in. Who knows? I heard online that they are quite formidable. But my son insists that much of what is said online is nonsense. Could these two also be imposters? The villagers buzzed with speculation. The village chief, noticing the murmurs, admonished, "What nonsense are you all spouting? This is the team recommended by the recovery squad. They cannot be frauds. Qin, do not take offense. Villagers can be difficult to manage." The chief smiled reassuringly. Qin Feng waved his hand dismissively, not taking their words to heart. Could you direct us to the site of the incident? Time is of the essence. We must commence our work. To establish credibility, displaying their abilities directly was essential. Moreover, Qin Feng was still fixated on the huayin tree halfway up the mountain. Just over there, in the river, the village chief indicated. But the water is quite deep. Did you not bring diving equipment? He queried. Without diving gear, how could we recover a body? The plump man chuckled. Rest assured, old sir, we are professionals in this field. We have no need for such equipment. Very well, very well. You focus on the recovery. I have already sent someone to prepare dinner. Should you succeed, I shall treat you to drinks tonight. The old chief declared. Is that so? Perfect. Let us get started. The plump man's enthusiasm surged at the mention of alcohol. Qin Feng could only smile wryly and pointed to a bamboo raft by the riverbank. Chief, may we use that raft? Of course. Feel free to use it. If it breaks, you need not compensate. Just ensure you recover the body. The village chief replied. Seeing this, Qin Feng said no more and beckoned the plump man to hurry over. Many villagers had gathered to watch the spectacle. Bing set up a live streaming device. Opening a broadcast. Welcome to your moon, my heart. Today, we are witnessing a rare corpse recovery. I am your old friend, Bing Bing. Last night, we observed the ghostly procession. Today, we are fortunate to see Qin Feng himself recover a body. I am currently at Shishan River. Wow, not many get to see a corpse recovery. Who could argue? The last time it took several days. Isn't Shishan River a scenic area? How could there be a body? Shishan River does not allow swimming. How could a body end up there? Who knows? Regardless, the idea of a corpse recovery is thrilling. Let us get started. The online viewers were abuzz with excitement. The villagers, having never witnessed a live broadcast, gathered around in curiosity, discussing the event. What is this? A camera? It seems to be for live streaming. Goodness. Are we on camera? This is my first time seeing a live broadcast. Do you think the two young men can actually recover a body? Who knows? If the recovery team couldn't do it, what chance do they have? I think it's unlikely. Indeed, there have been many strange occurrences in the village lately. Just the other day, old Zhang's family lost a cow. Really? I heard that Guzi's family lost 5 cows last night. They are still searching in the mountains. The chatter continued, but Qin Feng and the plump man were oblivious to it. The pair had reached the riverbank, with the plump man supporting the bamboo raft as they both climbed aboard. Qin Feng handed him the recovery rope. This time, you take the lead. Sure. The plump man replied with a grin. Truth be told, it had been a while since he last recovered a body. He was nearly out of practice. Today was a perfect opportunity to reacquaint himself with the task. Let us begin with the drawing of the talismans. Qin Feng instructed, then settled into a meditative position, observing the plump man as he prepared to recover the body. In his spare time, the plump man had practiced drawing talismans at the inn. And since the summoning talisman was a fundamental skill, he was able to manage it, albeit with some difficulty. He sat on the raft, took out a piece of yellow talisman paper, and began to inscribe it with utmost seriousness. However, his speed was somewhat sluggish, taking a full 5 minutes to complete the talisman. Afterward, he began to chant incantations. Heavenly gang, earthly fiends, command of the 5 elements. Yin and yang distinct. Summon all beings. Arise. Yet, as the words fell, the yellow talisman paper showed no sign of movement, leaving him feeling somewhat embarrassed. The villagers on the shore burst into laughter. What is he doing? It looks like some sort of ritual. Is he expecting the talisman to move on its own? How absurd. Is this the internet sensation? This is nothing but a scam. Do not speak so harshly. Brother Pang is just inexperienced. He will get the hang of it. Bing Bing interjected. However, someone quickly retorted, Are you a hired hand? Who are you trying to fool? Indeed, if that piece of paper could move on its own, I would drink all the water from Xishan River. The villagers continued to chatter. While on the river, Qin Feng advised, Close your eyes, concentrate, and feel the summoning talisman. Give it another try? All right. The plump man was indeed feeling the pressure, being scrutinized by so many. It was his first time recovering a body independently, and he was undeniably anxious. He took a deep breath, closed his eyes once more, and recited the incantation again. Heavenly gang, earthly fiends, command of the 5 elements. Yin and yang distinct, summon all beings. Arise. This time, as the words left his lips, the summoning talisman truly soared forth, darting toward a specific direction on the river's surface. The villagers on the bank were momentarily stunned. Bing Bing laughed. Now do you believe? To the one who claimed they would drink all the water from Xishan River, you may start talking. Haha, just a jest. How could you not recognize humor? Indeed, our villagers are the warmest, especially towards someone as esteemed as Qin Feng. Precisely, the village chief is preparing a banquet to welcome Qin Feng. I shall assist. Yes, count me in as well. In an instant, those who had previously doubted Qin Feng began to disperse. Conversely, some villagers who had remained largely silent were still gathered here, observing the scene. Meanwhile, on the surface of the lake, the hefty man had already begun to row his bamboo raft, steering it towards the location where the seeker had halted. Chapter 88. The Decaying Corpse. The villagers recognized the shopkeeper. I still do not possess the fire sign charm. If anything unexpected occurs, you must assist me, the rotund man remarked while rowing the boat. Rest assured, how could there be so many water spirits? If there were, this village would not merely have witnesses to a corpse. Qin Feng replied confidently. I will keep a vigilant eye on the retrieval of the body. With Qin Feng's reassurance, the rotund man felt a sense of relief. The bamboo raft swiftly arrived at the designated spot for the charm's retrieval. Without further ado, the rotund man cast the body retrieval rope into the water, settling himself cross-legged on the raft, closing his eyes to attune to the surroundings. The villagers on the nearby shore scratched their heads in confusion, clearly unable to comprehend the method being employed. What kind of technique is this? Is it like Jiang Taigong fishing? Is it truly a matter of willing participants? Does it even work? It seems more dubious than a shamanistic ritual. Such sentiments were difficult to voice, especially since just moments ago, some had doubted the charm's ability to fly. Indeed, we have never witnessed such a technique. Village chief, have you seen anything like this? They inquired. The old village chief stroked his beard thoughtfully. I have not encountered this before, but I recall an old Taoist arriving in our village many years ago. He uttered a phrase that I still remember vividly. Back then, our village was plagued by an epidemic, seemingly due to some misdeeds committed by the villagers. The old Taoist told the then village chief, my grandfather, that we were lacking in virtue. He warned that unless a master akin to Jiang Taigong were to come to our aid, we would not escape calamity. I was but a mere child then and paid little heed to his words. Could it be that the events at Xishan River are indeed a manifestation of his prophecy? The villagers held the old chief in high esteem, and upon hearing his words, their faces shifted in color. They recalled the epidemic that had once ravaged their village, affecting not just them but the entire city of Luozhou. However, the individuals who remembered those events had aged alongside the old chief and seldom spoke of it. Now, The sudden mention of it raised eyebrows. I have heard of that epidemic. Many lives were lost. One villager remarked. Yes. And some say it was related to the Lin family's ghost village within Luozhou. Another added. Indeed, it was said that the incident in Lin family village angered the deities, resulting in the subsequent epidemic. Moreover, there were whispers of unclean entities emerging from that village, causing the outbreak. Recalling those events sends chills down my spine. How fortunate we are to live in peace now. The viewers in the live stream shared their sentiments, resonating with the villagers' reflections. Meanwhile, Qin Feng and the rotund man remained oblivious to their conversation. Suddenly, the rotund man, eyes still closed, trembled with excitement. The shopkeeper has retrieved something, he exclaimed. He hastened his efforts, pulling the body retrieval rope from the water. Moments later, a dark, emaciated corpse surfaced. The corpse appeared frail, suggesting it was not that of an adult. Wrapped in a layer of black cloth, it was placed on the bamboo raft, and Qin Feng quickly noticed something peculiar. The corpse seemed to be that of a youth, perhaps only 16 or 17 years of age. The black cloth was not a garment, but a shroud, which raised the first point of concern. The second point was that the corpse's skin was shriveled, clearly indicating it was a desiccated body. Typically, corpses do not dehydrate in water unless a vengeful spirit is involved or the deceased harbors deep resentment, preventing their spirit from departing. This corpse exhibited no such signs of lingering spirit, which was perplexing. The third point was even more alarming. The skin on the corpse's face was beginning to decompose. A desiccated body deteriorating further? Unheard of. Had it truly reached a state where it could control its own decay? Hastily, Qin Feng signaled to the rotund man to don a mask. This corpse shows signs of decay, which will undoubtedly harbor bacteria or viruses. We must avoid contamination. The rotund man nodded, retrieving a waterproof cover to wrap the corpse, ensuring no contact with human skin upon returning to shore. They worked diligently for a while before paddling the raft towards the bank. Upon witnessing Qin Feng and the rotund man successfully retrieve the body, the old village chief and the others were filled with excitement. Especially those villagers who had previously doubted the duo's capabilities now appeared transformed. Incredible. The old village chief certainly possesses keen insight. Despite the lengthy efforts of the retrieval team, who would have thought that shopkeeper Qin could resolve this in under 10 minutes? Indeed, I can finally rest easy now. This corpse retrieval establishment is truly remarkable. Indeed, one cannot fathom that a mere shopkeeper could possess such skills. Is it true? Wherein you all just labeling them as frauds? Bing Bing found it hard to contain her disbelief. Who accused shopkeeper Qin of being a fraud? I'll not allow such slander. A villager retorted fiercely. Exactly. Whoever dares speak ill of shopkeeper Qin will face our wrath. The villagers proclaimed passionately, as if they genuinely held such convictions. Bing Bing, exasperated, observed the laughter from the live stream audience, recognizing the villagers had mastered the art of flipping their stance. Village chief, we must find someone to ignite a fire. This corpse must be cremated promptly. Otherwise, we may face dire consequences. Qin Feng urged as soon as they reached the shore. The old village chief, perplexed, could not grasp the situation but heeded the urgency in Qin Feng's voice, calling for someone to fetch gasoline. Shopkeeper, please do not frighten this old man. What is truly happening? Why do you speak of impending calamity? This corpse is desiccated, yet showing signs of decay. The decomposition of such a body is no trivial matter, especially one that is already desiccated. It must be incinerated without delay. Qin Feng did not linger for further explanations. Working alongside the rotund man to lay the corpse, wrapped in waterproof cloth, in an open area. Soon, a villager arrived with gasoline, pouring it liberally over the desiccated corpse. However, as he did so, the waterproof cloth covering the corpse's face was swept away, revealing a pale, shriveled visage that had already begun to rot. A villager, appearing to be in his 50s, froze upon seeing the corpse's face, dropping the gasoline container in shock. He stumbled back in terror, exclaiming, "It's a child. It's a child. What child? Speak clearly," the old village chief admonished. Yet, the villager was too frightened to articulate his thoughts, trembling and stammering incoherently. The old chief, anxious, approached for a closer look. Upon seeing the corpse, he too was rendered speechless. After a moment, he trembled. "My dear boy, how can this be? He cannot be. This is impossible. How could his body be here?" The old village chief was utterly bewildered. Seeing that the corpse carried an untold story, Qin Feng interjected, "Village chief, we shall discuss matters later. This body cannot remain. having retrieved the corpse 300 times. A decaying body must be cremated. Experienced corpse retrievers understand this well. A rotting corpse must not be retrieved, for otherwise, the journey to the underworld will be accompanied by calamity. Chapter 89. The distinction of mummified corpses. The elder spoke, and although the village chief was taken aback, he had lived for many years and quickly regained his composure. He instructed the villagers to burn the corpse first. Regardless of who it was, death meant death, and one could not coexist with the living. The villagers were in a state of anxiety, as if this peculiar boy should not be present at all. Meanwhile, the audience in the live stream was puzzled, but their primary concern remained Qin Feng's earlier remark. Why should the decayed corpse not be driven away? In truth, many had their own speculations. A rotting corpse would undoubtedly generate a plethora of bacteria, and removing it could pose a threat to their safety. However, amidst the chaotic scene, Qin Feng had no time to address their inquiries. Village chief, the condition of this corpse is rather strange. Since you know him, it seems we ought to have a thorough discussion, Qin Feng remarked after washing his hands. The village chief appeared reluctant to speak, hesitating before saying, regardless, the corpse has already been burned. Mr. Qin and this brave Wang, let us return to my home. We can discuss any matters over drinks. Indeed, the village chief was a person of propriety. Well then, I shall not be polite. The portly man chuckled. Qin Feng shot him a glare, signaling him to wash his hands. The portly man complied, albeit begrudgingly. The village chief retained a few villagers to keep watch, instructing them to pour gasoline if the corpse had not been thoroughly burned, ensuring it was completely incinerated. Thus, Qin Feng and the others followed the village chief back to the village. The sky had begun to darken. Neo Shishan village still retained its ancient architectural style, and by nightfall, few ventured outside. At this hour, families were busy preparing dinner, and one could see many industrious individuals in the streets, accompanied by the enticing aroma of various dishes. The village chief remained silent throughout the journey, and Qin Feng refrained from questioning him. After all, this matter pertained to the safety of their village, and it was the chief's prerogative to disclose information or not. As they passed a narrow path, a young man suddenly rushed out from an intersection, nearly colliding with the village chief. However, upon seeing the group, he called out while running, "Village chief, have you lost your mind? How can you truly believe in that so-called corpse driving in? It was a grave mistake to elect you as village chief. My cow is missing. I have no time for this. You all must be from that corpse driving in, and I warn you to leave at once. Once I find my cow, you'll regret it. What era are we in, still believing in corpse driving ins? What a farce." With that, the young man vanished into the night. "Hey, what the hell?" The portly man grumbled irritably, but his words were cut short by Qin Feng's intervention. "Do not be upset, Mr. Wang. That boy is simply ignorant. Do not take it to heart. We shall soon arrive home, where food and drink await." The village chief hurriedly attempted to smooth things over, and the portly man ceased his complaints. Neo Daba, who had been trailing behind, leaned in and whispered, "That fellow is Neo Ergu, a capable person from our village. He wanted to be elected as village chief when he returned, but no one supported him, which infuriated him. He has a bit of a feud with the village chief, so he may use this incident to make a fuss." Qin Feng nodded, contemplating that this matter had little to do with them. Now that the mummified corpse was burned, they merely needed to find a way to obtain the Huayin tree and depart. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at the village chief's residence. The meal had already been prepared, and even fine wine graced the table. It was evident that the village chief was a man of taste, as he utilized the octagonal table typically reserved for village affairs. The portly man wasted no time, filling his cup and indulging in a chicken leg and wine with gusto. Qin Feng, however, only took a few symbolic bites before turning his gaze towards the village chief, clearly awaiting him to speak. What on earth was the situation with this peculiar boy? Did he truly intend to remain silent? This matter was crucial for the safety of the entire village. Qin Feng found it perplexing why there was anything to conceal. The village chief, feeling Qin Feng's gaze upon him, awkwardly scratched his head and said, "Mr. Qin, tell me, is there anything strange about a decayed corpse? Aren't all corpses supposed to decompose after death? Please enlighten me." Qin Feng chuckled inwardly, realizing the elder was attempting to divert attention onto himself. Since the village chief was eager to understand, he decided to share. "It's quite straightforward. Naturally, a corpse does decompose after death. However, there are exceptions, leading to the formation of mummified corpses, which fall into two categories. The first type forms naturally, often found in ancient tombs, posing no danger. The second type, which we encountered, can yield unpredictable consequences if mishandled. Mr. Qin, I do not quite comprehend. How can there be distinctions among mummified corpses? The village chief inquired. Indeed, the audience in the live stream was equally curious. Why was one type of mummified corpse harmless while the other posed risks? Observing their curiosity, Qin Feng smiled, realizing that the village chief would not reveal the boy's background until he was fully informed. To determine whether a mummified corpse is dangerous relies on its formation. Those found in ancient tombs are generally a result of environmental factors that cause rapid dehydration. Such corpses remain relatively stable in their surroundings and, if preserved properly, do not undergo significant changes, making them relatively safe. Conversely, the mummified corpse we recently recovered belongs to the second category, commonly found in water. Restless spirits cannot linger in water for extended periods, necessitating a host to attach to. The corpses with attached spirits progressively become mummified. However, this scenario is rare. For instance, many remains from the Luo River retrieval case turned to mere bones, as spirits do not typically stay with the same corpse for long. As time passes, the corpse becomes increasingly unsuitable for the spirit's attachment, prompting the spirit to seek a new host. Consequently, the old corpse disintegrates into bones. Therefore, mummified corpses found in water can arise from two scenarios. Either the corpse has a spirit attached, or the corpse itself harbors a vengeful spirit that refuses to depart. Once the vengeful spirit vacates the corpse, it will begin to decompose once more, leading to the state we previously encountered. Although it appears mummified, it is still in the process of decaying. This indicates that the vengeful spirit has departed, and as the corpse continues to rot, it will generate numerous bacteria, which is exceedingly perilous and could potentially trigger a new plague. Hence, I insisted that the corpse be incinerated promptly. The saying, drive away corpses 300 times. Decayed corpses must be cremated, speaks to this very principle. Regardless of the circumstances, once a corpse begins to decompose, it must be cremated without delay. With that, Qin Feng regarded the village chief and added, Village chief, the decay of the mummified corpse indicates the departure of the vengeful spirit. But do you not find the situation itself troubling? Where could the spirit have gone? Has it found a new host? We can only afford for there to be this single corpse in our village. Otherwise, calamity may strike as soon as I leave. It would be a minor concern for my reputation, but a grave matter for the villagers. Upon hearing this, the villagers lost all appetite for their meal, immediately proclaiming, Village chief, this is no jest. You must inform Mr. Qin. Indeed, at worst, we can have Bing Bing close the live stream and only disclose the matter to Mr. Qin. Yes, we should discuss it. If something truly goes awry, we would all be in dire straits. We feel truly wronged. This matter is certainly not our fault, exclaimed the villagers in unison. Observing the unfolding situation, the old village chief realized that concealment was no longer feasible and let out a deep sigh. In truth, this affair has nothing to do with us. It is the consequence of the sins wrought by the previous 2 generations. The issue primarily originated from that devastating plague. Chapter 90. Avoiding heavy topics. The entire network discusses yet another corpse. It turns out that the plague from years ago affected many regions, including our village of Niushishan. During that time, numerous villagers succumbed to the illness, and the young boy, Maowazi, who was slightly older than the former village chief, ultimately fell victim as well. The village chief was present when he died. Initially, there was a directive from the authorities mandating that the bodies of the deceased must be cremated. However, in the midst of widespread death, the crematoriums were overwhelmed, and due to our village's remote location, vehicles for transporting the bodies could not even reach us. Fear gripped the hearts of the villagers, and no one dared to transport the corpses. Consequently, a decision was made to set up a cremation site within the village to incinerate the bodies collectively. However, an unfortunate incident occurred that eventually deterred anyone from even attending the cremations. The village chief recounted that it was Mao Wazi's father who was initially responsible for the cremation efforts. After 3 days of this grim duty, he unexpectedly contracted the plague, initially unaware of his affliction. Tragically, he passed the illness onto his wife and son, resulting in the demise of the entire family. Following this, fear spread throughout the village. It was said that cremating the bodies could lead to infection, and soon, no one was willing to burn the corpses. With so many dead, the bodies still required a solution. Ultimately, villagers resorted to wrapping the corpses of those who had perished from the plague in cloth and transporting them to the mountains. Some were buried, while others were carelessly discarded. The remains of Mao Wazi's family were disposed of by the village chief and his father. Thus, Upon seeing Mao Wazi's body in the Xishan River, the village chief was taken aback. Qin Feng pondered this revelation. While the village chief's account was coherent, he had omitted a crucial detail: the whereabouts of the bodies that were discarded back then. There were ample mountains nearby, providing ample space. Yet, with so many bodies disposed of, why was it that only Mao Wazi's corpse appeared in the river? Clearly, something was amiss with Mao Wazi's body. What of the remains of his parents that were discarded alongside him? Qin Feng inquired further. Village chief, may I ask if Mao Wazi's parents' bodies were disposed of together with him? If they were, please tell me where, as I must investigate. His body has turned into a desiccated corpse. We cannot dismiss the possibility that his parents have met a similar fate. If they were not discarded together, that would be a different matter. The village chief hesitated, appearing reluctant to divulge any information. Qin Feng's curiosity deepened. Meanwhile, the portly man, munching on a chicken leg, interjected. It has been many years. What is there that cannot be discussed? Is it more important to conceal these matters than to ensure the safety of the villagers? You, village chief, seem quite reasonable. Why become so muddled now? The portly man's remarks were somewhat harsh, prompting Qin Feng to tug at him to refrain from speaking out of turn, as it was after all the villagers' home, and offending them would not be prudent. Moreover, Qin Feng intended to request the huayin tree from the village. Just then, the village chief was about to speak when a woman's voice called from outside. Village chief, something terrible has happened. Another corpse has been discovered in the Luhua ditch on the hillside. It appears to be Mao Wazi's father. Alarmed, the village chief's expression shifted dramatically, and both Qin Feng and the portly man sprang to their feet. Where? Take us there, Qin Feng urged. Clearly, the situation was more complex than it seemed. The village chief's reluctance to speak hinted that a grave matter was unfolding. Oh, what a calamity! The village chief lamented as he hurriedly led the way. En route, Qin Feng learned from the villagers that the woman who had brought the news was the wife of Guzi, whose family had lost several cattle. They had encountered Guzi upon returning to the village, which explained her knowledge of the situation. She had gone up the mountain to find him, but stumbled upon the body trapped in the small river. The Luhua ditch had its own story. The village chief explained that it had long since dried up. The huayin tree that Qin Feng had his eye on was actually a willow tree, situated beside a large lake that used to be connected to the Xishan River via the Luhua ditch. However, the ditch had since ceased to flow, transforming the willow into a lake. Given this background, how could there be a corpse in the Luhua ditch, especially that of Mao Wazi's father? As they hurried along, the village chief inquired about the woman's husband, to which she replied, "My brother went to search for him. I came back to find you all." She lamented. "What a tragedy. The Mao family has been gone for so many years. I heard that you retrieved Mao Wazi's body from the Xishan River this afternoon." Village chief, do you think they might be seeking vengeance upon the village? Nonsense. The village chief retorted. What family seeks revenge? Besides, no one has died in our village. We still have Manager Qin here. What is there to fear? He chuckled as he turned to Qin Feng. However, Qin Feng's smile was thin, for he felt that the true horror lay in how the village had handled the bodies during that tumultuous time. Village chief, your reluctance to speak does not instill confidence, he remarked. Let us proceed with caution. The portly man scoffed quietly, his expression skeptical. At that moment, it was evident that Qin Feng's presence had not been beneficial thus far. Why had they not spoken up before the situation escalated? The villagers watching the live stream were equally bewildered by the unfolding events. Previously, the village chief appeared quite cordial. But why does he become tight-lipped when it comes to discussing the plague and the discarded bodies? Indeed, I find it strange. If only Mao Wazi's corpse had emerged, that would be one thing, but now his father's body has also surfaced. Why the silence? There must be a reason behind it all. Based on my analytical prowess from the police academy, the reasons could be few. Firstly, the circumstances surrounding the discarded bodies during the plague may be unfavorable to the village chief. Secondly, it may pose a threat to the entire village. You may have noticed that ever since Manager Qin inquired about the disposal sites, the villagers have been unusually reticent. I suspect they know more than they are willing to admit. Thirdly, there could be some unspeakable secret at play, but I believe the second scenario holds the most weight. What do you all think? As the discussions continued, Qin Feng and his companions arrived near the Luhua ditch. From a distance, they spotted a corpse entirely wrapped in black cloth, floating in the water. The exposed skin bore signs of decay. Qin Feng frowned upon seeing it. Like Mao Wazi, we must hastily locate individuals to incinerate the body. We cannot risk igniting a new plague. As Qin Feng pondered, he could not help but recall the reward the system had offered for this task, the huayin tree species. From the very beginning, He sensed that the matter was far from straightforward. Simply retrieving a corpse could not possibly warrant such a generous reward. Indeed, the situation proved to be more complex than he had initially imagined. Chapter 91. The Perilous Plunge of Erguzi upon hearing the news. The old village chief did not dare to delay. He quickly summoned the villagers to fetch gasoline and then used a wooden stick to retrieve the corpse. Immediately, he doused it in gasoline and set it ablaze. Under the fierce flames, thick black smoke billowed into the air, the acrid odor overwhelming. The onlookers had no choice but to step back a few paces to avoid it. Meanwhile, the rotund man approached Qin Feng and whispered, "What shall we do now, shopkeeper? It seems our task is complete. There were no further orders for these corpses, so are we still responsible?" Qin Feng replied, "Logically, we need not involve ourselves, but morally, can you truly ignore it?" In truth, Qin Feng was reluctant to intervene, especially since the old village chief was uncooperative, which irked him greatly. However, the system had yet to indicate that their task was complete. Reflecting on the order to unravel the mysteries of Xishan River, he realized it likely required thorough investigation into the circumstances surrounding it. Yet, with the village chief's lack of cooperation, this matter seemed complicated. "I am truly sorry, but I must trouble you again," the old village chief lamented. "What has happened to our village? Why are we continuously encountering corpses?" Qin Feng responded, "I cannot say for certain. One can only wonder if your villagers have committed some misdeed." Since the old village chief was reluctant to discuss past events, Qin Feng chose not to pry further. "The order placed by your village has been fulfilled. I could not assist with the corpse of that boy's father. We shall depart by morning." "Wait, we have tea," the old village chief began. But just then, a voice rang out from nearby. "Is it you, village chief? Something terrible has happened. Erguzi has fallen into the river." Qin Feng had been prepared to leave, but upon hearing the commotion, he halted. A man in his 30s came running down from the hillside, sweat streaming down his forehead, yelling, "Erguzi has jumped into the river, village chief." "What did you say?" The old village chief's expression changed instantly, and the faces of the surrounding villagers drained of color. Erguzi's wife was so frightened that she collapsed onto the ground. "Quickly, let us go," the village chief urged, motioning for everyone to rush up the hill. Entirely neglecting Qin Feng and his companion, the rotund man observed, "What is going on? Is a person jumping into the river more urgent than a corpse?" Qin Feng scoffed. "This river must be extraordinary. Shopkeeper, should we go?" Bing Bing asked, holding up her live streaming equipment. "Of course we're going. Why would you even question it?" "Indeed. There must be something significant. Perhaps this river is connected to the plague and the bodies from years past." "Bing Bing, are you foolish? If we don't go, where else would you want to be?" "Right. You'd rather spy on village women bathing? I can assure you, we have no interest in that." "Exactly. We want to know what has transpired by the river. Leave us out of it. I just want to see the village women bathe. A river is no match for them." The viewers in the live stream were equally agitated. However, at that moment, Bing Bing and the others were too preoccupied to focus on the live chat. Qin Feng glanced in the direction the villagers had departed, saying, "Let us see what is happening. My curiosity is piqued." "Curiosity killed the cat. I've learned that lesson the hard way," the rotund man replied. Nonetheless, he followed Qin Feng and Bing Bing as they hurried up the hill behind the villagers. The river they spoke of was likely Lu River, also known as Lu Lake. The man who had come to inform them was probably the brother of Erguzi's wife. He explained, "When I reached the riverbank, Erguzi had just jumped in. He had gone to purchase a portable oxygen tank, insisting that his cow must have fallen into Lu River. He wants to see the cow alive or dead." "Nonsense," the old village chief exclaimed, his face darkening with anger. The villagers who had initially followed to witness the spectacle now wore equally grave expressions, many exchanging glances but remaining silent. Noticing this, the rotund man tugged at Qin Feng's sleeve, clearly indicating that something was amiss. The villagers fell silent when Lu River was mentioned, reminiscent of the past plague and the bodies that had been discarded. It was evident that Lu River harbored secrets. Bing Bing trailed behind, hesitant to speak. Meanwhile, her live stream was ablaze with comments, viewers speculating that Lu River must have issues, perhaps linked to the plague and the corpses from years ago. However, they were not present to grasp the delicate nature of the conversation. As the saying goes, a strong dragon cannot suppress a local snake. Although the old village chief and his companions were not unreasonable, Qin Feng refrained from further probing into the matter of the plague. Every place has its taboos, much like individuals possess their privacy. These were matters they wished to keep hidden, and to pry into them would be to offend, especially since they were currently in the villagers' territory. Forcing the issue could lead to unforeseen consequences. The trio followed the main group, and before long, they arrived at Lu River's edge. Upon witnessing the scene, Qin Feng realized that the willow tree on the opposite bank was indeed grander than he had anticipated. Standing across the river, he felt an eerie chill emanating from the ancient tree, which towered over the surrounding flora, dwarfing them like chicks beside a hen. The rotund man, upon seeing the willow, swallowed hard. This tree reminds me of the legendary Hydra. While it may not be as grand, it undoubtedly stands as the Hydra among willows. Shopkeeper, I advise you to abandon this idea. A willow of this magnitude cannot possibly fit in our inn. If you insist on bringing it back, I fear our corpse-chasing inn will need to be rebuilt. Qin Feng remained silent, contemplating the implications. This willow was remarkably large. If they managed to bring it back, the question of where to plant it would pose a significant dilemma. He wondered whether, upon upgrading the corpse-chasing inn in the future, he would be able to expand the yard's area. As they pondered, suddenly a commotion erupted ahead. Here, the clothes are here. Someone has definitely gone under. Call out for him to come back. Erguzi, where are you? Look, there are bubbles on the water's surface. He must be in that spot. Seeing the excitement unfold, Qin Feng and his companions moved closer. Sure enough, near the lakeside, bubbles were rising, yet no sign of Erguzi could be found. The rotund man, curious, approached and rummaged through Erguzi's clothes. He quickly discovered a torn packaging box labeled portable oxygen tank, suitable for underwater use for 20 minutes. Upon seeing this, he inquired, "This oxygen tank can only be used underwater for 20 minutes. How long has Erguzi been submerged?" The crowd fell silent, unsure of the answer. However, based on their journey time, it was approximately 8 minutes. Erguzi's brother had gone to seek help around the same time, totaling about 16 minutes. This indicated that if Erguzi had not surfaced, he would have only had 4 minutes of oxygen left. Qin Feng frowned at this revelation. He may be in trouble. Old village chief, you must arrange a rescue. In merely 4 minutes, the oxygen concentration has dwindled to a perilously low level. If we delay any further, it may result in a tragic loss of life. As Qin Feng's words fell, a cry of alarm erupted. The bubbles have vanished. Does this mean the oxygen supply has ceased? What shall we do about the village chief? Chapter 92. No one to the rescue? The river below is a hell on earth. What should we do? The old village chief turned to Qin Feng, his eyes filled with desperation. Qin Feng was taken aback, as were the others, including the stout man and Bing Bing. Are you out of your mind? In a situation like this, of course, we must send someone who can swim to save him. The stout man exclaimed. Indeed, saving a life is paramount. I'll go. I am a proficient swimmer, Bing Bing declared, beginning to remove her clothing. Seeing this, Qin Feng couldn't help but regard her with newfound admiration. She was indeed quite courageous. However, the old village chief was frantic. No, absolutely not. You cannot go into the Liu River. Anyone who enters will surely perish. Should we wait a bit longer? What do you mean by waiting? Qin Feng retorted angrily. Are we going to wait until we can only retrieve his corpse? Absurd. Qin Feng was utterly incensed. It mattered not what lay within the Liu River. He could not simply stand by and watch someone drown. To do so would be akin to committing murder. If the individual in peril had a history of malevolence, Qin Feng might have been willing to forego the rescue, accepting the loss of some moral credit. Yet this person, Erguzi, was not an enemy. Allowing him to drown was simply unacceptable to Qin Feng. Listen, Qin, you must allow me to explain. The Liu River is truly perilous. The old village chief continued to plead. Qin Feng shot back. Why didn't you speak up sooner? Now, when lives are at stake, you wish to explain. Can Erguzi afford to wait for your reasoning? With that, Qin Feng turned to the stout man. Block the village chief. Bing Bing, fetch the rope. I will descend myself. As he spoke, Qin Feng swiftly removed his coat and trousers. Though time was of the essence, keeping those garments on would only hinder his movement once submerged in the water. Having shed his clothing, Qin Feng wasted no time and plunged into the waters of the Liu Lake. The old village chief attempted to intervene, but the stout man stood in his way. Old man, one cannot forsake their conscience. If you choose not to help when lives are at stake, then do not obstruct those who will. Indeed, we are live streaming this. If you act recklessly, who will ever visit your village again? Bing Bing added, securing the rope. The villagers, witnessing the unfolding drama, were stirred. Chief, we cannot afford to make another mistake. Yes, Chief. Even if we bear no blame, what about future generations? Shall we allow our children and grandchildren to bear the consequences of our inaction? Overwhelmed by the villagers' fervor, The old village chief appeared as though all vitality had been drained from him. He sank to the ground, aging visibly in an instant. Such a sin. This is truly a heinous act. If only we hadn't tea. Before he could finish, the stout man interrupted. Enough of this. Why speak of the past now? We must unite to save a life. Without further ado, the stout man shed his clothing and dove into the river, renowned for his swimming prowess. Dubbed the Little Prince of Waves. Yet upon entering the water, he exclaimed, "Damn, this water is freezing." Bing bing, keep hold of the rope. He instructed as he immersed himself. Qin Feng, lacking a rope, felt it prudent for the stout man to take the lead. Should anything go awry, having a partner was essential. The water was relatively clear, and the stout man, wielding a flashlight, surfaced periodically for air, diving towards the murky depths. After less than half a minute, he spotted a cloud of murkiness ahead. Taking a deep breath, he dove down. Moments later, he found two figures entangled. One was Qin Feng, and the other was Ge, struggling desperately with an oxygen tank. Qin Feng was on the verge of losing consciousness, and the stout man gestured for him to surface for air while he pulled Ge along. However, upon examining Ge, the stout man noticed something alarming. His feet were ensnared by a piece of black cloth, a dagger embedded within it, presumably thrust by Qin Feng. Though he was nearly out of breath, the stout man dove down and frantically cut away at the cloth. Once freed, Qin Feng descended again, only to find Ge motionless, likely unconscious from lack of oxygen. The stout man signaled for Qin Feng to bring Ge to the surface while he remained below, dragging him along. Just as the stout man prepared to ascend, he felt a tightness around his ankle and glanced down to discover the black cloth entangled around him. His temper flaring, he pushed off the lake bed with all his might, stirring the sediment and unveiling a skeleton beneath the muck. The lifeless form had hollow eyes that seemed to glare at him with unfulfilled rage, sending chills down the stout man's spine.